Chapter 1. Hope. The street was calm with very few people passing that night. A car was parked by the side of the road under a streetlight. Dayo leaned his head on his hands, which were placed on the dashboard of the car, gazing down at a tiny pen drive in his hand. His lips formed into a satisfied smile. It had taken him more than 3 months of pain and effort to make the song inside that drive. Every note had cost him. He had strained his damaged voice, even knowing the danger. But tonight, he had done it. He had recorded his first song in years. It was like a missing piece of his soul had been put back in place. He remembers the first time the doctor told him he might never sing again. He had been only 23 when he was diagnosed with spasmodic dysphonia. He remembered sitting frozen in that office, staring at the ceiling until his mind went blank. He had gone home silent that night. His mother hugged him tightly and said to him that there's always a way, never lose hope. His father put a hand on his shoulder and told him he was strong, that he should not give up. His father had also given him different options, and the military was one. He followed that advice. The military gave him a new life. He had an edge because of his studies in college. He was fluent in more than 7 languages. Missions took him across the world, from cities to countries where he was invisible to alleys where his name could never be spoken. He walked through places where nobody knew him, carrying out operations that would never make the news. He survived things that should have broken him, but deep inside, he was still empty. Eventually, for reasons he kept to himself, until an incident happened and he decided to leave the military. Months passed in quiet boredom until the night he stumbled into a small event where he met an old friend who was working as a DJ. His friend begged him to help for a while. He had taken the opportunity without thinking, and at that moment, he touched the equipment. Something inside him had clicked. And almost immediately, the music, the beats, the rhythm, the sound, everything fell into place and clicked like he had found a piece of himself that had been missing for years. From that night, he became a DJ. With time, he grew into a producer, traveling from one country to another, making songs for others, and turning simple ideas into music that people fall in love with. He won awards, and his name appeared on international charts, and met artists from Nigeria to America, South Korea, to Japan, even China. People called him the best producer of all time, which was not a lie, as he had produced more international tracks from different regions than any producer and won many awards. The man who could turn any sound into gold. He kept smiling, but underneath, he still ached. He could make music for everyone else, but he could not sing his own due to the pain it caused him. His doctor had warned him that if he tried, he could lose the ability to speak forever. And yet, one day he decided to try. He shut himself away from everything, forcing himself to sing with the pain and the fear of losing his voice. He worked night after night until finally, he recorded a song that he was happy with. And now with the pen drive in his hand, he was alive once more. He stepped out of the car and looked across to the other side of the road. There was a 6-story promotional building there, windows gleaming in the night. There was a friend inside who could help him release the song to the world. His feet were light as he crossed over the road, his heart full of dreams. He never saw the black truck coming. A horn blared, and headlights enveloped him. He stood there momentarily frozen. His decades of military conditioning screamed at him to move, but his legs were slow. The impact was in seconds. Pain exploded through his body, and the world spun. He hit the ground hard. His breath caught in his throat. He could taste blood. His thoughts blurred. Why? Not now. I just recorded my first song. Why? His vision dimmed. The streetlights above him seemed to drift farther away from his subconscious. Then he heard a voice. Dayo, what have you done? His eyes struggled to open, but the world he saw was no longer the street. He was lying in a space that seemed like a hospital. The air was still and cold. A man appeared in front of him, a stranger with eyes full of anger. How could you do this? The man shouted. To the person you claimed you love. Dayo stared in confusion. His mouth opened, but no words came. A sharp pain cut through his head, and he fell to his knees. Ah, he groaned. Then a clear chime rang in his mind. Ding. System initializing. And everything went black. Chapter 2, Second Chance. The hospital ward was quiet. There was only the gentle light from the machinery. Dayo remained motionless on the bed. Then a woman's voice broke the silence. What have you done, Philip? I told you to leave this to me. Why are you here? Philip leaned against the side of the bed with his arms crossed, a smirk on his lips. He appeared carefree, despite Dayo lying unconscious before him. "You didn't seem like you could handle it," he replied carelessly, unbothered by Dayo's condition. "That's why I had to step in for our sake." Vivian's face stayed calm, but her eyes were cold and sharp. They sent a silent warning. If looks could kill, Philip would be struck. "Leave. Now. Reporters are already swarming this place. You being here doesn't help. I don't want you messing up the arrangements. I've got everything under control." Philip hesitated for a moment. He didn't like her tone, but knew she was right. His smugness faltered slightly. He swallowed and raised his hands in mock surrender, easing back toward the door. "All right, Viv. You win. I was just here to see if he remembers anything." Foo **ing. Hypocrite, Vivian muttered under her breath. She leaned over Jason's bed, her voice soft but filled with ambition. "Oh, my poor Dayo. You'll just have to be my scapegoat to promote my new album." A low, cruel chuckle slipped from her lips as she straightened up and glided out of the room, leaving the faint scent of her perfume lingering in the air. "Ugh, what a weird dream." Dayo's voice broke as he strained himself into position, his muscles trembling and sore. He wiped his forehead to get the sweat off. Then he stood up, trying to shake off everything. He looked down at his hands and froze. "What's this?" His palms were small, his skin was soft. The veins and calluses he was used to seeing were gone. His arms were thin, his frame light. Everything about his body felt weaker, fragile. A wave of discomfort ran through him. He rushed off the bed, his bare feet straight to the window. When his face appeared in the glass, he started backward in confusion. What the F***? It wasn't his face. He panicked, but before he could process everything, a rush of unfamiliar memories flooded into his head. Faces he had never met, but seemed oddly familiar. Places he had never walked. Moments that seemed strange, but they all rushed into his head at once. He gripped the window handle to steady himself to prevent himself from falling. He had died. Now, he was in someone else's body. The thought of his parents and his friends back in his old world made him feel down, and tears dropped from his eyes. He would never see them again and could never explain what happened. This world felt entirely different. As the new memories settled, clarity started to come. History and science felt familiar, but the music, media, people, and art of this world were different. Even stranger, the owner of this body had his exact name, Jason Dayo, like fate had picked this bizarre continuation. Dayo breathed slowly, shutting his eyes as he forced his heart to slow down. "Okay, I can do this. At least I can still chase my dream here." A sharp chime rang in his head. Ding. Stardom system initialization complete. Welcome, host. A system. A faint, wavering text hovered before his eyes, impossible and unreal. Say status to view profile. He hesitated, his mouth dry, and then whispered, "Status." Another ding followed, and a holographic panel unfolded in front of him, floating in the air like something out of a game. Stats. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 20 years. Status, a nobody. Singing level, not available, spasmodic dysphonia. Writing level, B+. Acting skill, C. Visual, D+, C+. Instrument mastery. Guitar, SS+. Flute, A+. Piano, SS. Violin, S. Production skill, SSS+. Video editing, B+. Potential, SSS+. System level, 1. Reward available, beginner pack. Click yes or no. Note, system ranking, F-, F, F+, E-, E, E+, D-, D, D+, C-, C, C+, B-, B, B+, A-, A+, S, SS, SSS. Level up to unlock more features and functions. Dayo stared in awe, his pulse racing. He had read about systems before, but seeing his stats like this made it real. Looking at his potential made him feel proud that he had the highest potential anyone could have. Then his excitement faded almost immediately. Even in this new body, he still had spasmodic dysphonia, the same illness that had silenced him in his old life. Maybe the system can fix this. If I can cross dimensions, healing my voice should be possible. His thought was interrupted by another ding. System mission notice. Mission: gain your first 1,000 real fans within 30 days. Reward: skill upgrade card, random. Penalty: lose 1 potential rank. Dayo froze. A penalty? He had read about systems in web novels, but those were just fiction in his old world. Here, this wasn't just a game. It had consequences. If I fail, I would lose a part of my potential, he muttered, his voice low, a bit scared. Then, after a quick think, a small grin appeared on his lips despite the pressure. Interesting, bring it on. Then he saw something that brought a smile on his face. Ding. Beginner pack. Open, Dayo said. A warm bronze light filled the room as the rewards appeared. Reward: talent insight. Allows the user to see a person's potential and current status. Healing potion. Grants full recovery and cures all illnesses. He stared for what felt like an eternity. Then laughter erupted from his chest. Ha! The laughter rang in the empty room. A passing nurse paused at the doorway, looked to him, with pity in her eyes, before moving on. He quickly calmed his laughter. For years, he had lived in silence, trapped in a body that never let him pursue his dream. But now, for the first time in forever, he could see a way forward. He didn't drink the potion yet. He needed to be cautious. The hospital was not the place to risk unexpected side effects. Lying back in the bed, he finally had time to let the new memories flow through his mind, and every piece came together. The man whose life he now lived had been betrayed most cruelly. Vivian, his girlfriend, had risen as a star because of him. He had written her songs and crafted her path, all from the shadows, because he could not sing but couldn't bear to leave it, so he settled as her writer. When he finally tried to reclaim what was his by asking for his share of the copyright, she refused to give him, and he decided to do something about it. But she struck first. She slipped something into his drink, waited for his world to spin, and staged the perfect illusion. Bruises, tears, photos, she painted him as a monster. And when everything was ready, she called the media. He could still hear the chaos in his head, reporters swarming, cameras flashing, questions designed to destroy him. Why did you attack your girlfriend? All sorts of accusations towards him were the same, and betrayal crushed him, and he collapsed. That was the moment this old life ended, and he came about. Dayo clenched his fist as his eyes turned. Cold and calculating. With a sigh, he said in a low tone, "Looks like I'll have to go back to my old crafty ways and deal with this quickly. If I let it drag on, the evidence will disappear. And here I thought I would have a peaceful life here." A dangerous smile spread across his lips. "Anyone against my peace shall see no peace either." Chapter 3. The Hunt for Evidence. "So, Vivian, how is the plan coming along?" A man in his 50s spoke in a low, heavy voice as he gazed out of the tall glass window of a 4-floor tower. "So far, good," Vivian replied carefully. "But, can you please tell Philip to give me some space?" Her voice trembled as she looked at the man cautiously. "He is the CEO of the label." Mr. Urich slowly turned his head, his face straight and not a single emotion, totally unreadable. You knew the deal you signed. So deal with it. UC label will keep its part, but you must keep yours." Vivian's chest tightened at the thought of everything. Her face was calm, but the pressure behind her eyes betrayed the stress she was currently feeling. She knew this deal was hard to get, and the entertainment industry was anything but clean. If she wanted to rise, she had to get dirty, so she had no choice but to endure the cost and the sacrifice. "Noted, Mr. Urich. I'll keep my part of the deal," she said softly. "Very well. Call the company-assigned agent to see me. I need to iron out some details while I wait for you to play your part." Vivian forced a smile and gave a small bow. "All right, sir. I will do that." As she left the office and walked through the quiet corridor, memories of how it all began to flash back. Vivian had been just another struggling singer in the city, chasing stardom, fame, and deals that always ended in rejection. Her voice was good, but the world was full of good voices. She wanted more than to just be another name in the industry, which was why she started dating Dayo. As he brought her something, he brought his ideas, which were amazing and good songs, but she was not satisfied with the slow growth. She wanted fame, influence, and the life she thought she deserved, and fast. Then she met Philip. Philip wasn't just another man chasing her. He was the son of one of the major shareholders of UC label, a free pass to everything she desired. The first time they met at an industry mixer, he leaned in and whispered something unexpected. "You could be a star, if you're smart enough to take the opportunity." Then squinted at her, then placed his card in her hands. At first, she hesitated. She knew he wanted more than friendship. But ambition had always burned brighter than the fear in her heart, and she knew how the industry operated. Eventually, she agreed. If he could get her into UC label, she would date him. Philip delivered. Within weeks, she had a contract in hand and her first single lined up with Dayo's songs. It wasn't love that bound them. It was a simple transaction. He gave her the ladder to climb, and in return, she gave him the illusion of affection. It's how the industry works, and cases like this rarely happen, so she jumped into it. Over time, though, the bargain became heavier than she expected. Philip grew possessive, aggressive, and inserted himself into her career decisions and threatened her whenever she tried to pull away. She despised his control, but she also knew that her fame was built on the foundation he provided, so she patiently waited, as that was all she could do. One evening, during one of their heated arguments, which happens frequently, Philip's temper went overboard. He slapped her across the face, leaving a red mark on her cheek. Vivian froze, shocked, but she expected something this soon since she had already seen how he reacted anytime he was annoyed, holding her face as shock turned to cold calculation. But she was in a dilemma as she was meant to release her album soon, and she couldn't go like this with a mark on her face to the media. Then an idea popped into her mind. Why not? Blame this on Dayo. She could already see the story. The poor, betrayed girlfriend, beaten and wronged by the man she loved. The sympathy, the headlines, the attention, it could all be hers, and it would crush Dayo in the process. By the time the redness on her cheek deepened into a bruise, the plan to frame Dayo had fully formed. After meeting Mr. Urich, Vivian clenched her fists with a deep determination in her eyes. She had sacrificed her self-respect to climb this far, and she wasn't about to let anyone or anything, not even Dayo, bring her down. At the hospital entrance, after 3 days of arranging everything he needed, Dayo moved quietly under the cover of a face cap. He is dressed simply in black. His steps were calm, but his heart was beating fast with purpose. He left the hospital and headed straight to the hotel where the incident had happened. As he walked, he prayed silently that the people behind this mess hadn't fully covered their tracks and didn't remember his face. When he reached the entrance, he took a deep breath before walking in. The air around him changed instantly. The calm aura was gone. In its place was the razor-sharp presence of a man trained for survival. His military instincts had resurfaced. "Good evening. I'm Officer Brandy. I need access to your CCTV cameras," Dayo said smoothly, flashing a badge he had swiped from a nurse earlier. His voice was confident, not a single hint of hesitation. The receptionist froze. She had seen important people before, but this man radiated authority. Her instinct told her not to argue. Sure, Officer Brandy. This way." She led him to the security room, where 2 staff members were sitting in front of the screens of the CCTV. "Good evening, gentlemen," Dayo said in a calm but commanding tone, leaving no room for refusal. "I need to see your CCTV footage from 3 days ago, 2nd floor, around 7:30 p.m. One of the technicians flinched a bit at his words, but tried to hide it. Dayo's sharp eyes caught the reaction immediately. Years of military experience told him this man had something to hide. The other technician, unaware, began pulling up the footage. Meanwhile, the first one subtly pulled out his phone and started typing under the table. Dayo smirked inwardly, but kept his calm. He already knew the evidence had likely been tampered with. That didn't matter. He had a plan. "Found it, sir," the second technician said. Dayo leaned forward. The footage was clean, but too clean. Someone had edited it. He turned to the nervous technician and said casually, "Could you get me a drink?" Ma'am, yeah, sure. I will be back in a moment." The man stuttered before hurrying off, not even asking what exact drink Dayo meant. The moment he was gone, Dayo sat in front of the computer, fingers flying across the keyboard. Layers of hidden files appeared as he bypassed the weak security protocols. His lips curved into a smile as he inserted a flash drive and copied the evidence he needed. Dayo leaned back with a calm expression. "Here's how this works," Dayo said quietly, his tone heavy with authority. "What happened here tonight never happened. This is a confidential investigation, and it stays that way. The technician froze. Not a word. Dayo continued, his voice like ice. Not to your colleagues, not even to your partner. As far as anyone knows, I found nothing. The man swallowed hard. Why, yes, sir. Good, Dayo said, letting a faint trace of killing intent slip into the air. The man's body language stiffened. With that, Dayo put the flash drive into his pocket and walked out of the hotel, without them suspecting anything about him. Hours later, in a dim office, Mr. Paul, the man overseeing the cover-up, was angry. What? Police came around. Why, yes, sir, came the trembling reply from the technician on the other end. And were they able to get anything? I don't know, sir. Paul's voice laced with anger through the line. What do you mean you don't know? What are you doing over there? I'll check now, sir, and get back to you. Check fast. I'll be expecting an answer. Paul hung up and scowled, muttering to himself. I thought Douglas said no one would investigate this. I'd better call him. A few minutes later, after confirming that no official investigation had been made from Douglas's end, Paul still felt uneasy. His phone rang. Hello, Mr. Paul. The voice on the line interrupted smoothly. The footage is safe. Whoever came couldn't retrieve anything. I made sure of it. Without top-level skills, no one could recover that file, and that officer didn't have that level. Paul exhaled in relief. All right, I'll send you a little extra for the trouble. Haha, Mr. Paul, you're as generous as ever. Meanwhile, back in his hospital ward, Dayo leaned against the bed frame with a faint smirk. On his laptop, he analyzed the retrieved footage. The evidence was his. He wasn't out for revenge, at least not yet, but he would reclaim what was his technically. His ex-girlfriend had taken his songs, and he would either take them back or make her pay royalties. If she refused, the footage in his hands could ruin her and her label behind her. He thought carefully about the label. It wasn't the biggest, but it was close to the top. Companies like that valued their reputation above all. If the scandal fell into the hands of their competitors, it could destroy their credibility that they have been building for many years, and he was sure they wouldn't let that happen because of his ex, as she was not worth it. He leaned back against the bed. He had a plan. Tomorrow, the game will begin. Dayo closed his eyes and let the weight of exhaustion pull him towards sleep. But behind his calm face, a dangerous determination had already taken root. Chapter 4. The Confrontation. So, Vivian, I hear Dayo has woken up? Paul leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the artist sitting before him. Yes, Vivian said, a spark of excitement lighting her eyes. That's why I feel we should strike while the iron is hot. The doctor said Dayo is asking to be discharged today. We should move quickly before he regains too much control of the narrative. Paul tapped his fingers against the table, thinking, You're right. I'll call a few of my reporter friends. We will give them a story so hard that they can't resist. Vivian's lips curved into a bright smile. She could already imagine the headlines, the scandal, the sympathy flooding in, and all that comes with popularity and exposure. This was how the industry worked. Sob stories are gold and can be used as a way to sell records, and careers were built on the downfall of the naive. She felt no guilt. To her, it was Dayo's fault for being too slow and not smart enough to protect what was his. Meanwhile, in the hospital, a doctor was giving Dayo a checkup. Mr. Dayo, how are you feeling today? The doctor asked, shining a light into his eyes. I'm good, doctor. Much better now, Dayo said with a small, polite smile. Still, he could feel the way the doctor looked at him, curious, wary, maybe even judging. He knew why. The scandal had spread, and his name had been dragged through the mud. It made him angry, but it also hardened his resolve. So, I want to leave today. Is that possible? Dayo asked. The doctor hesitated. Yes, but the people who brought you in want to see you before you go. Dayo's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. All right, let them come. I'll wait. He had already predicted this move. They wanted to play the game, and he was ready. Not long after the doctor left, the door to his ward opened, and in walked Vivian and Paul. Vivian wore her best mask of concern, while Paul exuded the air of an agent ready to control the situation. Dayo sat casually on the bed, greeting them with a calm smile. Good afternoon, Vivian. Paul, the doctor said you wanted to see me? For a moment, both of them froze. This wasn't the reaction they had expected. Vivian, especially, felt a shiver down her spine. She had known Dayo for 3 years. She had seen his insecurities and knew he was soft. In her mind, he was an emotionally weak man, easy to manipulate. Paul recovered first, stepping forward with a stern voice and a frown on his face. You can still smile after what you've done to my artist. Dayo tilted his head slightly, smirking. Oh, and what exactly did I do to your client, Mr. Agent? Vivian stepped forward dramatically, her voice rising. What nonsense are you playing at, Dayo? After everything you did to me, you still claim innocence? Crocodile tears welled in her eyes as she pointed to the faint injuries on her arm and face. Dayo's smirk deepened. He raised a hand in mock applause. Impressive, truly. But if you're going to accuse me, do you have any evidence to prove it? Vivian faltered for a split second. Her heart skipped. Does he have something? No. Impossible. Paul said everything was handled. There's no way he has evidence. She turned to Paul for reassurance. Paul sneered. For someone accused, you've got a lot of nerve asking for evidence. Do you have any proof yourself? Oh, I have more than proof, Dayo said, leaning back against the headboard with a calm confidence that chilled the room. I have everything I need. Both of them froze. Paul forced a laugh. Ha! What evidence? Show me, then. Let's see this proof you're so confident about. Sure. Dayo reached for a small system tablet by his bedside, inserted the flash drive, and played the footage he had retrieved from the hotel's CCTV. The room turned to ice. Vivian's breath caught in her throat as the screen showed the clear evidence of the setup of everything. The scene of how the tampered drink was given to Dayo, the secret movements of moving, and the actions that proved she and Paul had orchestrated the entire scandal. Sweat rolled down Paul's temple as he watched the truth play out. His throat went dry. In desperation, Paul tried reaching for the flash drive, but Dayo was faster. He plucked it from the laptop and placed it between his fingers with a mocking smirk, shaking his head. Where did you get this? Paul stammered. Oh, Dayo said casually. You should have already received a call about it. Paul's eyes widened as the pieces clicked. You went to the hotel? You were the one fishing around. He felt his stomach drop. That idiot said the footage was gone. He said only a top-level expert could retrieve it. Don't tell me. Wait, you know computers? Paul said, his voice trembling with disbelief. Dayo shrugged. Let's just say I know enough. Now here's the fun part. I can give this to your competitors, and I'm very sure they'd love to have a little leverage on UC label. Paul's composure cracked. Don't do anything rash, Dayo. We can talk about this. Vivian fell to her knees, performing her act once more. Tears streamed down her face as she begged. Please, Dayo, don't do this to me. Dayo's eyes darkened, his voice cold. Oh, now you want to talk? When you tried to destroy my name and reputation, and now you're begging? He exhaled slowly, controlling his rising irritation. I'm not out to ruin you, at least not yet. But you'll make this right. Paul caught the hint immediately. All right, I understand. Let me make a call. He stepped outside, dialing his superior with shaky hands. Hello, sir. We have a situation. On the other end, Mr. Urich's voice roared through the line. What is wrong with you, Paul? Can't you handle a teenager? Deal with it. Then come see me. Yes, sir. Paul returned to the hospital room, his voice tight. We're willing to offer you a sum of $100,000 for the evidence. Dayo raised an eyebrow, then burst out laughing. Ha! 100,000? Do you take me for a fool? His voice dropped, icy and calm. If this reaches the media, you can forget about covering it up. Paul, you'll be in jail for drugging me, at least 5 years. Vivian, you might get a year for false accusations and theft. And you see label? Once this leaks, your competitors will tear you apart. He leaned forward, his tone like steel. Let's not forget about my songs. The ones Vivian stole. I have evidence to dispute the copyright, and if I push it, every dime you made from them will come to me. Paul clenched his fists. He hadn't expected the boy he once dismissed as weak to be this prepared, this dangerous. All right, Dayo. How much do you want? Dayo didn't hesitate. $1 million. Nothing less. Chapter 5, The Deal. What? You must be joking. 1 million. Paul stared at Dayo in disbelief with a tint of anger in his voice. Nope. Dayo said calmly, leaning back with a faint smirk. I'm not joking. You should be happy I'm not asking for more. If this gets released, the amount you'll spend on PR, and the lawsuits from my lawyers will be far worse. No media allies can save you from that storm. His tone sharpened. And let's say I hand this to BL Label, your biggest competitor. We both know they'd love the leverage, especially after all the beef between your companies. Paul's jaw tightened. He could already see the damage, but was shocked by how Dayo read the situation. So, Dayo continued, call your boss. Tell him my price. And be fast about it. Vivian's heart pounded as she stared at him. The man she had dated was nothing like this. He had been soft, naive, and unversed in the industry. But now, he spoke like he had been doing this here for years. Which technical wasn't a lie. Paul hesitated, but finally pulled out his phone. He knew Dayo was right. If BL Label got that footage, UC Label's reputation would take a massive hit. Still, one thing was certain. His boss would never agree to $1 million. He dialed. Hello, boss. This is what he said. What? This boy must be joking. Give him the phone. Urich's voice was already heavy with different emotions. He was having a headache just thinking about the situation. If this dragged on, the media would sniff it out. Paul handed the phone over. Hello, Mr. Urich, Dayo said, his voice calm and unshaken. On the other line, Urich paused. Normally, people spoke to him with caution, almost fear. But this voice sounded like he didn't fear him at all. That alone told him this would not be easy. Yes, Dayo. Concerning the price, his voice turned stern, with intent to intimidate. I'll give you $300,000. Take it or leave it. Dayo's lips curled in a faint smirk. Mr. Urich, there's no need for tricks. My price is $1 million. Or nothing. There was a long pause. All right. $500,000. Urich said slowly, trying to meet him halfway. Mr. Urich. Before he could finish, Urich snapped. Dayo, don't be greedy. Let's settle this once and for all. Dayo inhaled slowly, controlling his urge to reject outright. He was thinking. He was new in this world, without connections. If he wanted a long-term career, starting with an open war against a major label might not be a smart move to make. Then Urich added an extra offer. Fine. $500,000, plus I'll sign you as a songwriter with a basic salary of $35,000 and 4% copyright shares. Paul gasped quietly. Contracts like that were given to established writers with industry influence. But considering the quality of the songs Dayo had written for Vivian, he couldn't deny the boy was worth it. Dayo thought carefully. The offer was tempting, but working under someone didn't suit him. He valued freedom above all, as he knew how the industry operates. I have to refuse your contract, Dayo said finally. What? Urich barked. Calm down, Mr. Urich, Dayo replied calmly. He thought for a moment and then said, I'll take $650,000. And you owe me one favor in the future. How about that? The reduction was calculated. He didn't need unnecessary enemies. The industry was a small circle, and UC Label was a major player in it. Burning this bridge would be foolish. Leaving a sliver of goodwill, however, could pay off later. On the other end, Urich chuckled. Smart, very smart. All right, deal. But how do we handle the media? Simple, Dayo said. I'll accept the accusation publicly. Vivian will act like she forgives me, and the drama will be downplayed. Your media allies will bury the story. The public will move on. He had his reasons. Playing the long game would make Urich owe him another favor. Besides, he was planning to leave the UK for the US soon. If he stayed, some reporters might continue to stir trouble. On the surface, it might look careless, but he knew every step he took would come in handy later. It was calculated. All right, Urich said. Handle it your way. And, young man, if you change your mind, call this number. Dayo smirked. Noted. Have a nice day, Mr. Urich. After rehearsing the plan, Dayo stood and glanced at Vivian and Paul. The air of authority around him was undeniable. Vivian stared at him, still shaken. It was like the man she had once dated was gone, replaced by someone sharper, colder, someone unreadable. At that moment, Dayo took something that he kept hidden in the room inside his pocket with a smile on his face. Downstairs, they played out the drama as planned. Vivian acted the part of the forgiving girlfriend. Reporters captured their reconciliation, and UC Label's paid media smoothed over the scandal. Dayo knew some independent reporters might still talk, but it didn't matter. He'd be out of the country soon. Vivian tried to speak to him afterward, but he gave her nothing but a cold shoulder. He might have settled with Paul and Yurik, but he would never forgive her. Betrayal was something he could never overlook. If nothing else, he owed that to the original owner of the body he now inhabited. To him, she was nothing more than a chameleon, changing colors whenever it suited her. Back in his small apartment, a cozy one-room space with a kitchen and bathroom, Dayo finally gave a sigh of relief that he could start living in peace. He summoned the system and took out the golden potion. Healing potion. Grants full recovery and cures all illnesses. The potion is gold in color. He drank it in one gulp. A chilling sensation spread through his body, followed by a sudden heat. His vision blurred. Dizziness hit him like a wave, and then darkness. When Dayo woke, a faint headache lingered, but his body felt new, pure, light. His throat no longer carried the heavy, strained pain he had known for years. He hummed a few notes experimentally, smooth, clear, and pain-free. Tears pricked his eyes as joy swelled in his chest. He rushed to the mirror. His once skinny frame was more defined, his caramel-brown skin glowing, every scar on his body gone. He looked at the familiar yet strange polished version of himself, reborn. Status. Ding. Stats. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 20. Status, a nobody. Singing level, D+, unlocked. Writing level, B+. Acting skill, C. Visual, B+, upgraded. Instrument mastery. Guitar, SS+. Flute, A+. Piano, S. Violin, A. Music production, SSS+. Video editing, B+. Potential, SSS+. System level, 1. Hidden mission, unlocked. Path to global stage. Requirement. Release a viral song that breaks into the top 50 chart of the world within 90 days. Reward. System level 2 plus signature skill unlock. Penalty. One random skill will be locked for 30 days. Dayo exhaled slowly. Another mission seems I have to arrange myself and start working. A tear rolled down his cheek, and he whispered to himself, finally, I can sing again. He wiped his face and took a deep breath already. Thinking about the path ahead, he wouldn't rush to release music yet. No. First, he would study this world, understand its rules, and plan his rise carefully. Dayo had been given a second chance, and this time he wouldn't waste it. Chapter 6. Is he home? GRHHH. The sound of Dayo's stomach growling echoed through the room, reminding him that he hadn't eaten. He stood up and headed to the fridge. Pulling out some steak and other ingredients, he prepared a healthy meal. A smile crossed his face. Cooking had always been one of his hobbies, and he was good at it. Back at home, his mom would often leave the cooking to him. In fact, he even owned a few restaurants around the world in his past life. After eating, he lay back on his bed and started doing some research on the entertainment industry in this new world. What shocked him was how different everything was. None of the movies, songs, books, or artworks from his old world existed here. A slow smile formed on his lips. That meant opportunity. Limitless opportunity. If he introduced the works from his world here, it would shake the entire industry. His thoughts were racing when his phone suddenly rang. Mom. Mom, he repeated in his head. He quickly went through his new memories and realized he had a family here. Both parents alive, a younger sister, and a younger brother. However, things weren't smooth. He had fought with his parents after they warned him about his ex-girlfriend. The argument became big, and about a year ago, he had told them he wouldn't be coming back. That was when he moved to the UK. The real reason he left? His parents had told him to stop chasing music because of his illness. They didn't believe he could sing again. The only one who had supported him was his ex-girlfriend, though it turned out she had been using him to attract attention from a record label. What a dumbass, fighting with your parents over a girl who wasn't even worth it. Even though that's not the only reason, he thought. His family wasn't rich, but they were doing okay. His dad was a retired military man, and his mom ran a decent restaurant that brought in a steady income. He hadn't lacked anything growing up. Back to the present, he wondered why she was calling. The only reason that came to mind was that she had seen the news about his ex and wanted to check on him. He sighed. Well, I'm living his life now. Might as well do right by them. He picked the call. Hello, Dayo, his mother's voice came through. Her accent was unmistakable, pure Yoruba. Hello, Mom. Oh, so now you remember you have a mother, ABI? You this child, she said. Though her tone was harsh, Dayo could hear the warmth underneath. I'm sorry, Mom. I shouldn't have walked out on the family like that. Bien ma, he said, ending with an apology in Yoruba, something she always insisted he learn in the past. Abishala paused in shock. Her son almost never apologized, even when he was clearly wrong. And the Yoruba? So fluent, like a true Yoruba man. It's all right, my son. Ah, I saw the news, about what happened. Did you really hit her, like they said? On, mummy. You know me, kind of son you taught me to be, nah? I didn't. What really happened was, and he explained everything in detail, not leaving out any part of the story. Abishala's face twitched, but she kept calm. Listening closely, she realized her son had changed. He sounded more mature now. Well, there's nothing left for you in the UK. You should come home, ABI. Yes, Ma. I was already planning to come soon. How's Dad? And my siblings? Humph. After a whole year of disappearing, you'll find out yourself when you get here, she said, still sounding mildly upset. All right, Ma. Odro Ma. Dayo said, greeting her good night in Yoruba. Your Yoruba has improved. Good night, my son, she said softly. Dayo chuckled. Thank God that went well. Now I just need to make sure things are fully settled before I return. A week passed. Dayo used that time to get back in shape. He jogged every morning, and his transformation started drawing attention. His toned body and handsome face attracted a few ladies, some of whom ended up spending the night. But beyond the fun, he made sure to ask casual questions and learn more about this world. Every conversation brought useful insight, and slowly, he was gathering everything he needed. After the refreshing week, he was ready to return to the US, start his music career properly, and face his family. Flight 345, this is your captain. We're getting ready to land. Please remain in your seat. Godspeed. After landing, Dayo took a taxi straight to his family house. Normally, he would have headed to his mom's restaurant since that's where his dad and siblings usually gathered after work. But today, he wanted to surprise them. He stopped by the market first, bought all the ingredients he needed, and returned home to cook everyone's favorite meal as a peace offering. He made jollof rice for his dad and younger brother. For his mom, he prepared a native Yoruba dish, egusi soup and semo. For his little sister, he made roasted plantain and well-peppered grilled fish. After setting everything on the table, he stood back and smiled. It looked perfect. Just one more thing. Mom, when is bro Dayo coming back? Janet asked from the back seat of the car. She was live on TikTok, as usual, with her camera pointed at the front. She had over 20,000 followers, with more than 5,000 watching her live. She'd talked about her brother often, and he had even appeared in 2 of her previous streams. Dayo had taught her everything she knew about music, and since he left, she had missed his mentorship. Honey, I already told you, he said soon, but no date. Abishala replied with a smile. Don't waste your time. Jeffrey, Dayo's younger brother, muttered. I'm sure he's not coming. Hey, don't say that about your brother. Abishala scolded. Him, Jason, Dayo's father, sat in the driver's seat, quiet. His eyes were fixed ahead. He didn't say much, but it was clear his mind was racing. We're home. Jeffrey, didn't you turn off the lights before leaving? I did, sir, Jeffrey answered, confused as he noticed the porch lights were on. Then a thought hit him. He gasped and blurted, maybe he's home. Chapter 7, Time for Family. Maybe he's home. The family of 4 stepped out of the car, strolling toward the door. Each had different thoughts running through their mind, which was understandable. It had been more than a year since any of them had last had contact with him. Someone they had grown up with, shared precious memories with. They were happy to see him finally, but mostly angry that he hadn't even sent a single text. No birthday wishes, no replies to their messages or calls. Jason snapped out of his thoughts and opened the door. The aroma of different delicious dishes hit him unexpectedly. He looked toward the dining table, and there stood his son, the one he hadn't heard from in a year. The rest of the family entered, their gazes following Jason's toward Dayo, who looked very different from what they remembered. It wasn't just his height, it was his facial expression, the way he carried himself. Everything about him seemed changed. Janet, whose camera was still on, saw her brother for the first time in so long and instinctively moved to run and hug him. But her brother tugged her arm and shook his head, signaling otherwise. Almost as if planned, the entire family strolled to the dinner table, completely ignoring Dayo's presence. They sat down, focusing on the food as though it were more interesting than the young man standing before them. Dayo, watching all of this, felt his gaze drop in defeat. He had expected this reaction from his family and accepted it. Without a word, he walked toward the sitting room, stopping at the piano. Sitting down, he looked at his family before placing his fingers on the keys. He pressed the speaker button beside him, and his voice came through, soft, calm, and filled with emotion. Even if we broke down that night, and I said some things that I couldn't make right. I know it's been a long, long fight, but I'm still here waiting. I promise I'm changing. I just need time. His voice was so gentle that as he sang, memories of the night that had changed his life began to play in his mind like a movie. Slowly, he stood up, his eyes red as he looked at his family. Verse 1. Mama, I miss how your hands could heal. Those evening massages, warm home-cooked meals. You'd hum old songs while you cleaned the floor. Your stories at night, I still wish for more. And Dad, I miss the field behind the shed. You're teaching me how to aim and steady my head. Your army tales, your scarred hands strong. How we'd hunt at dusk and shoot till the light was gone. You taught me more than just how to aim. You taught me focus, pride, and carrying pain. I left too soon, with my ego in flames. But I still carry our blood, our name. As his voice picked up in pace, shifting into a rap, Dayo walked toward his mother and embraced her before moving to his father and doing the same, all while continuing to sing. Chorus. Even if we broke down that night, and I said some things that I couldn't make right. I know it's been a long, long fight, but I'm still here waiting. I promise I'm changing. I just need time. I need time, just a little time. By now, the whole family had begun to accept what was happening. Their eyes followed Dayo, who stood in front of them, eyes closed, singing with emotion, tears threatening to fall. Verse 2. To my lil' sis, I miss your endless cheer. Your messy braids, the way you'd pull my ear. We fought, we laughed, you'd never stay mad. You were sunshine when the world felt bad. And lil' bro, I miss our crazy days. Football on Saturdays, swimming in the haze. You looked up to me. I know I let you down. But I'm still your big bro, just not around. He moved to his sister, who stood frozen in shock, ruffling her hair gently before kissing the top of her head. Then, turning to his brother, he clasped his hand in their signature handshake. I got lost, chasing things that never stayed. Left behind the ones who showed me grace. But I'm coming back, even if it's slow. Just give me space, just let me grow. Now standing before the whole family, Dayo's voice rose higher than before. Short chorus. Even if we broke down that night, and we all went silent, hearts locked tight. I know everything will be all right. If you give me time, just a little time, I need time. At this point, every eye in the room was red with tears. They seemed to understand him and forgive him. Dayo played the final note on the piano as his voice faded into silence. Ding! A familiar sound echoed, but Dayo seemed zoned out, as though he hadn't heard it. Like instinct, the entire family stood up, rushing toward Dayo, wrapping him in a group hug. I can't breathe. Give me space, Janet squealed, causing the family to burst into laughter before settling down again. Dayo looked at them and spoke. I know nothing I say can justify what I did or the harm I caused. But I promise I've changed, and I won't make the same mistake of abandoning my family again. To show my sincerity, I came home early and cooked a meal for everyone. Let me serve you. At that moment, their expressions changed, almost as if they'd seen a ghost. Dayo couldn't cook. The last time he tried, the food was either oversalted, overseasoned, or simply undercooked. Seeing their reaction, Dayo quickly added, I know what you're all thinking, but I've improved. Just try it. If you don't like it, that's fine. No pressure. He headed to the kitchen to bring the food. Mom, Dad, you have to save us from this, Jeffrey whispered, visibly nervous. OMG. I think I just became popular. Janet suddenly screamed, looking at her phone. What happened? Why are you shouting? The three asked in unison. Janet turned her phone toward them, and their jaws dropped. Her live stream, still running, had more than 50,000 live viewers, and the number was still climbing. Gifts and comments poured in. Wow, what a performance. Who is he? I'm not sure I've seen him before. Hey Janet, give me your brother's number. You up there, don't you dare? I'll gift you a lion for his number. OMG, the emotion in his voice. This is pure brilliance. He's hot ASF. Look at that glowing brown skin and those pink lips. OMG. Man raps like he was born for it. And the flow. Not to mention that beat. Who knows the name of the song? This is the most emotional performance I've ever seen. Chapter 8. First milestone. Unaware of the commotion, Dayo brought the meal out, noticing his family gathered around. He stepped closer, baffled by what he saw. Wow, Janet, you're a star now. I guess I'll have to rely on you from now on, baby sister, he teased, blowing her a playful kiss. Janet folded her arms, pretending to be shy but failing to hide a smug smile. Well, it's because of you, she said, glancing up at him. Her eyes roamed over his healthy, vibrant skin and body, until she understood why everyone had reacted the way they did earlier. For me? Dayo asked, confused. Yeah, I streamed you singing, and this is the result. Dayo blinked in surprise, a small laugh escaping him before a slow smile spread across his face. He stepped closer to the camera and gave a small wave. Hello, guys, thanks for the gifts. But my family and I need some family time. So don't worry, I'll meet you again tomorrow. Have a nice night. He cut the live stream. His family stared at him, puzzled. If you want to keep the hype going, he explained, you have to give the audience just a little, make them crave more. That way, they'll probably drag a friend or two into the excitement. And also, thanks, Janet. I never thought of making a video. Yeah, thank you alone might not work, Janet replied, lips curling into a mischievous grin. Dayo chuckled. All right, I get you. Anyway, the meals are here and it's getting late. Dig in, Dayo said. He lifted the lids, and the delicious aroma immediately filled the room. Jeffrey's eyes widened, his mouth watering. The first bites drew a chorus of surprised hums. Dayo told them he'd learned the recipe while in the UK, and their impressed looks made him smile. For the first time in a long while, the whole family sat together, enjoying a peaceful night. It felt whole again. Since tomorrow was a work day, they finished quickly. Everyone headed upstairs except Jason, Dayo's father, who remained in the sitting room. Hey, Pops. Dayo called. Jason looked up from his seat. Dayo, you've changed a lot since I last saw you, he said, scanning his son from head to toe. Dayo knew that gaze. The old him was withdrawn, carrying invisible weight. Now he just smiled and passed his father a cold beer. Yes, Dad. A miracle happened. So indeed I changed. Oh, what miracle is that? My spasmodic dysphonia is gone. Jason froze. Wait. What? How? Dayo shrugged. I don't really know. It just happened. One day I felt light in my throat. I went for a checkup and was cleared of any trace of spasmodic dysphonia. Jason's eyes welled up. That cruel disease had robbed Dayo of his dreams, changed the boy he knew, and hurt the family in ways words couldn't measure. He quickly looked away, blinking hard to keep the tears from falling. That's good news, son. Now you can pursue your dreams. Yes, Pops. Anyway, it's late. Let me help you upstairs. After getting his father settled, Dayo returned to the living room and opened his laptop. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for a moment before he started typing a plan. He needed exposure. Traffic. Momentum. The answer? The global stage competition. It was the biggest music event in the world, a platform for raw, upcoming artists. The path was brutal. First the national stage, then regional, and finally the global finals. But it was already at the regional stage, which meant the only way in now was the wildcard selection, an audience-voted slot for one outsider. The problem? It was almost always rigged. Big labels used it to push their own newcomers. And worse, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If you failed, there was no second try. Still, Dayo's mind was set. He had a card to play. Yurik owed him a favor. But before he could call it in, he had to raise his public profile. No one would vote for an unknown. With that in mind, he created new social media accounts under the name JD, carefully linking them to no past record of himself. Then he remembered. The system still had a pending notification. Stats, he said softly. Ding. Stats. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 20 years. Status, a nobody. Singing level, C. Writing level, B+. Acting skill, C. Visual, B+. Instruments. Guitar, SS+. Flute, A+. Piano, S. Violin. Music production, SSS+. Video editing, B+. Potential, SSS+. Skills. System level, 1. System notice. Mission, gain your first 1,000 fans in 30 days. Completed. Reward, skill upgrade card, random, claimed. Penalty avoided. Dayo leaned back, grinning faintly. Huh, so it wasn't just hype. They really counted as fans. He flipped open the reward tab. The skill upgrade card shimmered briefly before disappearing into his inventory. System notice. Skill singing upgraded from D+ to C-. He chuckled to himself. Not bad. He had thought leveling up his singing would take forever, but this was proof that progress was possible, and fast. Of course, being a skilled producer in his past life gave him an edge. He knew exactly what made a song good, how to polish it, and the training needed to push beyond limits. Now, with the system backing him, failure wasn't an option. He closed the laptop and glanced at the dark window, his reflection staring back at him. All right, he murmured. Let's make the world remember my name. With that, he headed to bed, mind buzzing with the steps to come. Chapter 9, New Instruments. The morning sun came fast, and Dayo was in the kitchen preparing breakfast for the family after going on his early morning jog. He woke up early, even after the 5-hour trip. Normally, he should have felt tired, but instead, he felt energetic. He suspected it had something to do with the system. His physical fitness was improving at an incredible rate, beyond normal. Dayo, you're awake, and you're making breakfast? Abishala asked, surprised to see her son busy in the kitchen, a rare sight. Haha, what, Mom? Dayo said, glancing at her amused expression, his hands still moving as he chopped onions with professional precision. Abishala kept watching him. He was never the type to like kitchen work, yet now he moved like someone with decades of cooking experience. I don't know what London did to you, but I like it. Haha, nice one, Mom. But this is just for the week. Next week, you can take over again. Please, come help me out, Dayo said. They prepared a healthy meal together, catching up as they worked. In between, Dayo told his mother about his disease being cured. She cried almost the whole time and insisted she'd follow him to the hospital to confirm. Dayo sighed and agreed, knowing there was no winning that argument with a Yoruba mother once she set her mind to it. The family came down for breakfast. As everyone ate, praise for Dayo's cooking filled the room. They even said it tasted better than Abishala's. She folded her arms and declared they would all be cooking for themselves from now on, forcing the family to plead and appease the goddess before she finally relented. After the meal, everyone went about their business. Dayo offered to join them after dropping off his siblings at school. On the way, he glanced at Janet. So, Janet, about yesterday, could you do me a favor? What's it, big bro? I'll think about it, she replied with a smug look. All right, I just need you to put my new name out there for everyone interested, Dayo said, reaching back to ruffle her head. He had little time to start from scratch, so he needed a boost to reach more people before the wildcard selection. Janet tapped her chin like she was deep in thought. All right, I'll help you, on one condition. You'll join me on live when I ask. Haha. All right, sis, you have a deal, he said, shaking her little hand. Bro, what are you using all this popularity for? Jeffrey asked. He knew his brother was talented, but with his spasmodic dysphonia, it had been difficult for him to sing, sometimes even to talk. I forgot to tell you guys, my spasmodic dysphonia is cured. What? Both Janet and Jeffrey shouted. Dayo sighed and explained everything briefly as they reached the school. Relax, guys. When I pick you up, I'll tell you all the details. For now, get to class. After dropping them off, he leaned back in his seat for a moment. If he was going to stand a chance at the wildcard selection, he couldn't just rely on talent. He needed the right tools. And that meant getting instruments worthy of his skill. He drove to a musical store to upgrade his gear. He walked in, scanning the rows of instruments for ones that suited him best, when he heard a feminine voice. Good morning, sir. Turning, Dayo saw a slender blonde woman with fair skin, probably in her late 20s. Good morning, Senorita, and I'm no sir, Dayo replied with a bright smile. She giggled. All right, then what should I call you? Call me Dayo, or JD, whichever suits you, Eva, he said, glancing at her name tag. Eva found herself trying not to blush, which was unusual for her. Customers often flirted, and she usually just smiled politely, but there was something different about him. All right, Dayo, what are you looking for? You? I guess, Dayo said with a straight face. Eva froze for a second, then laughed, and Dayo joined in. Nice one, Dayo. Are you always this flirty? Nope. Only when I see an angel in disguise, he replied, stepping an inch closer to adjust a strand of hair covering her face. Eva's cheeks turned red, but before she could respond, a sharp voice called from across the store. Eva, what are you doing? Eva quickly stepped back and turned to see her boss, a younger woman in her early 20s, with a cold, unreadable expression. Nothing, ma'am. Just asking the customer what he needed, Eva said quickly. I see. Leave the customer to me and return to the desk. The boss walked up. She had striking blue crystal-like eyes, a figure that could turn heads twice, and a presence that radiated quiet authority. Please, sir, try not to flirt with my employee, she said politely, though her eyes carried a warning. Dayo smirked slightly. My apologies. I had no intent to flirt, just casual talk. His voice was calm, neither humble nor arrogant. She seemed slightly surprised he wasn't intimidated. She took a slow breath, her eyes narrowing just a touch, as if she were trying to read him. From her expression, Dayo could tell she was weighing whether he was here to buy instruments or just to charm her staff. All right then, she finally said. What can I get for you? I need an acoustic guitar, Breedlove Pursuit or Gibson J200 if you have them. For piano, either Yamaha U1 or Psindorfer Imperial. And I'd like to see your production equipment collection as well. Her eyebrow twitched, as though impressed. Follow me. Chapter 10, Piano Test. Misha looked at Dayo, a bit speechless. She didn't believe he knew much about instruments, but she still refused to believe he actually came to purchase them, especially because the instruments he mentioned were mid-range professional ones, each costing nothing less than $10,000 to $15,000. So, do you have them? Dayo's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Yeah. This way, sir, she said, leading him forward while trying to think of a way to expose this supposed scam. That was the thought running through her mind as she guided Dayo toward where the instruments were kept. A sudden idea crossed her mind. Just because Dayo knew the instrument names didn't mean he could play them. She considered telling him to play something, but thought it might come off as rude. Then she looked at Eva, who was already watching Dayo with curious eyes, and her expression lit up with a plan. Dayo, spotting all the instruments, walked forward, searching for something familiar. He picked up a wooden-bodied guitar and slung it behind him. Seeing that it fit him well, he fiddled with the strings, producing a small melody. Satisfied, he nodded and moved toward the piano section. Meanwhile, Misha walked to the desk, about to speak, when she heard the few notes Dayo had just played. Her eyes widened, not just because of the sound, but because the difficulty of the piece was no joke. This meant he wasn't just throwing names around. He knew his instruments. Her surprise turned into genuine interest. Turning to Eva, she whispered, telling her to get Dayo to play something. Dayo spotted a familiar keyboard, walked toward it, and sat down. He tested the keys, pressing a few to get a feel for them. Why don't you play something? Eva said, standing beside him. Dayo smirked, his tone playful. Was it the request of that cold-faced boss of yours? Eva almost burst into laughter hearing him call her boss that, but she just nodded. I'll play something for you. Not for her, Dayo said with a cheeky smile. He thought about what to play that would suit his voice, as he was still getting used to singing without constraint. A certain popular song in this world came to mind, one that people here would instantly recognize. He quickly planned a few changes in his head, then sat upright, taking a deep breath. Dayo's fingers ran across the ivory keys, testing their weight and spring, before settling into a rhythm, slow, smooth, and soulful. The room began to quiet, the low murmur of customers fading beneath the warm resonance of the Yamaha keys. Verse 1. I wasn't looking, just passing time. Playing these keys, humming a line. Then you walked in, and I missed a beat. Blamed it on the heat, or maybe your feet. He began lightly, teasing the surface of the melody like ripples on a still lake. Each note rolled out with intentional care, warm and playful, like the start of a smile. Misha froze. She recognized the song instantly, and what shocked her was how well he played it. Chorus 1. You walked in like a melody. Not too loud, just stuck with me. Ain't saying love, ain't making plans. Just wondering what's in your hands. A smooth slide down the keys, his left hand swaying gently. He paused, landing on a warm, steady chord, and sang slowly while looking at Eva with a teasing glint. 'Cause some songs don't ask for much. Just a smile, a laugh, and a little touch. He let the chord ring before transitioning into a slightly brighter key. By now, the store was completely quiet. Customers stood frozen, listening to Dayo sing the familiar tune, though with different words. Verse 2. I ain't a poet, I don't write lines. But your laugh got me feeling rhymes. You stood there, caught me off guard. Now here I am, playing from the heart. He added a short melodic fill, soft yet heartfelt, a touch of skill subtly shining through. He chuckled, echoing the line with a playful skip of notes. Eva stood with her mouth slightly open, unable to comprehend how Dayo could play this well. Chorus 2. You walked in like a Sunday breeze. Slow and sweet, just enough to tease. Maybe it's nothing, maybe it's fate. But I'm glad I didn't make you wait. He shifted to gentle chords, barely brushing the last few notes. His voice lowered, sincere now, emotion painting his expression. 'Cause some songs just write themselves. When the right one walks in and rings the bells. Softly, he transitioned into the bridge. Improvised but perfectly controlled. Bridge. And if you don't stay, that's okay. This tune still made my day. A slow descending scale, flicking upward at the end like hope. He glanced at Eva, her phone now recording him, her cheeks blushing a deep red, like fresh-plucked tomatoes. I'll play it back when the night is slow. Think of a girl I used to know. He let the line hang in the air before easing into the final chorus. Final chorus. You walked in, just being you. Turned a quiet song into something new. Ain't about love, ain't about fame. Just a tune with your name. The piano swayed like a breeze through curtains. A few customers' eyes turned red as they reminisced about old times. 'Cause some hearts don't make a sound, till someone like you comes around. The last arpeggio rang out, lingering in the silence. Dayo finally raised his head, having poured so much emotion into the performance that it left a mark on everyone listening. Ding. Your singing has improved a bit. For a moment, there was only silence. Then the store erupted in applause and cheers. Customers swarmed him, asking for his social handles. A few girls even tried to flirt, one bold enough to grab his ass. WTF? This is harassment, Dayo thought, but he handled it smoothly, polite without encouraging too much. Though he'd never experienced crowd attention quite like this, he liked it, answering questions and smiling genuinely at everyone. From a distance, Misha watched with her arms folded. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, but she couldn't deny it. The sound was too natural, too genuine to be a stunt. The fact that he had modified the lyrics so seamlessly impressed her even more. Eva's cheeks were still crimson. You're really good, she said softly, as if unsure whether she meant the music or the man. Dayo gave her a warm smile, the same bright one he had when he walked in. I told you, he said, standing slowly. I'm only this smooth when I see an angel. Chapter 11, Possible Rival. I told you, he said, standing slowly. I'm only this smooth when I see an angel. Eva just stood there, blushing so much she felt like she might pop. This was the most she had ever blushed in her life. Oh, Dayo, are you like an artist? Yes, but not debuted, he said, glancing at Misha. But very soon, I want to compete on the global stage, so please vote for me when the time comes. Oh wow, what a coincidence, Eva said as she pointed towards Misha. Misha is also on the final stage to go to the world stage. The moment she said it, Eva felt a glare burning into her. She turned to see Misha's cold, sharp expression and immediately realized she had messed up. Oops, she muttered under her breath before quickly waving at Dayo and running off like a scared cat. Dayo slowly turned to Misha. He knew he had seen her somewhere before, and then it clicked. He had come across her profile while researching potential competitors. She was better than he at singing right now. But before he could say anything, Misha broke the silence. You are planning on competing for the global stage? She asked, her tone steady but curious. Yup, I am, Dayo replied with a confident smile. And I have to say, you're really good. I watched your clips, you sound amazing. Misha raised a brow. You do know the competition has already started, right? Yeah, Dayo said casually. So I'll be going for the wild card. Her lips curved into the faintest smirk. The wild card, she repeated. You realize that's even harder than the main qualifiers? Only a handful of artists in the world get that shot. With your current skill, I'm not sure you can pull it off. Dayo just smiled, completely unfazed. Good thing I'm not aiming for current skill. She studied him for a second longer, almost like she wanted to say something else, but instead just sighed and gestured toward the counter. So, I'll take these, Dayo said, pointing toward the instruments he had picked earlier. Misha nodded, still watching him with that unreadable expression. Dayo decided to check her on his system. Misha status, rising star. Singing level, A+. Writing level, C. Acting skill, visual, A+. Instrument level, guitar, A+. Piano, potential, S+. Skills, resonance, ability to project sound that deeply connects with the audience, amplifying emotional impact. Dayo was surprised at her stats. They were glowing. With numbers like that, she was almost mid-tier already, and an S+ potential meant she could become a global star. She caught the small smirk on his face, like he knew something, but didn't comment. Instead, she handed him the machine for his card. Seeing her expression, Dayo was amused. He didn't care much either way, just wanted to make acquaintances. If the other party wasn't interested, he wasn't going to force it. He could acknowledge her talent without fawning over her. When it came to writing, instruments, and raw potential, he knew he wasn't lacking. Besides, he preferred more mature women. Maybe it was because, in his head, he was already over 40, but his taste leaned toward refined beauty. This is the address for the piano delivery. I'll take the guitar myself, Dayo said flatly. He didn't wait for her response. Instead, he walked toward the door, waved at Eva, and called a taxi. Misha stood there for a moment, confused. She couldn't believe he had just ignored her. Most men she met went out of their way to impress her, but this guy acted like she didn't even exist. If only she knew that the man she was dealing with had decades of experience hidden behind his youthful face. She shook her head, then remembered something. Picking up her phone, she called someone. I have someone interesting for you. Look him up, be quick about it. Meanwhile, in a small corner of the internet, a storm was brewing. It started last night after Dayo went live, singing a new song. Fans began asking about the origin of the track and whether they could find it. Then just today, he sang another song differently. Many recognized it. The real surprise came when people realized the song was a recent release, barely a month old, by top US pop star Luron Vale. The track was already in the Billboard Top 10 with over 278 million streams. Vale was famous for his unique tone, minimalist lyrics, and emotional delivery. And here was Dayo, not only nailing the tone and emotion, but also rewriting the lyrics without losing the soul of the song. It wasn't perfect, his voice still had room to grow, but the emotion and piano playing carried it. What sealed it was the fact that Dayo could also rap, something rare among artists who could deliver slow, impactful ballads. Luron Vale himself reposted the video, captioning, "This guy aced the tone. Where's his handle? I'd like to meet him." For an artist with over 60 million followers across platforms to acknowledge Dayo, that was huge. The repost pushed Dayo into the spotlight overnight. Of course, Vale's move wasn't entirely selfless. It also revived hype for his song, which had started to slow down. But still, for Dayo, it was a win. Unaware of all this, Dayo was in the restaurant kitchen, helping out. He sliced ingredients like a pro, chatting with the staff, and making quick friends. His years of communication skills and easy charm worked effortlessly, and his good looks didn't hurt either. When he asked to help out, head chef Temari Jerry, a Frenchman in his mid-50s, was skeptical. "You have to prove you can cook first. Make something, and then I'll decide." Dayo grinned. Challenge accepted. He handed his phone to a nearby worker. "Record this for me." Chapter 12 viral? Dayo smiled as he expected. He turned to a man, handed him his phone to film him, and said, "Challenge accepted." The restaurant had passed its rush hour, so everyone relaxed and gathered around, watching what Dayo was about to cook. The kitchen came alive with a gentle hum. Dayo moved with purpose, his eyes focused, his hands confident. He grabbed a sharp chef's knife and quickly diced ripe red bell peppers, juicy cherry tomatoes, and thinly sliced red onions, the knife cutting through with ease. The ingredients sizzled softly as he tossed the peppers and onions into a hot pan with a splash of olive oil, the satisfying crackle filling the air. Next, he seasoned a tender chicken breast with salt, pepper, and a sprinkle of paprika for depth. He laid it gently on the grill, the sound of sizzling promising a perfect sear. Meanwhile, he mixed fresh lemon juice with chopped basil, garlic, and a drizzle of honey, creating a bright, zesty herb sauce. He worked with smooth precision, flipping the chicken once it turned golden brown, then glazing it with his lemon-basil mixture. The aroma of citrus and garlic filled the air, mingling with the smoky scent of the chicken. Dayo plated his creation, lean, juicy chicken atop a bed of sautéed peppers, onions, and cherry tomatoes, finished with a drizzle of the vibrant lemon herb sauce. The onlookers, including Temari Jerry, watched in quiet admiration. Dayo's movements were fluid and confident, like he'd done this hundreds of times before, making culinary magic look effortless. It wasn't just cooking, it was an art form, quick, clean, and undeniably impressive. Even Jerry himself couldn't do it as effortlessly, and he had been cooking for more than 20 years. With a sigh, he looked at Dayo. "All right, fine. You can work here, but make sure you stay close." "All right. Thanks, Jerry." Just as Dayo was about to start helping out, he heard a familiar voice scream his name. "Dayo, where are you?" It was his little sister, Janet. She walked in and looked at Dayo like some kind of freak. "Have you checked your phone?" Dayo was confused. No, what's up?" Without saying anything, she scrolled through her social media platform and showed him his newly created accounts. The account he'd left at less than 1,500 followers was now close to 100,000. To be precise, 96,756, and counting on TikTok, more than 50,000 on Instagram, and over 30,000 on Twitter. This was huge. The video of him singing had more than 1.6 million likes and 20,000 comments. He looked at his sister and asked, shocked, "How?" Janet looked at Dayo. She knew her brother had changed, but she didn't believe he could change so much to be this popular. Well, this is what happened. After hearing this, Dayo smiled. He felt lucky, maybe because of his transmigration. That's why he had this luck, because he knew how hard opportunities like this were to come by. "So what's next now?" Janet asked, looking at Dayo, who just smiled at her. "Well, I keep grinding and improving my abilities. Anyway, I need your help. I've edited a video of myself cooking, so could you help me upload it to my social media accounts?" "I can't right now," he said, showing his hand holding a chicken. Fine. You owe me one again," she said as she took off. While working in the kitchen, Dayo's mind started racing. He wanted to secure himself before moving on to compete on the show, as he would need support to win. He needed a label, but he didn't want to be under someone else's control, signing a deal that wouldn't favor him. He knew this from experience. He knew how the industry worked. He thought about creating his label, but that was no easy feat, and he didn't have the time. He was on a deadline. Buying an existing label might be faster, but he first needed to identify the right one. Ding. What now? Achievement. Over 100,000 social media followers. Achievement reward. Singing acceleration card. Effect. Accelerate your singing ability. Duration, 30 days. Dayo looked stunned. He had never known that the system gave rewards for achievements. He made a mental note to study the system more to see if there were other surprises. For now, he decided to head to the studio and try to meet Laurent Vale. Being friends with him could help. "So, did you check out the person I told you about?" Misha asked, sitting down. In front of her was a man in his 40s. "Yes, Ma. I did, and this is what I found," he said, handing her a folder. Misha read for about 20 minutes before looking up. "Is the information in this correct, Bran?" "Yes, Ma, but one of the scandals seems suspicious. The cover-up was quick, so we weren't able to get much information." "All right, keep an eye on him and try to approach him with a deal as a B-level artist." "Should the boss know about this?" Misha looked at Bran with cold eyes. "Not a word. Is that clear?" Bran, used to this tone, nodded. "Yes, ma'am. You can leave now." Bran left the office without looking back. Misha whispered to herself, "So, what's your deal, Dayo? You have my attention now, and I will find out all that you're hiding." Chapter 13, The Offer. "Achoo, who is talking about me?" Dayo muttered as he kept his eyes on the road. He was heading to a studio, specifically, a record label he found interesting. Upon reaching the label office, he asked the receptionist about his appointment. She froze for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly as though trying to place him. "You look familiar. Are you JD?" she asked. Dayo nodded, a little confused at her reaction. "Right? You're here for an appointment, correct?" Yes, I have a meeting with your boss. The receptionist checked the registry and then pointed. You can head to the right, then the office on your left. Actually, I'll show you myself. She led him down the hall and stopped at a door. This is the office, Mr. Dayo. Dayo gave a polite smile. His expression shifted in an instant, his aura becoming more focused, and he knocked before pushing the door open. Inside, the office was neatly arranged. Behind the desk sat a woman in her early 30s, eyes fixed on her computer. Her skin was pale, her dark green eyes sharp, her hair neatly trimmed. She wore a fitted office gown that emphasized her figure. She looked up with a professional smile. Good morning, Mr. Dayo. I've been expecting you. Please, have a seat. Dayo nodded and took a seat across from her. Though she was beautiful, he didn't let it show on his face. He was here for business. Morning, Mrs. Villari. I received your email, and here I am, he said, leaning back slightly, completely at ease. This unsettled Villari. She had expected him to be a bit nervous. She had sent him an email saying her label was interested in him and inviting him to discuss a contract. Honestly, she hadn't expected a reply. She'd seen his performances online and knew that even if the big 5 labels didn't approach him, plenty of others would. The fact that he responded made her think she'd struck gold, but now, looking at him, she wasn't sure she liked his confidence. Still, she kept her expression neutral. Indeed, I did, she said. But I don't see an agent with you. Does that mean you don't have one? No, I don't need one yet. We haven't discussed anything. Dayo smirked. He knew this tactic well. It was a classic industry move to act concerned, creating the illusion of goodwill to gain trust. And while she was a beautiful woman, which would have most men his age flustered, Dayo wasn't just any man. He might act flirty at times, but he was always in control. Any woman he couldn't control, he wouldn't pursue deeply. Villari studied him for a moment, realizing he wasn't naive. With a sigh, she said, Before we get into business, I'm curious. With all the attention you've been getting online, I'm sure other labels have contacted you. So why come here? Not that I'm complaining, but compared to the big players, my label is a small temple. Dayo chuckled softly, enough to make her pause at the warmth of his smile. Then he leaned forward. Well, first off, your reputation precedes you. I know enough to choose the label that suits me best. But before I answer your question, how about you show me what you're offering? Then I'll tell you why I'm here. Very well, have it your way. She pulled a document from beneath her desk and handed it to him. Dayo took the file, deliberately brushing her hand briefly. Then, lowering his head, he began reading, and was surprised by what the document contained. The term of this agreement shall be for a period of 3 years from the date of signing, with an option to renew for an additional 2 years. The artist shall deliver a minimum of 2 albums, containing at least 10 tracks, within the first 12 months of the term. The label shall have the option to require the artist to record 1 additional album. Royalties. The label shall pay the artist a royalty rate of 15% of net sales for physical album sales. For digital sales, the royalty rate shall be 20% of net sales. For streaming, the royalty rate shall be 25% of net receipts. Copyright. The label shall own the copyright in and to the recordings, the masters. The artist shall retain the copyright in and to the musical compositions, the compositions. The label shall administer the masters, and the artist shall administer the compositions. Advances. The label shall pay the artist an advance of $10,000 upon signing this agreement. The advance shall be recouped by the label from royalties earned by the artist. Marketing and promotion. The label shall provide a marketing budget of $20,000 for the artist's first album. The label shall work with the artist to develop a marketing plan. Creative control. The artist shall have creative control over the musical compositions and recordings. The label shall have final approval over all marketing and promotional materials. Termination. Either party may terminate this agreement upon written notice if the other party breaches any provision of this agreement. If the artist wishes to terminate this agreement before delivering 2 albums, the artist shall pay penalty fee of $100,000 to the label. If the artist has delivered 1 album but wishes to terminate before delivering the second album, the artist shall pay a penalty fee of $50,000 to the label. Chapter 14. The Counteroffer. Dayo reread the document again to be sure he was seeing correctly. He had been expecting an exaggerated contract, But what lay before him gave him a strange smile. On a normal day, a label would not offer an artist less than a 5-year contract, and the penalty fee for leaving would be outrageous, designed to make any artist think twice before moving to another label. Seeing this contract, Dayo knew he had found a good one. He had scouted different labels before deciding on this one because the manager had an eye for talent and knew how to keep it, or better yet, give enough leeway so that both parties would have as little conflict as possible. His research showed that the label had no more than 4 artists, each with a B rating or higher, meaning the manager valued talent over sheer numbers. Although the label was new, most of its artists were already doing well, and with the right resources and songs, they would make waves. Another factor in his decision was that the label took the artist's behavior into account, something rare in the industry. Normally, as long as an artist could sing and make money, a label would overlook any misconduct. Scandals were handled by giving the artist a break while PR teams cleaned things up, especially with big record labels that could control the media. Dayo didn't completely disapprove of this, but he had his own bottom line. If he ran a label, he would prefer artists who caused fewer problems. Any artist with bad character would have to leave. That was non-negotiable. Being a Black American, his parents had strictly raised him to be disciplined and respectful. As for contracts, he believed in fairness, but also in protecting the fruits of one's labor. If he provided an artist with the platform, resources, and music, he wouldn't let someone else reap the rewards. However, if an artist was reasonable and approached him before making a move, he would be willing to give them leeway. After all, the industry was a small place. "Mrs. Valerie, you surprise me with this contract," Dayo said, looking up into her eyes. "I hope it's in a good way." Valerie smirked, intrigued to hear his reply. She knew that, although her label was small, this was one of the best deals a rookie could get in the industry. "Yes, in a good way," Dayo replied, "but I have a counteroffer." He pulled out a document and handed it to Valerie. Her expression shifted from curiosity to slight disbelief. She had just given him one of the best contracts he would likely receive at this early stage, yet here he was, saying he had a counteroffer. A flicker of irritation passed through her, but she smirked and took the document anyway. After reading it, her emotions were mixed. She had expected something ridiculous, but instead, Dayo's proposal laid out the flaws of her label, its strengths, and how to fix them. He also proposed becoming partners. "You really are full of surprises, Dayo," she said, gazing at him. Smiling, Dayo raised his hand. "Well, what can I say, Mrs. Valerie? I'm a miracle myself. So what do you say?" Valerie looked back at the document. It stated that he wanted 85% of her label, that he would arrange songs for new artists, and that they would sign new contracts. He had also listed 10 of his written songs, the quality of which shocked her. Still, she had to play her cards right. "As much as the contract and options you've given are nice, I can't help but doubt that you have the ability to deliver songs and produce them, especially the producing part. I can understand writing songs, but producing is an entirely different world," she said. Dayo smirked, as if expecting this. "Okay, how about a bet?" "What's the bet?" Valerie asked curiously. "I'll stake 30% of my shares, if you agree to sell part of your label, and you'll stake 5%. If I can self-produce a song that sounds better than anything your producers have made, I win." He paused briefly, then asked, "So, what do you say, Mrs. Valerie?" Valerie thought about it. Dayo might be a genius artist, but music production takes years, decades, to master. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't beat her producers. After all, her label offered production services for independent artists, and it was one of her main sources of income. Independent artists chose her label not only for the price, but also for the quality. In the low-end production market, they were ranked among the top 5. She doubted she would lose. She smiled to herself, thinking Dayo was arrogant for assuming his talent as an artist meant he could compete with professional producers. "All right, I agree. But first, let's sign the agreement for the record deal." Her main reason for signing with Dayo was that her label lacked the financial strength to push her artists further. It had been running for less than 3 years, yet had grown remarkably. Many investors had approached her, but she refused them. They were either too greedy or brought nothing of value. Dayo, however, already had songs with potential. "I have a question that keeps bothering me," Valerie said. "Oh, please do ask." Chapter 15, A bet. Oh, please do ask. With the quality of songs you have, why not go to other labels for a more profitable deal? Oh, that's simple freedom. Freedom to control what I sing and when I sing. Freedom not to be bossed around or toyed with like a puppet, like the industry does with newbie artists. I don't want to become someone's cash cow. I just want to sing and enjoy doing it. Valerie was stunned at his answer. At first, it confused her, but after a moment of reflection, she realized what Dayo said made sense, something most artists failed to understand. So, Mrs. Valerie, you can call your lawyer and let's sign the agreement. Valerie nodded, made a few quick calls, and minutes later, her lawyer walked in. He reviewed the contract Dayo brought, gave her the go-ahead, and she signed over 85% of the label for $300,000. The lawyer then drafted the bet agreement. Within a week, the contract was signed, and Dayo now owned 85% of the label. With everything set, they moved to the recording studio. There, Dayo met the label's producer, a man in his late 40s, and an artist from the label. So, this is Dayo, the new biggest shareholder of Van Label, now JD Label. He's also an artist and a producer. She began the introductions. This is Wayne, our chief producer. He handles all the artist's work and owns 3% of the label. And next to him is Lois, one of our 4 artists. We're currently working on her first album. Dayo smiled and approached Wayne. I've heard of you and your work. Wayne gave a polite but guarded smile. Oh, really? He studied Dayo. Wayne had seen his videos and couldn't deny the young man's talent. But the fact that Dayo believed he could outperform him was almost insulting to his decades of production experience. Dayo understood Wayne's feelings. If the roles were reversed, if someone claimed they were a better producer than him, he would feel the same way. So he didn't take it personally. His gaze then shifted to Lois. She had blonde hair, fair skin, and a gaze that lingered on him, somewhat provocative. He simply smiled and assessed her potential. Lois. Status, local star. Singing level, C+. Writing level, D. Acting skill, E+. Visual, C+. Instrument levels. Guitar, C+. Piano, C. Potential, B+. Skills, harmony. Ability to blend and sing well with others. Dayo nodded to himself. Valerie's artist scouting was indeed sharp. None of them were below a B in potential. Even if they couldn't become global superstars, they could still reach household name status in various countries. It was a strong foundation. So, the rule is simple. Since we're preparing for Lois' album, I have a song I think would suit her. We'll both take 1 week each to arrange the song with Lois. At the end of the 2 weeks, we'll have all the producers and artists vote on which version sounds better. You can go first. Wayne nodded. Very well. It sounds fair. I just hope you don't end up regretting this. Dayo ignored the provocation and turned to Lois. Clear your schedule for the next 2 weeks. You'll be busy, and I don't tolerate lateness or laziness. Lois felt a strange mix of annoyance and respect. She was older than him, but he was her boss now, so she swallowed her pride. Yes. Dayo nodded and left the room. He's definitely going to lose, Lois said, watching him go. Yeah, seems likely. He acts all high and mighty. Why did you accept him as a boss? I understand we were almost bankrupt, but why him? Wayne asked, looking at Valerie. Well, for many reasons. Here's one. She handed Wayne a sheet containing lyrics and a music score. Wayne glanced at it, initially unimpressed, until his eyes widened in shock. This is amazing. How can someone so young come up with this? That's exactly what I thought when I saw it. So do you still have a problem with me handing him a large part of the shares? Wayne sighed. Deep down, he knew these songs, if given to established singers, could top the charts for at least 2 weeks. In fact, he felt giving some of them to Lois was a bit of a waste, not because she couldn't sing them, but because the full potential might not be realized. Make sure you study the lyrics and sound carefully. This song is a rare opportunity, Wayne said, his tone cold and serious. Lois, who still hadn't seen the lyrics, was thrilled. If Wayne and Valerie were reacting like this, the song had to be special. No problem, Wayne. I won't disappoint you. From a young age, Lois had been told she had a beautiful voice. She sang in church choirs, school bands, and later online. All she wanted was fame. While she could sing, she couldn't compose, so she stuck to covering other people's songs until Valerie signed her. Her first single hadn't exploded like she dreamed, but it made her a local star, recognizable by at least 1 in 10 people in New York. Now, with this song in her hands, she felt this might be her big break. Chapter 16. Jad's Restaurants. Mom, where did Dayo go? Janet asked Abishala while wolfing down the chicken soup in front of her. Abishala smiled at her youngest child. He went out for business. That's all he told me. He said when he comes back, he'll explain more. She then turned toward her youngest son, who seemed lost in thought, a faint bruise showing on his face. How was school, Jeffrey? Jeffrey, whose mind was occupied with different thoughts, smiled at his mother while subtly trying to cover the bruise with his hand. Boring as always. Nothing much happened. Just a regular day. Abishala knew he was lying, but she had learned from what happened with Dayo not to push too much. Pressing could make things worse. She simply smiled. All right, you guys can start packing up. Dayo's here already. Dayo walked into the restaurant, which was now devoid of customers. Mama, how was business today? Fine and slow as usual, Abishala replied, lying through her teeth. In truth, the restaurant had been losing customers steadily. Dayo smiled knowingly. His mother didn't want to trouble him. He made a mental note to help her settle the issue after he was done with his recording work. All right, Mama, so where are Jeffrey and Janet? They went to pack up? Oh, Dayo, I want you to talk to Jeffrey. I think he's being bullied, Abishala said worriedly. Dayo looked shocked, but nodded before walking to the rest area. There, he saw Janet busy on her phone, while Jeffrey sat by the window, staring outside, looking lost. You? What are my little ones doing? Dayo shouted dramatically, making them both flinch. Janet's eyes lit up, and she ran over to hug him, immediately launching into a rambling account of her day. Dayo listened quietly, giving her the attention she craved before gently sending her off. He turned to his brother. They performed their signature handshake, the one they'd created when they were younger. Dayo smiled. So, you want to talk about it? Jeffrey flinched slightly, but played dumb. What are you talking about, bro? Dayo sighed at his brother's pitiful attempt to hide things. He reached out and pointed to the bruise. Look at me, bro, whatever's going on, you have to talk to me. I'm not here to lecture you. I'm here to understand. Remember, we promised not to hide anything from each other. So spill. Jeffrey smirked awkwardly. Man, must you always guilt-trip me? Dayo shrugged. It's not like you don't do the same to me. They paused, then burst into loud laughter, going on for nearly a minute before catching their breath, only to start again. Jeffrey's smile was genuine. It had been a while since he'd laughed like that. Somehow, it always felt like Dayo understood him better than anyone. That was why, when Dayo had left, Jeffrey had been deeply affected, though he'd never shown it. So, Dayo prompted as they walked outside together. Jeffrey glanced at his brother, the one he saw as his role model. And it wasn't hard to see why. Anything Dayo tried, he almost always excelled at. Swimming had been Jeffrey's hobby, but when Dayo tried it for his sake, he'd ended up surpassing Jeffrey's own best times. Times that were comparable to top athletes on the national level. Dayo had also been top of his class throughout school, and he handled people, especially women, with an easy confidence that gave him a quiet, commanding charm. What happened was, Jeffrey sighed, tugging at the frayed edge of his hoodie. There's this senior, Eddie. 12th grade. Real jerk. He's always targeting the quiet kids. Started messing with me about 2 weeks ago. At first, it was just dumb stuff, calling me teacher's pet, asking if I was applying to Harvard or something. I didn't care. Dayo stayed silent, arms folded. But it got worse. Jeffrey continued, lowering his voice. Last Friday, he poured Gatorade in my locker. I told Mr. Clarkson, but he just shrugged and told me to work it out and avoid confrontation, whatever that means. Dayo's jaw tightened. Yesterday after gym, I was walking through the back hallway near the bleachers. No cameras there. Eddie and 2 of his guys blocked me. They said I needed to chill and stop making the rest of the class look dumb. Before I could walk away, Eddie shoved me against the wall and said if I act smart again, next time it'll be worse. Jeffrey touched the bruise on his cheek. He sucker punched me. One of the others kicked my bag. My phone screen cracked. I didn't even fight back. Just froze. He forced a laugh. Guess I'm not built like you, bro. Hearing this, Dayo smiled faintly. Something similar had happened to him in his past life. The only difference was, he had confided in his father back then, who taught him self-defense. Reporting hadn't helped because of discrimination, so he had to stop the bullying the hard way. He could still remember it like yesterday. It was the turning point that gave him the confidence to face any problem, knowing there was always a solution. It's all right. I can help you. Starting tomorrow, you'll train with me in the garage. We move at 6 a.m. No sluggishness, okay? Yeah, but when did you learn martial arts? Jeffrey asked, genuinely confused. He didn't remember Dayo having any interest in fighting before. Dayo almost slipped, forgetting for a moment that this wasn't his old world. He smirked and flicked Jeffrey's forehead. Of course, when I was in the UK. I got stabbed there, remember? Jeffrey's eyes widened. Wait, what happened? It's true, Dayo said, showing the faint scar. Some guy tried to rob me. I refused to give up my wallet, and he stabbed me. Luckily, it wasn't deep. But that's when I decided to learn martial arts. Best decision I ever made. Jeffrey looked at the scar quietly, a mixture of shock and respect in his eyes. He nodded slowly, and for the first time that day, some of the tension in his shoulders seemed to ease. Chapter 17 New Week. A week passed quickly. During that time, Dayo began teaching his younger brother martial arts, something that surprised everyone in his family, especially his father. His father instantly recognized it as a standard martial art used by soldiers. When he asked where Dayo had learned it, Dayo gave him the excuse that the gym instructor he had learnt from was an ex-military man who had taught him. Janet, curious and unwilling to be left out, also said she wanted to learn. Dayo agreed, since he had a bit of spare time during the day. Most of his time, however, was divided between going to the studio to work on the beat for the competition with Wayne and spending time with his family. Since Dayo already knew exactly how the beat should sound, creating it didn't take him long. Once it was done, all that remained was to wait for Wayne to record his own version of the song they had chosen for Lois. While waiting, Dayo dedicated more hours to his family and their restaurant. He introduced changes to the menu and rearranged the seating layout, small adjustments that surprised his mother. He also added new dishes, personally teaching them to Jerry, the head chef, who couldn't stop singing Dayo's praises. But Dayo didn't stop there. He gave the restaurant a light makeover and introduced something new, videos of him cooking and singing. He also began inviting guests to dine while he was present. The results were remarkable. Dayo's good looks, combined with his talent for both singing and cooking, attracted attention. Many of the new customers who came were women, and they began idolizing him, though a few men came as well, and none of them left disappointed. His dishes didn't just look good, they tasted fantastic. The increased demand was so overwhelming that they had to hire 3 additional staff members to keep up with the influx of guests, especially at night. Dayo also introduced a special couples night at the restaurant, where he would perform live for couples while they dined. The response was mind-blowing. The reservations were fully booked for an entire month within the week. As expected, his social media exploded. His TikTok followers surged past 100,000. His Instagram followers climbed to 95,457, and his Twitter followers reached 46,489. The hype was perfect for promotion, and Dayo used it to his advantage. He did a duet with Lois. He played the piano while she sang. Their skills complemented each other, and the performance helped promote her as well. What most people didn't know was that Dayo was using these sessions to study her voice, her style, and even her personality. The public mistook their closeness as a sign they were dating. Dayo didn't bother denying it, not because it was true, but because the rumor would keep Lois in the spotlight until he was ready to reveal the truth. Valerie and Wayne were quietly stunned. In their years in the industry, they had rarely seen such a carefully executed publicity move pulled off without a single mistake. Dayo kept an air of mystery about their relationship, and it worked. The second week came, and today was the day Dayo would start recording Lois's song. The previous week, it was Wayne's turn to work with Lois, and he was impressed with Wayne's skills. His morning began the same way it often did, an early jog with Jeffrey, joined by Janet A. Little later. Afterward came martial arts practice. Janet was learning judo, a style more practical for women, while Jeffrey was being trained in mixed martial arts. Weeks of training and a controlled diet had already left Jeffrey looking a bit more muscular. After training, Dayo dropped the 2 off at school and then drove straight to the label, which was only about 30 minutes away. So, Lois, tell us what it's like working so closely with the boss, a female staff member asked. Lois, who had been the center of attention lately, smirked slightly. What can I say? He's okay, I guess. She enjoyed the curiosity and attention, but kept her tone modest. Overdoing it could cause unnecessary problems, and she had learned from her time with Dayo that, though fun and easygoing at times, he was strict and principled when it came to work. They gossiped for a while before Dayo walked in, wearing neatly pressed black trousers and a crisp white shirt with the first 2 buttons undone. His steps were calm, not too fast, not too slow. Lois, meet me in the recording studio. Let's get started, Dayo said after greeting the staff. Inside the studio, Valerie and Wayne were already seated with a few other staff members. Dayo took the central ergonomic swivel chair, the studio's lights dimming to a soft blue glow. In front of him, the DAW, digital audio workstation, interface filled the large screen. Below it sat his custom Akai MPK 249 MIDI controller. He inserted a USB flash drive into the audio interface, opened the Ableton Live project file, and made a few quick adjustments to the master volume. His fingers moved with precision as he activated the monitoring channels, checked the compression and EQ balance, and confirmed the reverb settings on the auxiliary tracks. Looking through the glass into the recording booth, he addressed Lois. I'm going to play you the instrumental. Just hum along, get a feel for the flow. We'll do a rough vocal scratch afterward, all right? Lois, slightly nervous but mostly excited, gave a thumbs up. Without further words, Dayo pressed the space bar. The studio monitors lit up with sound. It began with a warm analog pad, lush and cinematic. A filtered arpeggiator slowly crept in, pulsing like a heartbeat. Then came the kick, deep, tight, perfectly sidechained to a silky 808 bass line. A faint, warped vocal chop echoed in the background, haunting and ethereal. Wayne's smug look disappeared in less than 5 seconds. Next came the layered rhythm, syncopated hi-hats, organic claps, and a subtle snare roll that seemed to anticipate every beat. The panning automation made the entire track feel alive, surrounding the room. Valerie blinked in disbelief. Jesus, she whispered. Wayne leaned forward, his jaw tightening. He couldn't believe Dayo had produced this. The difference between his instrumental beat and Dayo's was like night and day, heaven and earth. In the booth, Lois unconsciously tightened her grip on the headphones, eyes closed as she hummed along. Her voice blended into the melody as if the instrumental had been created just for her. When the track faded out, the room stayed silent for a moment. Valerie was the first to speak. What in the actual hell did I just hear? Dayo turned slightly, raising an eyebrow. Just a warm-up. Wayne shook his head slowly. That beat, you made it? Who else would it be? Dayo replied with a smirk. Even the studio tech in the corner clapped quietly. This is grade A production. Lois pulled off her headphones, cheeks flushed. Can we run it again? I want to hum through the second verse too. Dayo gave a small smile. Let's do it. Chapter 18, Best Part. Lois, listening to the instrumental, felt calm and a little shocked as the acoustic guitar tone first played. Inside, she knew this instrumental hit deeper than Wayne's. She hummed softly along to the tune, finding it easier to flow within Wayne's track. Then she gave Dayo the go-ahead. She was ready to record. Dayo leaned back in the producer's chair, fingers dancing across the console with practiced ease. His hands moved like muscle memory, tweaking EQ levels, trimming ambient noise, prepping the vocal track. The room went still. No chatter, no distractions. Just the low hum of anticipation and Lois' soft voice as it broke the silence. Oh, you don't know, babe. When you hold me and kiss me slowly, it's the sweetest thing. And it don't change. If I had it my way, you would know that you are. Lois sang gently, almost like a whisper. Her tone carried a raw sweetness. Not perfect, but honest. Dayo leaned forward, catching the slight tremble in her pitch. He didn't stop her. He loved it. It was real. He tapped a few keys, isolating her vocals slightly and softening the high end to keep the intimacy intact. You're the coffee that I need in the morning. You're my sunshine in the rain when it's pouring. Won't you give yourself to me? Give it all, oh. I just want to see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I'll follow, no matter how far. If life is a movie, then you're the best part. Oh, you're the best part, ooh. Oh, best part. Her voice cracked a little on beautiful, and Dayo smiled. He pulled that note out, looped it, then stacked a gentle harmony underneath, his own voice humming behind hers. Just enough to give it soul. Just enough to make it feel like a slow confession. It's this sunrise. And those brown eyes, yes. You're the one that I desire. When we wake up, and then we make love, it makes me feel so nice. That line hung in the air. There was a pause. Then Dayo stood up. Everyone glanced over. Even Lois looked puzzled as he entered the booth with a second mic. No announcement. No warning. Just a quiet nod to her before he began, singing softly and calmly. You're my water when I'm stuck in the desert. You're the Tylenol I take when my head hurts. You're the sunshine on my life. Dayo took a deep breath before singing with every ounce of his being. He already knew exactly how he wanted it to sound. Slow, gentle, deliberate. I just want to see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I'll follow, no matter how far. If life is a movie, then you're the best part. Oh, you're the best part. Oh, best part, you're the best part. His voice was smooth and hauntingly soft. Every word fell into place like puzzle pieces. Then came the chorus again, and this time, he tilted his head toward her. She understood. Lois joined in. Their voices didn't clash. They danced. Blended. It wasn't a duet. It was a conversation sung in a shared language only the two of them seemed to understand. If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? Say something. If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you? The song wasn't officially a duet, but the weaving of both Dayo and Lois' voices felt like magic, as if they were telling a story only they knew. Eyes closed, they sang like they were inside their own world. If you love me, won't you say something? Say something. If you love me, won't you? Ah. If you love me, won't you say something? Say something. If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? Say something. If you love me, won't you? Ah. If you love me, won't you say something? Say something. If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you? When they were done, the room was quiet. Lois opened her eyes slowly. Her lips parted like she'd just woken from a dream. She was shocked and a little lost as she looked at Dayo, who only smiled softly and walked out of the recording room. The track faded. Silence. Then the room erupted, not in loud applause, but in that quiet, only real producers and audiophiles shared. It was the kind of silence that meant respect. Wayne and Valerie looked at each other. They knew the bet was lost, but it didn't bother them, because what they had just witnessed was beyond anything they'd expected. Valerie muttered under her breath, "Damn, this is rich." In the control room, no one clapped. No one dared break the silence. It wasn't the kind of moment you cheered for. It was the kind you remembered. Wayne nodded slowly, eyes fixed on the console screen. That's an understatement. Did you hear that? The synergy? The way the beat gave them space, the way their voices wrapped around it. His voice was reverent, not resentful. This is world-class work. He turned to Dayo with a smirk. My man, I've got to give it to you. You fooled me real smooth. How did you pull that off? Dayo chuckled calmly. What exactly are you talking about? Wayne grinned and shook his head. Come on. That instrumental, the layering, the timing, the way you patched her voice without losing her natural tone. I thought you'd rely on pitch correction or masking, but you did it raw, clean, with finesse. Since when did you start producing this good? I feel embarrassed to have thought I could compare, Wayne admitted with a small laugh. Well, to be fair, I started producing instrumentals when I was 8. I just honed my skills since then. No need to be hard on yourself, and honestly, if I were in your shoes and someone my age said those words to me, I'd act the same, Dayo replied, downplaying his skills to keep things calm. Wayne, still impressed, kept asking questions about how Dayo managed certain things in the mix. Dayo answered casually, multitasking as he continued editing the entire recording session. I'm done, he finally said, leaning back with quiet satisfaction. Chapter 19, Deals and Decisions. I'm done, Dayo said as he hit the play button. The whole room went silent. 3 straight minutes of stunned stillness. Lois slowly removed her headphones, her eyes wide. That was my voice. Dayo nodded. Your voice. My mix. Our song. Wayne was still amazed. I truly lost this bet without a doubt. Oh, come on, Wayne. No need to be that hard on yourself. You know what? Let's just forget the bet, Dayo said with a small smile, glancing at Valerie. No, a bet is a bet. We lost, so we have to concede, Valerie replied firmly. Are you sure? Yes. If we can't keep this little agreement between us, then I believe we've failed. Dayo smiled knowingly. This was what he wanted to see. He had been testing them. Even though they'd only worked together for a few weeks, he knew that people's true colors often showed when there was something to gain. Greed crept in easily. He needed to be certain he wasn't working with money-hungry opportunists, especially since, very soon, he'd have to leave the company in their hands while he prepared for the competition and focused on other plans. Very well then. We'll continue this later. Lois, meet me afterward. We're not done recording yet. There are still some errors to correct. Wayne, Valerie, I want to see you both to discuss something. Elsewhere. Paul, what's this I'm seeing? Urich asked Vivian's manager, showing him a video of Dayo singing. Paul's confusion was obvious. Sir, when I asked her, she told me he had a condition that wouldn't allow him to sing. And does this, Urich said, pointing at the video, look like someone who doesn't know how to sing? Paul bowed his head, a mix of shame and anger stirring in him. Vivian had caused him more trouble than he had ever faced in his career. You do realize that with the attention he's getting, people will get curious and start digging. That will bring a lot of unwanted attention at this critical time, especially with her album in line now, Urich warned, taking a deep breath and drinking from the bottle of water beside him. So, go and confirm things with Vivian. Get more information about what he's doing. Yes, sir. Paul replied immediately, standing to leave. Dayo, you're making things difficult for me, Urich muttered, pausing before deciding to make a call. Back at Dayo's office, the sound of typing filled the room until a knock interrupted him. Come in, he called. Wayne and Valerie entered almost simultaneously. Dayo, you said you wanted to see us? Finally looking up from his system, Dayo gestured to the chairs. Yes, please sit down. The reason I called you in is to plan how things will run while I'm competing in the global stage competition. I want us to expand our media coverage to reach at least all U.S. states. Both Wayne and Valerie froze, eyes wide. That was nearly impossible in such a short time. Reading their expressions, Dayo smiled. I know what you're thinking, that it's impossible. Well, kind of, but not completely. I've done some research, and I'm allocating $100,000 to start. By then, Lois's album should be out, and we'll have some financial stability. He leaned back. For now, we need to expand our reach, not just for Lois, but because I'll need it when competing. You know how fierce the competition is and how much it relies on publicity. Even with judges, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Valerie raised a hand. Sorry to interrupt, but you sound so sure the fans will pick you. Not that I doubt you, but we all know it's mostly household record labels that control this. How do you plan to get a spot? Forgive me. I should have explained. Dayo went on to reveal how Vivian had initially wanted to use him, how he had turned the situation around, and secured a deal with UC Records. He also explained that Urich owed him a favor and that this was how he planned to cash it in. He had already confirmed the label had no artists they wanted to push this year, making it easy for him to ask. Valerie nodded in understanding. They moved on to discuss other company issues, with Dayo offering solutions or temporary fixes, leaving both Wayne and Valerie impressed. While they were still talking, Dayo's phone rang. Ring. Haha, Mr. Urich. Good day to you. I was just planning on calling you, Dayo answered. Dayo, good day to you as well. That's a surprise. And what would be the reason for your call? Well, you do remember we had a deal, right? Of course. How could I forget a deal that cost me more than $500,000? Oh, Mr. Urich. We both know that deal favored you more than it did me, right? There was a pause before Urich sighed. Yes, indeed. So, what's the reason for your call? I'm here to redeem the favor you owe me. Oh, okay. I'm listening. Well, Mr. Urich, I'm sure you're aware of the global stage competition? Silence. Urich's breath hitched before he calmed himself. Of course. This is the biggest and hardest singing competition in the world today, with an audience of over 2 billion fans. Haha, then I'll be straight with you. I want a spot for the raffle draw. I'm sure your label has one and no one to represent you, which is why I'm calling. Dayo, you're putting me in a tight spot here. You know that? Yes, I do. So what's your condition? How about joining my label? Don't worry, I'll offer you an A-plus level contract with company shares. Mr. Urich, I'm flattered, but I have to decline. Why? I thought we parted on good terms. We did, but I'm already signed to a label. What? How have I not heard about this? Which label? Is it one of the big six? No, it's just a small label. No news flash, no big announcement. And no, I wouldn't want to change. Well, I had to try. Anyway, my condition is simple. The matter with Vivian stays as it is. She had a strong debut with the song you created, and she's my cash cow right now, looking to release an album very soon. Of course, Mr. Urich. As long as she avoids stirring things up, I have no problem keeping it that way. But if she tries anything funny, I'll respond accordingly. Very well. Let's make this formal to avoid any misunderstanding and get the facts straight. Agreed. Chapter 20. An idea. A week passed. Dayo signed a non-disclosure agreement with Urich, both agreeing that as long as Vivian kept quiet, he would too. Not long after, he returned to the US and activated the card. Effect: accelerate your singing ability. Duration: 30 days. The effect kicked in almost instantly, sharpening his vocal control, expanding his range, and deepening his emotional delivery. During this month, Dayo threw himself into rigorous vocal training, continued mentoring Wayne, and fully immersed himself in producing Lois's upcoming tracks. He was also adjusting well to this new world, its news, culture, and trends. He made a habit of watching global news and entertainment updates daily, knowing that the next big opportunity could appear anywhere. One evening, while watching a segment on upcoming international events, his eyes lit up. The World Cup, the biggest sporting event on the planet. Billions of eyes. One global stage. An idea struck like lightning. If there was ever a moment to create something unforgettable, something that could electrify stadiums and hearts across continents, it was now. Then it hit him, Hall of Fame, by the script featuring will.i.am. The perfect anthem, motivational, grand, aspirational. Every word laced with ambition and grit. Standing in the Hall of Fame, and the world's gonna know your name. But as Dayo replayed it in his mind with a producer's ear, he felt something missing. It had energy, yes, but it lacked emotional warmth. The hard-hitting male delivery worked, but it was one-dimensional. He imagined weaving in a female voice, something softer but equally powerful. A voice that could reflect the emotional side of victory, the struggle, the hope, the pride. Not just balance, but humanize the song. Make it universal. With the idea mapped out, he knew he needed eyes watching while making his move. He called Wayne, Valerie, and the PR team to share his plan. Elsewhere, Vivian, what the F? How could this happen? And you didn't give me a heads up? Paul shouted, visibly furious. What are you talking about, Paul? Vivian frowned. Your boyfriend, that's who I'm talking about. He screamed at her, showing her the video of Dayo singing. Her heart skipped as she watched the video. Why would he lie to me? She had always believed she could control Dayo. But now, realizing he had kept such a secret, she felt a flicker of unease. I'm sorry, Paul. This is news to me, too. I've been busy with signing events and shows for the album sales. Paul exhaled sharply. All right, I don't know why you didn't know, but I'm not digging further. Just don't mention anything about the incident. We signed a non-disclosure with him. Hearing that, Vivian smiled brightly. She didn't ask for more. The news wouldn't go public, a relief, especially now. Her album had just sold 58,972 copies in its first week, a massive number for a rookie. The industry was shocked, and sales were still climbing. She wasn't about to let anything derail her momentum. All right, Paul. Thanks for your hard work. I'm going to rehearse for my upcoming shows. Fine. Just make sure you tell me before you do anything. Later that night, Dayo sat alone in the dimly lit mini studio in his room, the quiet hum of equipment around him. His phone was propped up, camera recording. He'd told Wayne, Valerie, and the PR team about his plan, a live-recorded creative session that could go viral, one that could catch the attention of the World Cup committee and, maybe, the perfect female vocalist. He rolled up his sleeves, cracked his knuckles, and stared at the blank digital canvas on his screen. Hall of Fame. He didn't want to remake it. He wanted to remodel it, turn it into something monumental. He started with a piano progression, echoing the original chords but adding more depth, layering atmospheric synth pads to give it a cinematic edge. Then came the percussive rhythm, stadium claps, bass-heavy kicks, and snappy snares that echoed like the heartbeat of a final match. Next, the bass line, steady, commanding, grounding the track in grit. He layered African percussion, faint crowd chants, and sweeping strings for lift. The momentum built like a player sprinting toward a goal, each step bringing them closer to glory. Then, Dayo pulled the mic stand closer, took a deep breath, and tapped the beat pad. The track rolled in. Yeah, you can be the greatest. His voice came steady and clear, not shouting, not whispering. Controlled. Resolved. Like a player stepping onto the pitch for the first time, eyes fixed on victory. You can be the best. He let his tone climb, adding subtle harmonies beneath the lead, enough to make it feel larger than life. A touch of rasp in his voice gave the impression of someone who had walked a long, hard road and refused to stop. By the pre-chorus, you could run the mile, you could walk straight through hell with a smile. His delivery shifted, more grit, more fire. His fist clenched, eyes closed. He wasn't just singing about greatness, he was claiming it. But then, he stepped back from the mic. "This is where you come in," he said, looking into the camera. He imagined a powerful female voice taking the next part, someone who could inject soul into the lines, and then soar through the chorus. "Open call," he announced, breathing slightly heavier. "To every female artist out there, if you can match this energy, if you've got the voice to make the world stand still, send me your take on this track. This is not just my moment. It's our moment. World Cup. Global stage. Let's make history." He let the beat ride out, cinematic, grand, layered with the sound of a roaring stadium fading into the distance. He stopped the recording, smiling in satisfaction. Then a voice cut through the room. "Oh, my God." Chapter 21, The Breakthrough. Dayo was stunned. He looked back and saw Janet and Jeffrey, with Janet holding her phone, probably recording him, both of them with their mouths wide open in shock. "Bro, I knew you could sing, but you can also create music instrumentals? And you're amazing at it?" Jeffrey's face was full of shock as he looked at his brother like he was some kind of alien. Because, seriously, how could someone know how to sing, play instruments, be good at hand-to-hand combat, produce music, and on top of that, still be this handsome? Truly, the world was wicked. Janet just stood there, completely lost. "You cheated, bro. You said no more secrets. As your editor, how come I didn't know about this?" Dayo gave his siblings a genuinely awkward smile, already cooking up stories in his head. "All right, you both chill. Sit down, let me explain." Hearing that, they scrambled to sit beside him, eager to hear what he had to say. Dayo smiled, took a deep breath, and began spinning his story. Meanwhile, as Dayo cooked up excuses for his siblings, a small part of the internet was on fire. It had been a while since he posted, and when he finally did, he dropped something so powerful, a song he had created in just one sitting. The beat was catchy, the tone addictive, and soon people were editing football clips with the track. The initial push came from Dayo's label's PR team, but then boom, it exploded. People everywhere jumped on the trend, some even freestyling to the instrumental, hoping to catch Dayo's attention for a feature. Upcoming artists flooded the internet, turning it into a full-blown roller coaster. But even with the PR, one truth remained. If the internet doesn't love something, no amount of marketing can force it. And this song? The internet loved it. Asterisk. Back at the studio, Dayo and his team sat watching videos sent in for possible features. "So, seen anyone worth featuring?" Dayo asked Wayne. Wayne sighed, shaking his head. "And you, Valerie?" "Well, there are a few promising ones," Valerie said. "But considering your standards, they don't match." Dayo raised an eyebrow. "Do I have such high standards?" Wayne and Valerie exchanged a look and shook their heads in unison. Dayo did have high standards, painfully high. Lois could testify. During her recording sessions, even the smallest error meant re-recording. To the world, her album was incredible, but to Dayo, the perfectionist, it still wasn't enough. Seeing their gazes, Dayo just smiled awkwardly and raised his hands in surrender. "So, do you have any idea who to use?" Valerie shook her head, but Wayne's eyes lit up. "How about this? You write the verse for the female part, find someone who fits it perfectly, and let her sing it over the instrumental. She posts it, and voila." He waved his hands dramatically, like he was performing magic. Dayo smiled, nodding at the idea. He looked at Valerie, who gave her quiet approval. Then that's settled, Dayo said. I'll go offline for a couple of days to focus. Anything important comes up, handle it yourselves. I trust you both. Later that night, he called home to let them know he'd be unreachable for a while, needing the solitude for inspiration. At the label, Yurik sat across from Deborah. So, Deborah, you know why I called you here, right? Deborah, now in her mid-30s, nodded. Yes, it's because of Luna. She hasn't released a song in over a year. Yurik leaned back in his chair. According to the reports, she's been given songs but keeps saying she doesn't like them or doesn't feel them. Deborah sighed, her face etched with concern. Yes, she's hit an artistic block. Luna's not like this. She wants to sing, but if she doesn't feel a song, she just can't perform it well. The last time we forced her to record, it was a disaster. The fans complained that it didn't even sound like her. Yurik exhaled sharply, frustration clear. Luna was one of his top artists, talented, scandal-free, and a major earner for the label. She usually wrote much of her own material, which made this block even harder to handle. He'd hired songwriters from everywhere, but none of them had delivered anything she connected with. Then he remembered something, or rather, someone. All right, Yurik said finally. I'll come up with something. Just tell her to keep writing, even if it's rough drafts. Deborah, slightly surprised, nodded and left the office. Once alone, Yurik grabbed his phone and dialed Dayo's number. No answer. He tried again. Still nothing. This boy, he muttered. What is he doing? While Yurik tried to reach him, Dayo sat at the beach late at night. The cool breeze tugged at his dreads as he sat with a pen and paper in hand, eyes closed, imagining the sound. The melody played in his head, lines forming slowly, and he opened his eyes to scribble down lyrics. Then his phone chimed. Ding. Your writing ability has improved and is close to a breakthrough. Achievement. Over 500,000 social media followers. Reward. Perfect feature. Effect. This feature will find the perfect match for your song. Input the artist's name, and the system will show your compatibility percentage. A smile crept up his handsome face. It was like the system knew exactly what he needed at that moment, something that could change a whole lot and even reduce the risk of featuring someone who wouldn't fit him. Imagine having a great song, calling someone to feature on it, thinking it was perfect, only for it to flop. This reward actually helped in ways beyond human thinking. By far, this was the best reward the system had ever given him. Chapter 22, A Perfect Match. 2 days flew by, and Dayo finally stepped out of his quiet retreat, refreshed and satisfied. He had done it, written lyrics that matched the sound in his head perfectly. The moment his phone powered on, it buzzed nonstop with missed calls and messages, but what made him freeze was seeing over a dozen missed calls from Yurik. And among them, one name stood out. Yurik, Dayo muttered. The man had called him more than a dozen times. Confused but curious, he immediately called back. The line barely rang once before Yurik's deep voice cut in sharply. Dayo, where have you kept your phone? Dayo hummed cautiously. Hope all is well. Yeah, Yurik replied though. His tone carried urgency. I just need a small favor from you. Oh, so what can I do for you? One of my artists is struggling, a serious case of artist's block. Nothing in our label's catalog suits her. I don't know if you can help me out. Dayo leaned back, intrigued. Well, sure. Just know you owe me one. Huh. There was silence on the line. Yurik paused, stunned by how easily Dayo accepted. For someone so young, his confidence bordered on unreal. Very well, Yurik finally said. You should know her. Her name is Luna. Oh, all right. I can't promise you when, but I'll definitely get back to you, Dayo said, hiding the fact that he had heard of Luna but doesn't know her per se. All right, Dayo. Just hurry a bit. I'm in a tight spot right now. All right. The moment the call ended, curiosity got the better of him. Dayo sat down and began researching Luna. Within minutes, he'd gone through her discography, her online presence, and even some fan commentary. She was as a powerhouse artist by any measure. Her career had been spotless, with almost no flops, until recently. Her latest singles had underperformed, and to Dayo, they sounded forced. He replayed her voice recordings over and over, listening to the texture and emotion in her tone. That's when the realization hit him. Her issue wasn't her talent, it was her style. Dayo murmured, smirking. She's evolved. It wasn't uncommon. Exceptional artists often hit a wall when they outgrew. their old sound, but haven't yet found a new one. It explained why her recent songs lacked soul. They no longer fit who she had become. Determined, Dayo decided to put his newest system skill to the test. Ding. Skill. Perfect feature. Song. Hall of Fame. Artist. Luna. Compatibility. 99%. Dayo blinked at the screen, stunned. He had only intended to test the feature, but seeing a near-perfect compatibility score made him grin. Looks like fate agrees, he whispered. Not wasting a second, he called for a meeting with Valerie and Wayne. As he laid out the situation Urik's request, and both of them stared at him like he was an alien. Then they reviewed the lyrics he had written in just 2 days. 2 days, Wayne muttered. 2 damn days, and you wrote this? Valerie just shook her head, muttering, Genius. That's what you are, an annoying genius. Dayo only smirked. Later that evening, Urik was eating dinner with his wife when his phone rang. Hello, Dayo. It hasn't been long since I called. Any news? Yes, Dayo said, his voice calm but confident. I have lyrics that I'm sure will fit your artist. Urik froze mid-bite. What? So fast. He nearly dropped his fork, earning a sharp glare from his wife that quickly made him sit straighter. I just called you not more than a few hours ago. How? Well, Dayo went on to explain his process, how he'd analyzed Luna's voice, written the song, and even why he'd been unreachable for 2 days while searching for inspiration. Are you sure about this? Urik asked, skepticism clear in his tone. Dayo chuckled. He could understand. Luna wasn't just any artist. With her reputation and recent silence, the stakes were high, and Urik probably thought Dayo was trying to ride on the hype. Oh, come on, Dayo said smoothly. I know exactly what Luna is going through. She's struggling with songs that she would have nailed a few years ago, right? Even when she likes a song now, it feels off. Weird. The silence on the other end was telling before Urik finally spoke, his voice quieter. How did you know that? It's simple, Dayo said. Exceptional artists evolve. They mature beyond their old sound. The tricky part is finding the new style that fits. Most artists can't make that leap, and a lot of careers end too soon because of it. Urik's voice was cautious but curious. So what you're telling me is, you found a style that fits Luna? Yes, Dayo replied without hesitation. Just pick a date. I'll fly over to confirm. Urik exhaled, still processing. All right, I'll let you know when to come. I'll send the tickets too. The moment the call ended, Urik quickly rang Amanda, Luna's agent and closest friend. Inform Luna that she should come to the studio 2 days from now. I think I've found a match for her song. Amanda gasped. What? Seriously? Yes. Just make sure you're there. Yes, sir, she said, excitement bubbling in her voice. Luna, where are you? Amanda's voice rang through the house. Inside, Luna, with her jet-black hair cascading over her shoulders, lounged on the couch watching TV. She didn't even flinch at the shouting. She knew that voice anywhere. What's with the shouting, Amanda? You're not usually this loud, Luna said, amused. Guess what? Oh, come on. You know I don't guess, Luna said, arching a brow. Ugh, you're no fun, Amanda grumbled, bouncing on her heels. Anyway, Urik just called. He said he might have found a matching song and lyrics for you. Luna tilted her head, her eyebrow quirking slightly. Seriously? Her voice held no excitement. This wasn't the first time Amanda had delivered that news, and each time, it ended in disappointment. You should know better by now, Amanda, she said flatly. Amanda crossed her arms, undeterred. Oh, come on. This one feels different. I can feel it in my bones. Luna sighed, finally sitting up. All right. I'll come along. That's the spirit. 2 days from now, I'll clear your schedule. When Dayo landed in the UK, a driver was already waiting to whisk him straight to the studio. Dayo, Urik greeted him warmly at the entrance. I swear, you should just move to the UK. How long has it been since we last met? Nice try, Dayo said with a smirk. Let's get this recording started. He handed Urik a flash drive and a folder containing the lyrics and the instrumental. Urik passed them to his assistant as they walked toward the studio, chatting briefly about the session ahead. The moment Dayo stepped into the studio, he instinctively scanned the room. The high-end equipment made him pause. His own studio was good, but this was on another level entirely. Then his gaze landed on her. Seated quietly near the mixing console was a mature, dark-haired woman with a natural elegance that instantly caught his attention. Luna. For a brief second, Dayo's mind went blank. And as if sensing his eyes, Luna looked up, her striking purple irises locking onto his. Dayo's lips curved into an easy, confident smile. She blinked, momentarily taken aback by the boldness in his gaze. Behind him, Yurik, who had caught the entire exchange, leaned in and whispered, "You don't stand a chance." Dayo tilted his head slightly and smirked. "We'll see about that." Chapter 23, Luna. This is Luna and her agent, Amanda. Yurik began the introductions, but before he could continue, Dayo cut in smoothly. "Hello, Miss Luna," Dayo said with an easy smile, stepping forward. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I've listened to your songs and watched your videos, and I must say that the quality of the videos doesn't do justice to your beauty. I'm Dayo, but you can call me JD." He shamelessly took her hand in a confident handshake, looking like a fanboy, but deep inside, his focus wasn't just on the handshake. His system interface had already pulled up Luna's stats. What he saw left him stunned. Luna's stats. Status: established artist, level 7. Singing level, S+, blocked. Writing level, acting skill, B. Visuals, S+. Instrument skills, guitar, B+. Piano, S. Potential, SS. Skills: vocal control, exceptional mastery over pitch, tone, and range. Lyrics, depth, ability to feel emotions and complex stories through her writing. Stage presence, natural charisma and confidence that captivates audiences. Dayo had never seen stats this impressive on anyone. And that block on her singing level? It explained her recent struggles and made him even more determined to fix it. The room went quiet. Everyone stared, waiting for Luna's reaction. She was known for disliking physical contact, especially from strangers, and most men quickly backed off when faced with her intimidating aura. But Dayo didn't flinch. Luna looked at him, expecting to see the familiar glint of greed or desire she'd grown used to in men's eyes. But instead, she found nothing. Just confidence. Calm, steady confidence. For the first time in a long while, Luna felt slightly caught off guard. "Hi, Dayo," she said, her voice smooth and polite. "Nice to meet you. I haven't heard much about you, but from the way you're close to Yurik, I suppose you have some talent." The jab was low but clear, as she reminded him of the gap between their statuses. Dayo caught the insult but smiled easily, brushing it aside. "Huh, there's still time for you to know me, and I can assure you, you're going to like what I brought with me." The room went silent again. Luna's agent, Amanda, quickly stepped in, sensing the tension. "Mr. Yurik," she said, forcing a professional tone, "you mentioned the song is here. Can we proceed?" "Ah, yes," Yurik said, snapping out of his thoughts. He signaled for the producer and handed over the pen drive. As the producer prepared the track, Luna excused herself to join him, clearly relieved to escape the strangely disarming conversation. She was used to controlling interactions, but Dayo had left her off balance without even trying. Watching her retreat, Yurik glanced at Dayo and shook his head. "You know, I told you, right? She doesn't let people get to her like that." "Told you," Dayo said with a small smirk, leaning back. Yurik sighed, raising a hand in defeat. There was no winning with this boy. Minutes later, the producer, a tall man with sharp features, called out, "Dayo?" Dayo walked over confidently. "I'm Victor," the man said, extending his hand. "Yurik had quite a bit to say about you. But after hearing this track," he nodded appreciatively. "I get it." Dayo returned the handshake firmly. "Good to meet you, sir. I'm glad the sound speaks for itself. But I have to say, your recent work with James Holland, the way you blended traditional percussion, mind-blowing." Victor blinked in surprise. Not many people truly understood the nuances of his work, but Dayo had pinpointed his proudest detail. "Well," Victor said slowly, "I didn't realize you were into production as well." "I am," Dayo said with a small grin. Before the conversation could continue, Victor's assistant stepped in. "Everything's ready for the recording." The atmosphere in the room turned serious as everyone focused on the session. Minutes later, Luna stood in the booth, headphones on, and the lyric sheet in hand. The beat dropped slowly but powerfully. She closed her eyes. The melody flowed, and then Dayo's voice layered into the track. Something in her chest unlocked, something that had been trapped for over a year. Her eyes flew open. She looked at the lyrics in her hand, then at Dayo through the glass. Wow, she whispered to herself. It's been a while since a song felt this right. Dayo caught her gaze and smiled, his expression calm but satisfied. Mission accomplished. Victor, standing nearby, noticed the moment and blinked in shock. Luna's artistic block had stumped the label for months, even him, a gold-certified producer. And yet this young man, barely known in the industry, had solved it in a single track. Leaning toward Yurik, Victor whispered, I don't know what you'll do, but you'd better retain this young man by any means. Yurik could only sigh. I've tried. He's too sharp and too cocky for his age. When Luna came out from the booth, there was an unmistakable smile on her face, genuine, bright, and relieved. Her eyes found Dayo's, and when he smiled cheekily, she surprised everyone by smiling back and even giving him a small thank you bow. Amanda nearly dropped her phone. She had never seen Luna act that freely around any man. But when Luna glanced at her and simply shrugged, looking adorably smug, Amanda just shook her head in defeat. She understood, though. Luna had been starved of a song that truly fit her for over a year. For an artist like her, this was more than a breakthrough. It was a lifeline. So, Yurik asked carefully, what do you think of the song? One word. Luna said, her smile unwavering. Perfect. Then, in a quieter voice, she asked, is he really the one who sang this? And wrote the lyrics? Yurik nodded, almost sheepishly. Yes. And he created the instrumental, too. Luna tried to hide her shock, but it was obvious. She glanced at Dayo, who was deep in conversation with Victor, his aura calm but magnetic. Later, in Yurik's office, the conversation turned towards business. So, Yurik asked, would you sell the song? Dayo laughed. We both know that's not happening, Yurik. But here's what I'll offer. We split everything 50-50. I know your label will handle the marketing. And, he added, leaning forward, I'll write her another song, something that fits this new style. She'll find her touch again eventually, but until then, I'll give her a push. Yurik stared at him, then shook his head in disbelief. Has anyone ever told you that your age doesn't do justice to your abilities? Yes, Dayo said with an amused smile. I've heard that a lot. Oh, and one more thing, Dayo added. I hosted a contest for female artists to feature on this track. Luna will need to hop on that trend. Record a clip singing her part of the lyrics. It'll build extra hype for the full release. Yurik leaned back, nodding. That'll work perfectly. Let's get the contract signed and sealed, then. Great, Dayo said, standing. That's all for now. Later, Yurik. As he stepped out of the office, Dayo's sharp eyes caught sight of a familiar face. A slow grin spread across his lips. Jackpot. On an ordinary day, he might have considered selling the song. But now, there were two very good reasons not to. First, if his own label could publicly link itself with UC, it would stand out instantly, making future artist signings much easier. And second, he had a mission to complete, which was his second mission given to him by the system after he was cured. Hidden mission unlocked. Path to global stage. Requirement. Release a viral song that breaks into the top 50 chart of the world within 90 days. 34 days remain. Reward. System level 2 plus signature skill unlock. Penalty. One random skill will be locked for 30 days. Chapter 24, Old Rivals. Luna, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you. Dayo walked calming towards Luna. She raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh really? And why is that? Her tone was teasing, but even she noticed the slight shake in her voice. Why am I flustered? She thought. He's younger. Dayo leaned in slightly, maintaining eye contact. Because I don't usually meet people who can hijack a beat and still leave it begging for more. Luna blinked, caught off guard. She opened her mouth to respond, but nothing came out. He grinned and added, You know, I was warned not to look too long into your eyes. Apparently, it's how you trap producers into rewriting whole albums for you. That earned him a soft laugh. She shook her head. You're dangerous and way too smooth for your age. Age? Dayo tilted his head. Please, greatness doesn't wait for gray hairs. He winked. Besides, you're only older if I let you be. Luna folded her arms, fighting the smile forming on her lips. This wasn't supposed to happen. He was a rookie, technically. Yet here he was, handling her like someone way matured. Not forcing anything. Just being magnetic. And worse, it was working. Dayo smiled before saying, Anyway, I just wanted to let you know that you'll need to make a video with the song. I ran a contest, and this will help build the hype. Yurik will give you more details. Bye for now." With that, he winked at her and turned back. He had gotten what he wanted, and he was amused. "He's smooth." A voice came from behind, startling Luna. Amada, don't do that." "And what do you mean?" "Duh, don't play dumb. I heard the whole convo, and you just kept blushing. You're not acting like Luna." She paused, her face lighting up with sudden realization. "Oh shit. Don't tell me. You're feeling him." Amada." Luna screamed in a playful manner, chasing Amada. After telling her what she needed to know and teasing the mature lady who had half fallen for him, Dayo walked out, a faint smile playing on his lips. He was absent-minded, but when the elevator door slid open, he froze just for a second. He saw someone he wasn't expecting, Vivian, and by her side, with an arm casually wrapped over her shoulder, was Philip. Vivian's breath hitched the moment her eyes landed on him. He looked different. The Dayo she once knew wasn't this version of himself. He felt different, and it intimidated her. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around Philip's arm. Philip noticed the sudden grip, confusion flashing across his face. He was about to ask Vivian what happened until he followed her gaze. The moment he saw Dayo, a rush of emotions, anger, insecurity, and something else he couldn't name, hit him all at once. He remembered his father's words, "Avoid any confrontation with that boy. He's trouble." But pride wouldn't let him walk away. He had heard what Dayo did and how much it took from the company, which caused him to receive scolding from his dad, since he was the one that hit Vivian. "Oh, look who we have here," Philip sneered, stepping forward. "If it isn't the rising star, JD, right? That's your stage name." He chuckled, loud enough to draw glances. "Such a whack name. JD. What a joke." Dayo didn't flinch. He just smirked, taking a deliberate step back, his eyes calmly scanning Philip from head to toe. "You know," Dayo said in a calm voice, "for someone your height, you talk way too much." The words cut straight through Philip's pride. "What?" His voice pitched higher, anger written all over his face. "Oh, you heard me," Dayo replied, his tone slower, deliberately antagonizing. "You are short." The crowd around them went still, the tension thick in the air. Everyone knew Philip had a tendency to snap whenever someone mentioned his height. Philip snapped. His fist clenched, and he shot out with a wild and clumsy punch. Dayo didn't even flinch. He tilted his head slightly, dodging the punch effortlessly, and with a flick, knocked Philip's hand hard enough to leave a stinging mark on his fair skin. Gasps rippled through the small crowd that had begun to form, watching the commotion. "You'll pay for this," Philip barked, his face flushed with rage as he stormed back into the elevator. The commotion died down, but the tension still lingered in the hallway. Vivian stayed frozen, her eyes locked on Dayo. There was something different about him now, something that hadn't been there the last time they met. "So," her voice was quiet but sharp, almost trembling. "So you could sing all this while, huh? And you just what? Played games with me instead?" She asked the question that had kept her awake for weeks. She couldn't figure out how he'd hidden something so big from her, especially when she'd always felt like she was in control. Dayo looked at her for a long moment, his expression unreadable, before letting out a humorless chuckle. "That's none of your business anymore." His voice was calm, but there was a trace of malice in it. Then his eyes flicked briefly toward the elevator Philip had stormed into. "But honestly, I pity you. Look who you're stuck with. And from the mark on your neck." He tilted his head slightly. "I can guess he still hits." Her breath hitched, but before she could say a word, Dayo turned and walked toward the staircase, unwilling to linger near her any longer. Inside the elevator, Philip was agitated, angry and frustrated. His hands formed into fists as the doors opened to the parking lot. He stormed to his car, kicking a stray bottle out of his way, muttering curses under his breath. "Bastard," he muttered, yanking the car door open and slamming it shut. "Thinks he can embarrass me?" "Me." From the passenger seat, Vivian tried to calm him, her voice soft but firm, though she herself was still in shock. "Philip, stop it. It's not worth it. You're just making a scene." "Not worth it? I'm making a scene, you say?" He snapped, his voice sharp. He almost raised his hand at her, but clenched his jaw tight instead. "He humiliated me in front of everyone, Viv. Everyone. You think I'll just let that slide?" Vivian flinched, but said nothing, her eyes dropping to her lap. Philip slammed his hands against the steering wheel. His anger simmered down after a while, leaving him quiet and cold. Then, without a word, he pulled out his phone and scrolled furiously. Moments later, a man's voice came through the speakers. "Philip," the man said. "I wasn't expecting your call." Philip's tone was now low and dangerous. "We need to talk. Now." Chapter 25, Hall of Fame. Dayo reached his hotel and waited patiently for Luna to post the video. Surprisingly, it went live that same evening, and as expected, it blew up. The internet went into a frenzy. Many fans who thought Luna had retired were stunned. She had barely made public appearances in years and hadn't released any music in a long while. Yet here she was, lending her voice to a song by an unknown artist. But what really got everyone talking was how different the track sounded. Luna had always been known for her soft-toned, atmospheric ballads, gentle, ethereal, and slow. This new track was nothing like that. It was bold, powerful, and unlike the Luna they knew. The video became the most shared and reposted clip in weeks. Searches for Luna's new song skyrocketed across streaming platforms and Google. Even more surprising, the original video of Dayo's open call for collaborators went viral again, as countless people began duetting the sound. The song was already a hit before it was even released. And Dayo? He was no longer just that promising local talent. He was now knocking at the doors of national recognition. His TikTok following exploded overnight, jumping from 500,000 to over 1.03 million, and his Instagram surged to 739,000 followers and is climbing fast. The comments on both their page were a mix of excitement and disbelief. "Luna's back. Who the hell is JD? And damn, boy can sing. They sound like a stadium anthem." Within 4 hours, the video had hit 3.3 million views on TikTok, trended in multiple countries, and even landed on FIFA fan pages. One caption read, "If this isn't the official World Cup song, we riot." This was part of Dayo's deal with Yurik to push the song so hard that, even if FIFA didn't select it as the official anthem, they'd at least be invited to perform at the opening or closing ceremony. That kind of exposure would help him reach a global audience and secure more support for the upcoming competition. Later that night, Dayo reposted the clip with a short, confident caption, "We have a winner, and we're just getting started." The following week, Dayo and Luna dove into recording sessions. For Dayo, it was more than just music. It gave him chances to gently tease the usually reserved Luna, whose walls slowly began to come down. What started as professional chemistry quietly grew into a genuine friendship, at least for now. When the recording wrapped, production began in full swing. Dayo and Victor locked themselves in the studio for days, poring over every beat, every note, every harmony. Meanwhile, the hype machine worked overtime. Offers started pouring in from record labels, even one of the big 5-inch labels reached out. Dayo didn't outright refuse them, as that would do more harm than good. He was still a small fish in the wide ocean, knowing a quick no could burn bridges. Instead, he smiled, thanked them for their interest, and said, "I'll get back to you. I'm in the middle of something special right now." Victor, who rarely praised anyone, couldn't hide his shock at Dayo's sharp ear and production skills. "Why don't you come over, and let's make magic together here in UC label?" Dayo smirked, amused. He had been holding back some of his full capabilities to avoid unnecessary attention. "You know my answer, Victor." Victor chuckled, shaking his head. All right. But if you find a sound you need help with, just call me, yeah?" Dayo said. It was during these sessions that Victor realized what Yurik had meant when he'd warned him. That kid's a schemer, a trap master, and too smart for his age. Spending 2 weeks with Dayo made it clear. The boy wasn't just talented, he was strategic. With their combined effort, the final mix was completed in record time. Yurik made a few calls, summoning top reviewers, critics, and industry insiders to hear the track. The studio was dim, the soft hum of the equipment filling the silence as they waited. Executives, critics, and influencers from major blogs and sports channels sat with crossed arms, their expressions unreadable. This was the power of a big label, a level of access Dayo's small independent setup could never have offered. Victor glanced at Yurik, who gave a small nod. Then he pressed play. Dayo's verse. A soft piano opened the track, just 20 seconds of delicate notes. Enough to make everyone in the room lean forward, holding their breath. Yeah, You can be the greatest. You can be the best. Dayo's voice entered with quiet intensity, controlled, deliberate, and powerful without ever straining. He didn't oversing. He anchored the song, letting the melody breathe. His tone was gritty when it needed to be, smooth when it transitioned, every word carrying both intimacy and scale. Standing in the Hall of Fame, and the world's gonna know your name. The drums kicked in like a steady heartbeat, synths rising in the background like stadium lights powering on. The mix was pristine. Luna's verse. They told me I was fragile, too quiet to lead the fight. But fire doesn't scream. It burns from the inside. Her voice soared. No trace of the quiet ballads she was known for. This was Luna reborn, assertive, soulful, and commanding. Critics glanced at each other, eyes wide. She had reinvented herself, and it was glorious. And when the pressure rose, I found my voice. The world will hear it now. I had no choice. She was the perfect counterbalance to Dayo. Where he struck with sharp precision, she glided with conviction. Final chorus. Together, they sounded like a perfect harmony. Be a champion. Be a fighter. Push through the pain. Be a survivor. Their voices didn't fight each other. They combined, two sides of the same journey, harmonizing in a way that felt inevitable. When the last note faded, the room fell silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 full seconds. Then, slow claps, murmurs, and finally, full-blown applause. Where the hell has this version of Luna been hiding? 1A, and our rep muttered under his breath. That drop before her verse. Man, that gave me chills, a Rolling Stone critic said, shaking his head in disbelief. Another reviewer from Pitchfork leaned forward, stunned. Dayo's control is insane. He didn't overshadow her. He flowed with her. That's rare, especially for a rookie who hasn't even debuted officially. A Billboard executive whispered to Urich, if this doesn't chart globally, nothing will. Even the more stoic reviewers, the ones known for their poker faces, nodded appreciatively. Valerie leaned toward Wayne with a grin. He just turned this song into a story. Wayne, who was beside Valerie, just chuckled. I underestimated him. Again. Chapter 26, The Launch. The reviewers dropped their anonymous scores, and the lowest was an 8.5, solid confirmation that the song was something special. It was the good news everyone had hoped for, and with that green light, the real preparation for the release kicked off. First came the paperwork. All the credits, producers, writers, engineers, were carefully uploaded to the metadata platforms. Dayo handled the technical side, but the legal and copyright details he shifted to Valerie. The deal ensured shared ownership. UC Label and JD Records. The name Dayo had quietly chosen for both his budding label and his stage name. Next was the artwork. The concept was simple but powerful, a black and white portrait of Dayo and Luna, side by side, their expressions. It stripped away the noise, focusing on the music and the emotion it carried, making it feel personal and timeless. Then came the teaser. The plan was minimalistic. Dayo, seated at a piano, softly playing the melody while Luna slowly walked into frame, delivering a single, haunting line from her verse. No fancy effects, no dramatic cuts, just raw anticipation. At the end of the clip, the screen faded to black, revealing nothing but the release date. The reaction was immediate. The teaser spread like wildfire across platforms, with fan pages breaking down every frame like it was a movie trailer. Old clips of Luna in the studio, the moment she first heard the demo of the song and clutched her headphones in shock, resurfaced and started circulating again. Fans picked apart her every expression, talking about the emotion on her face, the quiet disbelief in her eyes. The narrative flipped overnight. Months ago, people accused Luna of being lazy, of losing her touch. Now those same people flooded her comments with apologies. I was wrong. She's still the queen. Imagine doubting Luna? Crazy. If this is the teaser, the full track is going to wreck us, and I can't wait. Meanwhile, Dayo stayed quiet, letting the buzz grow on its own. But behind the scenes, UC Label ramped up their marketing engine, and the pre-save campaign went crazy. Within a week, the track crossed 1.4 million pre-saves across Spotify and Apple Music. TikTok had already claimed the piano line as its next big sound, with over 50,000 users creating videos even before the song dropped. The release day came soon. The morning of the release was calm, too calm. The studio was quiet, filled only with the hum of anticipation. Publicists, music reviewers, and industry heavyweights filed into the glass-walled conference room for the official listening session and media brunch. For Luna, this wasn't just another release. This was her first official track in years, a statement to the world that she was back and ready to dominate again. She sat at one end of the long table, flawless as always, but her fingers tapped lightly against her coffee cup nervously. Dayo sat opposite her, his demeanor calm, but inside, there was a storm of emotions. He wasn't just dropping a song. He was dropping his first single ever in both his life, and his dream was finally coming true. Then the track played. The soft piano intro filled the room, building anticipation. By the time the first chorus hit, heads were nodding in sync, and by the bridge, the room was completely silent, not out of politeness, but because everyone there knew they were hearing something different, something big. And then, as the final note faded, there was a pause. 5 seconds of stunned silence. Then applause. Not polite applause, the kind that echoed off the walls, the kind that carried relief, excitement, and awe. Hall of Fame had officially launched. The media reaction was immediate and brutal, in the best way possible. Within an hour of the soft release to private streaming portals and industry insiders, hashtag Hall of Fame, hashtag Jaden Luna, and hashtag FFanthem were trending worldwide. Clips from the private event leaked, enough to ignite the firestorm. Fans swarmed social media. The Queen is back. Loudly crying face fire. Who is JD and how is he this good? This feels like stadium energy. Play this in the World Cup already. Bro is Nigerian? We claiming him. Nigeria. This isn't just a song. This is an experience. Music blogs chimed in with early reviews. Pitchfork. It's rare for an artist to evolve so cleanly and yet elevate the genre in the process. JD and Luna's Hall of Fame isn't just a song. It's a statement. Rolling Stone. Luna's return is nothing short of iconic, a masterclass in reinvention. Billboard. JD proves he's no fluke. His production choices, his restraint, his presence, all industry grade. And Luna? Effortless. Even casual listeners commented. Man came out of nowhere and bodied this like he's been in the game a decade. The chemistry is unreal. Like their voices were made for each other. I wasn't ready for JD to be fine and talented. Lord have mercy. Luna just showed every rookie how to make a comeback. The numbers came rolling. By the end of the first day, the numbers were staggering. Spotify, 5.2 million streams. Apple Music, 2.5 million streams. YouTube, lyric videos 6.8 million views. Audiomack and Boomplay, combined 1.7 million plays. TikTok, over 20,000 videos made with the sound in 24 hours. Billboard, debuted at number 11 on the Hot 100, number 4 on the Global 200, and number 8 on digital song sales. Total first-day streams across platforms? Over 22 million, a new record for a non-major label release leading into a global sporting event. Dayo barely reacted publicly, just posting a quiet update on Instagram. We're just getting started. Thank you. Behind the scenes, UC label had been lobbying FIFA for weeks. Emails, calls, demo versions sent to key executives. Everything to make sure Hall of Fame landed where it needed to. 3 days after the official release, the payoff came. FIFA posted on their socials. It's official. Hall of Fame by JD and Luna will serve as the anthem for the upcoming FIFA World Cup. A track that captures the global spirit of football, resilience, unity, triumph. If the release was an atomic bomb, the FIFA announcement was a nuclear one. Overnight, every platform exploded again. From Lagos to London, Rio to Buenos Aires, the song was everywhere. Football pages, lifestyle blogs, and even official national team accounts reposted clips with captions like, "See you at the opening ceremony." The hashtags hashtag Hall of Fame, hashtag FIFAnthem, and hashtag Jaden Luna trended in over 45 countries within 24 hours. TikTok challenges took off, YouTube covers multiplied, and streaming platforms updated their global hits playlists to feature the track at the top. And the numbers reflected the frenzy. Spotify, from 5.2 M, 25.4 M streams. Apple Music, number 1 in 34 countries, top 10 and over. 50 countries. Shazam, Searches spiked 400%. Globally, Billboard climbed to number 4 on the Hot 100, number 1 on the Global 200, US, and number 2 on digital song sales. Chapter 27. The Tonight Show. After the announcement of Hall of Fame as the official FIFA anthem, Dayo and Luna became the hottest names on every invitation list. TV shows, concerts, club gigs, fashion parties, everyone wanted them to appear. The label carefully picked the right platforms to maximize the buzz, and one of the biggest came quickly, The Tonight Show with Marcus Rion. In this world, the host wasn't Jimmy Fallon. For Dayo, this wasn't just another appearance. It was his first time performing in front of a massive live audience. Despite his calm exterior, nerves crept in. In his past life, he had only been a producer, rarely stepping into the spotlight. Interviews were one thing, but performing live on stage was new territory. Luna, who had grown closer to him over the past weeks, noticed his unease. She tapped his arm lightly. Nervous. Dayo forced a smile, shaking his head. Nah, it's just the weather. Luna laughed, unable to hold back. OMG, so the capable JD is actually scared. I can't believe this. I have to save this memory. She pulled out her phone and started recording, while Dayo sighed helplessly. All right, he admitted, scratching the back of his neck. Maybe I'm a little nervous. It's my first time singing in front of this many people. The faint blush on his face betrayed his calm act. After posting the playful video on her Instagram story, Luna reached over and placed her hand on his. This wasn't the first time she had shown quiet support, and Dayo felt his heartbeat slow. It's normal to be nervous, she said softly. Just focus on the music. Leave the rest to history. I trust you can do that. Dayo nodded, her words settling him like an anchor. Moments later, the producer walked in to cue them. You're up in 5. When Marcus Rion walked onto the stage, the studio erupted in applause. He grinned, warming up the crowd. All right, folks, this next performance has been everywhere. I mean it. Open TikTok, scroll Instagram, switch on YouTube. You can't escape this song. And honestly, I don't even want to. It's stuck in my head, and I'm not mad about it. The audience laughed knowingly. You know them. She's the legendary powerhouse. Some call her the Queen of Ballads. He's the breakout genius they're calling the future of global pop. And together, they created the anthem that's going to soundtrack the FIFA World Cup. Performing their hit Hall of Fame, please welcome Luna and JD. The lights dropped. Screams filled the air. Then the stage lit up in waves of gold and blue as the live band struck the opening notes. Luna stepped out first, elegant and poised, followed by JD in a tailored outfit. His earlier nerves had melted away. Luna's encouragement still echoed in his mind. He looked calm, composed, almost untouchable. He took the first step forward, his voice rising with controlled intensity. Yeah, you could be the greatest. You could be the best. The crowd screamed as his deep, soulful control carried across the studio. A slick dance move, ending in a playful moonwalk, brought another roar of cheers. Then Luna took her turn, her voice soaring. Standing in the Hall of Fame, and the world's gonna know your name. Powerful yet rich with emotion, her vocals made the audience rise to their feet, clapping along to the rhythm. Back to back, Dayo and Luna locked eyes briefly, then sang together in perfect harmony. Do it for your people, do it for your pride. Their voices blended seamlessly, JD's grit anchoring Luna's elegance, like two puzzle pieces falling perfectly into place. When the final note faded, the lights came back up. The crowd leapt to their feet in a thunderous standing ovation. Even Marcus Rion himself clapped hard, grinning ear to ear. Wow, Marcus said, walking back on stage. That was amazing. First of all, welcome JD. Welcome Luna. That was simply mind-blowing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having us, Luna replied gracefully. It feels surreal, honestly, being back after such a long time. JD leaned into the mic, calm but charming. Appreciate it, man. First time here, but I grew up watching this show, so yeah, it's kinda crazy being on this stage right now. Marcus smirked. Okay, Dayo, first things first. Where did you even come from? 1 minute you're covering a Luron Vale song. Next thing you're headlining the World Cup anthem with the Queen herself. Also, nice moves out there. I could use a few lessons. JD chuckled, grinning. Lesson number 1. Marcus. If you mess up, Just pretend it's freestyle. Works every time. The crowd burst into laughter and applause at the playful delivery. With a sigh, he continued. Let's just say I took the long route, JD continued. Started behind the scenes, went through a heartbreak. Then I met someone who changed everything for me. As for where I'm from, I'm African American. My dad's American, my mom's Nigerian. Marcus nodded knowingly. Ah, I knew it. The way you moved on stage? That rhythm, it gave you away. The crowd laughed and cheered. And hey, you better thank the girl who broke your heart, 'cause look at you now. Yeah, I guess I should, JD said with a playful smile, sending ripples of screams through the female audience. Marcus turned to Luna. And you, Luna, welcome back. You've been quiet for years, but you just came back hotter than ever. What made you jump on this track? Luna adjusted her seat, her smile calm but sincere. Honestly, I wasn't looking for a song. I was ready to disappear for a while. I tried a lot of songs, but nothing felt right. Then I stumbled on JD online, and his sound was exactly what I didn't even know I needed. The moment I heard it, it felt like the missing puzzle piece. That's when I knew I had to do this song. The audience broke into applause. Marcus grinned. Wow, what can I say? That sounds like a novel. You two have crazy chemistry. People are shipping you online, by the way. JD and Luna exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. Well, Luna said with a mischievous smile, we have grown close these past weeks. So yes, we're in a ship. What kind of ship? I'll let you guys decide. The crowd roared at her unexpected response. Marcus leaned forward, smirking knowingly. Well, there you have it, folks, the story behind Hall of Fame. JD and Luna, everyone. The applause swelled again as the cameras faded to black. Chapter 28, Danger Lurking. After the Tonight Show performance, the expected happened, it blew up. This was the first time Dayo and Luna had stood side by side to perform Hall of Fame live, and clips from the night were everywhere. From Twitter to Instagram, TikTok to YouTube, his slick footwork and her effortless control started new waves of trends. Hashtags surged into the millions. Hashtag JDXLuna. Hashtag Hall of Fame Anthem. Hashtag World Cup Soundtrack. Hashtag JDXLuna Ship. Within 24 hours, the streaming numbers reflected the whole thing. Spotify, 35.3 million streams. Apple Music, #1 in 36 countries. YouTube, 12.7 million views. Hall of Fame climbed to #3 on the Billboard Global 200. Press headlines rolled out one after another, each with its own voice and angle. Billboard called it a rare moment where a rookie and a veteran created lightning in a bottle, redefining what a World Cup anthem could sound like on stage. Vogue, the voice, the vibe, the victory, Luna's powerful return. Rolling Stone, Luna reinvents herself, again, and we're here for it. Pitchfork, usually sharp-tongued, admitted. The Tonight Show proved JD isn't a fluke. His presence under pressure, his chemistry with Luna, this wasn't studio magic. It was real. While millions praised the vocals and the visuals, others voiced skepticism. One viral hit doesn't make you timeless. Dayo's voice is nice, but wasn't this mostly Luna's comeback? FIFA's about hype. Let's see what he drops next. New York Times, a meteor or a mirage? Dayo's rise sparks mixed reactions. The Guardian, one-hit wonder or a star? JD's FIFA anthem may be a fluke. Los Angeles Times, Luna reinvents herself. But can it last? JD's stardom, too fast, too loud? Dayo was asked about the doubts and claims about him being a one-time wonder during a backstage interview. His response was simple, calm, and clipped in a way that somehow fueled more headlines. I don't need everyone to believe in me at once, he said with a shrug. Time will prove what hype can't. So, y'all can wait. He started to walk away, then paused, and added almost casually. Also, not everyone likes seeing good, if you get. Then he left the set as if the questions had never bothered him. That line, not everyone likes seeing good, was clipped into memes, reaction videos, and TikTok edits, and ironically became another trend under his name. Some critics called him arrogant. Others called him authentic. Whatever the case, the spotlight refused to move. His accounts grew daily. TikTok surged past 2.3 million followers. Instagram surpassed 1.6 million. And even Twitter, notoriously hard to build, broke the 800K mark in just a few days. For someone who had spent most of his time indoors, the sudden wave of attention was surreal. He often caught himself staring at the numbers on his screen, wondering how the same quiet producer he used to be had become this public figure. Even with all these numbers and trends, Dayo still found it hard to believe he was really popular. Everything felt surreal, as he mostly stayed indoors and rarely went out. But that changed when he decided to go back home. He had missed his family, and there was outstanding work to finish. Lois's album was still in the production stage. With 2 weeks left before rehearsals for the World Cup opening ceremony, he booked his flight and headed for the airport. In a room heavy with the smell of whiskey and cigarette smoke, Philip sat stiffly at the edge of a leather couch, fingers drumming against his knee. Across from him, in the dim light of the private suite, sat Shane, or at least, that was what he let people call him. Wearing a sharp suit, a sharper smile, eyes like a scalpel. "You're sure he's leaving London tonight?" Shane asked casually, like they weren't planning something dangerous. Philip nodded quickly. "Yes. It's a direct flight to the US. I've tracked it. It's at Heathrow Airport. Tomorrow evening." Shane leaned back, sipping his drink. "Good. We'll move with the crowd and make it clean noise, chaos, but we aim to make it wild so it gets caught on camera. And when people ask what happened," his grin curled, "they'll just say it was overzealous fans who got too close." Philip frowned. "Fans? And if anyone connects it back?" "They won't," Shane interrupted. "That's why we're using the crowd. Luna has some devoted fans, the type who see her as a goddess. They don't like JD being shipped with her, think he's not worthy. My people will pose as those fans. Once he sings, people will recognize him, and then we strike. Then we strike while all this happens." For a moment, Philip just stared, then gave a slow, impressed nod. "That actually works. Smart. No one will question it." Shane's eyes glinted. "Of course it works. We're professionals. And the beauty? If someone records it, and I believe they will, it just makes him look like he can't handle the pressure of the popularity. We destroy his reputation and break him down at the same time. Two birds, one stone." Philip's throat went dry, but he forced himself to smile. "All right, let's do it." Shane finished his drink, the ice clinking against the glass. "Then it's set. When the cameras roll, the world will see chaos. And when he's back on his knees, you'll have what you wanted." As Philip left the suite, excitement and dread twisted together in his chest. This wasn't just about sending a message anymore. This was war, and he wasn't done with Dayo. He would make sure that he fanned the whole incident to blow up, and with that in his mind, he made a few calls to some shady people to be on standby. At the airport, JD rolled his suitcase through the terminal, hoodie up. But anonymity never lasted long these days. "JD," 3 young women screamed, startling him with a guy at their back. "Duh." He turned, blinking, then smiled. Fans. Real fans. Their joy lit something in his chest. "OMG, I can't believe I'm seeing you today. I'm such a huge fan." JD chuckled. "Really? Then it's my honor to have fans as beautiful as you ladies." The girls laughed, one teasing. "Ah, you're such a flirt." Luna was right. JD only smiled, enjoying the warmth of the moment. "So where are you all headed?" "Home for a short break in the US, one answered. "Oh, that's nice. I'm heading there too, to see my family." The conversation flowed easily, light-hearted and joyful. But just a short distance away, eyes were already watching. Plans were already in motion. And JD had no idea that what felt like a sweet encounter would soon switch up to something else. Chapter 29, The Attack. At Heathrow Airport, as the 3 young women clustered around JD, smiling, the boy who was with them now was behind them with a pissed face on. He wasn't enjoying this. He had their attention, and all of a sudden, upon setting their sights on JD, it shifted completely. Although he knew JD cause he saw a video he made with Luna, but that didn't make him ease up. He felt a bit intimidated by him cause even if he wanted to deny it, JD was handsome and he could sing. So yes, he felt jealous and a bit left out. That was when a tall man in a cap brushed past him, leaning close enough for only the boy to hear. "Make him sing," the man muttered, slipping a folded note of at least $500 into his palm. "Push the girls. Tell them to get him to perform. There's more where that came from if you can do that." The boy's eyes widened. He turned to look back, but the man had vanished. He stared at the money again to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Easy cash. He didn't care much for JD anyway, and this required little effort. He tugged at one of the girl's sleeves and whispered just loud enough. "Isn't that JD? The JD then one that sang with Luna? If you're really fans, you should ask him to sing for you. I mean, come on, this is once in a lifetime. You might not get to be this close to him again." The suggestion made the girl's eyes widen. Why didn't I think about that? Soon, the girls turned to JD with wide, eager eyes. "Can you sing something for us?" she asked, her friends chiming in with teasing encouragement. JD chuckled, scratching his neck. His flight wasn't boarding yet, and he was someone who wouldn't pass up any chance to perform, regardless of the crowd. Having been bound in his past life, he cherished his fans here and would happily sing. "Aight, no problem," he said, taking the guitar from one of them. "I'll sing you something special. I'm sure you already know this one. It's for all the beautiful ladies out there." All three of them had already brought out their phone to record the moment. He strummed the guitar, soft chords rippling out into the terminal. Then his voice flowed, warm and calm. "Shine, girl, you don't even try. Like sunlight breaking through the sky. Every step, the world turns slowly. With every smile, the room will glow. Beautiful lady, don't you see? You're the song the world wants to sing. Not the crown, not the fame, not the gold, but the story in your heart that's never told." The girls froze in awe. People nearby began stopping what they were doing and coming closer, phones rising to record. JD's voice carried with effortless grace, a mix of power and intimacy, like he was singing directly to them and yet to everyone at once. He swayed slightly with the melody as he stood up, approaching the crowd that had formed around him with the guitar ringing bright under his fingers. "Beautiful lady, you light the dark. Every beat is just your mark. Hold your head, let the world all see. You're the art, you're the melody." By now, a small circle had formed around them, comprising travelers, staff, and even guards. Applause rose between verses, gasps of surprise and admiration mixing within it, as if the whole airport had stopped to listen to JD sing. As JD reached the last note, a clean, resonant chord, silence fell for a second, then the place erupted. Screams, cheers, claps, phones flashing. The girls squealed with joy, jumping on their toes. One whispered breathlessly, "That was unreal. OMG, that sounded better than the original." "Yeah, I swear. Thank you so much, JD," another of the girls said. "Oh, it's nothing. You all are too beautiful for me to say no to." This earned him another laugh from the lady and the crowd. JD then handed the guitar back with a smile. For a moment, it felt like pure magic. Then it happened, a sensation he had not felt in a long while. Danger, and his instinct kicked in. From the edge of the crowd, two men surged forward. One swung a box cutter, its blade flashing, aiming straight at JD's face, coming in fast. Instinct kicked in. JD moved fast, pulling the curly-haired girl behind as she was about to be hit by the box cutter, which was meant for him. The blade sliced across his forearm. Pain shot through him, hot and sharp, but he held firm. Gasps rippled through the crowd as blood spotted his sleeve. The crowd screamed and panicked. Phones shook as people captured the chaos, while some ran to call security. The second man charged with a wild swing of a heavy belt buckle, the metal end whistling through the air. JD ducked, the buckle cracking against the bench where he'd been sitting a second earlier. JD's eyes sharpened. With one swift motion, he trapped the first attacker's wrist, twisting until the box cutter clattered onto the floor, and gave him a knee to the gut. The man folded over, sending him stumbling back. But the second attacker was already on him again. JD spun, his elbow crashing into the man's jaw. The attacker reeled, but swung again in desperation. JD blocked with his injured arm, gritting through the pain, then swept the man's legs. The attacker crashed onto the floor. Then, before he could rise again, JD sat on him with a final blow to knock him out. All of this happened under nothing more than 4 minutes. Then the girls huddled close, trembling. One whispered, "JD, your arm." He gave her a quick smile, even as blood streaked his sleeve. "Better me than you." Security swarmed in at last, shouting commands, tackling the attackers to the ground. The terminal was still in chaos, but the cameras didn't stop rolling. Every angle of JD shielding the girls, bleeding but standing tall, was already in dozens of live streams. An officer guided JD toward a secure passage. "You're lucky," the man muttered, half in awe. Or maybe just trained. Either way, you just turned an airport into a movie scene. And sorry for not being there on time. JD gave a tired grin, flexing his hand despite the sting. Guess old habits die hard. And there was nothing you could do at the time, as you all were working, so no problem. The man was taken aback a bit because he knew Dayo was a celebrity, and to him, most of them normally would already be screaming about suing the airport and all. You're so much nicer than the media paints you to be. Anyway, my daughter is a huge fan. Can you sign an autograph after we are done? Dayo smiled. Oh really? I would like to hear what the media thinks about me, and no problem, I would sign that for your daughter. Do tell her to keep supporting me. The man smiled as he escorted Dayo to go for treatment. Behind him, the terminal buzzed with a mix of fear and awe. He had shielded a girl and taken down 2 attackers in minutes, moving with the calm precision of someone who had clearly done this before. In that instant, the way people saw him changed. Not just JD the rookie the media mocked as arrogant, but a heroic figure. And every second of it was captured by countless cameras. Chapter 30, No Promises. Yawn. Luna stretched her hand across the bed, expecting to touch someone, but her fingers met only the cold, empty bed. For a moment, she lay there with her eyes closed, hoping she was wrong, that maybe he was still beside her. But when she rolled over, all she found was the same empty bed. With a sigh, she sat up, murmuring under her breath, "So, he really left." Dragging herself out of bed, Luna brushed her teeth, her movements slow, almost like she was unwilling to wake. Her body was awake, but her heart wasn't ready to face the day ahead. She walked barefoot into the kitchen, and her steps faltered. The dining table wasn't empty. A full breakfast spread awaited her. Eggs perfectly scrambled, toast stacked neatly, bowls of fruit, fresh juice, and steaming coffee. It wasn't just a meal. It was a buffet, laid out with care. And at the center, a folded note. Her breath caught as she reached for it. The handwriting was unmistakable. Dayos. Didn't want you waking up to nothing. Eat well. Don't skip meals. JD. A blush crept across her face before she could stop it, more like she didn't want to stop it. She sank into a chair, the smell of coffee wrapping around her. Dayo made the best coffee, and she always disturbed him to make it for her. For a while, she simply sat there, staring at the note, replaying the night before in her head. Flashback. Luna. I'll be going back home tomorrow, Dayo said casually, scrolling through his phone as he ate. Dayo had entered her life suddenly, changing her world in ways no one had in years. When they first met, he'd flirted openly, almost shamelessly, but over time, he grew more reserved. There, closeness remained, but his change unsettled her. She lowered her fork slowly, her appetite gone. She hadn't said it out loud, not even to herself, but somewhere along the line, she had fallen for him. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Dayo. He looked up at her serious expression, eyebrows raised, and he kept his phone aside. Yeah? You okay? Her heart jumped in her chest. The fact that he noticed her mood gave her courage. She took a breath and asked, her voice softer than she intended. Dayo, do you like me? The question made him nearly choke. His spoon dropped against his plate as his eyes widened. He looked stunned, like she had just dropped a bomb. Heat rushed to her cheeks. Embarrassed, she pushed her chair back, muttering, "Forget it." But before she could stand, his hand caught her gently, pushing her back to sit. Sit, he said quietly. Something in his tone made her obey. He slid his chair closer until they were face to face. His gaze was steady, but softer than she'd ever seen. Luna, you're an amazing woman. Any man would be lucky to have you. And yes, I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel something for you. But I can't be with you. I'd hurt you emotionally. He drew in a sharp breath. At first, I'll be honest, I just wanted to sleep with you. But the more I got to know you, the less I could follow through. You're not just anyone. You're different. And I can't risk ruining that. What he didn't say aloud sat heavy in his chest, that there was an invisible gap between them. Luna might not care about status, but he did. Without her, Hall of Fame wouldn't have reached the world. Without her, FIFA wouldn't even know his name, nor would the song the FIFA anthem. And he hated that truth, hated the shadow it cast over everything. He wasn't feeling inferior, just helpless. The silence stretched, thick and heavy. So, Luna's voice trembled, almost breaking. You admit you like me, but you're pushing me away because you think you're not good for me. His jaw tightened, guilt flickering in his eyes. Yeah, I didn't expect this, Luna. You're not just anyone. You make things feel real. And that scares me. Her chest ached, torn between hurt and warmth. She tried to laugh, but her voice cracked. That's the most honest thing you've said. And for the record, I didn't mind the cocky idiot who flirted with me that first day. He blinked, surprised, then chuckled. Oh really? Yeah, she said softly. I've met perfect guys with perfect lives who vanished the next week. But you? You came into my life when I needed someone most. You fixed things I didn't even know how to face. And you made me feel safe. Dayo stared at her then, really staring, like he hadn't allowed himself to before. Luna, you deserve more than a guy who's afraid of what he feels. I don't want to give you half love and end up breaking you. Her eyes glistened. Slowly, she leaned forward. Maybe I already know that. But maybe I just want you. No labels. No promises. Just us, here, tonight. His breath hitched. He wanted to pull back, but her closeness drowned out reason. And when she pressed her lips to his, gentle but sure, his resistance cracked. The kiss was soft, uncertain, but real. When they parted, his voice was rough. Luna, what have you done? She smirked, cheeks flushed. You talk too much. He laughed, shaking his head. And you kiss better than I imagined. She shoved him lightly, muttering, idiot. But neither pulled away. The air between them grew heavier, charged with something unspoken. Then the restraint shattered. His hand slipped around her waist, pulling her close. She gasped, but melted against him as the kiss deepened, no longer hesitant, but hungry. The chairs scraped back as he scooped her up effortlessly. She clutched at his shoulders, surprised by his strength, before he carried her toward the bedroom. Her laughter turned into breathless sighs when he tumbled her onto the mattress. He hovered above her, his grin reckless and bright. Still think I'm a jerk? He teased, tilting her chin. Definitely, she whispered, her breath ragged. But her words were cut off as he kissed her again, fiercer this time. The night blurred into tangled sheets, flushed skin, and whispered confessions between gasps of pleasure. And when the exhaustion finally claimed them, Luna lay in his arms, knowing this was fleeting. Tomorrow, he would leave. But tonight he was hers. Chapter 31, After the Chaos. Luna leaned back in her chair with a sigh of relief, her body still feeling hot from the night before. Emotionally and physically, she felt both exhausted and fulfilled. Although Dayo had made it clear he didn't want anything serious, Luna wasn't discouraged. She believed she could change that with time. That thought alone brought a small, content smile to her lips. The dining table was still full of the buffet Dayo had prepared for her. Eggs, toast, fruit, and even a pot of fresh coffee. The gesture warmed her more than she cared to admit. Just as she was about to sit and eat a slice of the toast, a knock sounded at the door. Without looking up, she already knew who it was. Amanda, come in. The door's open, Luna called, her voice light. Amanda walked in, her sharp eyes immediately looking towards the table where Luna sat. Wow, this looks like a hotel order, she teased. Then her tone shifted, curious. So, where's Dayo? I thought he was leaving today. Luna, distracted, answered without thinking. Oh, he just left my place this morning for the airport. The second the words left her lips, Luna froze. Her eyes widened slightly, as though she'd just betrayed a deep secret. Amanda's brow shot up. Wait, don't tell me you and him. Luna's face flushed red as ripe tomatoes. She turned away quickly, but that alone was enough to answer the question. Amanda's jaw dropped, then she grinned. As Luna's friend, she was thrilled, but as her agent, the situation made her a little wary, as Dayo, even though talented, wasn't of Luna's caliber or status. Still, in this moment, the gossip was irresistible. So, how was it? She asked, leaning closer with a mischievous glint. Amanda, Luna yelped, her embarrassment peaking as she scrambled to her feet. I'm not telling you that. Amanda burst into laughter, chasing her friend around the living room like they were teenagers again. Come on, you can't just drop that bomb and run. Luna was just about to protest again when Amanda's phone buzzed loudly on the dining table. She paused mid-chase, saying, 1SEC. This might be important. She swiped the screen, only for her expression to turn from curiosity to outright shock. Oh my God, Luna, you need to see this. The TV was switched on in an instant, the sound of CNN filling the apartment. A breaking news banner flashed across the screen. Singer JD attacked at Heathrow Airport. Both women froze. The broadcast cut to shaky but clear footage from multiple phones. Dayo in the middle of a crowd, singing with a guitar and fans around. Then, all of a sudden, chaos erupted as he was attacked. It then showed Dayo shielding a girl, blood spotting his sleeve. The camera caught every move, the way he quickly disarmed the attacker with his fluid motion, and the way he dropped both attackers in less than 4 minutes. The anchor's voices layered over the footage. Fans at the Heathrow Airport watched in shock as Dayo, also known as JD, was attacked by 2 unidentified men. Astonishingly, he fought them off, protecting a lady from getting hurt. As we can see from the footage provided, authorities are investigating the motive. Luna's hand flew to her mouth as her breath spiked. Her chest tightened. Then she muttered, "Oh, Dayo, please be safe." Amanda dropped onto the couch, wide-eyed. "This looks like a movie. Luna, he saved that girl, but look at his arm, he's bleeding. What the hell is happening?" Luna grabbed her phone in a panic, already dialing with her trembling fingers. "I have to call him, my gosh, he was bleeding." The line rang. Once. Twice. No answer. She tried again, fingers shaking. "Pick up, JD. Please, pick up," she whispered. "Luna, calm down. We saw that he is fine, okay? Just take a deep breath," Amanda said, trying to steady her. The sting of antiseptic burned against his arm as a medic wrapped the wound tightly in white gauze. JD winced but kept still, his eyes moving toward the flashing lights of police cars outside the now-secured terminal window. "You're lucky it wasn't deeper," the medic muttered. "A couple of stitches and you'll be fine. But try not to fight anyone else this week, all right?" JD gave a dry chuckle. "Wasn't exactly on my schedule." The medic smiled faintly. An officer approached him. "Mr. JD, once you're done here, we'll need your statement." His tone softened. "I have to say, I've never seen someone move like that. You trained? Martial arts?" JD tilted his head, giving a small smile. "Something like that." The officer raised his brows, but didn't push further. "All right then, let's make this official. We'll take your statement." JD was led into a quieter room, where the officer's supervisor was waiting, who was much older. After taking JD's statement, the supervisor nodded. "This lines up with the witnesses. You did well, son. Saving that girl, not many would have the courage to do that. We'll finalize this and let you go." Heathrow's on high alert now. Before JD left, the first officer approached him again, scratching the back of his neck almost shyly. "This might sound unprofessional, but my daughter's a huge fan. Do you mind signing this for her?" He held out a small notepad. JD chuckled despite his exhaustion and the sting in his arm. He scribbled his autograph. "Tell her to keep believing in herself. And thanks for having my back." The officer's eyes softened as he shook JD's hand firmly. "No, thank you. You didn't just defend yourself, you protected others. Not every star would do that. You've got my respect." Just then, his supervisor, who had been finishing up paperwork nearby, stepped closer. "Mr. JD, before you go, since you asked earlier about the attackers, here's what we've got so far." During interrogation, they claimed they were just die-hard fans of Luna, and they feel you are not worthy enough for Luna. That's their story for now. But we're digging deeper, seeing if someone else might have pushed them. JD nodded slowly, surprised a bit. "Fans of Luna, huh? Keep me updated if anything changes." The supervisor gave him a short nod. "We will." JD slipped his jacket carefully over his injured arm. Outwardly, he looked calm, but inside, his anger simmered. Whoever was behind this wasn't getting away with it. Within minutes after the incident, hashtags like #JadeAtHeathrow, #HeroJD, #AirportAttack were trending worldwide. Clips of him shielding the girl, blood staining his sleeve, and dropping the attackers were replayed across platforms. BBC called it a shocking but heroic scene at Heathrow. The Guardian wrote, "Pop's newest star proves he's no ordinary celebrity. JD protects a fan from being attacked." TMZ splashed, "Is JD a singer or secret agent?" Twitter buzzed with disbelief. "This looks so staged. I mean, man, come on." "I think so too. What's the possibility that when the hype of their song is just settling, this happens?" "Yup, smells like conspiracy. Fake blood, 100% PR stunt. There's no way this wasn't staged. Too clean, too perfect. Nah, watch it again. That's adrenaline and instinct." Man's a real-life superhero. This guy is a magnet for attention. First the FIFA anthem, now this? His career looks like a movie script. Some doubters called it a publicity stunt. Others insisted no one could fake the blood on his sleeve or the panic in the fans' screams. Either way, the world was watching, and millions were suddenly searching his name. JD flexed his fingers against the bandage, letting out a low sigh. He hated the whole situation. He hadn't asked for this kind of attention. All he wanted was to go home, focus on Lois' album, see the family he missed, and prepare for the FIFA opening ceremony. It wasn't that he was against attention, but from his past experience as a producer, he knew how it worked. Attention like this always came with hate. Nobody liked a rookie who stood out too much, especially one without a powerful backer. That kind of spotlight only made him a bigger target, a sacrificial lamb others could use to make themselves more popular. He turned to the officer. I want to leave the UK immediately. Tonight, if possible. The officer blinked. You sure? We can provide protection until... JD cut him off. It's not about safety. I've got work waiting, Lois' album, the FIFA ceremony, my family. I'm not stalling here. Whoever planned this won't get the satisfaction of slowing me down. The officer studied him for a long moment, then gave a slow nod. We'll clear you for departure once the paperwork's done. JD slipped his jacket carefully over his injured arm. Outwardly, he was calm, but inside, his anger simmered. Coming into this world, he only wanted to sing, to enjoy music, but now, someone had crossed the line. And that meant war, one he was prepared to give. His gut told him the truth. This had Philip written all over it. No one else would dare, and no one else had the motive to pull something this reckless. And for that, there would be consequences. Back at Luna's apartment, Amanda lowered the TV volume. CNN replayed the footage on loop. Luna sat upright, her back straight, her phone clenched tightly in her hand. She wasn't crying, not fully, but the glint of moisture in her eyes betrayed the storm inside. Her expression was controlled and strong, but her lips trembled faintly as she whispered, "Just be safe, Dayo." Amanda squeezed her hand gently. "He will." Chapter 32 Media Frenzy. Philip slammed open the office door without knocking. From his walking step, one could tell he was pissed from his face, which was twisted with uncontrollable rage. Shane was already there, behind his desk, watching the news. On the screen, CNN replayed the scene of the attack for what seemed like the 100th time as JD sang for the crowd. Then he shielded the girl from the attack and disarmed the attacker. Philip said with a heavy voice, "What the hell was that?" This wasn't the plan. Shane didn't answer immediately. He leaned back in his chair, hands resting on his chin, his eyes fixed on Philip with something between amusement and annoyance. When he finally spoke, his tone was calm, but one could feel the chill in his voice. "Why didn't you tell me he knew how to fight?" Philip panicked, caught off guard. "What? I didn't know." His words fumbled out. "I swear, I had no idea. He's just some rookie singer. How the hell was I supposed to know he could fight like that?" Shane's gaze didn't soften. He pointed a finger toward the screen where JD's movements were being slowed down, analyzed like footage of a professional fighter. That, he pointed at the screen, JD twisting the attacker's wrist until the blade fell, is not beginner's luck. That's training, military for that matter, I don't care. But he's not normal. You sent me in blind. Philip ran a hand over his face, frustration boiling. "Look, I hired you to handle him, not to tell me about what I didn't know. This wasn't supposed to happen." Shane's lips curved into a cold smirk. "And yet, here we are. Your boy didn't just survive, he's trending as some kind of hero. The camera caught him protecting a fan. If anything, you made him bigger because of what you don't know." Philip's jaw clenched with a hint of panic. "So what now? Are your people going to talk? Will this come back to me?" That was his only concern now. Shane shook his head with a smirk on his face. "No, my men don't talk. They know the deal. If they open their mouths, they get nothing. And besides," he leaned forward, lowering his voice, "the cover still holds. They were Luna's obsessed fans, angry that JD's name is tied to hers. The public will have no choice but to eat that narrative up. No one connects this to you. Not unless you're stupid enough to expose yourself." Philip swallowed, relief and fear wrestling inside him. He nodded stiffly, but his chest still burned with unimaginable anger towards Dayo. Shane leaned back again, watching the footage one more time, muttering almost to himself, JD just became a bigger problem. And bigger problems require bigger solutions, and my advice to you is to leave him be for now at least, cause clearly you don't know this guy well enough. He took a sip of the whiskey beside him before continuing. And second, it's best if you deal with him within the circle and not outside, cause from the look on his face, he is someone you should avoid. Philip didn't answer. He just turned and stormed out, Shane's words echoing in his head like those of his father, who had once told him to stay away from Dayo. And still, he went against that advice. Outside, he kicked the tire of his car in frustration. Dayo was becoming a pest that wouldn't stop buzzing. Unless he dealt with him, he'd never regain his face after the elevator incident. The plane touched down in the US, and Dayo switched on his phone before he could do anything. It buzzed instantly. The name on the screen made his chest tighten. Mama. He picked up instantly. Mama. Dayo. Her voice was sharp but shaky. I saw the news, my boy. What happened? Are you hurt? Talk to me. I'm fine, Mama, he said gently, trying to calm her. It's just a cut. Nothing serious. A cut? They said you were attacked at the airport, and you still sound so calm? Dayo, don't play with me. Mama, I promise I'm okay. Don't worry. Please. I'll explain everything. Where are you now? Are you still at the airport? Your siblings are already there. They promised to wait for you. I told them not to go, but they wouldn't listen. He exhaled softly, guilt and warmth mixing in his tone. I'm almost out, Mama. Don't worry. I'll meet them. Just stay calm, okay? There was a pause, then her voice softened. We are waiting for you, my boy. Just get here safe. I will, he promised, before hanging up. Immediately, he scrolled through his contacts and called Vivian. She picked up on the first ring. JD? Where are you? Just landed, he said quickly. But listen, I need security at the terminal exit. I feel the media already know I'm here, and it's going to be a mess. Wayne should be with you, right? Yes, Vivian replied, her voice firm but urgent. We're already at the airport with security. We'll meet you where you claim your luggage. Don't leave the terminal until you see us. Good. I don't know what I'd do without you guys, Dayo said, calm but appreciative. She chuckled. I've told you countless times to get a PA and escorts, but you always said you weren't at that level yet. Seems you are now. He laughed lightly. All right, you win, Viv. Anyway, my family's also here. Make sure you get them out safely. I don't want them caught in this circus. Understood, she replied. He ended the call, but before he could pocket the phone, Luna's name flashed across. For a second, he hesitated, because after last night, he wanted to take some time to think about what happened, but he knew he had to answer with a deep breath, then answered. Dayo. Her voice was steady, but the undertone betrayed the storm she was holding back. I'm here, he said softly. I saw the news again this morning. She breathed, steadying herself. I needed to hear your voice. He leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. I'm fine, Luna. Don't worry. It looks worse than it is. You were bleeding, she reminded him, her voice tightening. He chuckled, teasing. And guess whose fault that is? Luna frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Well, when I spoke with the police, they said the attackers claimed to be your fans. Apparently, I'm not worthy of you. Even when you're not here, you still find a way to torment me, Luna. Her laugh spilled through the receiver, warm and genuine. Oh, please, don't put that on me. Too late, he teased, smiling despite himself. Anyway, I'll call you later, okay? I've got to handle something here. All right, she whispered. Just be safe. Okay, I will. He slipped the phone into his pocket and adjusted his jacket over his bandaged arm. Then he walked toward the arrivals hall. The moment he stepped through the terminal doors, the media storm hit. Flashbulbs. Shouts. Reporters pressed forward, their cameras raised high, questions being asked in a rush, not giving him space to see. JD, over. Here. Were you really attacked? Was it staged? Did you know how to fight before? Who trained you? He kept his head low, moving forward, silent, bracing himself. Another wave of reporters came rushing. Are you safe now? Who do you think targeted you? Is it true the attackers were Luna fans? And how do you feel about that? The noise was deafening. Then, as planned, Vivian appeared with Wayne at her side, flanked by a wall of hired security. Their presence cut through the chaos, pushing reporters back and creating a shield around him. Behind them, his family was guided forward, his siblings rushing to his side, their eyes wide with worry, but relief flooding their faces when they saw him alive and standing. JD, this way. Wayne barked, his hand firm on Dayo's shoulder as the security detail formed a tight circle. The guards moved swiftly, ushering them all through the throng and out toward the waiting limousine. One by one, his family was guided inside, then Dayo last. As the door shut, sealing them off from the chaos outside, silence finally returned. For a moment, Dayo leaned back in the leather seat, letting out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. His mother reached for his hand, her grip trembling. "You're here?" "Thank God," she whispered. He squeezed her hand gently, offering the calmest smile he could manage. "I told you, Mama. I'm fine. And I'm home." Outside, the cameras still flashed, reporters still shouted, but none of it mattered now. Inside the limo, it was just family. And for Dayo, that was all that mattered, for now. Chapter 33, Numbers and Family. Upon reaching the house, the family of 5 stepped down from the limo, leaving only Dayo outside. You guys go in. I'll join you soon. I just need to talk with Wayne and Viv," he said. "All right," Jardin replied before leading the others inside. Dayo sighed and leaned back against the seat. Wayne turned to him. "So, Dayo, do you mind telling us what's going on?" Dayo rubbed his temples. "Honestly, I don't fully understand it myself. But I was attacked at the airport, and the only person who could possibly have a motive is Philip." "Philip? You mean the one from UC Label? The son of the shareholder, that Philip?" Vivian asked, eyes widening. "Yeah, that one. But how and why? Remember the story I told you about my ex who tried to steal my song? How I said she wasn't working alone?" Vivian nodded slowly. "Yes, I remember. Well, the person backing her was Philip." Wayne and Vivian's jaws both dropped. After a long pause, Wayne finally found his voice. "But even so, that still doesn't explain something this extreme." Dayo scratched his head. "Well, before I flew back, there was an incident. A confrontation. He got physical, and I kinda humiliated him. After that, it became pretty clear to me who was behind what happened at the airport." The two of them exchanged a look, and in that silent moment they understood. Vivian frowned. "So, what do you plan to do about it?" "For now, nothing." Wayne tilted his head. "That doesn't sound like you." "Why nothing?" "First, my relationship with UC Label is solid. I don't want to burn bridges over one spoiled brat who can't swallow his pride. Second, I don't have evidence or the power to fight that fight. Not yet." Wayne and Vivian glanced at each other again, but this time they smiled faintly. The reason was simple. Dayo was far too mature for his age. Any other 20-year-old in his shoes would already be plotting revenge. But instead, he was holding back, thinking long-term. They couldn't help but feel proud. Vivian finally nodded. You're right. I think that's the best call." Wayne leaned forward. "By the way, before we wrap this up, don't forget about Lois's album. That's the next big thing on your plate." Dayo exhaled and smiled faintly. "Yeah, you're right." With that settled, Dayo invited the duo, but they refused, saying they had something to do. After bidding them goodbye, he went inside. The family had dinner together, a much-needed meal after such a hectic day. Not long after, everyone drifted off to sleep, exhaustion winning over conversation. But later that night, Jaden sat outside taking a drink from his beer, gazing outward. Then Dayo walked out and saw his father drinking. He sat down beside him. The two kept quiet for a while. His father studied him carefully, his voice low and thoughtful. "You know, son, sometimes I feel like I don't recognize you. Like, you're not really my boy. But then again, you are." The words made Dayo's heart skip. Panic rose in his chest, though he forced his face to remain calm. His father smiled faintly and patted his shoulder. "Don't get me wrong. I like the man you've become. I really do." Dayo managed a small nod, masking the turmoil inside. His biggest secret was that he wasn't really Dayo. The real Dayo had passed, and he feared being found out. "Oh, by the way," his father continued, leaning back. "Your uncle Daniel is returning from a tour. You remember him, right?" Dayo hesitated, then forced a chuckle. Yeah, of course. It's been a while, but I remember he was always nice to me, taking me to the gun range. Yeah, he asked me to tell you that he saw the news, and if you need help or are in a situation you can reach out to him." Dayo was taken aback, but smiled from his memories. He could see that he had always been close to Daniel so much that when he disappeared from his family, he still met him. "All right, tell him I would," and I am expecting his return. The conversation lingered a moment longer before silence settled between them. Dayo's thoughts drifted down memory lane with the words he'd just heard. He still remembered his days in the army when he went on missions. The risk of not coming back was high, but necessary. It was why he always respected anyone in the force. Both father and son got a bit tipsy that night, before Dayo's mother came in to drag them inside to sleep. While all of these were happening, the internet was on fire because of Dayo. By midnight, Dayo's follower count had exploded. Instagram, from 3.2 million to 6.8 million overnight. Twitter, X from 1.5 million to 3.9 million. TikTok, his biggest jump, from 2.8 million to over 7.5 million, thanks to millions of reposted clips of his Heathrow performance and the fight. Then Hall of Fame received part of that fame, as it had not been up to a month, and the overall stream was already of breaking the bridge of over 100 million streams in total. Spotify, 55.4 million streams, plus 20.1 M. Apple Music, number 1 in 48 countries, plus 12. YouTube, 45.2 million views, plus 32.5 M. Audiomack, 15.7 million streams, plus 7.6 M. Hall of Fame surged to number 1 on Billboard Global 200, plus 2 spots. The next morning, Dayo woke up later than usual. For the first time in a while, there was no rush, no pressure, just the sound of his siblings laughing downstairs and the smell of breakfast his mother had prepared. After washing up, he joined them at the table. They all tried not to bring up the Heathrow incident too much, though their worried glances gave them away. Dayo only smiled, reminding them he was fine. After they ate, he finally opened the bag he had brought with him from London. His siblings' eyes widened with curiosity. "All right, gifts time," he said with a grin. For Jaden, his younger brother, he pulled out a PS5 with 2 controllers and a stack of games. "Don't say I never look out for you." Jaden's jaw dropped. "No way. You're the best, JD." He almost tackled him with a hug. For his sister, he handed her a designer handbag and a set of limited edition sneakers she had once mentioned on a call. "I remembered you wanted these," Dayo said, watching her gasp in surprise. "You remembered?" she squealed, hugging the bag like it was gold. For his mother, he placed a small box on the table. Inside was a delicate set of gold jewelry and some new clothes he had picked just for her. Her eyes softened as she lifted the necklace. "Dayo, this is too much." "It's never too much for you, Mama," he replied with a smile. Lastly, for his father, he brought out a premium wristwatch. "You've been wearing the same one for years. I thought it was time for an upgrade." His father chuckled, shaking his head. "You didn't have to do all this, son." But the way he kept turning the watch over in his hand said otherwise. The living room filled with chatter and laughter as they admired the gifts. For Dayo, it wasn't about the price of the items. It was about being here, with them, sharing a piece of the life he had built outside. A tear all what was money meant for if not to spend on loved ones. With all this happening, Dayo felt peace in his mind. Then he heard a **ding**. System notification. Mission completed. Path to global stage. Performance rating, SSS+. Viral song released, achieved. Chart requirement, top 50 global. Surpassed. Current rank, number 1 global chart. Audience engagement, legendary. Reward unlocked. System upgrade level 2. Signature skill, Prodigy's Instinct. A rare ability that lets the host pick up new talents at a much faster rate than ordinary people. Whatever skill the host sets his mind to, singing, dancing, performing, or even stage presence, progress comes naturally, as if guided by instinct. Overachievement bonus. Reward, Global Spotlight card. Effect, doubles the exposure and reach of your next release for 7 days. Penalty avoided, no skill lock applied. Chapter 34, a new threat? Michael's office was silent, the only sound coming from the faint clicking of his keyboard as he busied himself with work. Frank sat stiffly across from the massive desk, trying hard to mask the nerves crawling up his spine. The longer the silence stretched, the heavier the weight in the room became. Finally, Michael looked up, his sharp gaze locking onto the young man in front of him. "Frank, the global competition is not some talent show you stroll into with excuses. You get one shot. Win or lose, that's it. And I don't need to remind you. Your backer owes me for even putting you here." Frank swallowed hard, his throat dry. "Yes, sir. I understand. I'll deliver. Better, Michael said simply. His tone was calm, but it carried the weight of a verdict. Every word pressed down on Frank's chest like a stone. Michael wasn't like the other label heads. In the music industry, he was the godfather. He owned the #1 record label in the world, but more than that, he controlled the game. Nothing big happened without his knowledge. Politicians were on his speed dial, media executives in his pocket, and artists owed their entire careers to his ruthless brand of guidance. Nobody crossed Michael and got away with it. Even the heads of the other big four labels tread carefully around him, because Michael was infamous for cutting down rivals without hesitation by any means necessary. Behind the polished suits and expensive whiskey was a man who dealt in power, fear, and absolute control. Frank knew all this, which was why sweat prickled at the back of his neck every time he sat in this chair. A knock came at the glass door, saving him from drowning in his nerves. "Come in," Michael said without looking up. His PA stepped inside, tablet in hand, bowing slightly. "Sir, there's an update on the person you asked me to keep an eye on." Michael extended his hand. The tablet was placed before him. The screen lit up with charts, trending reports, and looping clips of JD's Heathrow incident, him shielding a fan, disarming attackers, and the roaring media response that followed. Michael leaned forward, scanning with a sharp eye. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. "Interesting," he murmured. "He's even more promising than I thought." Frank's gaze flicked to the screen before he could stop himself. JD's face, the footage of the fight, the way Michael's expression shifted, calm but calculating. In that moment, Frank knew. Michael was interested in this person. "Keep watching him," Michael ordered, handing the tablet back. "Every move, every number. I want updates if anything happens." "Yes, sir," the PA replied softly. Frank clenched his fists under the desk. He had been sitting here trying to prove himself, only to see Michael's focus shift so easily to someone else, someone new. He didn't even know why, but the sight of JD's face left him uneasy and threatened. Michael dismissed him with a flick of his hand, eyes already back on his computer. The PA packed up the tablet, JD's face still frozen on the screen, and left the office. Frank forced a smile as he stood. "All right then, Michael. I'll get back to work on what we discussed." Michael didn't respond, just a nod, as though Frank was already forgotten. Out in the hall, Frank waited until the PA emerged with the tablet tucked under her arm. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "That guy on the screen, who is he?" She hesitated, glancing around before leaning in. "JD, new artist, trending everywhere these past few months. An incident occurred at the airport where he was attacked, and he disarmed the attacker. It was even shown on CNN. I am surprised you don't know him." Frank's jaw tightened, as if he didn't even hear any of it. His concern was whether the person was a threat to his path. And Michael? The PA's lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't answer outright, but her eyes said it all. Michael was interested. Everyone in the industry knew what that meant. Michael rarely missed when it came to talent. Once he fixed his sights on someone, it was only a matter of time before that person worked for him and most definitely exploded in popularity, as he was the one calling the shots. Frank stepped back, muttering, "Figures." The PA gave a polite nod and walked away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Frank leaned against the wall, dragging a hand down his face. The timing couldn't have been worse. The global competition had already begun, and its rules were brutal, once in a lifetime. No second chances, no do-overs. It wasn't just about talent, there was more. It was about votes, raffles, and pulling the right strings just to make it on stage. It was hosted every 3 years, and once you competed, you could never compete again. Frank already had his slot secured, thanks to Michael's backing, even though the raffle had not been conducted, and that was only because of his backers' influence. But if Michael shifted his attention now, if JD entered the picture, everything could crumble. He clenched his jaw, trying to steady himself. Maybe Michael only wanted to sign JD. Maybe he wasn't thinking about pushing him into the competition. Still, the thought left a bitter taste in Frank's mouth. He knew better than anyone. Michael didn't waste interest on small things. And if JD was really in Michael's sights, then Frank's position was already under threat. He decided to do his own research on JD with his mind made up. He called his agent. "We have a problem and a possible new threat." Meanwhile, oblivious to all of this, Dayo was still looking at the mission complete interface that had just popped up in front of him. System notification. Mission completed. Path to global stage. Performance rating, SSS+. Viral song released, achieved. Chart requirement, top 50 global surpassed. Current rank, number 1 global chart. Audience engagement, legendary. Reward unlocked. System upgrade level 2. Signature skill, Prodigy's Instinct. A rare ability that lets the host pick up new talents at a much faster rate than ordinary people. Whatever skill the host sets his mind to, singing, dancing, performing, or even stage presence, progress comes naturally, as if guided by instinct. Overachievement bonus. Reward, Global Spotlight card. Effect, doubles the exposure and reach of your next release for 7 days. Penalty avoided, no skill lock applied. A smile crept up Dayo's face. He had been wondering when the system would reward him. He knew he had met the criteria, but hadn't received confirmation yet. Now, seeing the rewards listed, Dayo felt overwhelmed. He quickly called out the one thing he wanted to confirm. Stats. Ding. Stats. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 20 years. Status, National Artist, level 5. Singing level, B. Writing level, Acting skill, C. Visual, B+. Instrument level, Guitar, SS+. Flute, A+. Piano, S. Violin. Music production skill, SSS+. Video editing, B+. Potential, SSS+. Skills, Prodigy's Instinct. Status viewer. Perfect match. Cards. Global Spotlight card doubles the exposure and reach of your next release for 7 days. System level, 2. New features unlocked. Chapter 35, National Artist. System upgrade complete level 2. New features unlocked. Trend insight. Gain access to real-time data on global and regional music trends. Track rising genres, viral hooks, timing, and popular sounds to adjust your style strategically. Archive vault. Every song you perform, hear, or study is automatically stored. You can revisit, replay, and break them down anytime for training or inspiration. Dayo blinked at the glowing panel, his lips parting slightly as he muttered a stunned, "Oh." This was different. His whole body went numb for a moment, as if his brain couldn't quite process what he was seeing. These features were God-sent. The first one alone, Trend Insight, felt like holding the keys to the industry. Normally, artists had to guess what people wanted. They would release singles just to test the water. If the crowd loved it, the album would follow. If not, the project was quietly shelved, sometimes killing months of work. But with this feature, he wouldn't have to gamble anymore. The system would tell him, this is what people want right now, this is how long it will last, and this is the right moment to strike. It wasn't just helpful. It was a cheat. The kind of advantage that could save him from wasting years making music that no one cared about. He imagined it, knowing in advance that trap beats would fade in 3 months, or that an R&B wave was about to rise for the summer. It was like standing on a cliff where you could see the tide coming in long before anyone else. A chuckle slipped past his lips. With these tools, he had leverage. Information that labels would pay millions for in the need be. And it was true. Major labels paid millions just to get fragments of this kind of insight. Research teams, trend scouts, data analysts. Dayo had it at his fingertips, free. And then there was Archive Vault. Dayo's fingers twitched slightly as he thought about it. Every sound, every song, every little tune he played, it would all be stored. He could break them apart, replay them, learn from them, and use them for inspiration later. No more losing ideas because he forgot to jot them down. No more wishing he could listen to a live performance again to study the tone. It would all be there, like a personal vault of music only he could access. His breathing grew ragged from the excitement, and he forced himself to calm down. His chest felt too tight, his heart hammering as if it was trying to break free. Calm down, he muttered. He exhaled, then decided to check the part he had forgotten, the actual stats. The screen. Refreshed. Stats. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 20 years. Status, National Artist, level 5. Singing level, B+. Writing level, A+. Acting skill, C. Visual, B+. Instrument level, Guitar, SS+. Flute, A+. Piano, S. Violin. Music production skill, SSS+. Video editing, B+. Potential, SSS+. Skills, Prodigy's instinct. Status viewer, perfect match. Cards, Global Spotlight card doubles the exposure and reach of your next release for 7 days. System level, 2. New features unlocked. Trend insight, Archive vault. Dayo froze, eyes widening at the line that glared back at him. National artist, level 5. National artist. He muttered under his breath, the words strange on his tongue. That was the biggest shock of all. Just months ago, the system had mocked him with a single word, nobody. Even his signed artist on his small labels had been ranked higher. Now, he was officially a national-level artist, recognized across the entire United States. The thought made his chest pound so hard that he could almost hear the thud of his heartbeat in his ears. 3 or 2 out of 5 people in this country probably know my name, my face, or at least my song. And he had done it with one track. Just one. Not an album, but a track. He pressed a hand to his forehead, laughing shakily. Haha, this is insane, actually insane. Still, his smile faded slightly as his eyes scanned through the rest of the stats. Most were unchanged. His instruments, his visuals, his production skills, they had stayed where they were. This was due to the workload on his plate. He had to produce and record at the same time, which was stressful. The only real leaps were in 2 areas, singing and writing. Both had shot up. His singing, which had been stuck at C-, now gleamed at B+. The jump was massive, almost like skipping several rungs on a ladder at once. He remembered clearly how shaky he used to be, losing breath in the middle of a chorus, straining for high notes that refused to land, lacking control when trying to pour emotion into his tone. That had changed. He could feel it in his chest, in the strength of his lungs. The live performances, the endless rehearsals, and Luna's constant corrections had all played their part. Practice really did make perfect. Each time he sang, his body remembered, his control sharpened, and his confidence grew. His writing, now at A+, made him pause longer. He knew exactly why. He thought back to those nights writing the lyrics for Hall of Fame. The way he had dug deep, struggling to turn feelings into words, scratching out lines and rewriting them until they finally clicked. That process had unlocked something open inside him. Since then, ideas came to him faster. Verses, hooks, lines, they poured out in ways he hadn't experienced before. His notebook was filling up faster than he could keep track. Sometimes he even laughed to himself, thinking about how he once worried if he'd run out of songs to write. If all else failed, he still had a goldmine, songs from his old world, hits no one here had ever heard before. His lips curved into a small smile. Not bad. Then his eyes dropped to the Global Spotlight card, and his excitement dimmed into a more cautious nervousness. This card is too much. It wasn't just good, it was overpowered. A full week where his reach would double. That was worth tens of millions in promotion. Record labels fought tooth and nail to secure even half that kind of exposure for their biggest artists. But his gut told him to hold back. His current viral song was already everywhere, top of the global charts, plastered across feeds, climbing playlists by the hour, which also includes the incident at the airport. Using the card now would be like pouring gasoline onto a fire that was already blazing. Wasteful. Besides, the FIFA World Cup was around the corner. That stage was a guaranteed explosion of global attention. Everyone would be watching. If his song was already soaring, FIFA would only make it fly higher. The card would be better saved for when he needed to break another barrier, when the timing would mean everything. He exhaled slowly, shutting the panel with a firm nod. For the first time since waking up in this new world, he felt it. Momentum. Real, unstoppable momentum. Level 5 already. He whispered to himself, his grin widening. Just 5 months in this world, and he had climbed to a level artist spent years chasing. Let's see how far I can take this. Chapter 36. A fresh start. The days that followed weren't exactly peaceful. Dayo and his family had barely settled into a routine before the first wave of media arrived. At first, it was just 1 or 2 journalists lurking outside their home with cameras, asking about the Heathrow incident and who he thought was responsible. But before long, more came. Reporters, bloggers, vloggers, even fans pretending to be delivery riders just to get close or chase an autograph. It was chaos. The once peaceful street had turned into a circus every other day. Neighbors complained. Cars slowed down just to snap pictures. Even his younger siblings weren't spared. And the worst part? Dayo didn't know how his private information had leaked. He hadn't given out his address, and neither had his team. But the media always found a way. One evening, after another long day of recording for Lois' album and dodging cameras, he sat with his father on the front porch. "Dad," Dayo said quietly, rubbing his temples, "I don't think this is working anymore. This place, it's not safe. We can't even breathe after the airport incident." His father gave him a long look, nodding slowly. "I know, son. I've been thinking the same. But houses and estates don't come cheap." Dayo let out a small, tired laugh, leaning back. "I've been planning for that. I wasn't sure I could pull it off before, but I think I can now. With the tours, the shows, the copyright money, the streams, it adds up. We can get somewhere safe. And private." And it really did add up. From performances with Luna, club gigs, TV shows, and a few festival slots, he had already earned close to $650,000 after splits from ticket sales, performance fees, and a couple of small sponsorships. Hall of Fame was still climbing. In royalties alone, Spotify, Apple Music, Audiomack, YouTube streams, etc., he'd crossed roughly $300,000. Add in songwriting credits and production work he'd quietly done for other artists, another $120,000. Altogether, JD had pulled in just over $1 million in less than a year. For a newcomer, that was wild. Not a megastar yet, but enough to take a real step to protect his family. "It's time we move. Somewhere quieter. Somewhere with a gate. Somewhere safe," Dayo said, turning to his father. His dad didn't argue. He knew his son's character. Once Dayo set his mind on something, there was no turning back. He simply patted Dayo on the shoulder, pride and worry mixing in his eyes. Dayo picked up his phone and called Vivian. "Hey Viv, I need your help. Remember the housing thing I mentioned?" "Oh yeah, I already handled that. I was waiting for you to come to the office today, but you were stuck with Lois' album," she replied. "Yeah, it's been a long day. Viv, what would I do without you?" Dayo laughed. "Haha, nothing, Dayo. I told you to get an assistant to ease the stress." "Yeah, I will. Good news, I've arranged viewings. I found a gated townhouse near Holloway Road, quiet street, good. Security, 5 bedrooms so everyone gets a room, and a guest room. It's about $700,000. Perfect for your family." Dayo inhaled deeply. It was more than he planned to spend, but the peace of mind already felt worth it. "Show me. Book it. Also, what about the press? They keep harassing me, and I don't mind, but my family isn't being spared." Vivian's tone turned serious. "That's the problem. The media are circling because you haven't done a sit-down interview. People want to hear your version. You posting, 'I'm fine' online isn't cutting it anymore. They want to see your face, hear your words. After all, it's not every day you see a celebrity who can fight, sing, and look good doing it. You're a celeb now, Dayo. Until you give an interview, they'll keep chasing you. I've already lined one up. It'll pay well too and help reduce the stress." Dayo rubbed his forehead. "Viv, you really think this will calm things down?" He had never been in this kind of situation before. Back when he was just a producer, even though he was well known, he never got this kind of stalker-like attention. Experiencing it now, he finally understood why some artists chose to stay indoors rather than step outside. "Yes," Vivian said firmly. "One big, controlled interview. Then we lock things down. After that, we control what gets out instead of letting them run wild. And let's be honest, your indoor lifestyle doesn't help either." Dayo let out a slow breath. She was right. He'd been dodging, posting updates here and there, but never addressing the incident directly. It was time to face it head on. "All right, let's do it. But you have to be there." "You know I will," Vivian replied. "And Wayne too. We'll make sure everything goes smoothly." For the first time in days, Dayo felt like he could breathe again. Between the house move and Vivian's plan for the interview, maybe, just maybe, things would finally settle down. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling with a small smile. "Thanks, Viv. Really. Don't thank me yet. Wait until we're sitting in that new house of yours," she teased, before hanging up. Dayo set the phone down, glancing at his family, who had been listening quietly. "Looks like we're moving soon," Dayo said. Janet's eyes widened, her voice bouncing with excitement. "Really? OMG, when? Are we really moving this time?" Jeffrey leaned forward on the couch, his brows raised. "For real? We're actually moving." He sounded half disbelieving, half anxious. Dayo chuckled. Yes, for real. Vivian already found a place. Janet clapped her hands together, her voice rising. Finally, peace and quiet in the mornings. Says the person who benefited from this whole situation the most. I saw the spike in your followers, Janet. Dayo teased. Haha, you caught me. She stuck out her tongue and ran off. Jeffrey wasn't as quick to celebrate. He frowned, resting his chin on his palm. But what about my friends? Moving means starting over again. I'll be the new kid all over. Ah, stop that. Their mother cut in gently, her tone calm but firm. You'll meet new friends there too. Besides, this place isn't safe anymore. You've seen it yourself. Janet nudged his shoulder playfully. Don't worry, Jeff. You'll survive. Who knows? Maybe you'll even make cooler friends. Jeffrey groaned, but glanced at Dayo, who patted him lightly and whispered something only he could hear. Jaden, who had been quiet, finally spoke, his voice steady. Listen, kids. Sometimes change is necessary. This is one of those times. Trust me, it'll be worth it. The whole family smiled. Excitement buzzed through the room. After all, who doesn't like something new? The next morning, Vivian arrived early to take them to the viewing. Everyone piled into the van, chatter filling the ride. Even Jeffrey, who had complained the night before, couldn't hide his curiosity. When they pulled up, the family went silent for a moment. The house stood tall behind black iron gates, sitting on a quiet, tree-lined street. It wasn't a flashy mansion, but it had presence, modern brick walls, wide glass windows catching the morning sun, and a neat stretch of lawn out front. Inside, it was even better. The living room stretched wide with a high ceiling and soft cream-colored walls that made the whole place bright. The kitchen had polished marble counters and modern fittings, the kind their mother had always dreamed of. Upstairs, 5 bedrooms waited. One for everyone, plus a guest room. Janet darted from one room to another, already claiming the one with the biggest window. This is mine, she shouted, spinning in circles. Jeffrey peeked into his own room, trying to act unimpressed. Not bad. Bigger than before. But the smile he tried to hide gave him away. Their mother touched the kitchen counter slowly, her fingers brushing the smooth surface, her eyes soft. This feels like home already. Jaden walked through the master bedroom, the small balcony overlooking the street catching his eye. He turned back toward Dayo, pride written clearly in his expression. Dayo stood still for a moment, taking it all in, the laughter of his siblings, the relief on his mother's face, the nod of approval from his father. It was worth every late night, every show, every fight to get here. Vivian clapped her hands lightly. So, what do you all think? Janet shouted before anyone else could. We're moving in. Right now. Everyone laughed, and just like that, the decision was sealed. Chapter 37, The Release Plan. After just 2 days of rest with his family in the new house, Dayo was back at work. He went to the studio to check on Lois's album progress. Things were moving well, but everyone knew Dayo was a perfectionist. He wasn't just there to finish the project. He was determined to carve out her sound and make the album a hit that could stand out. This would allow him to have people come to record from him, giving him another source of income. As of now, not many knew he produced, but that wouldn't remain the same for long. He called Lois into the booth, and together they spent hours experimenting with harmonies, layering instrumentals, and adjusting tempos. But somewhere between the studio takes and coffee breaks, the energy shifted. Lois's glances lingered too long. She started leaning in too close, her compliments slipping from professional to personal. Dayo noticed it but ignored it at first, focusing on the music, until it became impossible. She grew touchier, brushing his arm, trying to blur the line between work and something else. It turned him off instantly. He didn't blame her entirely. He understood the industry's darker side. With his rising popularity, he knew some people would try to get close for reasons other than music. Still, he had dropped hints, gentle but firm, reminding her there was no need for this, that he'd take care of her career professionally. But she didn't take the hint. Part of it, he realized, was his own fault. When he'd first pushed her name into the spotlight, fans had shipped them together online. He never responded or corrected the narrative, so maybe she thought she had a chance. But it couldn't work. One evening, after another subtle attempt, he finally shut it down. Lois, he said firmly, keep it professional. I know what you want, and you'll get everything you deserve in due time, but for now, leave all that aside. Let's work. The room's vibe shifted. Like a switch had been flipped. Lois grew distant, cold, and sometimes sarcastic. Everyone noticed. Some even waited to see if Dayo would react. But he didn't. He had made a vow long ago never to mix business with desire, especially now, when everything was beginning to align. It would only lead to trouble. Still, he took note. Quietly, he told Valerie to warn others not to cross the same line. If he hadn't already been deep into Lois's album, he might have pulled the plug on her contract. But he was too far in to stop. So he focused. On the work. On the sound. On the vision growing inside him. 2 weeks later, the album was finally done. Every detail checked. All 12 songs were intact. Now all that remained was promotion and, most importantly, picking the release date. That was when Dayo surprised everyone by dropping a bomb. "I'll choose the date myself," he said casually in a meeting. The room went silent. Wayne and Valerie exchanged looks. Normally, release dates weren't chosen offhand. It took weeks of research, market studies, budget analysis, promotional schedules. Hearing their boss announce it so easily made them uneasy, even suspicious. Later, Valerie and Wayne went to his office. "Dayo," Valerie began carefully. "Not that I want to undermine you, but how exactly do you plan on picking a date without research?" Wayne nodded. "This isn't like deciding what to wear. The timing could make or break the album." Dayo smiled faintly. Their concern didn't annoy him. It warmed him. It showed they cared. "I have a way," he said calmly. "So don't worry. But, have I ever disappointed you since you started working with me?" Dayo cut in. They both shook their heads. "Then trust me. I wouldn't play with this. The funds from this project are what I'll use to push myself during the global competition. Do you really think I'd risk that without knowing what I'm doing?" The conviction in his voice silenced them. They knew him well enough. If he sounded this confident, then he had a plan. After they left, Dayo locked his door and leaned back in his chair. He whispered the command. "Trend Insight. Analyze release timing for Lois's album." The system panel flickered to life, glowing with shifting charts and live data streams. Trend Insight. Analyzing. Analyzing global and regional music data. Streaming platforms. Spotify/Apple/Audiomack/YouTube. Social media. TikTok/Reels/#Velocity. Festival and booking lineups. Listener sentiment analysis. Projection timeline. 0 to 2 weeks. Current. Trap/drill oversaturated. Decline, -15%. EDM/house stable. Small growth, +6%. Afrobeats fusion plateau, 0%. 3 to 4 weeks. Pop rap crossovers rising, +12%. Latin pop/reggaeton spike, +18%. Acoustic ballads early climb, +10%. 5 to 6 weeks. R&B/soul fusion rapid growth, +27%. Acoustic duets, male plus female, surge, +31%. 7 to 9 weeks. Peak window. R&B/soul fusion major breakout, +42%. Acoustic duets viral crossover, +38%. Projected stability, 3 months. Lois album fit. Style, R&B/soul plus acoustic fusion. Alignment, 90% with peak cycle, 7 to 9 weeks. Viral probability, high, +47%. Recommended launch, week 7 to 8, is almost equal to 2 months. Dayo's eyes widened. This was his first time using Trend Insight in full, and the precision stunned him. His hands trembled from a cocktail of fear and excitement. Fear, because if anyone discovered this system, they'd never let him go free. Excitement, because this was more than an advantage, it was a weapon, and he knew exactly how to use it. He had only wanted to check Lois's album in the archive vault, his new skill, to test how it would look. He hadn't expected the system to break down the entire industry cycle, then give him a clear recommendation. He let out a shaky laugh. This thing is insane. For half an hour, he sat there planning. With his intelligence, the strategy came together quickly. Drop a lead single in week 5 to 6 to seed the trend. Hold the full album until week 7 to 8, during the R&B/soul peak. Use the single, a duet with Lois, to boost her visibility and his own, right before the global competition raffle draw. It wasn't that he doubted the system, but Dayo was cautious. Testing the waters with a single would give him cover while still keeping him aligned with the peak cycle. By the time he shut down the panel, he was grinning. For the first time, the future didn't feel uncertain. It felt calculated, predictable, almost like destiny itself was being bent in his favor. And with that, he turned to the next thing on his calendar, the FIFA World Cup opening. Chapter 38, Rehearsals and Meeting Veil. Dayo had already told the team the release date for Lois's album. Some of them were skeptical, whispering among themselves about how risky it was to skip the usual research and projections. But at the end of the day, he was the boss. They had no choice but to follow his lead. Even Wayne and Valerie, though they trusted Dayo's instincts, were uneasy. Still, they moved forward with preparations, press rollouts, content calendars, promotional budgets. Whatever doubts they had, they buried them under the reality that Dayo had never failed them before. And once that was settled, his focus shifted. The FIFA World Cup performance was next. Dayo waved goodbye to his family as they accompanied him to the airport. Janet, his younger sister, clung to him with tears in her eyes. "Why are you crying?" Dayo teased with a grin. "It's not like I'm not coming back. Relax." The family laughed, teasing Janet until it was time for him to board. As the plane lifted toward Morocco, Dayo felt both nerves and excitement pulse through him. This wasn't just another gig. It was the FIFA World Cup, one of the biggest stages in the world. He would be performing at the opening ceremony alongside global stars from every corner. Among them was Luna, whom he hadn't seen since their last night together. Though they spoke often on the phone, seeing her again was different. At first, there was an awkwardness, stolen glances, words hanging halfway between personal and professional. But soon, they found their rhythm again, agreeing quietly that for the sake of their careers, they would keep whatever they had between them a secret. Rehearsals were intense. Billions would be watching, and the pressure was immense. Every move, every harmony, had to be in sync. For Dayo, the thought of performing in front of 75,000 people live was staggering. And the choreography? Completely foreign to him. He had never been formally trained, never imagined himself learning routines this complex. The lead choreographer, Shun Lee, an internationally acclaimed creative, hadn't known much about him beyond a few viral clips. Out of curiosity, Shun searched him online. Headlines about the Heathrow incident, blogs calling him a prodigy, debates about whether he was overrated or the real deal. But instead of forming an opinion, Shun kept an open mind. At first, Dayo stumbled through rehearsals. Offbeat, stiff, frustrated. But by the third day, something changed. His rhythm locked in, his steps sharpened, and his confidence grew. Shun clapped in the middle of rehearsal, grinning. "That's it. That's the energy." Luna, watching from the side, couldn't hide her shock. She knew Dayo had no dance background, yet he was moving like someone who'd been at it for years. What she didn't know was that Dayo had an edge. Prodigy's instinct, a rare ability that lets him absorb new skills at lightning speed. Whatever he set his mind to, singing, dancing, stage presence, progress came naturally, as if guided by instinct. It was how he turned from a stiff beginner into a performer who looked seasoned in less than a week. But not everyone was clapping. Dayo noticed something strange. Many of the other artists kept their distance. They were polite, but brief. Conversations ended quickly. Smiles felt fake. And as someone who had been trained to observe, he could spot insincerity easily. At first, he thought it was nerves, or maybe they just didn't know him well enough. But the coldness lingered. On the third evening, during a break, someone finally approached him. "Dayo." He turned and froze. Standing in front of him was Luron Vale, the same Vale whose song he had once covered in a piano store back when he was still a nobody. Dayo had twisted the melody, added his own flavor, and posted it online. To his shock, Vale himself had reposted it with the words, "This kid's voice is unreal. Would love to link one day." And now here he was. Vale smiled, extending a hand. "Been meaning to meet you properly. That cover you did of my track? You killed it. Different, but I liked how you flipped it." Dayo shook his hand firmly, grinning. "Man, you don't know what that meant to me back then. That repost gave me courage when I needed it most. Glad it helped." Vale paused, then added quietly, "You actually gave the track a second life. The hype was dying down, and then boom, your cover reignited it. You boosted the numbers." I noticed. Dayo felt a warm pride at that. For the first time that day, he relaxed. Then, because the question had been bugging him, he asked what he'd been wanting to know. Vale, can I be honest? I've noticed a lot of people here keeping their distance. They're polite, but cold. I thought this would be a chance to meet people. I thought maybe it was me. But is there something I don't know? Vale's smile faded. He exhaled. It's not you. It's perception. People think you're arrogant. Dayo frowned. Arrogant? How? Your last interview, Vale explained. About the Heathrow incident. The host asked if you saw yourself as a hero, and if you thought you'd surpass the legends. You said, time will tell. To you, that was careful. Humble even. But the media cut it, spun it, and made it sound like you were declaring yourself above everyone else. That headline spread like wildfire. Dayo felt his chest tighten. He remembered the sharp questions. He had thought his answer was respectful. Yet here it was, twisted into cockiness. Vale shook his head. This industry is full of sharks. Folks here are watching how you move in interviews. They assumed. Some will hold on to that. Others will wait and see. Don't let it choke you. Just be who you are. Dayo nodded slowly. I get it now. Thanks for telling me. Vale leaned in, his grin returning. Hey, by the way, I was on tour before coming here. That's why you didn't see me earlier. But I've got a show in the US next month. You should come on stage. The crowd would love you, and you can even perform your own version of my track. Think about it. The invitation was huge. Though Dayo had been performing at shows, this would be his biggest tour stage yet. It wasn't just flattery. Vale genuinely respected him. Dayo said yes before he thought. Yeah, I'd love to. Vale clapped him on the shoulder. Good. I'll have my people send the details. We'll link after rehearsals. Before leaving, Vale gave him a steady look. Listen, don't let the noise drag you down. This industry runs on perception. People will always talk. All you can do is keep showing them who you are. Stay humble. Keep grinding. They'll see the truth. Hearing it from Vale, someone he respected, someone who had been in the game longer, loosened the knot in his chest. So he adjusted. Over the next few rehearsals, Dayo made an effort. He laughed more. He complimented others. He showed gratitude. When dancers stumbled, he helped. Slowly, the room thawed. One by one, conversations flowed. Numbers were exchanged. By the end of the week, Dayo wasn't just the fast learner who impressed everyone with his stage presence. He was also the artist who showed humility, maturity, and heart. And that mattered just as much. Still, Dayo knew not everyone would like him. In this industry, there would always be those who resented newcomers rising too fast. But that was fine, because Dayo wasn't here to be liked. He was here to last. Chapter 39, The Performance. Rehearsals had ended late, and the stadium lights still glared as staff packed equipment off the stage. Dayo stood, staring at the huge Atlas Stadium in Tangier. 75,000 seats surrounded him, and soon, by tomorrow, billions more would be watching from their homes. But what was in his mind was not just about the performance. It was a strategic thinking that Wayne and Valerie gave him. That was weighed on him. They said that if he could announce his participation in the global competition on this stage, right after his performance with Luna, it could change everything. It would give him the fan support he needed for the raffle draw. But he was hesitating because he knew this was the World Cup, not just any show, and the World Cup was bigger than him, and he couldn't just do whatever he wanted. So, he decided to ask for permission from Shun-Li. He found Shun-Li, who was in charge of choreography, reviewing notes with two assistants. Mr. Shun, Dayo said politely as he walked up. Shun glanced up, adjusting his glasses. Ah, Dayo. Still here? Do you need something? I wanted to ask. Dayo hesitated before he made up his mind and said it. After Luna and I perform our song, would it be possible for me to make a short announcement? Just a few words. Nothing long. I thought it was better to ask than to do it, and it has repercussions. Shun studied Dayo for a moment, then slowly said, You want to speak? Yes, Dayo nodded. Just to share something important with the fans. That I would be competing in the global competition. I respect the stage, but I didn't want to do it without permission. Shun-Li looked shocked and asked just to confirm what he was hearing. You are going to compete for the global competition? Dayo smiled and nodded. Yes, I am. And as I don't really have much background, I thought of using this platform, and of course, with your permission. Shun-Li nodded and said, In China, we say, O Druzha. Shu Jingcheng. Dayo finished smoothly, without hesitation. Shun froze, his words cut short. His assistants looked up, startled. Dayo's tone was like he was an expert in Chinese and not a novice. The whole world was fluent without a hint of mistake. Where there is a will, there is a way. Shun's eyes widened before softening into genuine delight. You speak Chinese, and you know the saying? Shun Li couldn't hide how shocked and impressed he was because it was one thing to understand Chinese and another to know a saying, as the saying was always mostly spoken among locals. Dayo gave a small smile. Yes, I've studied some Chinese. Although not perfect, I understand enough. For the first time all evening, Shun laughed a low, warm chuckle that surprised even his assistants. Remarkable. I feel you have been humble. Your pronunciation was clean. Most foreigners butcher it, but you carry it well. Dayo shrugged lightly. Languages are like music. Once you catch the rhythm, the flow, it stays with you. Shun's face lit up, a rare moment of genius smile. Good. Very good. Then you already understand the weight of the words. To succeed on this stage, you will need willpower above all. Dayo bowed his head slightly. CC. Shun tilted his head, clearly impressed. Then use your words carefully. Gratitude always opens doors. He tapped his clipboard against his hand. I cannot promise, but I will speak to the organizers. If they agree, you'll have your moment. Just keep it brief. Relief washed over Dayo. Understood. I'll keep it short. Shun nodded once, then added quietly. Remember, Dayo, talent opens the stage, but respect keeps it open. Don't forget that. And good luck to you. I will be rooting for you to win. I won't forget, and thank you. Your support is appreciated, Dayo said, smiling like he just won the lottery. As he left the stage, a calm resolve settled in him. If all went well, tomorrow wasn't just about performing with Luna. It would also be the day he told the world his next move. He called Wayne and Valerie to update them before sleeping. The day came fast. After weeks of practice, mistakes, and pressure, the opening ceremony of the FIFA World Cup was finally here. The stadium shook with noise. Flags waved, fireworks burst, and chants echoed. 75,000 people filled the seats, and millions more were watching worldwide. The opening match, which was between Brazil versus Italy, would be the first match, but right now, the focus was on the stage. Backstage, Dayo stood still. He wasn't scared. Like the last time at the Tonight Show, he had grown to love the shout and scream of the fans. He was just overwhelmed. The drums thumped, the dancers stamped in rhythm, and the lights painted the stage bright. Beside him, Luna looked calm and confident in her glittering outfit. She glanced at him. You ready? Dayo smiled faintly. Yeah, let's give them something they'll never forget. The voice came through their earpieces. You're up in 10-9. The announcer's voice came across the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, Luna and JD. The crowd roared. The spotlight hit. The music dropped. Dayo stepped into the light, mic in hand, his head low. He lifted it slowly and began. Yeah, you can be the greatest. You can be the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest. The big screens behind him flashed with clips of young athletes and kids chasing dreams. The stadium hushed, drawn in by his voice. Luna entered next, her presence captivating. When she joined him, the two of them sang like they were carrying the same fire. They sang together, voices blending, moving in rhythm like one. You can beat the world, you can win the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door. The stage exploded with sparks and dancers. Luna stepped forward, her voice soaring, strong and clear. You can rise from the ashes when the world's gone cold. Build a fire from the pieces of the dreams you hold. The crowd clapped along, chanting. By the time Luna hit her final note, the energy was electric. Dayo stepped back into the spotlight, and together they sang the chorus. Soon, the stadium joined in. Thousands of voices shouted in unison with them, echoing through the whole stadium. Standing in the Hall of Fame, it didn't feel like they were performing anymore. It felt like the whole world was singing with them. When the music ended, fireworks shot across the sky. The chants started immediately. Luna, JD. Luna, JD. The noise shook the ground. Breathing hard, Dayo bowed. Thank you for listening. Then, steady and clear, but still catching his breath. And please support me in the upcoming global competition draw. Thank you. The stadium erupted with cheers. As Dayo and Luna walked off stage, his body trembled. He tried to hide it, but tears slipped from his eyes. The sound of so many voices chanting his name was overwhelming. Luna noticed. She pulled him into a hug. Hey, are you crying? Dayo sniffled, wiping quickly. Nah, something just got in my eyes. Oh really? Luna teased with a smile. Yeah, Dayo said, trying to act cool. He turned to walk away, but Luna caught his arm. You know, she said softly. It's okay to cry when you're happy. Don't hide it. You're human too. Dayo looked at her, then smiled and nodded. She was right. For once, he let himself feel it. This was his dream coming true. And it was only the beginning. Chapter 40. The aftermath of the performance. After the performance at the stadium, the expected happened. With the whole world watching and singing along with Dayo and Luna, the numbers skyrocketed. The song, which had been sliding down the charts, shot right back up. Within a week, it climbed back into the top 5 on the Billboard Hot 100 in the US. In fact, it held the #1 spot in over 30 countries, from Brazil to South Africa to France. This was the effect of having a song as the World Cup anthem. Spotify, 92.6 million streams, plus 37.2 M. Apple Music, #1 in 62 countries, plus 14. YouTube, 128.4 million views, plus 83.2 M. Audiomack, 24.3 million streams, plus 8.6 M. Billboard Global 200 Hall of Fame, which had slipped to number 12, surged back up to number 3, plus 9 spots. The revival shocked the industry. One World Cup performance had brought the song back to life in a way no one predicted. Labels across the globe were stunned, and the press called it the performance of the year. But while the world buzzed, Dayo wanted space. He needed a breather before pushing into the global competition. So, after calling home to let his family know he'd be gone for a week, he slipped out of the spotlight because he knew that after this there wouldn't be breaks like this once the raffles and competition started. He and Luna left Morocco's capital with a private driver and guide, deciding to take a short vacation before the grind started again. They walked through busy markets filled with spices and fabrics, tried tagine in small family restaurants, and moved through the old streets where kids ran around laughing. People noticed them here and there, but Morocco had a way of letting even famous faces blend into the crowd. On their third evening, their guide suggested a quiet spot, Achikar Beach, just outside Tangier. The sun was dropping low, the waves calm, and groups of locals were scattered across the sand, eating, playing music, and talking. Dayo and Luna settled near one group. A few young men strummed guitar and sang in Arabic, their voices warm and flowing with the sea breeze. The evening scene could be described with one word: breathtaking. Luna listened, eyes wide, even though she didn't understand a word. They sound beautiful, she whispered to Dayo. He smiled. They do. They're singing about home and love, simple things. Luna blinked. Wait, you understood that? Yeah, Dayo said casually. I know how to speak a little Arabic. Her jaw dropped slightly. You're full of surprises. He chuckled. Hee, you have no idea. The locals noticed them listening and waved them to join, to which they concurred. Plates of food were passed around: bread, olives, grilled fish fresh from the sea. Some spoke a little English, enough to joke and welcome them warmly. Nobody seemed shocked by Luna, but they were curious about Dayo. You speak Arabic? One of them asked. A little, Dayo replied modestly. But then, one of the men grinned. You sing? Try. Luna nudged him. Go on. Show them. Dayo laughed but agreed. He took the oud carefully, plucked a few strings, and started singing. Not in English, in Arabic. Habibi, Yakalbi, La Tansa al-Hub. My love, my heart. Don't forget love. The chatter died instantly. Heads turned. Luna's mouth fell open as Dayo's voice rolled smoothly in the foreign tongue. She was shocked. She thought he said he could only speak a little. How was this even possible? He didn't just pronounce the words correctly. He sang them with emotion, flowed with the notes like someone born into the culture. A whole 3 minutes of no one talking, just the area quiet and Dayo's voice echoing through the night. One of the men leaned forward, stunned. Atak Jamil Jidden, he said softly. Your voice is very beautiful. The group clapped and cheered. Luna joined in, her eyes still fixed on him with disbelief. Among them was Youssef Amari, a well-known Moroccan singer who had built his career mixing traditional Arabic music with modern pop. Tonight, he just came to relax with friends. But hearing Dayo shook him. Even he struggled with phrasing that Dayo had carried so naturally. When Dayo finished, Youssef clapped the loudest, his eyes locked on him. That was incredible, Youssef said in English, his voice full of respect. Not many can sing like that, not even here. Dayo smiled politely. Thank you. Music is music. Language is just a door. Youssef smiled. Also, and I am sure that I haven't heard this song before. Is it an original? Dayo smiled and nodded. Yes. This shocked all of them. How could someone who is not connected with Arabic and doesn't look like one sing an original this beautiful? Even Youssef was starting to doubt. It wasn't until one of the younger guys whispered something in Arabic that Youssef's eyes widened. He leaned closer, looking at Dayo, then at Luna, with his mouth wide open as he finally saw their faces clearly. Wait, he muttered, switching back to English. You're JD. And you, he pointed at Luna, his voice rising with excitement. You're Luna. From the stadium. You performed at the World Cup. The group froze, then erupted into shocked laughter and chatter. A few pulled out their phones, replaying clips from the opening ceremony just to confirm their guess. Youssef shook his head, still amazed by everything. I watched you both perform just days ago, in front of the world. And now here you are, sitting on this beach, singing in our language. This is really amazing, and you are acting pretty normal. Dayo chuckled, a little embarrassed that he was caught. He just wanted to spend some normal time, but it seems that he couldn't stop himself when given a chance to perform. Sometimes it's nice to just be normal. Normal? Youssef grinned. Trust me, there's nothing normal about what I just heard. While Youssef and Dayo were having this conversation, some of the younger men were already posting on their social media about what was occurring. The night carried on with food, laughter, and music. But now, there was a new energy. People weren't just enjoying the moment. They were looking at Dayo differently, realizing they were watching something special. And for Dayo, sitting by the fire with Luna by his side, the realization hit him too. His name was already global. But tonight, on this beach, he felt it in a whole new way. And it brought him joy, and he muttered, Global competition, here I come. Chapter 41, A New Collaboration. The night was still young, and Youssef stuck close to Dayo, not giving him any chance to leave. Watching all of this was Luna. She took a deep look at Dayo, her heartbeat rising each time. How can someone be so cool, handsome, and intelligent at the same time? Indeed, the saying, all fingers are not equal is true, she muttered under her breath. As if noticing her gaze, Dayo looked toward her, gave a wink, and a helpless smile. He couldn't leave because Youssef wasn't letting him go. So JD, that brings me to why I've been bugging you. Haha, that original you just sang. What's your plan for it? Youssef asked, his eyes fixed on Dayo. Youssef had been blending traditional Arabic and pop for more than 5 years. There had been progress, but not up to his expectations. The reason he was here tonight with his friends was to find inspiration for his new album. He never expected to meet JD, who would surprise him with something beyond his own ability and imagination. Dayo smiled. The song he sang was one of the most popular blends of Arabic and pop back in his old world, that had taken the charts by a storm beyond all limits. So he understood Youssef's excitement. But right now, Dayo couldn't commit to singing it himself. His plate was full: first the global competition, Lois's album promotion, and countless other things. Still, after listening to Youssef play him a few tracks, Dayo knew Youssef had the skill and heart to do the song justice. Well, that depends. I would have opted to sing it. Dayo began slowly, watching Youssef's reaction shift from expectation to disappointment. Haha, relax, Youssef. I would have opted to sing it, but I have a lot on my plate right now. I can't juggle singing it. But if there's someone interested in singing, I might. Youssef didn't even wait for Dayo to finish. He cut in quickly, his face both anxious and relieved. I do, JD. Dayo burst into laughter at the way he answered so quickly. Youssef, realizing he was being teased, narrowed his eyes playfully. Yaaki, how cannot Hajatan li taraduni kata? Brother, was it necessary to tease me like that? Dayo shook his shoulder, still laughing. Haha, kunt matakter kafa takaun shatted alhamas lihata alugnia. Haha, just wanted to see how enthusiastic you are about this song. Youssef smiled, but this time it was softer, more genuine. He had dealt with enough artists in his career to know how prideful some of them could be. Many acted too big to collaborate, quick to belittle others. But Dayo wasn't like that. Despite his fame, He was approachable, respectful, even playful. It spoke volumes about his character. "You're full of surprises, Dayo," Youssef said with a genuine smile. He meant it. In this industry, not everyone was accommodating. Even though Dayo and him had different fan bases, Dayo treated him with respect. Dayo smiled back. "You have no idea. Actually, I just thought of something. What if we sing it together? A duet. Your touch with my style, I believe it could work," Youssef suggested. Dayo paused, considering. He wanted to refuse at first. He really did have too much on his plate. But the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. This could be an opportunity, an opening into a different market, a chance to leave another mark. "All right," Dayo finally said. "We can try that. When are you planning to release it?" "Probably 3 to 4 months from now. Give or take," Youssef replied. Dayo frowned. That would land right in the middle of the global competition, which would eat up every ounce of his time and energy. But Youssef seemed to anticipate his worry. "Don't stress. Since you already know the lyrics, you can just record your part in advance. We'll handle any corrections or edits later. That way, you won't have to worry about scheduling conflicts." Dayo nodded slowly. "That works. Once the transfer of ownership for the song is complete, I'll start recording." The two discussed the deal. Dayo set the price at $80,000, a figure Youssef felt was almost too good for the quality he was receiving. Not only was the song itself gold, but Youssef also knew the exposure would be priceless. By the time his album rolled out, Dayo would be competing on the global stage. That meant free publicity. Every mention of JD would indirectly spotlight the track. Youssef could barely contain his excitement. For him, this was more than just a collaboration. It was the breakthrough he had been craving, the push that could finally take him toward international fame, his ultimate goal. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper office 40 stories above the city, Michael was working late as usual. The view outside was breathtaking, but his eyes were fixed on his computer screen, fingers clicking steadily across the keyboard. A knock sounded on the glass door. Without looking up, Michael waved for the person to enter. His assistant stepped in, holding a tablet, her expression tight with urgency. "Sir, there's an update concerning JD," she said. Michael's brow arched. "Another one? It's been barely 3 weeks since the last." "Let me see." He knew she was competent enough not to bring anything unimportant. She handed over the tablet. The video began. Playing footage of JD performing at the World Cup, his announcement at the end performance the then said. "And please support me in the upcoming global competition draw. Thank you." Michael leaned back in his chair, watching closely. For once, he couldn't hide the surprise flickering across his face. He turned to his assistant. "And how come you never knew about something this big?" The woman flinched but answered firmly. "He never showed any signs of competing, sir. No public mention, no private hints either. This was news to me too." Michael tapped the desk, deep in thought. This changes everything. Silence hung heavy for a few minutes as he leaned back, staring at the ceiling. Then he asked, "Does he have anyone backing him? Any suspected supporters?" "Yes," she replied, flipping to the next page of her report. "After some digging, I confirmed UC Label is behind him. Apparently, he struck a deal with them after his breakthrough with Luna. Since they didn't have anyone competing this year, he convinced them to give him their support and competition slot. In exchange, he promised to handle Luna's comeback. Since Luna had been out for more than a year, and she's their label star, and they had no way to solve it, they had no choice but to agree." Michael's face twitched in shock. He muttered under his breath, "How can someone so young think this far ahead? Here I thought it was luck. Turns out, he's far smarter than I expected for him to figure that the global competition have deals with major record labels. This is getting interesting." He exhaled slowly, then asked, "Is that all?" "Not quite." She pointed for him to swipe again. Michael did, and the moment he read the next page, his expression shifted from calm to rage. His fist slammed against the desk. Bang! "They dare try to snatch someone from me?" His eyes narrowed sharply. "Do they know I already have my eye on him?" "Not that I'm aware of, sir," the assistant replied carefully. "What about our inside man?" Michael asked. She hesitated. "He was found out, sir. We're blind now and can't confirm if they're aware or not." Michael sighed, rubbing his chin. "Then send a message and make it very clear." Chapter 42 Conflicts at the Label. Frank sat back in his chair, his face gloomy. Across from him, his agent, Victor, leaned forward, waiting for him to speak. I feel like this guy is going to be a problem for me, Frank finally said, his tone heavy. Who? Victor asked. Dayo, or should I say JD? Frank muttered. I was at Michael's office when his assistant brought up his file. That means Michael's been watching him closely. And you know what it means when Michael is interested in somebody. It means the person has real potential. Can you imagine they had a whole file about him? Imagine the level of interest towards him. Victor raised a brow. He knew who JD was. He followed the news like everyone else, but he didn't want to say it aloud. Frank was insecure enough. Admitting he already knew would only make him more paranoid. Who is JD? And are you sure you're not overthinking this? Frank shook his head firmly. No. I know the look in Michael's eyes when he sees a prospect. And I've done my own research. The kid's good, too good. And now that he just announced he's competing in the global competition, it's clear he's not just hype. He's serious. This is something I can't ignore. And the fact that JD is someone on Michael's radar, how sure are you that he won't ghost on me? Victor felt his blood pressure rise, but he kept calm. He'd been working with Frank for 2 years and knew exactly how insecure he could get. Yes, Frank had talent, but he wasn't a workaholic. He relied too much on his father's connections. His father was a well-known movie producer with shares in a few record labels. Frank had the tools others could only dream of, but he never pushed himself hard enough. Okay, Frank, you need to chill. Let me break it down. Within the industry, Michael is a boss, yes, but he wouldn't risk losing a favor just to push JD. That's not Michael. You know very well that if a venture doesn't pay him, he won't commit. Frank opened his mouth, but Victor cut him off. Secondly, JD hasn't even signed to Michael's label, so there's no way Michael would prioritize him over you, someone he's already invested in. Calm down. Right now, you just need to focus on improving yourself before the raffle. Even with acclaimed spot, if you don't perform, no miracle will save you. Victor's words seemed to sink in. Frank finally sat back. You're probably right. I'm just overthinking. I should focus on training, so when I defeat him, Michael's attention will be fully on me. He stood, looking motivated, and walked out with his shoulders squared, as if he'd just solved a major problem. Victor watched him go and sighed. If not for the paycheck, how did I end up with him? What we do for the green. Before leaving, Victor made a quick call to the backer. Hello, sir. Yes. What's it? The voice on the other end asked. It's concerning Frank, Victor said carefully. Silence on the other side. The pause meant, continue. He's doubting himself because of Michael's attention on another artist. And were you able to resolve it? Yes, sir. Do you feel this artist is a threat? Victor thought for a moment, weighing his words. Not exactly. From reliable sources, I hear JD already has backing. And Michael, being Michael, will probably wait for the fruit to ripen before he takes the whole forest. He won't invest unless it guarantees him a return. Wait, you mean the person Michael is interested in is JD? Yes, sir. The voice went quiet for a few seconds. Heavy breathing came through the line before the man spoke again. All right, just make sure Frank stays focused. No problem, sir. The call ended abruptly. Victor sat in silence for a moment. He could sense something brewing around JD, but from experience, he knew not to dig too deep. Some fires were better left alone. Back at JD's label, things were moving steadily. After Dayo traveled to Morocco, he left instructions for Wayne and Valerie to update Lois on her album schedule so preparations could begin. When they broke the news that the release was set for 2 months from now, Lois's reaction was immediate. What? 2 months? She shouted, her voice sharp. That's too long. I've been working on this album for months, and the label promised me it wouldn't drag. Why now? Wayne stayed calm, his hands clasped. Lois, this wasn't random. The market is saturated right now. Dayo gave a clear instruction. There are too many albums already dropping this season. If we release yours now, it risks being buried. For a rookie's first album, the timing has to be perfect. Better to wait for the noise to die down, so your project gets the attention it deserves. Wayne lied, trying to calm her down, because even he was in the dark about the whole situation. But Lois's face hardened. She wasn't buying it. Don't tell me about strategy. These songs are fire, and you know it. They'll stand out anywhere, anytime. I don't care who else is dropping. Valerie leaned forward, her tone even but firm. Lois, listen. This isn't to frustrate you. It's to protect you. If your first album flops because of timing, It won't matter how good the songs are. Lois let out a bitter laugh and shook her head. Protect me? Please. This has Dayo written all over it. Was it because of what happened that he is stalling and trying to frustrate me? Lois, no, Wayne said quickly. That's not. But Lois cut him off, snatching her bag from the table. Save it. I'm not stupid. I see exactly what's going on. Her agent, Clara, rushed to her side, trying to soothe her. Lois, please. Calm down. You're overthinking this. Let's just sit and talk it out properly. But Lois pulled her arm away, her eyes flashing. No, Clara. I've worked too hard to let anyone play games with me. It's as if they can't see the energy that I put into the song. You were there. I lost weight just to satisfy Dayo when he said I should re-record more than 10 times. I would do it without much complaint, and now they are telling me this after promising it wouldn't take long. She stormed out of the office, Clara trailing behind, still pleading with her to calm down. Wayne and Valerie sat in silence for a moment. Finally, Valerie exhaled. This isn't good. She's starting to act like this even without having her first album. How did her attitude change so much? Wayne sighed. Probably when Dayo chose to ignore her approach and didn't caution her even when she made rude statements toward him. Yeah, you're probably right. But one thing I don't get is, even with all of that, where does she have the guts to talk that way about an album that she wrote and knit a single song in? I think it's because Dayo put her name on the lyrics so that it could build her credentials outside, so she doesn't look like one of those artists who don't have creativity, while she actually is one. Wayne nodded slowly, concern written on his face. Yeah, and if she keeps going down this path, it's going to be trouble. Yeah, for all of us. Chapter 43, The Office Confrontation. After their time on the beach, Dayo and Luna went straight back to their hotel to rest. Their short vacation was almost over, and tomorrow they would be returning to reality. While they rested, the Morocco internet went wild. The video of Dayo singing in Arabic had been posted by someone at the beach, and within hours it spread like wildfire. The comment section was flooded with reactions, most people in disbelief. OMG, wait, is this guy not black? How the hell is he singing in our language so fluently? Bruh, I've watched this video like 20 times. I still can't come with terms as how he pulled this off. Nah, this gotta be AI. Look at him, look at the voice. This doesn't even feel real. Brother, use your brain. AI can't catch emotions like this, nor the way his lips and breath move. This is pure human talent. Why are you even explaining? Some people just don't have sense, wallahi. Am I the only one who hasn't heard this song before? I even tried Shazam. Nothing came up. Same here. Shazam gave me no results. This seems to be an original. Original and fire. Bro just casually cooked a masterpiece on the beach. Levels. I can't wait for the release. Someone should tag him. Wait. Pause. Why does this guy look familiar? I swear I've seen him somewhere. Yeah, you're right. I can't place it either, but this face, it's ringing bells. Hold up. Wasn't he the one at the World Cup opening ceremony? The one that sang with Luna? Yes, JD. That's his name. JD. OMG, it's really him. JD. From America. Singing in Arabic like he grew up here. Now this is too much. My respect just went up x100. Facts. This guy isn't normal. He's different. We need him on stage in Morocco ASAP. Look at the way he sang in Arabic, my gosh. JD a freak. First the World Cup, now this? Who doesn't like him? By the time the video hit 100K views, the comment section was a battlefield of hype, shock, and praise about JD. The next morning, Dayo and Luna woke early and headed to the airport. Just as they were checking in, Dayo's phone buzzed. It was Valerie. Dayo, where did you keep your phone? I was almost about to call the Morocco police to file a missing complaint. Hearing this, Dayo smiled helplessly. He had already sent Valerie a message saying he might not be reachable since he planned to rest, so her worry made him shake his head. Relax, Valerie. I sent you a text that I wouldn't be reachable. Why the sudden urgency? Well, it's Lois, Valerie said. Dayo frowned. Yeah? What about her? She didn't take the news of her album being scheduled for next month very well, Valerie admitted, before explaining how Lois stormed out of the office. Dayo's thoughts burned with frustration, anger rising within him. He tried to calm himself, but it wasn't working. Only when Luna waved from the front, signaling that it was their turn at the counter, did he refocus. No problem. I'll address this when I arrive. I'm at the airport now. All right. Safe trip, Valerie replied. On the plane, Dayo sat quietly, staring out the window. His face was gloomy, though he tried to mask it. Luna noticed. What's wrong? She asked softly. Nothing really, he muttered, though the heaviness in his tone betrayed him. Luna touched his hand gently. Don't do that. You don't have to keep it in all the time. Before Dayo could answer, one of the flight attendants, a young Moroccan woman, was passing by sharing refreshment. She glanced at them, froze, and her eyes widened. She covered her mouth, whispering in Arabic, Ya Allah, it's really them. Luna tilted her head. I think she recognized you, she said with a small smile. Isava quickly pulled out her phone, scrolled, and then turned the screen toward them. It was the viral video of Dayo singing in Arabic on the beach. She looked back at him, almost trembling. It's you. Wallahi, it's you, she said breathlessly, switching between Arabic and English. Please, can I take a picture? And an autograph? Dayo chuckled lightly, nodding. Of course. She snapped a photo with him, with new excitement, written all over face. After thanking him repeatedly, she hurried off to continue her duties, her smile refusing to fade. When she was gone, Luna leaned back in her seat and looked at Dayo with a playful smirk. See? My man is too handsome. Even in the sky, you're still causing a scene. Dayo laughed for the first time that morning, the weight on his chest easing just a little. The next day, after arriving, Dayo didn't rest. He told Valerie to inform Lois to meet him at his office, and he went to the label early that morning. While outside the office, Lois and her agent Clara walked through the building toward him. People at the label gave them odd glances. Lois snickered and smiled, enjoying the attention, strutting like a queen. Before they reached the door, Clara stopped her. Lois, as your agent, I'll say this again. Don't count your eggs before they hatch. Just because Dayo didn't say anything last time doesn't mean he's weak. He's better off as your ally than your enemy. You're still under him, so don't say anything offensive. Lois shrugged. Clara, you're being too careful. There's nothing he can do now that the album is complete. He'll have to tread carefully with me. Clara sighed. Aren't you worried he could make things hard for you? Humph, he can't, Lois said smugly. She opened the door to find Dayo sitting calm and composed. A part of her heart skipped a beat. Dayo sat at his desk, expression steady. Lois stepped in with her head high, but when their eyes met, she had a quick flashback of memory. She once confessed her feelings for him, only to be ignored. That rejection had fueled the attitude she carried now. Have your seat, Dayo said evenly. Clara moved to sit, but Dayo shook his head. Not you, just Lois. Excuse us. Clara shifted uneasily. She's my client. I can't just. Dayo's tone dropped, cold and firm. And I'm her boss. Excuse us. That was enough. Clara left, shutting the door behind her. Silence filled the office. Lois leaned back, crossing her legs with a fake smile. So what's this? You dragged me in here to lecture me. Dayo didn't answer immediately. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on her. Was it because of that day? Lois blinked. What day? The day you told me how you felt, Dayo said, his voice calm but unflinching. And I ignored it. Is that where all this sudden arrogance comes from? You think I brushed you off because you weren't beautiful enough, or because I didn't respect your talent? Is that what's eating at you? Lois shifted in her seat, the fake confidence in her expression cracking for a moment. I don't know what you're talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Dayo replied, his tone sharper now. And let me make something clear to you. Lois, this is not personal. I didn't respond back then because this, he gestured around the office, is work. It's business. And I don't mix business with whatever feelings you think should be. Entertained. Her lips tightened, the comeback she wanted to throw catching in her throat. But now, Dayo continued, standing slowly, his voice steady. You've turned your bruised ego into a weapon. Walking around the label like you're untouchable because you've finished recording an album. Thinking that because people look at you, they admire you. They don't. They're watching to see how long it takes before you collapse under your own attitude. Lois swallowed hard, her fingers gripping the armrest. You're not bigger than the label. You're not bigger than me. Don't mistake my patience for weakness. If I decide tomorrow that your contract is over, it's over. No hesitation. Don't think I won't do it. Her chest rose and fell faster, eyes darting to the floor before snapping back up at him, searching for any sign of leniency. She found none. Finally, Dayo's voice cut through the tension, final and commanding. The album will be released as scheduled. No delays. No more tantrums. That's the end of this conversation. Now leave. Lois stood slowly, her confidence drained. For the first time, she felt the full weight of who she was dealing with. She opened her mouth as if to reply, then closed it again, choosing silence. Without another word, she walked out of the office, her steps heavy, her pride bruised. Chapter 44, marked by Michael. After dropping the call with Frank's agent Victor, Robert collapsed into his chair before springing back up and making a call. Send Misha up now, he said, cutting the call immediately. He waited for a while before Misha walked in. Uncle Robert, what has you this worried? You look to have aged. He looked at his niece, whom he had raised after her parents died. Misha, come sit down. Misha looked visibly worried, far from the cold look she always gave when around others. She took her chair and sat by his side. Seeing this, Robert smiled knowingly and said, It's about that boy you're trying to sign. Oh, you mean JD? Misha asked as she remembered telling her assistant to try to sign him. At first, she thought he was good, but as time went on, she understood he was beyond good. So she started pulling resources to try to get JD. Yeah, someone else has eyes on him, so we should leave him. Misha looked a bit surprised, but she knew that for her uncle to call her and tell her this meant it had to be someone high enough to force him to concur. Who was that? Robert sighed. It's Mike. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a knock. The person came in almost immediately, not waiting for an answer. Sir, something urgent. Speak. The person was quiet, but looked at Misha, then at Robert. Robert understood. Misha, give me a minute. I will call you back. Misha, curious and worried, nodded before leaving. Robert looked at the person. Okay, speak. What's so urgent? Sir, it's about the person, JD. Robert leaned back, rubbing his temple. Him again? What happened? The staff member hesitated before handing him a phone. Sir, Michael sent a message. Robert froze, his eyes narrowing. He took the phone and read the short text. No greetings. No pleasantries. Just a single line. Don't waste your time. He's mine. The weight of the message was heavier than any threat could be. Michael's reputation in the music industry was as clear as day. Ruthless, calculating, and always getting what he wanted. When he set his eyes on talent, it was as good as done. Robert exhaled slowly. In a way, he was relieved Michael chose to warn him. Probably because of the deal he and Michael had involving Frank. If not, he might have been blindsided without ever knowing where it was coming from. He returned the phone. All right, you can go. The staff member bowed slightly and left quickly, relieved to escape the room. Robert pressed the intercom. Send Misha back in. Moments later, Misha walked in again, her brows furrowed. Uncle, what's going on? You're scaring me. Robert studied her, sighed, then finally said, It's Michael. Misha froze, the name alone tightening her chest. She didn't need more explanation. In the industry, Michael wasn't just a person. He was a shadow no one could run from. Robert didn't explain all this to Misha. He didn't need to. She already knew. But as he leaned back in his chair, the silence between them made it clear. JD was now marked. Misha's face tightened, her usual cold composure cracking. Slightly. For all her ambition, she knew there were boundaries no one dared cross. Michael was one of them. Robert simply said, We'll talk later. For now, let it go. She nodded slowly, but her thoughts churned. If Michael wanted JD, then JD must truly be worth more than she imagined. Meanwhile, far away, Dayo was busy finalizing his preparations for the global competition. Between rehearsals and practice to refine his skills, all of this would be a waste if he didn't get in, so he had to call to confirm he still had his spot on the wildcard selection. He picked up his phone and dialed Yurik. Ah, my long-lost friend, Dayo greeted with a small laugh. Humph, so you finally remember this old man. Eh? You're JD now? The star. Yurik replied with playful annoyance. Haha, come on, you know it's not like that. Says who? Starboy Dayo, always too busy. Oh, please, Dayo chuckled, rubbing his forehead. These past 2 months have been eating me alive. I barely have time to sit with family. Yeah, Yurik teased. But that's the life you signed up for. I mean, being known isn't like I imagined. Everyone says that. There was a pause, then Dayo cleared his throat. Yurik, I know you already guessed why I called. Sure. It's about the global competition, isn't it? Yeah. It starts in 2 weeks. I just wanted to hear things from your side. Yurik exhaled slowly. Everything is good. But there have been rumors about you. Dayo frowned. Rumors? What kind? That Michael has eyes on you. Trying to poach you. Trying to buy you into his label. The name was unfamiliar to Dayo, but from Yurik's voice, he knew this person was a big deal. Michael? Who's that? Yurik was silent for a moment. Let's just say, he's someone you don't want to deal with lightly. He's the kind of man who gets what he wants in the industry. Be careful. Dayo raised an eyebrow, but didn't push. Something in Yurik's tone told him not to. Still, unease settled in his chest. After the call ended, he didn't waste time. He immediately called Valerie and Wayne into his office. When they arrived, Dayo leaned forward, his tone sharp. Both of you. Who exactly is Michael? Michael? They asked together. Dayo went on to tell them the conversation he had with Yurik. For a moment, silence hung in the room. Valerie shifted uncomfortably in her seat, while Wayne exhaled slowly, as though deciding where to start. Finally, Wayne spoke. Michael isn't just another label owner, Dayo. He's the guy who runs things from the shadows. If this industry were a chessboard, he's the player moving half the pieces without anyone realizing it. Valerie nodded, her arms crossed tightly. He has dirt on execs, artists, even politicians. That's why people don't cross him. It's not just power, Dayo. It's fear. He knows things about people they'd kill to keep buried. Dayo frowned. So he's basically blackmailing his way through the industry? Not openly, Wayne said carefully. But the effect is the same. Nobody wants to test him. He doesn't shout, doesn't threaten. He just makes calls. And suddenly, your sponsors back out. Your shows get canceled, and your reputation sinks overnight. Valerie leaned forward now, her voice quieter. And he has informants everywhere, assistants, producers, even people inside labels. If something significant is happening, Michael hears it before it hits the press. That's how he stays ahead. Dayo's jaw tightened. So that's why Yurik told me to be careful. But why me? Wayne gave a bitter laugh. Because he sees potential. If there's one thing about Michael, it's that he knows talent. Almost no artists under him have failed. And also because you've been in the news lately, from the airport incident to the World Cup. You're the kind of star Michael likes. He doesn't wait for permission, Dayo. Once he decides he wants someone, he'll move mountains to get them. Dayo sat back, his mind racing. And if I refuse? Valerie and Wayne exchanged another glance. Then Valerie said quietly, if you refuse, he won't take it lightly. Best case, he leaves you alone, which is extremely rare. Worst case, he makes your life very difficult. Wayne added, his tone heavier now. I've been in this industry long enough to know, when Michael shows interest, people either fall in line or their careers vanish. And I don't mean vanish physically, but their careers finished. Just like that. The room went still. Dayo could feel the weight of their words pressing on him. He clenched his fists under the desk, trying to process it all. Finally, he muttered, so that's who I'm up against. Valerie's eyes softened, though her voice stayed firm. Dayo, this isn't a game. You need to think carefully about your next moves. Michael doesn't forgive. He doesn't forget. If you're not careful, this competition won't be the only battle you'll have to fight. Dayo sighed. He valued his freedom over everything. His life as a producer and soldier taught him that there's always a black sheep in every sector. He was unwilling to bend to someone else's will, even if it meant fighting to the point of no return. Still, he would do it strategically. If Michael wanted a pawn, he had chosen the wrong man. Dayo wasn't here to be owned, not with his experience. He was the protagonist in this life, not a pawn. Chapter 45, The Global Competition. 2 weeks had passed, and at last, the long-awaited global competition was here. During those 2 weeks, Dayo had been busy, not just rehearsing, but also digging diligently to gather as much information as possible concerning Michael and how he operates in the industry. The more he learned, the clearer it became to him that Michael was not just one man pulling strings. There had to be an organization or society backing him, because the level of control he had over artists, labels, and even media outlets was not something a single person could achieve alone. This realization unsettled Dayo. In his original world, such a system didn't exist. It was foreign to him, dangerous in ways he couldn't yet predict. So he decided on caution. Since Michael hadn't approached him directly with an offer, Dayo chose to play dumb. to observe silently and bide his time making plans to counter him. For now, all his attention turned to the one thing in front of him, the global competition. The global competition, as the name implied, wasn't just another music show. It was the highest stage, the place where limits were tested. It wasn't about whose voice sounds the nicest or hits the notes right. It was about performance, originality, stagecraft, and cultural crossover. An artist wasn't only judged by their voice. They were judged by how they could represent themselves, their country, and sometimes even an entire culture. It is a stage for the top artist potentials. This was more than a contest. It was the World Cup of music. The competition was hosted every 3 years, so one can imagine the anticipation of the competition. The fans wave their flags in their different homes, cheer for their favorite representative, and even cry when they lose. People stayed up through the night just to catch performances, not just because of the music, but the love for their countrymen or women representing them. Of course, not every country made it to the global stage. The qualification process was brutal. First came the regional qualifiers inside each country, where contestants fought state by state. From there, the winners advanced to the national qualifiers, where the best of each region clashed. The champions of each nation then moved into the continental stage, where countries within the same continent battled it out until only a handful remained. And finally, those continental champions are pitted at the global finals, the true main stage. For those who failed to qualify, there were no second chances. Once disqualified, you had to wait another 3 years before even trying again. And if you managed to qualify once but failed to advance, that was it. Your shot was gone forever. The rule was strict: one lifetime, one chance. This kept the stage fresh, stopped old names from crowding it, and pushed everyone to give their absolute best. Nobody wanted to walk away knowing they'd never compete again. It was either go hard or go home. But what made the global competition unpredictable and interesting was the wild card and the raffle system. The wild card system was for artists who didn't apply for the global competition at any stage, but had shown extraordinary promise. Judges would sift through thousands of online submissions and cut them down to a short list of about 30. From there, the spotlight shifted to the fans. Each contestant performed live, sometimes a cover, an original, and then the global audience was allowed to vote. For a limited time, fans from every corner of the world cast their votes online and through official apps. When the voting closed, the top 3 artists with the most votes earned a direct pass into the global competition. It wasn't just about talent anymore. It was also about support from fans. Then came the raffle system, which made the competition even more thrilling. Anyone could apply, not just professional artists, but ordinary people with dreams and raw courage. Millions submitted their names. From this massive pool, names would be shuffled live, broadcast across the world. 2 lucky winners would be picked at random and given the chance to perform on stage. Sometimes it was an unknown talent who stunned the world. Other times it was a complete surprise, someone who had never sung on a big stage in their life, suddenly thrust before millions. It was risky and chaotic, but that was what made it exciting. The raffle reminded everyone that they can be lucky enough to perform at the global competition. In total, 5 extra contestants were added each season, 3 from the wild card and 2 from the raffle. These unknown and unpredictable artists ensuring that no matter how stacked the competition seemed, anything could happen. The structure of the competition itself was also designed to test every possible side of an artist. Some rounds focused purely on solo ability, just you, a microphone, and the stage to impress the judge and fans. Others would lead the contestants into randomly assigned teams, giving them barely 72 hours to write, rehearse, and perform something together. It was chaos, but it revealed who could adapt and who would crack. At times, contestants would be asked to perform entirely original songs, showing not just their voice, but their creativity as writers would be tested. In other rounds, head-to-head battles against 2 artists take the stage back-to-back, each trying to outshine the other in front of the crowd and judges. And then there were cultural fusion challenges, where contestants had to perform in styles or languages outside their own, proving they had global appeal and versatility. This is one of the funny segments of the show, as some artists would be asked to sing in languages that are foreign to them, making them fumble. It's one of the hilarious segments of the show. Judging the artist wasn't always straightforward either. Some nights, the judges had the final say. Other nights, it was left entirely to the fans. Millions voting live in real time as performances streamed worldwide. And sometimes, the two forces combined. Judges gave their scores, fans cast their votes, and together they decided who stayed and who went home. This mix kept the show tense and unpredictable. No one ever really felt safe. And with all these stakes, the prizes were massive. First place, global champion, $10 million plus 2 fully sponsored albums, plus exclusive global record deal, plus fully sponsored world tour plus endorsements with global brands. Second place, $5 million plus 1 fully sponsored album plus collaborations with top international stars. Third place, $2.5 million USD plus a fully funded continental tour plus major marketing push. Semi-finalists, 4th to 10th place, $500,000 each plus recording contract options plus guaranteed exposure. For Dayo, this was more than a competition. It was his chance to leave a mark on the world. He had an advantage that many do not have. He has thousands of unreleased songs in his catalog that no one has heard. He can speak and sing in more than 7 languages, not to mention the fact that he is a producer, giving him an edge over others. But even with all that, he knew the challenge ahead wasn't small. Many of these contestants had been training and preparing for 3 years, some for even longer. They were hungry, sharp, and relentless. Also, he believed that his stats are still lacking when it came to singing, and he was trying hard to push and was seeing differences, but he felt it was not still enough. Still, when Dayo thought about the prize and the chance to stand on the biggest stage in the world, his motivation hardened. This was it. The global competition had begun. Chapter 46, The Wildcard 1. Dayo was sitting in his home surrounded by his family as they waited for the global competition to announce the theme for the wildcard. It would be announced at 10 p.m. sharp, and the clock had just hit 9:59. The whole family huddled together to view Dayo's small screen. Dayo, who was sandwiched in the middle, shook his head silently. "Don't you all have phones?" he thought, but he just smiled and enjoyed the company. Then his sister's sharp voice cut through his thoughts. "It's here." Everyone leaned closer as the official global competition page went live. A bold headline appeared. Wildcard theme, a song for tomorrow. Beneath it, the rules were displayed. Contestants may choose an original song or reinterpret an existing one. It has to show the artist's creativity, and the performance must reflect the theme, vision, hope, and the future. The judges will shortlist 30 artists. Their performances will be posted publicly, and fans worldwide will vote. The top 3 with the highest votes will secure the wildcard slots into the global stage. Submissions start tomorrow and close in 3 days. For a moment, the room went silent. The weight of the words sank in. His younger brother whistled under his breath. "Damn, that's tough." "Yeah, not." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a familiar sound. Ding. Global Competition Series. Mission 1 Global Wildcard Trial. Objective: qualify as number 1 out of the top 3 wildcard winners. Judge plus fan voting. Reward: fanbase expansion card. Permanently gain loyal fans in 2 new countries randomly. Bonus: random skill unlock plus 5% creativity stat. Failure penalty status reduced to local start. Doubt, debuff, harder to gain status and votes in future rounds. Mission 2 First Stage. Breakthrough. Objective: advance past the first elimination, top 60 into top 30. Reward: random skill unlock plus random stat upgrade. Bonus: top 5, international spotlight buff. Media push, plus 10% popularity across regions of performance. Mission 3 Quarterfinals push. Objective: secure a spot in the top 20. Reward: skill upgrade, random performance, or production stat boost. Bonus: top 3, special endorsement buff, plus 5% reputation gain across all regions, and endorsement 5% chance increase of top brands approaching you, plus momentum token, temporary plus 7% voting power for the next round. Mission 4 Semifinals. Objective: reach the top 10. Reward: skill upgrade, targeted boost to a performance or production stat. Bonus: top 3, performance resonance buff, audience engagement plus 15% in all future live shows. This makes his stage presence permanently stronger, giving him an edge in any crowd. Mission 5 Grand Finale Stage. Objective: perform an original song sensation that stands out. Reward: random signature ability unlock. A high-tier unique skill, plus global spotlight card. Doubles worldwide exposure for 7 days. Bonus: Top 3. Industry Favor Token, permanent prestige boost. Improves negotiations and priority access to label/network opportunities. Mission 6 Global Champion. Objective: win the #1 global title. Reward system: level up, auto advance to level 3, plus guaranteed signature skill unlock, plus permanent passive buff champion's aura. Baseline exposure plus 10% forever. System note: failure to complete at least one mission will result in all stats being reduced to F-. Dayo stared at the glowing text almost in disbelief. His heart raced, and for a second, he thought he might black out. His mother gently touched his shoulder. "Are you okay, Dayo?" He smiled faintly. "I'm fine, Ma. Just thinking about the theme." His little sister poked her head out, her lips pouting in playful mockery. "Or maybe the almighty JD is scared." Dayo gave her a long look before standing and chasing her around. The whole family burst into laughter. After dinner, when things calmed down, Dayo finally sat alone to analyze the missions. The first one looked simple on paper, but it was the most important. If he failed here, everything else would collapse. His stats, his chances, everything back to ground zero. He had no option but to secure first place. And now, he had just 3 days to recreate a song in this world and make it sound even better than the original. The stakes were brutal, but so were the rewards. Dayo thrived on pressure. It pushed him to give more than he thought he had. With that mindset, he dove straight into writing mode. He'd choose one of his favorite songs by his favorite artist in this world, Light Beyond the Horizon by Darren. 2 days later, Dayo finally came out of his mini studio, more like his room, looking haggard but fulfilled. His eyes glinted with the satisfaction only creation could bring. He quickly called Wayne and Valerie, telling them to set up the equipment. After a quick shower, he drove to the studio. Upon arrival, he was greeted first by Wayne's excitement. "So, let me see it." Dayo chuckled at how a man in his late 40s could act like a kid, but he understood. Music had that effect on people, especially producers. He handed Wayne his notebook. Wayne's eyes scanned the lyrics for over a minute before lifting his gaze. He was speechless, but his expression said everything. "This? Wayne struggled to find the right words to express how shocked he was. Even the artist of this sing would be shocked at the change that occurred on the song. Dayo smirked. "And for the tone, I'm going acoustic with a modern beat. That way, it keeps its originality, but still fits me." Wayne nodded. As expected from JD the perfectionist. "All right, I'll get this uploaded so we can prep the shoot." Soon, the studio buzzed with energy. Cameras flashed, lights blazed, and microphones stood ready. Dayo sat with Wayne and Valerie, feeling the weight of the moment. Wayne tapped his notebook against the table. "Okay, JD, you have one shot. Make it count. The judges will screen it, and then the world will see it. So no mistakes." Valerie crossed her arms, but gave him an encouraging smile. "You've worked hard for this. Now let's show them what you've got." Dayo adjusted his mic, taking in the atmosphere. The team behind the cameras was tense, but ready. He exhaled, half joking. "All right, let's do this, sure." "Oops, sorry." Everyone burst out laughing. The tension was instantly gone as planned, and Dayo grinned. A minute later, the director raised his hand. "JD, we're rolling in 5, 4, 3. And just like that, the recording began. Dayo took a deep breath and strung his guitar. Chapter 47, The Wild Card, 2. Light Beyond the Horizon. Dayo took a deep breath and strummed his guitar. His voice was soft, almost a whisper. It sent chills through his team. Verse 1. "I've walked alone through shadows deep, holding the secrets I couldn't keep. Every dream felt so far away, but I still believed I'd see the day." At this point, Dayo, face down, slowly lifted his eyes to the camera. His piercing blue gaze met the lens as his voice spiked up. Pre-chorus. "Through the silence, I heard a call. A whisper telling me I won't fall, even when the night feels endlessly cold. I know, I know." While singing this part, Dayo slowly stood up as his voice climbed higher, holding the last note long enough for the team to catch their breath. Chorus. "There's a light beyond the horizon, a dawn that's waiting for me. No matter the storm, I'll keep on fighting. Tomorrow's where I'm meant to be, and I'll rise, higher than I've ever known, chasing dreams that call me home. Verse 2. I've faced the doubt, I've heard the lies, but truth still shines in weary eyes. Every scar is a map I've drawn. Each one proves that I'll carry on. Dayo's voice now carried the tone of a storyteller. His fingers danced on the guitar strings. Then he paused as the beat behind the scene took over, and his eyes closed, letting the music build. Pre-chorus. Through the silence, I heard a call, a whisper telling me I won't fall, even when the night feels endlessly cold. I know. A faint falsetto adorned the I know. A hint of vulnerability remaining amid his growing strength. Dayo poured his heart out as memories of his past life flashed through his eyes. Chorus. There's a light beyond the horizon, a dawn that's waiting for me. No matter the storm, I'll keep on fighting. Tomorrow's where I'm meant to be, and I'll rise, higher than I've ever known, chasing dreams that call me home. Bridge. When the world says no, I'll sing louder. When the road feels long, I'll run faster. Every fall is just a chance to climb, and I know my moment's now, my time. He sang this part with his eyes closed. Anyone close could see how much emotion was being poured into it, his hands never leaving the guitar. Chorus/final chorus. There's a light beyond the horizon, a dawn that's waiting for me. No matter the storm, I'll keep on fighting. Tomorrow's where I'm meant to be, and I'll rise, higher than I've ever known. This is my song, this is my home. Then the drums kicked in, switching from acoustic. Dayo's voice climbed, belting with raw emotion. The team on set just stood still, unable to process how they felt. Outro. Light beyond the horizon. It was always waiting for me. Dayo closed his eyes, his fingers still lightly touching the guitar. His tone dropped slowly until it disappeared. Dayo opened his eyes to see his team looking at him, all with different expressions, but one thing was common: red eyes. After a few seconds, Valerie was the first to start clapping, and soon the whole room was filled with applause. OMG Dayo, you have made tremendous improvements since the last time. Wayne approached him, hugging him on the shoulder. And I am sure if Darren hears this version of his song, he might even sue you. 'Cause, bro, this version, I am not going to lie, slaps harder than the original. Haha. Oh, please, Wayne David is far more talented like this. We both know that this song was one of his old songs, so that's why there's still room for improvement, unlike his songs now. Dayo smiled. The Darren he is talking about is like the Ed Sheeran of his old world. What you just did now was absolutely amazing, Dayo. I can't stretch it enough. I feel we would win the wild card without much stress, Valerie said, wiping her tears. Seeing the confidence in his team, Dayo smiled. I hope so too. Okay, let me see the video before we send it. After hours of minor editing, as the judges had mentioned, there weren't to be any major edits in the video. They sent it out. Inside a building, located on the 50th floor of a skyscraper. The judges were seated around the long table, a mix of nationalities: Spanish, American, African, and a few from other corners of the world. Each had a tablet in front of them and stacks of videos waiting to be reviewed. All right, said one of the African judges, leaning forward. Let's first separate the ones from our record label partners. We don't want to mix them up with the wild cards. Heads nodded around the table. A few minutes of quiet clicks, and scrolling later, nearly 8 videos were marked. Artists already signed to labels. Dayo's entry was one of them. This went on without the public's knowledge, as the global competition couldn't do without label support. A few spots out of the initial 30 were reserved for label artists. This didn't affect the actual fan vote. It was up to the labels to push their artists to qualify. Okay, said a Spanish judge, adjusting her glasses. Let's just watch these 8 first. Shouldn't take too long. The reason was simple. If a video was not up to standard, it could be sent back to the label for a redo. That way, there was no issue of someone claiming a better performance than the selected artist. The videos started playing, one after the other. Some performances were solid, some good, some forgettable, and even a few very strong ones. Then came Dayo's. From the first note, the room fell silent. The judges leaned in instinctively, drawn by the honesty and emotion of his performance. By the time he hit the bridge, one of the English judges whispered almost to himself, "Wow, this is something else." Yeah, I feel without the label backing him, he would still get past this stage. I agree with you, one of the judges replied as he drank a bottle. Another judge shook his head slightly, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. This competition just got very interesting, he said. The American judge tapped on his tablet. If these are the label signings, I think we're in for some surprises, he said, eyes still glued to the screen. Everyone watched in silence as Dayo finished, the final note lingering even after the video ended. They exchanged glances, some wide-eyed, some smiling knowingly. It was clear, this wildcard contender was going to shake things up. Oh, I hope that Michael's artist is also there, Frank. The assistant there nodded. He made a sigh of relief as they got carried away. Okay, send the other videos to the review team. Of course, the judges couldn't watch all the videos themselves. Their teams would screen them first before bringing them to the judges for the final selection. Chapter 48, Top 30 announced. Dayo sat in his office, buried in files as the workload piled higher. Luna's album was in the pipeline, but first they were testing the waters with a single, the one he had recorded with her. He was studying how much the release could boost him ahead of the upcoming global competition votes. Between calls and scheduling, he had even started booking club shows. Just when he was running out of ideas, his phone lit up. Luron Vale. Dayo picked up almost instantly. Hello. Dayo, how are you? Luron's smooth voice came through. Haha, I'm good. Your call came at the perfect time. Oh, really? Luron asked. Yeah. I don't know if I told you, but I'm competing in the global competition. Nope. But I did watch your performance, so I figured it out, Luron replied. Hee, my brother. Dayo said, almost cringing at his own tone. I beg, stop that. Don't do that thing. Luron laughed in a fake Nigerian accent. What do you want? Haha, caught you. But seriously, you wanted me to perform at your show, right? There was a pause. And how are you so sure? I'm a fortune teller. You wish. They both laughed. But for real, how did you know? Luron asked. You mentioned the date back when we met in Morocco. Oh, that's true. Anyway, how do you want to do it? Honestly, I don't mind giving you a spot. Well, Dayo said, leaning back. You've seen the teaser for Luna's new single? I plan to use that as a push for both me and her. So if I can perform it live, it helps us both. Luron said with a teasing tone, very thoughtful and smart. I'm even jealous. You've got your own label, and you're doing well for yourself. Oh, a beg, don't say that. You know my label is just small enough to carry me. If you wanted something bigger, you could have it in a week. With your net worth? Haha. All right, you win this round, Luron laughed. I'll send you the schedule. The best I can give you is 2 slots. That's all I need. I owe you 1 Vale. You do. And good luck with the competition. I'll be rooting for you. It means a lot, bro. Thanks. After the call, Dayo quickly informed Luna to let Lois know about the show. Then he went back to grinding, still searching for more opportunities to push both the album and himself because he knew it bore it to get hot soon. 2 days later, it was time for the global competition to reveal the top 30 wildcard selections. This time, instead of everyone crowding around his small phone, Dayo connected the live stream to the TV. His family filled the living room, buzzing with anticipation. He already knew he'd made it, but he hadn't told them, not wanting to spoil the fun. Everyone had been doing their part, voting, sharing posts, spreading the word. He wanted them to experience the reveal as fans, not just as his family. The countdown ended. The global competition logo appeared, followed by the announcement. Here are your top 30 wildcard qualifiers. One by one, videos began to play. Then, Dayo's face appeared on screen, guitar in hand, singing Light Beyond the Horizon. The room went silent. His mother leaned forward like she was trying to confirm it was really Dayo singing. His father froze mid-sip of Coke, and his siblings just stared, wide-eyed. By the time the final chorus hit, his sister had her hands over her mouth. His younger brother whispered, Bro, this is next-level type shit. Hey, Jeffrey. Language. Their father barked, though he was still staring at the screen in awe. Janet glanced at Dayo with a sly smile. You have to teach me, bro, otherwise you won't marry your wife. Huh. Dayo blinked, caught off guard. The living room that had been quiet during his performance erupted into laughter. His mom wiped tears from her eyes. Dayo, my son, this is bigger than I imagined. Dayo smiled. He understood their shock. He had only performed in front of them once, and that was when he first came back home. His dad nodded slowly, pride tucked behind a rare smile. His sister finally burst out. JD, You didn't even show us this before? Ah, you're wicked. Dayo laughed. Then what's the fun in that? Isn't it better this way? At least now, you've seen I qualified. Standing up, he announced, since I'm in a good mood, I'm cooking everyone's favorite tonight. The family cheered, but then all eyes turned to Abishala, Dayo's mom, the goddess of the kitchen, for final approval. She chuckled at their faces and waved her hand. Yeah, go ahead. The room erupted again. Dayo's cooking was legendary in the house, and they'd only tasted it twice. The thought of having it again made everyone giddy. But before doing that, Dayo didn't forget to repost the video as by. Tomorrow the official voting starts. Meanwhile, sitting in his office, Michael scrolled through his phone absent-mindedly. His desk was piled with papers, but his attention was split between emails and the trending tag for the global competition. His phone buzzed. Frank. Michael answered without hesitation. Michael. Thank you. Frank's voice was brimming with excitement. I saw my name on the wildcard list. I can't lie, I was nervous, but seeing it there. Thank you for pushing this through. Michael leaned back in his chair, tone cool and steady. It's nothing. But remember, this is just the beginning. Making the list means nothing if you don't qualify. I expect nothing less than results, Frank. I've already put resources behind you. Don't waste them. Yes, sir. No problem. I'll work hard for it. Frank replied quickly, almost too eagerly. Good. You should be nothing less than number one, Michael said shortly before ending the call. For a moment, he stared at the phone in his hand, thinking. Something tugged at his mind. He opened the competition's official page and began scrolling through the wildcard performances. Then he found it, Dayo's video. He clicked. The screen lit up with Dayo strumming his guitar, voice carrying a raw sincerity that cut through even Michael's hardened ears. He leaned forward unconsciously, eyes narrowing as the performance climbed higher. By the time the final chorus ended, Michael's jaw had tightened. The video finished. Silence filled his office. Michael exhaled slowly, a smirk tugging at his lips. I have to get him, he muttered under his breath. The boy really is good, haha. Chapter 49, First Stream. After cooking for his family, Dayo rested for a while before finally picking up his phone to call Luna. They hadn't spoken much lately. The global competition had swallowed his time, and he was constantly looking for new ways to promote himself and Lois's album. The line rang once, twice. Then Luna picked. Hey baby, how are you doing? Dayo asked, trying to sound casual. Oh ho. She dragged the sound, teasing. So you forgot me, and now you're calling me baby? Dayo chuckled nervously. No, it's not like that. You know how everything's been going. Excuses, Luna shot back, laughing. Every time, there's always something. They bantered back and forth, playful, but with an undertone of you neglected me. Finally, Dayo cut in. Okay, fine. But I really need your help with this one. You know I'm competing for a spot in the global competition through the wild card. I'm pushing. I need you to. Help me win. Luna's voice softened. I've got you. Don't worry, I'll handle my part. Just keep doing what you're doing. Thanks, baby. I appreciate you. Now you're calling me baby again? All the best, baby, she teased, and they both laughed before ending the call. The next morning, the official release day of the wildcard video and opening. 4 fans vote. Dayo woke up early, went for his usual jog, and streamed it live for the first time. It was a new plan, connect with fans directly, show them his world, and push votes in real time. He jogged past quiet streets, camera shaking slightly as the sun peaked over the horizon. Live viewers, 612,481. The comments started coming in. At Mariamso, JD is streaming finally loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. At GlobalFan23, bro why he look fine even while jogging? At mod_J, chat slowed down. Mods can't keep up face with tears of joy. At Team JD, this is history, first ever JD live. Dayo laughed mid-run, breath steady, and said in a Nigerian accent, so this is what you people do every morning? Just sit down and roast people? See sweat dripping from my head, and you're calling me fine boy. The chat spammed emojis, hearts, and laughing gifs. By the time he returned home and quickly showered, the numbers had spiked. Live viewers, 1.2 M. He set up in the kitchen next, adjusting the camera. The angle caught him perfectly. Damp hair, plain black t-shirt, sleeves rolled a little. Fans lost it. At Sandy_D, who set up this camera angle OMG weary face fire. At Ade_the_real, lock your girlfriends now. JD is dangerous loudly crying face. At French fan club, he's literally cooking and serving looks loudly crying face spaghetti. Dayo held up the pack of pasta dramatically. Alright, today's dish is called spaghetti alla carbonara. He leaned closer to the camera, lowering his voice like a teacher. That's Italian for, pasta that will make you forget your problems. The chat went wild. At live lolligloys, LMAO JD, please rolling on a floor laughing, rolling on a floor laughing, rolling on a floor laughing. At chef_Tony, that is not the translation loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. Dayo grinned and shook his head. Alright fine, you caught me. The real translation is pasta with egg, cheese, and pancetta. But my version is better a beg. The comments exploded with laughing emojis. Gifts and super chats poured in, the little icons flying across the screen. Live viewers, 2.3M. As he stirred the sauce, his sister Janet suddenly walked into the kitchen, in a nightie, hair messy, completely unaware of the stream. Dayo, what are you cooking? She asked, leaning over to sniff the food. That smells great. Dayo pointed at the camera, laughing. Say hello to 2 million people. The moment she realized, Janet screamed, covering her face. You're wicked. You didn't tell me you were streaming. Look how you made me dress in front of your fans. She bolted out of frame, still yelling. The chat went feral. At Yusufin33, his sister is so cute OMG loudly crying face. At African Queen, Janet Nation rise up raising hands fire. At Mod Squad, protect her at all costs skull. At Darmy, bro your sis is so fine. Your sister stole the spotlight loudly crying face, loudly crying face. Dayo laughed so hard, he almost dropped the spoon. See my life. I'm the one cooking, but now it's Janet's show. Nawao. And hey Darmy, my sis is a no-go area oh. The last part got the fans laughing. Soon, the rest of his family wandered in curiously, and the chat lost control again. At Global Fan 88, Mama JD in the building. Red Heart. At Teacherb, we need a JD family reality show. At Such 8, man your family are so fun. Dayo introduced them quickly, shaking his head. See now, my whole family has come to take my shine. Finally, after cooking and serving his family, he leaned closer to the camera, voice steady. Alright guys, thank you for today. But don't forget why I'm streaming. The official voting for the wildcard qualifiers has opened. If you believe in me, if you enjoyed the song, I need your votes. Every single one counts. Let's get this together. The comments spammed back. At Darmy, already voted. White heavy checkmark. At Music Lover, voting daily until we win. At fan_JP, JD2 the world, globe showing Europe Africa fire. Dayo smiled, then added. And one more thing. I'm sure you guys have seen the teasers already. The next single from my artist Lois is dropping tomorrow. And yes, I'm featured on it. This will be the first release leading into her album, so stay ready. It's going to be special. The fans exploded in excitement. At Lois Lovers, JD plus Lois? Say less fire fire fire. At INTL_army, we can't wait any more release it already loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. At Philamdo, I heard the teaser, and it's fire. I can't wait for the Reals. Hopefully it doesn't disappoint. Behind the scenes, Dayo and his management had already been working on collaborations with influencers, planning promo events, and Dayo plan on doing streams with other influencers. His stream wasn't just for fun. Every moment was part of the bigger strategy that Dayo is cooking. He waved at the screen. Grazie, grazie. See you next time. Chef JD signing out. The stream ended at 2.8M live viewers, trending instantly across platforms. For a first-timer, it was more than goo. But once the cameras were off, Dayo leaned back at his desk and pulled up his system. He had checked the trend inside about 4 weeks ago, but today he wanted to be absolutely sure. If the market had shifted, his whole release plan could collapse. The glowing panel appeared in front of him. Trend Insight. 5 to 6 weeks projection. R&B/Soul Fusion Rapid Growth, plus 27%. Acoustic Duets, Male plus Female, Surge, plus 31%. Dayo exhaled slowly, satisfied. The path was still clear. The duet style he and Lois were about to drop was sitting right at the heart of the wave. That was all he needed to confirm. His team was already dropping teasers, securing show slots, and planning online boosts. Tomorrow, Lois's first single would drop, testing the waters, and, if the insight was right, it should see a huge spike in listeners. Chapter 50. Best part goes live. Clara's voice came through the hallway before the front door even closed. Lois. Lois, where are you? She burst into the living room and found Lois sitting on the couch, with her legs crossed, lazily watching a movie. Clara dropped her bag. Lois, what's wrong with you? Lois tilted her head slowly, not even pausing the movie. What do you mean, what's wrong? With everything going on right now, this is how you're acting? Clara shot back, hands on her waist. Lois rolled her eyes. Clara frowned. Seriously? I sent you a message. Didn't you see it? Lois frowned back, digging into her purse for her phone. Message? I didn't see any message. Check it, Clara insisted as she sat down, watching her closely. Lois swiped through her notifications. Nothing here. Just check properly. I said check it. A moment later, Lois froze, then looked up in shock. Wait, are you for real? Yes, Clara said, a grin breaking across her face. Lois blinked a few times, then sighed. How did Dayo even arrange this? This is huge. Clara smirked. This is what I told you earlier. If you behave, Dayo would treat you well. Whatever, Lois muttered, though a smile tugged at her lips. But, I like this. I like it a lot. All right, get dressed. Clara clapped her hands. We need to leave. Today's your launch day, and you cannot be late for your own showcase. Lois finally stood, stretching lazily before heading upstairs. Yeah, I know. Clara shook her head, but grinned. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, across town, Dayo sat with Wayne and Valerie in a quiet lounge. A laptop was open, and they were glued to the live update board for the global competition. It had been a day since voting started. Okay, Wayne said, tapping the screen. The votes are here. This is the official top 30 ranking. The list refreshed, showing names and vote counts. Global competition, wildcard top 30 rankings, official. Release. 1 Frank Kane, USA, 18.7 M votes. 2 Aisha Kimura, Japan, 17.9 M votes. 3 Lucas Rivera, Brazil, 16.4 M votes. For Sophia Zhang, China, 15.8 M votes. 5 Daniel Carter, USA, 15.2 M votes. 6 Dayo Jason, USA, 14.7 M votes. 7 Mara Gonzalez, Spain, 14.2 M votes. 8 Rafael Mendes, Portugal, 13.9 M votes. 9 Liam O'Connor, Ireland, 13.3 M votes. 10 Chantal Dubois, France, 12.8 M votes. 11 Noah Williams, Canada, 12.6 M votes. 12 Zara Malik, India/UK, 12.1 M votes. 13 Ahmed El Sayed, Egypt, 11.8 M votes. 14 Sujin Park, South Korea, 11.6 M votes. 30 Hannah Ali, Turkey, 8.2 M votes. Valerie whistled softly. Frank is sitting at number 1. Not surprised, he's got Michael behind him, so we should expect nothing less. And he released a single which I heard this morning on the... Wayne leaned back. But look at you, JD. Number 6 in the world. That's huge. With the release today and other shows, you can definitely enter the top 3 before the voting ends. Dayo stared at the numbers, not smiling, not frowning, just focused. 6 is good, he said quietly. But it's not enough. The system was clear. If he didn't reach number 1, all his stats would be back to ground zero. I'm aiming for number 1. Dayo said with his eyes set on Frank's name sitting in the number 1 spot. Both Wayne and Valerie looked at each other and thought Dayo was triggered because of the fact that Frank, whom Michael was supporting, was number 1. A knock came at the door. Sir, it's time for the launch. Dayo nodded. And Lois? She has arrived. All right, you can go ahead, we'll join you. When the door closed, Dayo looked at both Valerie and Wayne. Let's make history and win me that ticket to the global competition. They all walked towards the conference room, and upon entering, the whole room was quiet except for the low hum of laptops. On the main screen, the best part single page was loaded on all platforms, waiting for the final command. Lois sat forward, clasping her hands tightly. Clara stood behind her, arms crossed, trying to look calm but failing. Dayo leaned on the edge of the table, checking the countdown clock. Wayne cleared his throat. All right, everything's ready. Once we click, it'll go live on Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, everywhere. Valerie smiled faintly. Let's go. Dayo checked his watch. Okay, team. This is it. Launch goes in 30 seconds. Everyone leaned closer to the screen. 10. Dayo started. 9, 8, 7. The others joined in. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. On 1, Wayne pressed the enter key. The loading wheel spun, then the page refreshed. Best part, Lois Foot Dayo, now streaming worldwide. The room erupted in applause. Clara clapped her hands. It's live. Lois covered her mouth, overwhelmed. Oh my God, it's actually out. Dayo gave her a steady look. Yes. So now get ready to work. This is just the beginning. The album will come in 2 weeks, and you'll see why I told you to. Wait till then. Lois ducked her head shyly, nodding and a bit embarrassed. A few hours later, Dayo started a live stream with Lois beside him. All right. Dayo said into the camera, Lois now sitting beside him. You've all been waiting. Best part is finally here. Stream it. Share it. And let's make history. The comments flew in instantly. At MusicFan88, this is so crazy, loudly crying face fire. At BistParthive, just streamed it, and I'm already obsessed. At VoteJD, still streaming it. Then one user wrote, at fan_worldwide, would you all like them to perform it live? The chat exploded. At Lighthalf, YSSSS. At Roadft, sing. 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 At Chorus Crew, sing, sing, sing. Dayo laughed, shaking his head. Ah, you people won't let us rest. He reached for a guitar resting against the chair and strummed a few warm chords. All right then, just a little something for you. Lois tucked her hair back, leaned toward the mic, and began softly. Musical notes you don't know, babe. When you hold me, you kiss me slowly. It's the sweetest thing, and it doesn't change. If I had it my way, you would know that you are musical notes. Dayo joined in, his deeper tone blending smoothly with hers. Musical notes I just want to see. I just want to see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I'll follow, no matter how far. If life is a movie, know you're the best part. Ooh. You're the best part. Ooh. Best part musical notes. They stopped there, letting the last chord hang in the air. The room felt still for a moment before. The chat erupted. At OmiFan. OH my God acoustic version. Loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. At ShippedLoys. This chemistry is fire fire. At Best Duets. Better than the studio version already OMG loudly crying face. At Singalong Crew. You're the best part musical notes. At Heart Attack. JD on guitar plus Lois vocals equals perfection. Lois laughed shyly, covering her face. You guys are too much. Dayo grinned, setting the guitar aside. That's all you're getting today? Keep streaming, keep voting. Let's make this song, and this journey, something unforgettable. Within a few hours, combined streams across platforms crossed 270K and were still climbing fast. Dayo ended the live with a small smile. We've started well, and we are not stopping till we reach the moon. Chapter 51, Pressure. Someone had recorded the live stream of Dayo and Lois singing Best Part and posted it online. It went viral almost instantly. Clips spread across socials with captions like, "Who are these two?" and "This is pure magic." The way their voices blended made it look effortless, almost unreal. Even people who had never heard the song before started asking for its title. By the next morning, the effect was clear. Streams shot up across every platform. In just a day and a half, they had crossed 1.7 million streams, Spotify, Apple Music, and YouTube all combined. For a debut single from a newcomer like Lois, even with Dayo featured, the numbers were massive. Dayo leaned back in his office chair, scrolling through the stats. Notifications wouldn't stop buzzing. Fans were posting edits, reaction videos, and dance covers. The buzz was growing. Just then, his phone lit up with a call from Vale. "JD, my brother." Vale's voice boomed the moment Dayo picked up. "Haha, Vale? I was about to call you myself." "Don't bother," Vale cut in. "I just wanted to remind you, tomorrow is the show. Don't be late. The crowd's going to be crazy. And that track with Lois? I've got it on repeat, bro." "Haha. Thanks for the support," Dayo replied with a grin. "I'm ready already. And since you gave me 2 slots, one will be the song with her, and the other will be used as we both planned." "Good. That's all I wanted to hear, Vale said before hanging up. As the line went dead, a knock came on the door. Come in, Dayo called. Valerie stepped inside, holding her tablet. Her expression was unreadable at first, then a small smirk appeared. JD, have you checked? Dayo frowned. Checked what? She tilted her head. Just check. Twitter. Now. He grabbed his phone, opened the app, and froze. Darren. The global superstar whose song Dayo had performed for the global competition stage. Darren is equivalent to Ed Sheeran in this world. A verified repost sat at the top of his feed. I've heard many versions of my song, but honestly, this one by a Dayo Jason might just be the best yet. Man did justice to it in ways even I didn't. Respect. And if you haven't voted for him in the global competition, do it. I think we're in for a surprise. This season. The room spun for a second. Valerie crossed her arms, watching his reaction like she'd been waiting for it. JD, she said quietly, do you know what this means? Dayo was stunned. He didn't even know Darren personally, yet here he was, openly backing him. Darren had over 80 million followers online and nearly 100 million monthly listeners on Spotify alone. For someone of his status, this kind of endorsement was insane. Almost instantly, Dayo's phone started shaking with notifications. Fans, blogs, and even mainstream outlets were reposting Darren's words. Hashtags were trending globally. Hashtag JDayoXDarren and hashtag Best Version Ever. Within hours, the voting numbers shifted. Global competition, wildcard top 30 rankings, updated. 1. Frank Kane, USA, 20.3 M votes. 2. Aisha Kimura, Japan, 19.1 M votes. 3. Lucas Rivera, Brazil, 17.8 M votes. 4. Dayo Jason, USA, 17.2 M votes, plus 2 positions. 5. Sophia Zhang, China, 16.9 M votes. 6. Daniel Carter, USA, 15.7 M votes. Valerie slapped the back of Dayo's chair. From 6th to 4th in less than a day. Do you understand? Darren just handed you a rocket booster. Dayo stared at the screen, trying to process it all. He finally exhaled slowly. So this is what it feels like, to be a global star. Valerie grinned. Better get used to it. Because from now on, nothing about your life is going to stay the same. Damn, you're right. Still, something about it nagged at him. Darren's endorsement felt too direct, almost strategic. If he had only praised the performance, Dayo wouldn't have thought much of it. But the way Darren plugged the global competition, too, it made him wonder if someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. But for now, he didn't care. What mattered was momentum and pushing himself into the top 3. But this rise did not go unnoticed. Frank, sitting comfortably at number 1, felt the pressure immediately. Watching Dayo leapfrog 2 positions in less than 24 hours was unsettling. He started calling his agent and pushing his team to ramp up campaigns. Outwardly, he stayed calm. But inside, panic brewed. Because Frank knew something others didn't. If he slipped, if he lost that top spot, Michael would lose interest in him. And Michael wasn't someone you could afford to disappoint. The day of Vale's show. On the drive over, Lois could hardly sit still. She kept glancing out the tinted window, her lips curving into a smile she tried to hide. Dayo finally turned to her, brow raised. Why are you this excited? It's like you swallowed fireworks or something. Lois shrugged quickly, trying to play it off. Nothing. Don't mind me. It doesn't really concern you. Dayo chuckled, shaking his head. All right, no problem. He didn't press further, but he made a mental note of it. They arrived in New York City for Vale's long-awaited show. The venue, Barclays Center, one of the most iconic arenas in the U.S., packed to the brim with fans. Even before their car pulled into the private lot, they could already hear it, the distant roar of the crowd, a wave of chants and screams rolling out of the building like thunder. Lois peeked through the tinted window and gasped as this was her first time in front of such a huge crowd. JD, are they screaming like this for real? Dayo adjusted his cap, his chest tightening in disbelief. They're not even inside yet, and they're already this loud. As soon as they stepped out, Vale's assistant hurried over, ushering them past security and down the corridor lined with staff and equipment. You're on in 15 minutes. Sound check is already set. Don't worry, just focus on the music. Dayo nodded, but his pulse quickened. This wasn't the World Cup, where the stage was distant and the crowd came for football first, music second. This was different. 30,000 people had come here, from different states, just to lose themselves in music. And tonight, he was part of the reason they were here. Inside, as they peeked from backstage, Lois suddenly froze. Standing just a few steps away, laughing with one of the coordinators, was Vale himself. "Oh my God," Lois whispered, clutching Dayo's arm without even realizing. "That's him. That's Vale. I'm such a huge fan." Dayo smirked at her reaction. "Oh, so this is why you were excited." Lois bit her lip, trying not to squeal. "Maybe. Don't worry about it." But her eyes gave her away. She was starstruck. Vale finally turned and walked over, his presence commanding but warm. "So you're Lois, right? I've heard about you." Lois's breath hitched. "Yes, oh my God, yes. I've been following you for so long. Your music is amazing. I literally listen to your last album every night. I can't believe I'm even talking to you right now." Vale chuckled, then turned to Dayo with a grin, pulling him into a quick handshake hug. "JD, my brother. Glad you made it. Wouldn't miss it for anything, and thanks for the push," Dayo replied with a smile to which Vale nodded. Lois's grin widened until she could barely contain it. "Thank you so much, really. You don't know what this means to me." Vale smirked. "Good. Keep that fire. You two are up soon." Moments later, the stage lights dimmed. The crowd screamed even louder as Vale's voice thundered through the speakers. "New York, I know you've been waiting," he roared, pacing across the stage. "And as promised, I brought some special artists tonight. You've heard the buzz, you've seen their names trending. Now it's time to see them live. Make some noise for JD and Lois." The crowd erupted, 30,000 voices merging into one deafening roar. Lois squeezed Dayo's hand tightly, her nerves buzzing, her fangirl excitement now blending with pure adrenaline. Dayo took a steadying breath, gave her a quick nod, and together, they stepped into the spotlight. The crowd roared, and as the first notes hit, it felt like they owned the world. Chapter 52, from 4th to 2nd. The crowd had been silent, holding its breath as Dayo and Lois closed out their duet. The final notes of Best Part lingered in the air. "If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you?" The last line dropped, and for a moment, the Barclays Center was quiet. Then the noise hit like thunder. Screams, chants, and applause shook the entire arena. 30,000 fans were on their feet, waving their phones and flashing lights. Dayo and Lois both paused, soaking in every energy the crowd poured until Vale came in. Vale walked on stage, grinning. "New York, I told you I'd bring you something special tonight. Are you happy?" The crowd screamed back. "Yes, that's what I like to hear." As Dayo and Lois started to step off, Vale stopped them. "Nah, not yet, JD." He turned to the fans. "You all remember that version of my song Passing By that went viral on TikTok?" The crowd roared. "Yes. JD here was the creator, and I saw many of you requested I sing that version. So tonight, you're getting the real thing. I Live Together." The cheers grew even louder. Vale handed Dayo an extra mic and fist bumped him. "Let's make this moment count." Dayo lifted his mic, like an experienced MC. "New York, bring out your phones, turn on your lights. Let's light this place up." The fans obeyed instantly. The stage lights dimmed, leaving the arena glowing with thousands of phone flashlights, like stars scattered across the dark. Dayo walked over to the piano, sat down, and started playing the first chords. The crowd quieted, swaying with the soft notes. Vale stepped in, voice steady and strong. "I wasn't looking, just passing time. Playing these keys, humming a line." The fans screamed at the first lyric, then went silent again. Dayo leaned into the mic, his voice sliding in smoothly, blending with the piano. "You walked in like a melody. Not too loud, just stuck with me." Their voices fit together naturally, as if they'd been rehearsing for months. The band joined softly in the background, drums and bass adding depth without overpowering them. Together they hit the chorus. 'Cause some songs don't ask for much. Just a smile, a laugh, and a little touch. The fans roared, phones bouncing as they screamed the lyrics back. Vale looked at Dayo mid-song and laughed, enjoying the energy. Dayo kept playing, smiling. For that moment, it was pure music. They closed out together at that moment, The whole arena sang with the voice of 30,000 people blending, giving the night a very blissful feeling. Some hearts don't make a sound till someone like you comes around. Dayo let the last piano chord ring out. Vale dropped his mic silence for a split second. Then the Barclays Center exploded again. From backstage, Lois, washed with mixed emotions, awe, pride, and a tiny sting of jealousy that Dayo got to share this moment with Vale instead of her. The chants rolled like waves. JD, 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 Vale, Vale, Vale. Dayo's smile trembled, his eyes shining red. The feeling of 30,000 people screaming his name. It was almost too much. He gave a small bow. Vale threw an arm around him and raised his mic again. I want you all to vote for my brother here. He's competing for the global competition. Show him love. The crowd answered with deafening applause. Dayo gave a small bow, whispered, "Thank you all," and walked backstage with a smile that refused to leave his face. Then, ding, he heard a familiar system sound, was about to look, but bumped into someone instead. Looking up, his heart skipped. Darren? The superstar smiled warmly. JD. Wow, what's up, man? How you doing? I saw that video you made. It was absolutely amazing. Dayo laughed nervously, shaking his head. Man, thank you. That means a lot coming from you. He hesitated, then added, not to pry or anything, but I've been wondering, why did you endorse me? I mean, I really, really appreciate it, but I just don't understand why. Darren smirked knowingly. You want the truth? Of course. It was Vale, Darren said plainly. He reached out, told me about you, said you were worth the push. I trust his word, and I'm glad I did. Dayo's eyes widened. Vale, oh my God. So it was him. Darren patted his shoulder. Yeah, that guy believes in you. And now? So do I. You've got something rare. Keep pushing, JD. You're closer than you think. They parted ways a few minutes later, Darren heading towards the stage for his own set. Dayo stood frozen, trying to process what had just happened. Back at his hotel, his phone buzzed again. Ding. Stats updated. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 20 years. Status, National Artist, Level 5. Singing level, A. Writing level, A+. Acting skill, C. Visual, A. Instruments, guitar, SS+. Flute, A+. Piano, S. Violin, A. Music production skill, SSS+. Video editing, B+. Potential, SSS+. Skills, Prodigy's Instinct. Status viewer. Perfect match. Cards. Global Spotlight card doubles exposure/reach of next release, 7 days. System level, 2. Trend Insight. Archive Vault. Dayo nearly screamed with excitement. He had trained for so long, and finally, he'd broken into the A section for singing. He tested a few notes right there in the room, amazed at how clear and powerful his voice felt. As for visuals, he checked the mirror. He didn't see much difference at first, but when he looked closer, there was a subtle glow in his eyes, a sharpness that hadn't been there before. He smirked and shrugged. That night, sleep refused to come. He lay in bed, replaying everything. The duet with Vale, Darren's words, the system's upgrade. By morning, the world had caught up. Socials were flooded with clips of his duet with Vale. Fan cams, edits, hashtags, all trending. And then came the numbers. Global competition, wildcard top 30 rankings, updated. Frank Kane, USA, 20.9 M votes. Dayo Jason, Nigeria/USA, 20.5 M votes, plus 2 positions. Aisha Kimura, Japan, 19.4 M votes. Lucas Rivera, Brazil, 18.2 M votes. Sophia Zhang, China, 17.2 M votes. From 4th to 2nd overnight. The gap between him and Frank was razor thin. For the first time, Dayo sat comfortably near the very top, and his mission was now within arm's reach. Chapter 53, The Wild Card Winner. Frank woke up before dawn. The house was quiet except for the soft breathing of the lady by his side. He reached for his phone and, without thinking, opened the global competition leaderboard. The numbers hit him like a punch. Wait, what the? He muttered, swearing under his breath as he sat up instantly. He refreshed. The page blinked. Same figures. Clear figures. Dayo had moved 2 positions up and was now within reach of surpassing him. He slammed his palm on the counter. A vase trembled, and a few papers scattered on the floor. He paced. The lady stirred, her voice soft and sleepy. Are you okay?" Frank shot her a hard look, his anger barely contained. "Thanks for yesterday. I have your number. I'll send you something." "I don't." "Forget it." Frank cut her off sharply. "Just forget what you saw today." He grabbed his phone again and called his agent, Victor. "Where's the push?" He barked the moment Victor picked up. "What's going on?" "I told you to flood it. Sponsored posts, influencers, whatever. We paid for traction." "Frank, breathe," Victor said calmly. "We're on it. We pushed the playlists, the ads. I've got 3 shows lined up." "3 shows? That's not a campaign." Frank snapped, knocking a glass against the sink. "He's creeping up. JD, whatever his name is, he's right behind me. This should not be happening." "Frank," Victor said more firmly, "calm down. We'll pull more promo. We'll call in favors. You stay put and let me handle this, and whatever the case may be, you would qualify, so just calm." But Frank's hands still trembled. He paced the study, kicked a pillow, then shoved it back on the couch. He was still number 1, but not by much. And in his chest, panic simmered. Meanwhile, Dayo was doing the opposite of panicking. He was grinding. The air was heavy and humid, but Dayo's energy stayed high. 1 week left until the voting closed, and he treated each day like a full-time job. Content, content, content. Every morning, he streamed a short jog. By midday, he was filming quick skits with TikTok and YouTube influencers to reach new audiences. In the evenings, he streamed cooking sessions with his family, hopped into gaming lives, joked with fans, and even previewed snippets of Best Part and Lois's upcoming album. He kept it natural, no flashy ads, no fake drama, just consistent, relatable work. People noticed. One clip in particular blew up, a skit where Dayo pretended to be a newcomer, trying to order food in Chinatown with broken Mandarin. The delivery guy in the skit, played by an influencer, kept bringing him the wrong dishes until Dayo finally burst out laughing. Fans loved it, captioning it, "This guy is too real," faced with tears of joy. The clip trended across platforms, relatable to anyone who had ever struggled in a new country. And the numbers showed that his followers increased by fold. TikTok, plus 3.2 M, from 9.5 M, 12.7 M. Instagram, plus 2.1 M, from 7.1 M, 9.2 M. Twitter/X, plus 1.0 M, from 4.2 M, 5.2 M. Each collab and skit fed into the next. Clips were remixed, subtitled, and shared across Asia, Africa, and even back in the US. Valerie and Wayne stayed with him. "Keep pushing," Valerie said. "You're already number 2. Number 1 is right there." Dayo nodded, even though his eyes were red. He was tired, but this grind was exactly what made the difference. Unlike Frank, who relied only on PR blasts, Dayo was everywhere, working, streaming, connecting. Fans noticed too. They started organizing. Fan groups set up voting shifts. Mods shared direct links. Regional groups translated his skits and pushed them abroad. It didn't feel like an algorithm fight anymore. It felt like a movement. Midweek, the leaderboard shifted again. Dayo was now within striking distance. Frank's team countered with paid pushes, but Dayo's authenticity was something money couldn't buy. On the final day, the office in Shenzhen was packed. Dayo, Valerie, Wayne, and even a few fan volunteers were glued to the screens. Their plan: stream nonstop, coordinate votes across time zones, and drop one final push. The skits kept rolling. Darren's repost earlier in the week still pulled new eyes. The grassroots campaign built to a boiling point. At 8:12 p.m. local time, the numbers crept closer. Leaderboard, live update. Frank Kane, USA, 21.9 M votes. Dayo Jason, Nigeria/USA, 21.95 M votes. The room went silent. Thousands of votes per minute flooded in. Dayo opened a live stream, piano at his side, smiling at more than 10 million viewers. "One shot left," he said. "If you believe in me, this is it. Vote now. Share now." The chat exploded. Fans obeyed. On the other side, Frank threw money at everything. Paid ads, influencers, late-night appearances, but it was like pouring water into the ocean. Nothing stuck. Then the numbers flipped after more than 10 hours of streaming. Leaderboard, live update. Dayo Jason, 22.45 M votes. Frank Kane, 22.12 M votes. The office erupted. Wayne shouted. Valerie laughed until she cried. Dayo sat frozen for a moment, then finally smiled. Wide, relieved, exhausted. Back in his penthouse, Frank's agent sighed, finally sitting down. We'll regroup, he said hollowly. Michael will decide the next move. Frank leaned back, chest heaving. The yelling had stopped. He told himself he'd qualified regardless, but the sting of losing burned deep. By midnight, the system locked in the results. Global competition, wildcard finalists, qualified. 1. Dayo Jason, Nigeria/USA, rank 1. 2. Frank Kane, USA, rank 2. 3. Sophia Zhang, China, rank 3. Social media exploded. Hashtags trended worldwide. The JD Label office was a mess of hugs and tears. Wayne and Valerie embraced Dayo like he was family. He called Vale first. Vale's voice was loud and laughing. You did it, brother. You earned it. Not me alone, Dayo replied, smiling. All of us. He thought of the week, the skits, the streams, the sleepless nights, Darren's repost, Vale's backing. It was messy, exhausting, and relentless. But it worked. At 3 a.m., Dayo finally collapsed into bed. For the first time, he wasn't afraid of his stats dropping back to nothing. He slept with the leaderboard burned into his mind and the applause of the world echoing in his ears. The global competition had just begun, but for now, he had won the week. Chapter 54, Uncle Marcus and the Last Two. Dayo finally returned home after a while. At the doorstep, he noticed an extra pair of shoes neatly placed by the mat. His brows furrowed. His family rarely had unexpected guests, and for a moment, he wondered if he had walked into the wrong house. He bent down slightly, inspecting them. They weren't familiar. The laces were muddy, the type of boots that looked like they'd seen long days and harder roads. He shrugged it off, deciding not to overthink it, and pushed the door open. Maybe a neighbor stopped by, or maybe one of his parents had a visitor. The house was quiet, too quiet. The kind of quiet that always carried a warning. Dayo had barely stepped into the living room when, bam, a figure lunged at him from the side. Instinct took over. His muscles reacted before his mind could. Years of military training from his old life, buried but never forgotten, rose like fire. He shifted back, grabbed the attacker's arm, and in one sharp, fluid motion, flipped them clean over his shoulder. The body hit the floor with a heavy thud. Dayo's chest heaved once, then stilled. He looked down, ready for anything, only for his eyes to widen in shock. Uncle Marcus. Marcus groaned, rubbing his back before breaking into laughter. Damn, JD, you actually got me this time. Dayo blinked, still stunned. He quickly bent down, offering his hand from his memory. His uncle always does this anytime he come. Uncle, what are you doing here? You scared the life out of me. Marcus grinned as he stood, brushing himself off. I just got back from deployment. Thought I'd surprise you as always. His eyes narrowed slightly, amused. And I didn't expect you to dodge me. You always fall for that trick. Dayo chuckled, shaking his head. Guess I'm not the same as before. Marcus studied him for a long second, his soldier's eyes sharp and assessing. Then his expression softened. Your dad told me you were still training, but to flip me like that? That's not just training, JD. You're sharper than me now, and that's saying something. Before Dayo could respond, the rest of the family poured in, laughing. His younger brother immediately pointed, teasing loudly. Finally, someone caught Uncle Marcus off guard. The whole room erupted in laughter, Marcus included. For the first time in a while, the house felt alive, filled with warmth and noise. They all sat down together, catching up, joking, and sharing stories. At one point, Marcus leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. So, I heard you won the wild card. Qualified for the global competition, huh? Dayo scratched his neck modestly. Yeah, honestly, I couldn't have done it without everyone's support. Marcus smiled proudly and gave his shoulder a firm pat. Proud of you, kid. Then, his grin shifted into mischief. But enough talk. How about we hit the gun range? Been a while since I tested my skills with you lot. That sparked instant excitement. Soon, Dayo, his father, Marcus, and his brother piled into the car and drove out together. The gun range buzzed with activity. The sharp scent of gunpowder hung in the air, and the metallic clang of spent shells echoed in the background. Marcus set down a duffel bag, pulling out a pistol first. All right, he said, smirking as he handed it to Dayo. Let's see what you've got. Don't embarrass me after all the training I gave you. Dayo smirked back, took the pistol, and steadied his stance. Bang, bang, bang. Shots rang out, echoing through the range. Target after target dropped. 9 clean hits, one just a hair off the bullseye. The family blinked in disbelief. Dayo's younger brother looked at his brother. WTF, bro, since when? Are you some kind of spy or something? Jason looked at his younger son, language Jeffrey. Marcus's jaw dropped. You're kidding me. Since when? Dayo let out a small breath, muttering under his breath. Damn, I'm getting rusty. Everyone froze. His father raised a brow, suspicion creeping into his voice. Rusty? JD, when did you get this good? Marcus shook his head with a low whistle. Kid, what happened to you? He turned sharply to Jason. You guys been going to the range without me? Jason threw up his hands. Don't look at me. This is how he came back. They cycled through different weapons, shotguns, rifles, even a sniper rifle. Each time, Dayo impressed them. Marcus, a seasoned Special Forces soldier, found himself half proud and half unsettled. He was supposed to be the expert, yet here was his younger cousin out shooting him. Later, sitting on the benches to cool down, Marcus nudged him. You've changed, JD. But it's a good change. Hold on to it. Dayo smiled faintly. For him, spending the day with his uncle and family was refreshing. Marcus had always been someone he admired, and now, for the first time, he felt like he was standing shoulder to shoulder with him. As evening fell, Marcus mentioned he'd be leaving soon, back to his post. Dayo nodded. He too had to prepare, because the global competition would resume the following week. The raffle. Draw. After the wild card dust settled, the spotlight shifted to the next stage, the raffle draw. It was the strangest part of the global competition. Thousands signed up every year, hoping to be chosen at random. For most, it was just a dream. The truth? No raffle entrant had ever survived the first elimination stage. The system was brutal, and raw luck rarely beat hard-earned experience. Still, the tradition remained. It gave ordinary people a shot, however slim, to stand beside giants. This year was no different. Over 10,000 entries poured in from across the globe. The stadium was packed, screens flashing, tension thick in the air. The lights dimmed, and the massive digital wheel spun as the crowd held its breath. The first name appeared, Miguel Alvarez, Philippines. A young man in the stands blinked, frozen. His jaw dropped, and he looked around like the name couldn't possibly belong to him. He hadn't even packed a suitcase. He had entered the raffle just for fun. Now, cameras zoomed in on his stunned face as the announcer repeated, Miguel Alvarez. The audience erupted in applause while Miguel laughed nervously, shaking his head, unable to process what had just happened. The wheel spun again. Seconds stretched. Then the second name appeared, Amelia Wright, United Kingdom. Amelia stood slowly when her name was called. Shock lingered in her eyes, but unlike Miguel, her expression hardened into resolve. Her fists clenched at her sides as she whispered, under her breath, yes, this is my chance. The contrast between the two winners was striking. Miguel still dazed, almost comical, while Amelia radiated quiet fire. Both were escorted to the waiting area, handed simple cards confirming their entry. Miguel kept laughing nervously, fidgeting with the card, while Amelia sat upright, silent, already plotting her next steps. And with that, the global competition officially had its final lineup. The wildcard winners, the seeded stars, and now the raffle entrants. All paths had converged. The real battle was about to begin. Chapter 55, The Flight to Tokyo. The week passed quickly. Dayo barely had time to rest as he prepared for the global competition. His suitcase was already packed, clothes, equipment, notebooks, everything he thought he might need. He wouldn't be around for a while. Each stage of the competition would be hosted in a different country, starting with Japan. He sat at his desk one evening, going over his plans for the last time. His biggest focus that week had not even been himself. It had been Lois's album. The anticipation had been building ever since their single together, Best Part, blew up. Fans were hungry for more, and the timing couldn't have been better. Spotify, already at 12 million streams. Apple Music, crossing 5 million. Audiomack, sitting at 4 million. YouTube, fan-uploaded clips of their live rehearsal performances had already topped 7 million combined. For a brand new artist, these figures were hard to believe. The album's pre-orders were climbing by the hour, boosted by Dayo's careful marketing and his team's effort to push Lois. He and his team had gone over the release plan multiple times, preparing backup strategies in case anything went wrong. The system's trend instinct skill had proven right again. This was the moment to strike. But Dayo knew how much sweat had gone into it. Long nights, countless promo pushes, and constant engagement with fans. It wasn't luck, it was work, plus the system guiding him. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling. This album is going to sell like crazy, he muttered. And for once, he truly believed it. That same week, he tied up all loose ends, including a delayed session with Youssef. Finally, he felt ready. It had been hectic, but Dayo knew it all had to be settled before the competition consumed his focus. When everything was finally in place, he zipped his suitcase shut and sat on the edge of his bed. Tomorrow, everything changed. The morning of his flight, his family gathered at JFK Airport in New York. The Global Competition Committee had arranged transportation for all 60 contestants flying to Tokyo. Dayo hugged his ever-emotional sister first. She clung to him tightly, sobbing into his chest. "Don't cry too much," he teased, rubbing her back. "I'll call every day." "You better," she sniffled, refusing to let go. His younger brother stepped up next. They did their usual handshake before pulling into a hug. The boy's face was stiff, his eyes glossy, but he refused to let the tears fall. One look, and Dayo understood. Finally, his father patted his back firmly, a proud smile on his face. "You're making all of us proud. Keep doing what you do best, son. All the best." His mother, quieter than the rest, simply smiled at him. Her eyes carried a mix of pride and worry. Dayo leaned in and hugged her, whispering, "I'll be fine, Mom. Trust me." He gave them all one last wave before stepping into the boarding line. The flight from New York to Tokyo took about 14 hours. For most of it, Dayo either listened to music, jotted notes for future songs, or quietly observed the other contestants traveling with him. He found himself seated near 4 other U.S. representatives. The first he noticed was, of course, Frank Kane. They hadn't exchanged words, but the tension was immediate. Frank carried himself like he was above everyone, his eyes scanning the cabin as though the rest of them didn't matter. Dayo could sense the hostility without a single word spoken. Maybe Frank was still irritated about losing first place in the wildcard round. Either way, Dayo just shrugged it off. Behind Frank sat a thin young man named Brandon Lee, early 20s, who laughed a little too hard at everything Frank said. He shadowed Frank like glue, showering him with constant praise. "Your wildcard song was crazy, man. I swear, the way you performed, nobody can touch that." It was clear desperation. Dayo understood what he was seeing, a bootlicker. He didn't even blame him fully. Frank was backed by Michael, and anyone with sense would try to cozy up. 2 others were much easier to get along with. Tyrell, in his mid-20s, a lively singer from New York who had debuted the year before and was signed to the label since he started competing on the global competition, had a booming laugh that instantly put people at ease. He filled the hours with jokes and stories. Maya, around 23, a songwriter and singer from LA, was more reserved. Gentle, calm, a bit shy. She had already gained attention from viral acoustic sets that had circulated online for months, and she was also signed to one of the Big 5. At some point, the conversation naturally turned to Dayo. "You're Dayo Jason, right? Man, we saw your wildcard performance," Tyrell said with a grin. "That was insane." Maya nodded. "Yeah, the way you arranged that stage. Honestly, it was on another level. And not to mention the single with Luna, and, what's her name again?" "Lois," Dayo supplied. "Right, Lois. I've had that track on repeat," Maya admitted. Even Brandon chimed in, though his eyes never strayed far from Frank. "Yeah, you were good," he muttered, before quickly adding louder. "But Frank here, he's the real deal." Dayo smiled politely, but inside, his curiosity stirred. These were the people being touted as the next generation of superstars. He wanted to know where they stood. Status view: Frank Kane, 25. Singing, B+. Writing, C. Visual, B. Instrument, trumpet, B. Potential, S+. Brandon Lee, early 22. Singing, writing, D+. Visual, C+. Instrument, guitar, B+. Potential, A+. Tyrell, 24. Singing, writing, C+. Visual, B+. Instrument, drums A+. Potential, SS. Maya, 24. Singing, B+. Writing S. Visual, B+. Instrument, violin B+. Potential, S+. Dayo exhaled slowly, impressed. They weren't just random names. Each one had strengths that could blossom into something dangerous. Maya's S, in writing, caught his eye, especially. He envied it. He couldn't wait to hear what she had written. Tyrell's musicality was rock solid. Even Frank, despite his uneven stats, had raw potential that couldn't be ignored. Frank seemed to notice Dayo's quiet observation and turned, meeting his gaze with cold contempt. The air between them stayed heavy for the rest of the flight. Tyrell kept cracking jokes. Maya shared softly spoken stories. Brandon continued his shameless praise of Frank, and Frank himself hardly said a word, his eyes fixed forward as if daring anyone to challenge him. Dayo stayed calm. He engaged casually with Tyrell and Maya. It was worth building bridges in case they ever had to work together. But in his mind, he kept one thing clear. In the end, he'd let his music do the talking. Chapter 56. Arrival in Tokyo. The 14-hour flight finally touched down in Tokyo. Haneda Airport glowed in the late afternoon light. Through the glass windows, the city stretched out in every direction, neon signs beginning to flicker awake, orderly streams of cars flowing like veins, and a skyline that looked futuristic yet steeped in history. Stepping out of the plane, Dayo inhaled deeply. The air smelled different, clean, sharp. He felt a strange mix of familiarity and strangeness. In his old world, he had been here before, once to record with an artist in Shibuya. The streets, the station names, even the faint chatter in Japanese around him stirred old memories. Yet now, standing here again in this new life, it felt foreign. A DJ vu he couldn't shake. Strange, but familiar, he thought. Waiting at arrivals was a welcoming team from the Global Competition Committee, holding placards with the logo everyone already recognized. They guided the contestants into buses lined up outside. The drive into the city was surreal. Most of the contestants pressed their faces to the windows, whispering in awe at the flashing billboards and towering skyscrapers. For many, this was their first time leaving their country. Excitement mixed with nerves. Tokyo at dusk felt alive. Crowds moving briskly across crosswalks, trains rushing by, restaurants glowing with paper lanterns. Dayo leaned back in his seat, headphones in, watching silently. It feels the same as before, yet not the same at all. After about an hour, the buses finally pulled up in front of their destination. A massive 5-star hotel lit brightly against the evening sky. The hotel had been fully reserved for the 60 qualifiers, its grand lobby already buzzing with activity. The ones who were familiar with each other had already started talking. Those who were new just stood, wide-eyed, soaking it all in. Inside, the air was thick with energy. Contestants from across the world filled the space. Different accents, different clothes, different styles, yet all with the same determined eyes. People laughed, whispered, pointed, and even threw cautious glances at their rivals. Everyone was sizing each other up. Dayo wheeled his suitcase through the lobby, scanning the room. He could feel it. The competition had already begun, even if no one had sung a single note yet. The next evening, the entire group of contestants was summoned to the hotel's main conference hall. Rows of seats were filled with chattering voices, laughter, and murmurs in different languages. The air carried both tension and excitement. Then a man in his mid-40s walked onto the stage. Sharp suit, square shoulders, no-nonsense aura. The chatter didn't stop immediately. People still whispered and giggled. He stepped up to the mic and cleared his throat. Nothing. Then he coughed into it, the sound echoing through the speakers. A few heads turned, but most kept talking. Finally, he leaned forward and spoke. "Good evening, everybody." A few polite claps, a scattered cheer. "Welcome. I'm sure you're all excited to be here. After all, this is the global competition, the biggest stage in the world." That line got louder applause, some whistles. The man raised his hand, signaling for calm, but the noise didn't stop right away. A few contestants were still whispering, still chuckling under their breath. He let it roll for a moment, then his voice sharpened. "Yes, be excited. But also, look around you." The hall quieted slightly. His gaze swept across the room. "Take a good look at the faces sitting beside you, behind you, across from you. Size them up." The murmurs died. People shifted in their chairs, glancing at their neighbors. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavier. Because by this time next week, the man continued, half of you will be gone. The silence that followed was sharp, a total pin-drop silence. Not a single whisper. Some swallowed hard. Others froze in their seats. That's right, he said firmly. Half of you will be eliminated. That is the truth of this competition. You've worked hard for years to be here, but this is not just about talent, it's about survival. Treat every performance as if it's do or die, because for many of you, it will be. He paused, letting the words sink in. Then he nodded slightly, his tone softening. For those who stay, push harder than ever. For those who go home, remember, you made it here, and that in itself is no small feast. He adjusted the mic. Now, before you scatter, a few rules. Curfew is 10 p.m. sharp. No exceptions. Security will be monitoring all floors. The hotel has 5 fully equipped studios available to you. For rehearsals, schedules will be posted every morning. Respect your time slots. And above all, respect each other. A screen behind him lit up, showing room assignments. You'll be paired by twos. Step forward, collect your key cards, and find your rooms. Move your luggage, settle in, and rest. Tomorrow, the competition framework will be explained in detail. He gave one final nod. All the best. From this moment forward, you are no longer just contestants. You are challengers to the world stage. Treat it that way. The crowd remained silent for a few seconds longer before the noise picked back up. Quieter now, more cautious. Contestants began stepping forward to collect their keys, each one more aware than before. Dayo, watching from his seat, could feel the weight of the moment. The global competition had truly begun, and though the pressure was heavy, he loved it. He stepped forward and scanned the board. His name flashed beside another. Min-jae Park, South Korea. Dayo nodded and turned back, only to nearly bump into a tall, slender figure. The boy had pale skin, soft pink lips, and striking brown eyes that seemed to gleam under the lights. Are you Dayo? He asked, his English careful but clear. Dayo nodded. Yeah, that's me. The boy smiled politely and extended his hand. I'm Min-jae Park, your roommate. Nice to meet you, Dayo said, shaking his hand firmly. Min-jae's grip was softer than expected, but there was confidence in the way he stood. He seemed a little younger, maybe 19, with sharp features and a quiet composure. Before they could exchange more words, another voice called out from behind. Jae. A shorter guy with dyed brown hair jogged over, speaking rapid Korean. Kunin ne roommate야. Is he your roommate? Min-jae nodded. Yeah. Then he turned slightly, explaining in English. This is my friend, Sunwoo. Sunwoo gave Dayo a quick up and down look, his expression curious. Then, almost without thinking, he muttered in Korean. Kunin 어려 보이네. He looks young. Dayo's lips tugged into a small grin. He answered back in Korean, his accent that would fool anyone if they didn't see him tgat he is Korea. 네, 어려요. 20살이에요. Yeah, I'm young. Just 20. Both Min-jae and Sunwoo froze for a second. Their eyes widened in surprise. No? 한국말 할 줄 알아. You speak Korean? Min-jae asked, switching back to English halfway. Not perfectly, Dayo admitted with a small shrug. But I can get by. Sunwoo let out a laugh, nudging Min-jae. 우린 잘 지낼 수 있겠네. We're all going to get along just fine then. Dayo chuckled. The tension eased quickly. For a moment, it didn't feel like rivals standing in the same space. It felt like regular students meeting for the first time. But still, beneath the smiles, Dayo could sense it, the competition. Every handshake, every laugh, every word carried a hidden edge. They might get along, but soon enough, they'd be standing on opposite sides of the stage. He decided to check his roommate stats to see how powerful he is. Status: Min-jae. Dayo froze and decided to check again to make sure he was seeing the right stats. Chapter 57, Rules of the Game. Status Viewer activated. Name: Min-jae Park. Age: 22. Singing level: A+. Dancing level: S. Visuals: A dot. Writing: B. Instruments: Piano: B+. Guitar: B. Potential: SS. Dayo's eyes widened. He blinked twice, rubbed his face, and checked again. Same results. What the hell? S for dance. SS potential. At just 22. That wasn't just good. That was a foundation strong enough to shake stages for years. Dayo had seen some scary stats before, but this was on another level. His mouth went a little dry. This guy is no joke. The thought of having Min Jae as an opponent already felt heavy. Min Jae must have caught his expression. He tilted his head, curious. You okay? Dayo snapped back quickly. Yeah. Just tired from the flight. But his tone gave him away. Min Jae's eyes narrowed slightly, like he sensed more behind the answer. Still, he didn't press. Instead, he stretched out on his bed, calm as ever, scrolling through his phone. So, how long have you been in the industry? Dayo asked, trying to sound casual, though inside he was still unsettled. Min Jae thought for a moment before answering evenly. Since I was 10. Dayo blinked. 10? As in, you've been at this for a decade. Min Jae nodded, his tone almost casual. Yeah, my parents put me in training academies early. Singing, dancing, acting, the whole package. That's normal in Korea if you're aiming for the idol track. I debuted in a group at 13. Went solo 2 years ago. Dayo let out a low whistle. 10 years in the industry. No wonder. Stats that high weren't just talent. They came from relentless training, endless rehearsals, constant stage exposure. Min Jae wasn't just gifted, he was built for this. Dayo muttered without realizing. No wonder. Min Jae tilted his head, smiling faintly. No wonder what? Nothing. Just talking to myself. Dayo smirked. Min Jae chuckled softly, letting it go. All right, get some rest. Tomorrow's going to be hectic. The tension in the room eased, but Dayo's chest was still tight. If my roommate is already this strong, what about the rest? How far could Min Jae push him once the stage lights came on? The real game was about to begin. Morning came quickly. Like clockwork, Dayo woke before sunrise. He laced his sneakers and slipped outside, starting a jog around the block. The streets were quiet, the cool morning air brushing against his face. He opened his stream as he ran, the comments lighting up his phone. Yo, JD in Japan already? Look at this guy grinding first thing in the morning, face with tears of joy. Run faster, bro. He laughed between breaths, giving them a quick update about the first day. What started as a habit had grown into a rhythm. He hadn't expected streaming to be fun, but it kept him connected, gave him energy, made him feel less alone. By the time he returned, sweat clung to his shirt. Min Jae was awake, tying his shoelaces. You're really disciplined, he said, a little impressed. Something like that, Dayo replied with a shrug, heading for a quick shower. The dining hall buzzed with sound when they arrived. The smell of miso soup and grilled fish filled the air. Breakfast was a standard Japanese spread: rice, soup, salmon, and pickled vegetables. Contestants sat in clusters, some chatting loudly in their own languages, others quiet with headphones in, faces already tense. Dayo carried his tray, scanning the room. That's when he spotted her, Misha, the aloof, sharp-eyed girl who once sold him a piano. She sat alone, eating slowly, her gaze fixed on nothing in particular. She didn't seem interested in anyone around her. Elsewhere, laughter rose from a table full of South Americans, while two contestants argued lightly in French over something on a phone screen. The mix of languages and accents made the hall feel alive, like a mini-world gathering. Dayo sat with Min Jae, quietly eating, but his eyes kept wandering. Everyone here had a story, a style, a background. Soon, all of it would be tested. The man from yesterday appeared again at the front of the hall. This time, another figure walked beside him. Conversations dropped as they made their way up. The man raised his hand, waiting for quiet. Good morning, contestants. Yesterday I welcomed you. Today, allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Kenji Sato, director of the Global Competition Japan. He stepped aside, gesturing to the man next to him. And this is our head producer, who will guide and oversee every stage for this first show. The producer adjusted the mic. His tone was calm, but sharp enough to cut through the air. Now that you've had your first night here, it's time you understood what this competition really means. 60 of you walked through those doors yesterday, but only half will remain after the first stage. The room shifted with uneasy murmurs. Contestants glanced at each other, some biting their lips, others stiffening in their seats. The producer raised a hand, silencing them. This stage is about finding the weak links. And make no mistake, there will be no hiding. Those who can't hold their own when it matters will be the first to go. He swept his eyes across the room deliberately. This competition doesn't care about excuses. Weakness is exposed under lights. Once it's seen, it cannot be undone. You either rise above it, or you're gone. Dayo sat still, his hands clasped under the table. Behind him, someone muttered nervously. So it's cutthroat from the start? The producer smirked. If you think this is harsh, then you're already not ready. This is the biggest stage in the world. Weak links will be eliminated immediately. The ones who can adapt and shine under pressure will be the ones left standing. The silence was heavy now. The air itself felt tighter. The man continued firmly. Each of you will step forward and draw a number. Numbers 1 through 60. That number will decide your placement, your matchups, and the order of your stage performance. The room tensed. Contestants shifted uneasily, trying to calculate possibilities in their heads. And remember, half of you will not survive this round. Not a single whisper followed. Even breathing felt louder in the silence. Then, stepping aside, Kenji gestured to a tall woman with a headset and tablet. This is producer Alicia. She will be working closely with you throughout this stage. Alicia gave a small nod, her face unreadable but sharp. After you pick your number, Kenji said, you'll meet with her and the production team. Slot by slot. You'll be asked about your song choice, why you picked it, what story you want to tell, and how you feel about the opponent you're facing. Alicia added, her voice cutting cleanly through the hall. These interviews will be broadcasted. The world will hear your answers before they see you perform. Choose carefully. Sometimes your words leave a bigger mark than your music. Gasps, whispers, even nervous chuckles rippled through the room. Kenji raised a hand. That's all for now. Prepare yourselves. The draw begins shortly. Dayo exhaled slowly, flexing his fingers. The global competition had officially begun. This time, there was no hiding. Chapter 58, The Draw. The morning. Atmosphere was heavier than usual. Contestants were gathered in the main hall, sitting shoulder to shoulder, their eyes fixed on the stage where the box for the draw had been placed. It wasn't just a box. It looked like a vault of fate, the kind that could shape or shatter dreams in seconds. Dayo sat with his head slightly bowed, palms pressed together under the table. He wasn't the type to pray much, but today he made an exception. God of luck, ancestors, anybody listening, just don't let me pull someone like Min Jae. Anyone but him. Please. He opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. His heart was racing in a way that even performances hadn't managed to trigger. The whole process was simple. Walk up, stick your hand in, pull out a number. But that simple act could decide his opponent, and maybe his survival. One by one, contestants were called. Numbers were drawn. Some cheered, others groaned, and the whispers never stopped. Dayo's turn finally came. His legs felt heavy as he stood, every step toward the stage stretching longer than it should. He reached the box, stared at it for a second, took a breath, plunged his hand in, and pulled a folded card. His fingers shook a little as he opened it. Number 27. He glanced up at the big screen where names and numbers were being paired. His eyes scanned quickly until he found it. Opponent, seat 57. His chest eased when he saw the name. Not Min Jae. Instead, it was the raffle draw winner. Gasps and whispers rose immediately in the room. Wow, he got the raffle kid. Lucky. Those ones never last past the first round. Dayo ignored them and moved to his assigned seat. As he settled down, the person beside him turned. A tall, lean guy with boyish charm, dressed casually, but his wide eyes carried nerves that gave him away. You're Dayo, right? He asked, voice soft but eager. Yeah. Guess that makes you my opponent. The guy smiled nervously. Yeah. Lucky me, or unlucky me. Please go easy on me. Dayo smirked. Nah, you don't want me to go easy. Besides, luck is a skill too. Don't sell yourself short. The guy laughed, shaking his head. Are you trying to hype me up or whine me? Neither, Dayo said simply. I'm just saying what's real. The interaction earned a couple of curious glances from nearby contestants. Some chuckled at the exchange. Others shook their heads like Dayo was wasting his energy encouraging someone who was already doomed. But Dayo didn't care. He'd been underestimated before. He knew what that felt like. The draw continued until all 60 contestants had their numbers. The hall felt split in two, half excited, half crushed by the weight of their opponents. Rivalries were already brewing, friendships already showing cracks. The competition wasn't waiting for the stage, it had already begun. That afternoon, The news about Dayo's matchup spread across the hotel like wildfire. Contestants muttered in corners, some with envy, some with disdain. Man, Dayo's lucky. Yeah, raffle guys never survive this round. Easy win. He's humble about it now, but watch him crush the poor guy. Others painted him differently. He's acting too calm. I feel his arrogance is going to bite him. Dayo heard the whispers, but let them pass off his shoulders. He wasn't interested in proving people wrong with words. He preferred the stage to do the work. Still, he couldn't deny the weight of their expectations. That night, lying awake in his room thinking of what he would do for his performance, he wants something different. Something that would stand out a message. No one is weak. Everyone has their own fight, their own strength, even if it doesn't look obvious. The idea grew in him until it became clear his song would be about that. About destiny, resilience, and the quiet strength hidden in people who were always overlooked. It wouldn't just be a song to beat an opponent. It would be a statement to everyone watching. He quickly stood up and brought out his headset, searching for songs that suited the message. After long hours, he found one. He wrote out the lyrics and started restructuring it. The next day, each contestant had a scheduled slot to meet with the production team. When Dayo's time came, he walked into the room calmly. The setup was simple: 2 cameras, a bright backdrop, and producer Alicia seated with a tablet, her sharp eyes studying him as if she was reading past his skin. "State your name for the record," she said. "Dayo. Number 27. She nodded, tapping her screen. Then she leaned forward slightly. "And your opponent is number 57. The raffle draw contestant. Tell us what you think about him." Her tone carried a subtle trap, like she was daring him to belittle the guy. Dayo noticed it instantly, but didn't flinch. "He's strong," Dayo said simply. Alicia raised a brow. "Strong?" Historically, no raffle contestant has ever made it past this round. "Don't you think he's just lucky?" Dayo smiled faintly. "Luck is also a skill, and history doesn't decide the future. Just because no one has passed before doesn't mean he can't. He earned his spot, same as the rest of us. Underestimating him would be stupid." For a moment, the producer stared at him, the faintest hint of surprise flickering in her expression. She had expected arrogance, or at least dismissal, but instead he gave her a sharp, respectful answer. "And your song choice?" she pressed. "It's simple," Dayo replied. "I want to sing about strength, about how everyone carries their own destiny. People look at him and see weakness, but I see someone who's standing here the same as me. No one in this room is weak. We all have our battles." Alicia tapped her tablet again, her expression neutral. But the cameraman glanced up, clearly impressed. "All right," she said finally. "That's all for now." Dayo stood, thanked them, and walked out. His heart was steady. He knew his words would be broadcasted. People might call him naive or think he was bluffing, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that when he stepped on that stage, his song would make them believe it. Inside the room, Alicia looked at her assistant. "What do you think?" "Haha, he is good." Alicia nodded. "This season's has promising people. I hope he makes it till the end. Call the next person." The stage lights were waiting. Chapter 59, Studio Night. The day rolled on, and interviews continued. Contestants went in one after the other, each one taking their turn in front of the cameras. Some came out smiling. Others came out frowning like they had said the wrong thing, and they were no do-overs. When the assistant producer finally called, number 57, the raffle draw contestant stood up nervously. He smoothed his shirt, adjusted his posture, and walked toward the room where the cameras were waiting. Inside, producer Alicia sat as sharp as ever, tablet in hand. The lights were bright, the atmosphere serious. "State your name and number for the record," she said. "My name is Miguel Alvarez." "Contestant number 57, he answered, his voice trembling at first, but growing steadier as he spoke. Alicia gave a nod. "How does it feel, standing here in this competition, knowing you're one of the rare raffle selections?" He exhaled slowly, a small smile tugging at his lips. "Honestly, overwhelming. I still can't believe I'm here. I know there are thousands of people who wanted this shot, and I was chosen. I feel grateful, nervous, and happy, all at the same time." "And what about your opponent?" Alicia asked, her eyes locking on him. "What do you think of him?" Miguel Alvarez hesitated. For a moment, he just stared at the table, choosing his words carefully. Then he said, "I think he's the best opponent I could have gotten." Alicia leaned forward slightly. "Why?" "Because he treated me differently than I expected. I thought he'd look down on me. I thought he'd be distant, maybe even arrogant. But he wasn't. He was calm, respectful, and he actually encouraged me. That meant a lot. Even though I know the chances are slim, even though deep down I feel like I'll probably lose, he still made me feel like I belonged here. The room went quiet for a moment. Alicia tilted her head, studying him, then simply nodded. All right, thank you. Miguel gave a small bow and walked out. His face looked lighter than when he went in, like a weight had been lifted just from speaking his truth. Alicia looked at her assistant who smiled. It seems we really are in for it. They both laughed. Later that day, the contestants were given their time slots to access the rehearsal studios. Each one had a chance to sit with a music producer, talk about their song choice, and get some direction. Dayo's slot was scheduled in the evening. When his time came, he entered the studio, the faint smell of polished wood and cables filling the room. The space was soundproof, clean, with glowing panels and equipment lined up neatly. A middle-aged producer in glasses greeted him warmly. So, Dayo, what's the vision? Dayo explained his choice, how he wanted his performance to highlight strength. Not just flashy notes, but the deeper message that no contestant here was weak. The producer listened carefully, nodding, and then began working with him on arrangement ideas. They spent hours refining harmonies, adjusting transitions, tightening the structure. It felt kinda weird when he was back at home in the U.S. He was the one asking the questions now he'd been asked, but he didn't correct them as what he wanted was simple and clean, nothing too complicated. By the time Dayo left the studio, it was close to midnight. His body was tired, but his mind was alive with ideas. Still, something still was bordering him. Like there was a missing piece he couldn't quite put his finger on. He went back to his room and took a night's sleep so he could wake up later to visit the studio and redo what he felt was needed. But upon waking up, he looked towards his roommate bed and found it empty. Frowning, Dayo slipped out into the hallway. The corridors were quiet, most contestants already asleep. He walked toward the studio wing, and sure enough, through the glass panel of one of the rehearsal rooms, he spotted Min Jae inside. The Korean trainee was hunched over the piano, headphones on, repeating the same sequence again and again. His brows were furrowed, his lips pressed tight. He looked like he was chasing something, but not quite catching it. Dayo pushed the door open slightly. Yo, you're still here. Min Jae looked up, startled for a moment, then gave a half smile. Yeah, trying to crack something. At this hour? Dayo stepped inside, acting like he didn't plan to do the same thing. Min Jae shrugged. I don't really sleep much before something this big. And this round's tough. My opponent, he's not easy. Dayo raised a brow. He couldn't imagine the opponent that would stress Min Jae like this. You serious? Of course, Min Jae replied, leaning back in his chair. Yeah, I have learned not to underestimate people. Even the ones who look simple can turn around and surprise you. Dayo studied him for a moment, then chuckled. Fair enough. But what's the problem? You look stuck. Min Jae sighed, tapping a few notes on the piano. The chorus. It feels flat. I've been turning it around in my head, but something's missing. Dayo moved closer, listening. After a few minutes, he snapped his fingers. Why don't you flip the rhythm here? Cut it sharper, then let the vocals breathe on the drop. It'll make the chorus hit harder. Dayo pointed at a place after listening to the track twice. Min Jae tried it immediately, adjusting the keys, and his eyes widened. Wait, that actually works. Of course it does, Dayo smirked. I'm not just a singer, I'm a producer too. Min Jae gave him a long look, then shook his head in disbelief. You're for real. Dead serious. Not to brag, I actually recorded an album that would be released soon. The Korean laughed softly, a sound mixed with relief and surprise. Man, you're actually good at this. Dayo waved it off. That's the least I could do. We're all here chasing the same thing, right? No harm in helping each other's up. The tension in the room eased. For a moment, it didn't feel like rivals. It felt like two musicians sharing the same ideas. They stayed up till early the next day working together. Outside, the building was silent, Tokyo's city lights glowing faintly in the distance. Inside that studio, though, ideas were flowing, beats and chords filling the late night, unaware that they were being recorded the whole time during their studio session. Chapter 60, Opening Night. The days blurred together. Training, rehearsals, sleepless nights. By the time the competition was finally set to begin, the hotel felt like a boiling pot. Contestants barely spoke to one another now, their nerves so tight it felt like every word might shatter them. Some stayed in their rooms, muttering lyrics to themselves. Others disappeared into the studios, running scales, testing arrangements again and again, trying to fix last-minute doubts. The whole area felt cold. Years of hard work was put into place to get here, and half of the numbers would not see the end of the night. It was scary and exciting. For many, they would bid goodbye, and some would move to the next. Sajal and all the hotel felt hot. Dayo felt it too. The weight pressing on his chest wasn't just about his own performance. It was the weight of knowing that half of them would be gone by tomorrow. He wasn't ready to go home. Not now. Not after everything he had built. The evening arrived, and buses took the contestants to the venue. The arena was unlike anything Dayo had seen before. A massive dome, packed with tens of thousands of screaming fans, neon lights cutting through the dark like blades. The stage was enormous, designed with sweeping LED panels that shifted and bent like living walls. Cameras floated on cranes above the crowd, while drones hovered overhead, broadcasting every second to millions around the world. The noise was deafening. The air, electric. Backstage, contestants gathered in a tense line. Then, as the lights dimmed, a voice thundered through the speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the global competition." The crowd erupted, cheers crashing like waves. Spotlights cut across the arena, landing on the stage where the host stepped out. He was a tall man in a black suit with an effortless smile, the kind of person who could hold a stadium's attention with a single glance. A world-class presenter, one whose face was known across continents. His voice carried confidence and rhythm, each word feeding the fire of the crowd. For years, he continued, artists from every corner of the globe have been fighting for this chance. Tonight, 60 of them stand ready, but only 30 will remain after this stage. The roar was deafening. Contestants backstage stiffened, hands clenched tighter, each making a silent prayer. And now, the host spread his arms wide. "Let's meet our judges." One by one, the spotlight fell on them at the long panel table in front of the stage. Amara Bello, Nigerian pop icon whose voice had defined a generation. Lucien Duval, French classical conductor with a sharp tongue and sharper ears. Carolina Vega, Latin American producer behind dozens of chart-topping hits. Hiroshi Tanaka, Japanese singer-songwriter turned international mentor. Adele Strauss, German opera legend with unmatched stage presence. Marcus Cole, American R&B veteran known for brutally honest critiques. Each waved as their names were called, the audience screaming louder with every introduction. Together, they looked like an impossible wall, 6 different masters of music, each ready to dissect every note. The host gave a nod. "Our judges are ready. Our contestants are ready. And our world is watching. So let's begin." The crowd rose to its feet. The competition had truly started. The first few contestants went by in a blur, nervous voices, shaky starts, a few bold surprises. Dayo watched carefully from backstage, soaking in the energy, memorizing how each performance was received. Every cheer, every critique was like data feeding into his mind. He made discoveries that shocked him. There were people stronger than his roommates. Then it happened. Next up, contestant 27 versus contestant 57. That was him. Dayo inhaled sharply, his hand brushing the mic he carried. But first, it was Miguel's turn. The lights dimmed, and Miguel Alvarez stepped onto the stage. He was shorter than Dayo remembered, his nervous smile trembling as he faced the sea of cameras. His dark hair was neatly combed, his shirt tucked too tight, like he was trying to look sharper than he felt. The host handed him the mic. "Introduce yourself to the judges." Miguel bowed slightly. "My name is Miguel Alvarez, from Mexico. Contestant number 57. His accent was thick, but his voice steady enough to carry. Judge Carolina leaned forward, smiling kindly. "And what are you going to sing for us tonight, Miguel?" He swallowed hard. "An original song. It's called Skyline Dreams." Marcus Cole raised an eyebrow. "And why this song? Why now?" Miguel hesitated, then gripped the mic tighter. "Because, my whole life, people told me I couldn't make it here, that I wasn't special enough. I got this chance through a raffle. Everyone says it's just luck. But for me, this is my dream. And tonight, I want to sing about what it feels like to reach for something bigger than yourself, even when nobody believes you can touch it." There was a pause. Even the audience quieted, hanging on his words. "All right, Marcus said simply. Let's hear it, and good luck. The track began, soft piano, chords spilling into the arena. Miguel closed his eyes, then began. I was a shadow chasing lights. Always told to stay behind. But the skyline called my name, and I refused to walk in shame. Now I'm standing where I dreamed. A million voices, can you hear me scream? This is more than chance, it's the fight inside. These skyline dreams will never die. Musical note. His voice wasn't flawless, but it was pure, honest, and it carried the dreams. Each note carried a tremor of nerves, yet also a sincerity that made people lean closer. As the song built, his tone grew steadier, stronger. From the ground, I learned to rise. With broken hands, with tear-stained eyes. Even if I fall tonight, know I reached for something bright. This is more than chance, it's the fire in me. These skyline dreams have set me free. Musical note. By the time he finished, the crowd erupted. Cheers thundered across the dome, some people already standing. Miguel stood there, chest heaving, his hands shaking as the music faded. The judges exchanged glances. Amara Bello leaned into her mic first. Miguel, I'll be honest, I didn't expect much. You were a raffle draw, and most people would have said luck put you here. But that was heartfelt. I felt your fight in every note. Although there's room for improvement, it was a beautiful performance. Lucien Duval nodded curtly. It wasn't perfect, but perfection doesn't move people. You did. That was music, in its truest sense. Carolina Vega smiled. Warmly. You reminded us that sometimes the underdog can shine the brightest. Beautiful choice. The other judges murmured their agreement, each giving their own mix of praise and critique. But the consensus was clear. Miguel Alvarez had exceeded expectations. Backstage, Dayo tightened his grip on the mic. His opponent had just raised the bar higher than anyone thought he could. The crowd was buzzing, the judges impressed. And now, it was Dayo's turn, and the pressure was immediate, but he took a deep breath, and he was ready. Chapter 61, First Stage Performance. Backstage, Dayo leaned against the wall, listening as Miguel Alvarez's voice carried through the speakers. The boy's nerves had been obvious at first, but once he opened up, the song became something else. It was raw, trembling with emotion. Miguel wasn't technically flawless. In fact, his breathing slipped in a few places, his pitch wavered more, which screams amateur, but none of that seemed to matter. The emotion in his voice hit the arena like a wave. Dayo rubbed his palms together, his chest tight. Damn, he really poured everything into that. Around him, other contestants whispered. Some nodded in respect, others exchanged uneasy looks. Nobody had expected much from a raffle contestant, but Miguel had just set a bar with heart alone. When the applause finally died down, the voice of the MC came from the stage. Next up, contestant 27, Dayo. The area tilted for a second. His name was called through the dome, and the spotlight was waiting for him. Dayo drew in a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and stepped out. The crowd roared instantly. A chant started from the upper seats as a few knew him. He waved at them, making their cheer louder. He walked calmly to the center stage, mic in hand. Before anything else, he turned slightly toward one section of the crowd and bowed lightly. Jia-san, konnichiwa. Hello, everyone. The Japanese words came out of his tongue, and the crowd erupted even louder. Fans waved flags, screaming at the unexpected greeting. The host chuckled, amused. Oh, Japanese? I thought you were an American-born Nigerian. Dayo smiled, giving a small shrug. Yes, I am, but I figured a greeting for the fans wouldn't hurt. The Japanese audience clapped harder, impressed at the gesture of someone greeting them in their language, as none of the artists had done. One of the judges, Amara Bello, leaned forward. How are you feeling right now, Dayo? He didn't sugarcoat it. Honestly, nervous. Miguel just performed with full heart. It was amazing. Standing here after him, it feels like I have to give twice as much. Miguel, still backstage, lifted his head slightly, touched by the words. Lucien Duval raised his brow. And do you believe you can? Dayo exhaled once, steadying his nerves. Yes, I believe I can. And so what song are you singing for us? Another judge asked. Dayo smiled and said, I am singing one of the judges' songs. Marcus Cole smiled. Oh, which judge and what song? Dayo smirked and replied, that would ruin the surprise. Emile smiled. Haha, I like you already. The host gave a nod. All right, Dayo, The stage is yours, all the best. The lights dimmed. A hush fell across the arena. Dayo closed his eyes, gripping the mic tight. This is it. No turning back on everything he had worked for. The first chords began, soft piano, like footsteps in the dark. Then Dayo's voice entered, steady, clear, carrying across the silent dome. We're all climbing mountains. Stumbling, breaking, still we rise. Told the world we're not enough. But look, here we stand alive. Every shadow tried to bind me. Every whisper said I'd fall. But I found my fire burning. Now I'll sing above it all. The arena stayed quiet, the crowd holding its breath. His voice filled every corner, weaving emotion with control. The verses rose, leading to the chorus where his tone cut sharper, soaring higher. Asterisk, we are stronger than they know. Every dream will overflow. Even storms can't steal the flame. We are more than just a name. Weakness isn't what defines. Every loss still builds the climb. Hear me now, I won't let go. This is where my spirit shows. Asterisk. The song swelled. Layers of harmonies looping behind his live voice, drums kicking in, the sound shaking the dome. Fans leaned forward, eyes wide. Then came the twist. The music shifted, blending seamlessly into a familiar melody. One of the judges straightened immediately, Marcus Cole. It was the instrumental of one of his own classic R&B hits, remixed with a sharper tempo, layered harmonies, and a trap-inspired beat. Dayo smirked slightly as the crowd gasped, then dove straight in. Asterisk, you said the night was too heavy, that the stars wouldn't guide me home. But I flipped the script on destiny. Now I'll write the lines myself. Hear my heart, it's louder. Hear my soul, it's clear. Even your silence couldn't stop me. I'm still standing here. Asterisk. Marcus sat back, blinking. Slowly, a smile tugged at his lips. Dayo pushed harder, his voice ripping through the climax. Asterisk, so thank you for the pain. It carved the fire in my veins. Every scar a story told. Every note will now unfold. This is not the end. This is where I begin. Even if the lights go dark, my voice will never dim. Asterisk. The music dropped into silence. Dayo stood, chest heaving, the final note still hanging in the air. For a whole 5 seconds, there was nothing, just silence. Then the arena exploded. The sound was deafening. Cheers, screams, applause crashing like thunder. Fans leapt to their feet, chanting his name, waving banners. On the judges' panel, Marcus Cole shook his head slowly, laughing in disbelief. He leaned toward his mic. Dayo, when you said you were going to sing one of the judges' songs, I never expected it to be my song. The crowd screamed even louder. Dayo gave a small nod, smiling humbly. Yeah, I wanted to honor it, with a twist, as it aligned with the message that I am trying to pass. Marcus's voice softened, though his words carried weight. People have tried to cover that song for years. Most fail. But you didn't just cover, you made it sound like an entire new song. You made it yours. And honestly, I've never been prouder to hear my own words come back to me like that. Amarabello clapped, grinning. That was amazing what you just did. You honored the past and showed the future in one performance. Carolina Vega chipped in. Your control, your vision, your emotional balance. It was all there. And the remix? One word, genius. Even Lucien Duval, the toughest critic, gave a small nod. Impressive. You balanced emotion with precision. That's rare, but I feel there's a need to improve. But all in all, wonderful performances. The applause only grew louder, echoing off the dome's walls. Dayo bowed his head once, smiling faintly. Inside, his chest was pounding. He had done it. He had stepped onto the world stage and proved himself. Now it was time to see if he had conquered the judges and won. Chapter 62, Judgment. The arena seemed to hold its breath. Both Dayo and Miguel were called up on stage for judgment. At one look, you could see the tension in both their eyes. Spotlights shifted toward Miguel as the judges leaned forward, ready to deliver their verdict. One of the European judges spoke first, his voice calm but direct. Miguel Alvarez, your performance was heartfelt. You carried real emotion, and that is something we can't teach. But there were moments when your control wavered. You hit the heart, but technically, there were cracks. Still, for a raffle draw contestant, you exceeded my expectations. The scoreboard lit up. 8.5, 8, 9, 8.5, 9, 9. Miguel's total appeared on the screen behind. 52 out of 60. The crowd applauded loudly. Miguel exhaled sharply, bowing in gratitude. His eyes were wet, but he smiled while giving the judges a small bow. Then came Dayo's turn. Dayo Jason, Marcus Cole said, adjusting his glasses. Remixing my song as a judge was a bold move. Risky, but you pulled it off with respect and creativity beyond what others have done. The arrangement was clean, your tone stable, and most importantly, you made us feel. For me, personally, that was flawless. He lifted a card. 10. The others followed with their scores. 9.5, 9, 9.5, 9, 10. Total, 57 out of 60. The arena erupted. Dayo's chest rose and fell, his nerves finally loosening. He bowed deeply to the judges, then glanced at Miguel. Miguel smiled, clapped for him, and the two embraced at the center of the stage. You killed it, bro, Miguel whispered. So did you, Dayo replied firmly. Don't let anyone tell you different. And I'm sure many labels will be lining up to sign you. If you haven't seen any by the end of this month, call me, Dayo added with a grin. Hearing this, Miguel looked at him, eyes wide, and hugged him again. Thank you, bro. That means a lot. Dayo just smiled. Deep down, he knew other labels would sniff Miguel out soon enough. With a potential of B+, it was only a matter of time before someone noticed. As they walked off stage, Min Jae was waiting in the corridor, arms folded, and a smile on his face. Then he stepped forward, clasped Dayo's shoulder, and said quietly, That was amazing, bro. Dayo smirked. Yeah, thanks. I wish you the best. Thanks, bro. My turn's coming soon, Min Jae said as he shook his hand before heading off. Backstage, with the noise of the arena now reducing in his ears, Dayo finally grabbed his phone. He dialed quickly. Valerie picked up on the second ring. Dayo, she said. How's it going over there? Today's the first round. He chuckled tiredly. Yeah, it's a lot. But I qualified. Valerie let out a sharp laugh of relief. I knew it. I never doubted you for a second. Thanks, Dayo said, rubbing his face. Then his tone shifted. But listen, about Lois. How's the single doing? What are the numbers now? Valerie didn't waste time. You'll like this. As of this morning, the single has crossed 15 million Spotify, 7.8 million streams. Apple Music, 3.2 million. Audiomack, 2.5 million. YouTube, 1.5 million. Altogether, 15 million streams. And it hasn't even been 2 weeks since release. Dayo's head leaned back against the wall. 15 million? In just about a week? Yeah, Valerie said, almost laughing herself. It's crazy. Wow, that's unreal, Dayo muttered. For Lois, a total newcomer, this is massive. I mean, even I didn't expect numbers like that. Yeah, and to think that I even doubted you on the date for the release feels weird now. I am happy we went through and followed your decision. Dayo just laughed. Well, all is good. That's what matters. All credit was to be given to the system for hinting at the right date for the release. Valerie cut in gently. And just so you know, the industry noticed. Some labels have already started sniffing around. She's on their radar. Nothing concrete yet, but people are definitely watching. Dayo smiled faintly. I figured as much. She deserves the spotlight. At least she worked hard to create it. He paused, then suddenly remembered. Oh, before I forget. The album prep. How's that coming along? Valerie's voice steadied. Don't worry about it. Wayne and I are on it. The mixes are almost done, and we'll send you updates every night. You just focus on your competition. We've got this side covered. Dayo exhaled, tension easing from his shoulders. All right, I'll try. Thanks, Val. Always, she said warmly. Dayo hung up, smiling faintly. The weight of the stage, the cheers, the scores, all of it pressed against his chest. But knowing his people back home were moving things forward gave him strength. This was just round 1, and the road ahead was only getting harder. Before heading back to his room, Dayo decided to stay to watch some of the other contestants. He wanted to see what he was really up against. 1. Sophia Zhang, China. Singing S. Writing B+. Visual S+. Instruments Guzheng SS. Piano SS. Potential SS+. Sophia got on stage, and it was clear why people rated her so highly. Her voice was clean, sharp, and she switched between instruments like it was nothing. The visuals were crazy too, like a full-on concert. Man, SS plus potential? Yeah, I can see that. She's scary good. 2. Min Jae Park, South Korea. Singing, A+. Writing, B. Visual, SS+. Instruments, guitar, B. Piano, B+. Potential, SS. Dayo had seen Min Jae practice before, but seeing him perform live was different. The crowd screamed before he even sang a word. Everything about him was smooth, practiced, and controlled. So this is idol-level stuff. Dude's fanbase alone could carry him far. He's no joke. 3. Lucas Rivera, Brazil. Singing, S. Writing, C. Visual, B+. Instruments, drums, A. Guitar, S. Music production, A. Potential, SS. Lucas came in with a big smile and instantly had the whole crowd moving. His energy was on another level, switching between drums and guitar like it was easy. This guy doesn't even need to be perfect vocally. His vibe alone can win people over. Dangerous type to go against. 4. Amara Diop, Senegal. Singing, A+. Writing, B. Visual, S+. Instruments, kora, SS. Flute, SS. Potential, SS. Amara's performance felt different. She mixed African traditional sounds with R&B, and it stood out immediately. The instruments she brought on stage gave her a unique sound nobody else had. Yeah, this is serious. She's not just performing, she's bringing her culture with her. That's tough to beat. 5. Matteo Rossi, Italy. Singing, S+. Writing, A+. Visual, S. Instruments, violin, C+. Piano, S. Potential, SS+. Matteo walked out like he already owned the stage. His voice hit hard, powerful, but also smooth. Then he sat at the piano and kept the crowd locked in. This guy's built differently. S+ vocals, SS+ potential. He performs like he's been doing this all his life. Yeah, he's a real problem. After watching all of them, Dayo sat back in his chair. Each one had something special. They weren't just good. They were at a level that made him second-guess himself. I thought I was ready, but this competition is way tougher than I imagined. Chapter 63. Winners in their own way. The atmosphere in the hotel was heavy. Even though the stage lights had gone off and the crowds had already left, inside the contestants' quarters, it felt like the air itself was weighed down. Everyone knew what was coming next. The eliminated contestants had to leave. Friends hugged each other in the hallways, some trying to smile, others failing to hide their tears. Nobody wanted to be the one going home, but everyone knew that for many, this was the end of the road. A few whispered words like, "See you again someday," or "You did great." Cameras followed them closely, catching every moment for the behind-the-scenes broadcast. Dayo didn't join the cluster of contestants in the lobby. Instead, he sat in his room, with his thoughts flying around. He felt a little lighter. He had passed the first stage and was ready to move to the next. Then a familiar sound rang in. Ding. Mission complete. White heavy checkmark. Mission 1 Global Wildcard Trial. Objective: qualify as number 1 out of the top 3 wildcard winners. Judge plus fan voting. Status: completed. Rewards unlocked. Fanbase expansion card: permanently gain loyal fans in 2 new countries. Random skill unlocked: dancing, level C. Plus 5% creativity, your writing feels sharper. You are close to a breakthrough. Penalty: none. Mission 2 First stage breakthrough. Objective: advance past the first elimination, top 60 into top 30. Status: completed. Rewards unlocked. Random skill upgrade: acting skill, C-C. Random stat upgrade applied. Bonus: top 5 international spotlight buff. Media push, plus 10% popularity across regions of performance. Status: pending, fan voting to decide top 5. Stats updated. Name: Jason Dayo. Age: 20 years. Status: national artist, level 5. Singing level, writing level, A+. Acting skill, C. Visual, instruments, guitar, SS+. Flute, A+. Piano, S. Violin, A. Music production skill, SSS+. Video editing, B+. Dancing, C. New. Potential, SSS+. Skills: Prodigy's instinct. Status: viewer. Perfect match. Trend insight. Archive. Vault. Cards. Global Spotlight card doubles exposure/reach of next release, 7 days. Fanbase expansion card. System level, 2. Asterisk. Dayo leaned back on the hotel chair, staring at the text in front of him. He couldn't help but smile. He had unlocked a new stat. Dancing, huh? He stood up, played a beat on his phone, and moved with it. His body flowed easier than before, less stiff, more natural. After a few steps, he nodded in satisfaction and sat back down. But when his eyes landed on the random stat update, his smile faded. Acting? Out of all things. Why not singing or writing? He sighed, shaking his head. He muttered, better acting than nothing, I guess. Then something else caught his attention. The expansion card. Expansion card, huh? He muttered, rubbing his chin. No point holding on to this. Let's spin it now. Unlike the global spotlight, which he planned to save, this one could help immediately. After all, the fans were yet to vote for their top 5. Each week after a stage, fans would pick their favorite 5 performances, and those chosen would receive extra screen time and highlights. Extra exposure meant more chances. He needed that. He tapped the card. The system deck unfolded, a holographic wheel of flags spinning rapidly. The wheel slowed, ticking louder until it stopped. First country unlocked: Brazil. Dayo grinned. Brazil, huh? Not bad. Fans are fans, brother. I'll take it. He hit spin again. The wheel blurred, his heart thumping a little faster. It clattered to a stop. Second country unlocked: South Korea. Dayo froze for a second, then laughed. South Korea? Really? I'll take that any day. First Brazil, now South Korea. Not a bad start at all. And with their population? Even better. He shut the system window, the glow fading. The silence of the hotel pressed back in. That's when a thought hit him. He looked at Min Jae, who seemed down since his friend didn't make it past the stage, and whispered something into his ear. Min Jae's eyes widened, and he gave him a nod. All right, it's a good idea. Dayo pulled out his phone, opened the group chat the contestants had created, and typed. Dayo, guys, let's do something tonight. A dinner in the hotel lounge. To honor those leaving. At first, the chat went silent. Then messages started popping up, surprised emojis, hesitant replies, and finally, agreement. Within the hour, he spoke to the director. They didn't object, as long as nothing went overboard. By evening, the dining hall had been rearranged. Long tables, lights, and simple food lined up. When the contestants walked in, the atmosphere was still heavy. Some smiled weakly, others kept their heads down. No one really knew how to act. Dayo stood, tapped his glass with a spoon, and cleared his throat. All right, everyone. I know today feels rough. Some of us are moving on, and some are stopping here. It hurts, I won't lie. But let's not forget, nobody here got in by accident. Hey. Few people raised their heads, eyes fixed on him. Some people say raffle draws are just luck. Some say wild cards, too, are just luck, like me. Maybe that's true. But luck doesn't put you on stage. Effort does. Years of practice. Just like today, history was made. Amelia Wright was the first ever raffle draw to move to the next stage. Every one of you has worked your ass off to stand here. And even if this is your last stop, it doesn't erase the journey that brought you here. The room went quiet again, some nodding slowly. He took a breath. This is not an ending. It's a stepping stone. So let's eat together, celebrate together, and remember that today doesn't define the rest of our paths. A girl from the back whispered, facts. And a few chuckled softly. So why don't we cherish this moment? Look around you. Today may be the last day you see these faces. Stopping here doesn't mean you won't be a superstar. To hell with that. We're already superstars in our own ways. Several nodded in agreement, murmuring, that's true, under their breath. I mean, look around you. We are the future of the music industry. And regardless of the stage we stop at, we'll achieve what we're destined to achieve. So use this moment to cherish it. We are all winners, no matter the stage. For a moment, silence lingered. Then someone clapped. Another followed. Soon, laughter and chatter filled the room. What started as a gloomy dinner turned into a real gathering, people sharing food, cracking small jokes, even exchanging contacts. Dayo leaned back in his chair, watching it unfold. It wasn't much, but at least for tonight, nobody felt like a loser. They all felt like artists. And that, he thought, mattered more than anything. Of course, part of him had a selfish reason for doing this, too: connections. In this industry, you never know who might rise tomorrow. Chapter 64, the first broadcast. The dinner had ended on a good note. Laughter and chatter carried deep into the night as contestants slowly drifted back to their rooms. Dayo stayed a little longer, moving from table to table, shaking hands, listening to stories, offering small words that seemed to lift spirits. His calm way of talking and the steady smile on his face drew people in, and one thing that couldn't be ignored was his striking deep blue sea eyes. They caught attention almost as much as his words. But not everyone enjoyed it. Frank sat back in his chair, arms folded, watching closely. His jaw tightened as he saw how naturally everyone gathered around Dayo. He muttered to himself, "Why is he acting like a leader? It's just the first round. He's not even that special. Everyone's treating him like some boss already." Dayo, sharp as always, noticed the stiffness in Frank's expression when their eyes briefly met. Instead of reacting, he simply gave a small nod and carried on, as if it didn't matter. Inside, he chuckled. He never understood why Frank hated him so much, and honestly, he didn't care. He believed that some people would never understand. This wasn't about acting like a boss. It was just about being real with people. And if you were real enough, you could win hearts without trying. Frank looked away, irritated, clenching his fists under the table. And as usual, Brandon, the bootlicker, was still glued to Frank's side. It seemed he had also managed to scrape through to the next stage. The next morning, the hotel lobby buzzed with movement. Contestants leaving the show hugged their friends, some fighting back tears, others putting on brave smiles. The ones moving on kept their goodbyes short, dragging suitcases toward the waiting buses. Dayo stood near the entrance, hands in his pockets, quietly watching it all unfold. A few contestants came up to him, shaking hands one last time. "Good luck out there," one said. "Keep doing your thing," another added. The director soon appeared, gathering the remaining contestants together. His voice was firm, but there was warmth behind it. "First of all, congratulations to each of you," he began. "You've passed the first stage. I want you to understand something. Every single person who stood on that stage yesterday earned the right to be here. Not because of luck, not because of chance, but because you worked for it." He looked around at them, his tone encouraging. "Now, I'll remind you, we only need one winner at the end of this road. But that doesn't mean the rest of you are failures. Far from it. Every round you pass, every song you perform, it builds you. It shapes your career. Whether you go all the way or not, the whole world is watching you now. Don't forget that." The murmurs in the hall grew softer, some heads nodding slowly as the weight of his words sank in. The director's voice rose again. "So, decide who you want to be. Decide what mark you want to leave. Because this stage is not just about competition, it's about showing the world what you can do." He paused, then gave them the news. "Pack your bags. Your next destination is South Korea." This time, the reaction was louder. Gasps, cheers, even a few nervous laughs. Dayo's eyes widened for a moment, then a smile crept across his face. South Korea? He almost laughed at the coincidence. Just last night, the expansion card had landed him with South Korean fans. And now, fate was putting him right in their country. Inside, he felt a spark of excitement. "Guess the system really knows what it's doing," he muttered under his breath. He turned to Min-jae. "Looks like we're heading to your hometown." Min-jae smiled and nodded. "Yeah, it seems so." "Haha, look at that smile. Anyway, you'd better show me around when we get there." "Yeah, sure, I will," Min-jae replied. They were given a day to explore and rest, since the next day they would be traveling to South Korea for the next round. Dayo pulled a few of his new friends together, and they went out to visit some spots around the area. It wasn't anything fancy, just walking, trying food, and cooling off before the real pressure of Stage 2 began. Asterisk. The following day rolled in with less of the buzz that had greeted them when they first arrived. The contestants boarded the buses quietly, carrying their luggage and thoughts. Cameras followed them closely, catching every moment for the upcoming broadcast. At the airport, fans had already gathered. The show's social media handle had announced the contestants' departure, so supporters came to wave them off. Some held up cardboard signs with names scribbled across them, and others shouted encouragement. A few lucky fans managed to grab quick autographs before security directed the contestants toward the gate. That evening, while the contestants were mid-flight, the first official broadcast of the global competition aired across the world. Hundreds of millions tuned in, eager to see what had happened in Tokyo. The opening shot flashed with bright graphics, the logo of the competition spinning before cutting into highlights. The male anchor's voice carried a sharp professionalism. Good evening. The global competition has officially begun. Tonight, we bring you highlights from the first stage in Tokyo, Japan, where 60 contestants fought for their place in the top 30. The screen switched to clips, contestants stepping on stage, nervous faces in the crowd, and powerful notes echoing under the spotlights. Miguel's emotional performance played for a few seconds, his voice cracking but his passion shining through. The anchor continued. The surprises started early. From raffle draw contestants whose many thoughts wouldn't last, to polished international performers, the stage was filled with emotion, risk, and unforgettable moments. Then the footage cut to Amelia Wright, a young woman wiping tears after her score appeared. The overlay text read, "First raffle draw contestant in history to pass the opening stage." The anchor's tone shifted slightly, keeping neutral but firm. For the first time since the global competition began, a raffle draw contestant has advanced past the first stage. Amelia Wright's achievement has already been described as historic. The screen then shifted to Dayo, first in his short backstage interview, where he admitted being nervous, then his performance clip, the remix of the judge's own song. The audience reaction was shown clearly. They watched silently as he sang, then burst into applause when he finished. On screen, the judges' scores flashed one by one. 10, 9.5, 9, 9.5, 9, 10. His total froze across the screen, 57 out of 60. The anchor stated plainly, Jason Dayo of the United States advanced to the next round with one of the highest scores of the night. The segment didn't linger too long. It cut to behind-the-scenes clips. Dayo encouraging Miguel backstage, clapping him on the back after his score. A shot of him and Min Jae laughing in the studio late at night, Dayo leaning over to help him with arranging his music and editing. Then quick flashes of other contestants' highs and lows, some celebrating, some crying, some showing arrogance. It was already clear that the production team was framing rivalries and bonds for the audience at home. Finally, the dinner cut appeared, Dayo standing up, giving a short but impactful speech to the eliminated contestants. The anchor's voice remained neutral. Offstage, contestants found ways to encourage one another as elimination set in. For many, it was a reminder that the global competition is more than just about reaching the top. It is about the journey shared along the way. The montage ended on the dinner scene, where laughter broke out, contestants smiled despite their eliminations, and Dayo sat back with his calm expression. The anchor concluded, 30 contestants now move on. Their next stop, South Korea. Stay tuned, and don't forget to vote for your favorite performance. The broadcast closed, showing the 30 contestants boarding buses toward the airport. It faded out on the global competition logo shining across the screen. Chapter 65, The Broadcast Reaction. The first official broadcast numbers of the global competition came as a shock to everyone. The program went live worldwide, and by the next morning, official reports confirmed it. 750 million people had tuned in to watch the first stage in Tokyo. This proved that the global competition was more than just a show. It was a global event. As the episode replayed around the world that evening, reactions poured in everywhere. Families sat together, music lovers argued online, and social media exploded with debates. The production team had packaged the broadcast perfectly. Contestant introductions, interviews, performance highlights, even behind-the-scenes shots. They didn't show everything, but they showed enough to hook the world, cut just enough to spark debates, and even pitched contestants against one another to create rivalries. It was obvious. They wanted drama and conversation, and they got it. Even with all of that, some names stood out immediately for their exceptional performances. Sophia Zhang from China impressed not just with her clean, sharp voice, but with her ability to switch between the guzheng and piano like it was second nature. Her stage looked more like a full concert than a contest performance. Backed by the #1 label in Asia, her team pushed her hard on promotions, but Sophia made their job easy. She was an amazing singer, a skilled instrumentalist, and her visuals lit up the stage. Comments flowed online. At Real Alexum, this girl is scary good. The way she switches from guzheng to piano? Unreal. At Jinikai, I've followed her covers online for years. Trust me, Sophia was built for this stage. At Tony writes, She feels like a full concert act already. No weak point at all. At Chris Finn, she's basically a finished superstar already. Everyone else is playing catch-up. Then there was Min Jae. From South Korea. His idol aura worked for him before he even sang a note. From the moment he stepped on stage, his calm, practiced control pulled the audience in. Cameras captured girls in the crowd screaming before he opened his mouth. Min Jae had been training for more than a decade, and it showed. With a huge Asian fanbase and backing from the same label as Sophia, he looked unstoppable. Viewers reacted quickly. At Sarangoya, that fanbase power is no joke. Dude didn't even sing yet, and the place exploded. At Cameron_music, this is idol-level perfection. He doesn't even look nervous. At Nicole reacts. If we're being real, Min Jae can go all the way just with fans alone. At Markisch, if he doesn't make top 5, something's wrong. At Dane Ivy, this dude looks like he walked straight out of a K-pop MV. Lucas Rivera from Brazil brought something different, pure energy. He had the crowd moving like it was a festival, switching between guitar and drums mid-performance, grinning the whole way through. His vibe was contagious. People couldn't sit still. On social media, clips of him smiling mid-performance went viral. Fans wrote, at Bruno_SCN, Lucas is the type that makes you dance even if you don't want to. Dangerous contestant. At Alejandro_music, he's not perfect vocally, but come on, look at that vibe. Pure star power. At Thebeat Plug, Brazil always brings rhythm. He killed that stage. At J. Maxwell, Lucas doesn't even need perfect vocals. His vibe alone is winning. Hearts. At Fabio Silva, this is the guy who'll drop an album and it'll be pure vibes. I'm sold. Then came Amara Diop from Senegal. She blended African traditional sounds with modern R&B, using the kora and flute in her set. It gave her a unique edge no one else had. The sound was refreshing, emotional, and unforgettable. Some even cried when the flute came in. It was sorrowful yet beautiful, leaving an imprint on everyone watching. Online, comments poured in. At Senegal Vibes, this is how you stand out. She's blending culture and pop perfectly. At Natalie Grace, Amara's performance gave me chills. You can't fake originality like that. At Bossman, mark my words, she's going to be the dark horse of this competition. At Jonas Lee, this has never been attempted on a stage like this. Raw talent. At African Pride, Africa is proud. Amara. Matteo Rossi from Italy came after. He blended strong, emotional vocals with piano arrangements that felt cinematic. Some praised his polish, while others argued he was too perfect, almost cold. Still, he stood out. He didn't talk much backstage, but on stage, his performance did all the talking. Handsome, smooth, and backed by loud Italian support, he looked like a serious contender. Audience reactions followed. At Rossifance Italia, this guy has the look, the voice, and the confidence. Total package. At Lizia_94, he makes it look so easy. That's the scary part. At Sharon Zoxo, he looks cold and hot at the same time. OMG. Then came Frank. The editors didn't hold back with him. Backstage footage showed him snapping at another contestant and rolling his eyes during rehearsals. Even after winning his stage, he stayed cold, calling his opponent weak without hesitation. His performance itself was strong, but his attitude was what really left a mark. Reactions were split. At Raymond Talks, not gonna lie, he can sing. But man, his attitude is trash. At Kayla Shift, Frank's arrogance might get him noticed, but it won't win him fans. At Trendwatcher, some people love villains. I think he's about to play that role here. At Julie Reacts, I'm not going to lie, the person I'm voting for is Frank. Did you guys see the way he carried himself? The arrogance, the confidence, that's star material. At Mario88, nah, he's too cocky. Can't stand him. But the real star of the broadcast was Dayo. His backstage interview, where he admitted being nervous, drew sympathy. Then came his performance, the bold remix of a judge's own song. The Japanese crowd's silence before their eruption of applause became one of the defining moments of the night. The judges' high score sealed it. The episode didn't stop there. Behind-the-scenes clips showed Dayo encouraging Miguel backstage, helping Min Jae arrange his track in the studio, and finally, the dinner speech where he lifted the spirits of the eliminated contestants. Cameras caught laughter replacing tears, and that moment hit viewers everywhere. Fans responded. Instantly. At Music Reviewer, this guy doesn't just perform, he connects. That speech at the dinner? Respect. At Vibes Check, remixing the judge's song was insane, and he pulled it off. Star in the making. At Brooklyn Beats, Dayo feels real. Not putting on a mask, just being himself. That's why people like him. At Henry Gorge, Dayo is a complete star already and a leader too. Look at his aura. At Ianakik, Nigerians are proud of you, Dayo. By the end of the broadcast, fan discussions were blowing up. People had their favorites, arguments broke out, and hashtags for contestants trended worldwide. But there was no denying it. Dayo had cemented himself as one of the breakout stars of the night. And with all the buzz around him, his songs and social media saw massive boosts almost instantly. New fans researched him, streamed his tracks, and followed him online. Luna Dayo, Hall of Fame, 2 months since release. Spotify, 118.3 M streams, plus 25.7 M since last update. Apple Music, #1 in 38 countries, down from 62. YouTube, 163.1 M views, plus 34.7 M. Audiomack, 31.9 M streams, plus 7.6 M. Lowest Dayo, best part. Spotify, 13.9 M streams, plus 6.1 M. Apple Music, 5.6 M streams, plus 2.4 M. Audiomack, 3.7 M streams, plus 1.2 M. YouTube, 2.4 M views, plus 0.9 M. Total, 25.6 M streams. Dayo's social media growth. TikTok, 14.5 M followers, plus 1.8 M. Instagram, 10.4 M followers, plus 1.2 M. Twitter/X, 5.4 M followers, plus 0.2 M. The same scenario happened to all other contestants as they saw a massive improvement on their socials. This was the power behind the global competition. Just being in one episode would take your status to another level. And it was happening now. Chapter 66. Fans and Foes. Across the world, Philip paced across the living room, fists clenched, his jaw tight. His eyes burned with frustration as he stared at the TV, replaying the global competition highlights. Look at him, Philip snapped, pointing at the screen where Dayo's performance was being replayed. This guy is everywhere now. Why can't he just disappear? How did he even make it into the global competition? Vivian sat on the couch, arms folded, trying to keep her own irritation under control. Philip, calm down. You'll give yourself a stroke at this rate. Calm down. Philip spun on her. You expect me to sit here while he gets paraded around the world like some golden boy? After everything? All the insults and shame he put me through? No. No one does me like that and gets away with it. Never. His voice cracked with anger. Vivian sighed, though inside she felt the same sting. Seeing Dayo shine this brightly cut her deeper than she wanted to admit. He was supposed to be nothing after her. A loser. Yet here he was, a rising star. She still remembered the last time she met him, when he told her he pitied her. She had felt unimaginable embarrassment, anger boiling through her veins. But she could do nothing, not after the label had already warned her to stay clear of him. Philip stopped, pacing suddenly. A sly smirk tugged at his lips. Wait. He leaned closer to Vivian. Maybe we don't have to just sit here. She raised a brow. What are you talking about? He bent down and whispered into her ear. Her eyes widened at first. Are you serious? Philip leaned back, his grin sharper now. Trust me, this will work. You'll see. People already love a sob story, and with your history with him, they'll eat it up. Vivian hesitated for a moment, then gave a slow smile. Attention. Sympathy. Headlines. She liked the sound of that, and the popularity that would come with it. All right, she said softly. Let's do it. Philip smiled coldly as his plan began to form. This time, he would make sure Dayo went down, even if it meant hurting anyone who got in his way. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Mr. Michael sat in his office flipping through paperwork when his assistant walked in holding a tablet. Sir, the results for the global competition broadcast are in. Michael didn't even look up at first. I know it aired. What are the numbers? The assistant placed the tablet on his desk. It peaked at 750 million viewers worldwide. Engagement is through the roof. And Dayo Jason's name is everywhere. Finally, Michael leaned forward, scanning the screen. His lips curled into a satisfied smile. Impressive. Very impressive. He knows how to take control and put his name out there. The assistant bowed her head in disbelief. Michael was always stingy with praise. Yet now she couldn't remember how many times he had spoken well of Dayo. He tapped his fingers against the desk thoughtfully. Looks like the boy is growing faster than most expected. The assistant waited silently, knowing better than to interrupt when Michael was processing. After a pause, Michael looked up. Inform Frank. Tell him what the next stage is going to be about. And test Dayo. Slip him a hint of what to expect, then see how he handles it. The assistant nodded quickly. Yes, sir. Michael leaned back, his mind already turning. This will tell us what kind of artist he really is. He waved his assistant away and returned to his work. After about 3 hours on the plane, the contestants were flown out of Tokyo and into Seoul, South Korea. By the time their plane landed, the airport was already buzzing. Word had spread online that the global competition stars would be arriving, and fans had gathered in large numbers. The sliding doors opened, and a wave of noise hit instantly. Banners waved, cameras flashed, and voices rose in chorus, calling out names. Minjae, Appa, Sophia, Lucas. Security and staff quickly stepped in, guiding the contestants forward. Dayo followed just behind Minjae, his backpack slung over one shoulder, cap pulled low. At first, he thought the screams were all from Minjae. After all, this was his home country. But then, in the mix of the chaos, he heard it. Appa JD. JD. I love you. He froze for half a second, looking toward the crowd. And there they were, fans holding up posters with his name, some even waving Nigerian flags alongside South Korean ones. His chest tightened in disbelief. For a moment, he thought back to the expansion card he had won earlier in the competition, the one tied to South Korea. He hadn't thought much of it then, but now it clicked. His name and story had reached people here long before he stepped off the plane. The system had worked in ways he hadn't even imagined. Instinctively, he raised his hand and waved. The cheers grew louder. Some fans even pushed forward just to get a closer glimpse of him. Beside him, Minjae glanced around with wide eyes, then turned to Dayo. Yeah, you just got here, he said, half shocked, half amused. And you already have this many fans? I thought maybe 1 or 2, but this is crazy. You're more amazing than I thought. Dayo chuckled nervously, though his heart was pounding. He waved again, smiling faintly as he let the reality sink in. The contestants were ushered through the terminal and into waiting vans, but Dayo couldn't stop looking out the window. The fans outside were still shouting his name, waving, trying to get pictures through the glass. This was another country entirely, yet people knew him, loved him. The shock of it was overwhelming. As the van pulled away from the airport, he leaned back in his seat, staring at the city beyond the window. Soul stretched, out in neon and glass, alive with energy. It felt strange, like he was living a life that didn't belong to him. Less than a year ago, he never would have imagined this. Stepping into a country he had never visited, yet being welcomed as though he belonged. The cheers still echoed in his ears, reminding him of how far he had come and how close his dreams were. For a brief moment, he closed his eyes and allowed himself to feel it fully, not just as a contestant in a show, but as someone who had fought through disappointment, rejection, and doubt. Now, standing on foreign soil, he was no longer invisible. He mattered. And as the van sped toward the hotel, Dayo silently promised himself he would not waste this chance. Chapter 67, Arrival in Seoul. The contestants finally reached their hotel in Seoul late at night. Exhausted from travel, they were quickly checked in by the staff and told they could choose their roommates this time. Naturally, some moved toward friends they had made during the first stage, while others paired up with different contestants if their roommates had been eliminated. Dayo and Minjae didn't hesitate. They had clicked back in Tokyo and decided to remain roommates. Once they reached their room, Dayo looked through the window at the city lights of Seoul glowing brightly. He took a deep breath, dropped his bag on the floor, and sighed. Minjae stretched, letting out a long yawn. Finally, a bed, he muttered. Just as Dayo sat down, there was a knock on the door. He glanced at Minjae, who only shrugged. Ugh, such a lazy bum, Dayo sighed as he stood. Haha, yeah, I know, Minjae laughed. Shaking his head at the lazy roommate, he stood up. Dayo opened it to see a man in a dark suit, holding a small envelope. Dayo Jason? The man asked quietly. Who was asking? Dayo replied with a frown at the stranger. The man smiled thinly and handed him the envelope. A message for you. Consider it. Advice for the next stage. A head start. Dayo frowned and took it reluctantly. Inside was a small card with a single line. Theme: collaboration and harmony. Confused, Dayo looked up. Wait, why are you giving me this? The man's smile deepened. Some contestants get help. Some don't. Let's just say someone wants to see how you handle being prepared. Dayo's instincts flared. He gripped the card tighter, his voice sharp. And who told you to bring this to me? The man leaned in slightly and whispered one word. Michael. Dayo froze. A shiver ran down his spine. He stared at the man, but the messenger only straightened his suit and added, whether you use it or not, that's your choice. Then he walked away, leaving Dayo holding the card. For a long moment, Dayo stood there, his pulse racing. He thought of Michael, the games, the manipulations, the way the industry always seemed to revolve around power plays. The idea of being tested unsettled him, but with a sharp breath, he quickly tore the card in half and dropped it into the trash. I don't need it, he muttered under his breath. What Dayo didn't realize was that the man hadn't truly left. He lingered silently in the hallway, half hidden behind a corner, watching everything. The rejection, the torn card, the determination in Dayo's eyes. He smirked to himself before finally disappearing. Back inside, Min-jae raised an eyebrow. Who was that? Nothing important, Dayo said, forcing a small smile. Just noise. But his heart was still beating faster than usual. Michael had just made his intentions known, and Dayo could no longer claim ignorance. Ah, so much headache, he muttered. He sighed. He felt cornered, because Michael's influence ran too deep. Compared to him, Dayo was just a small fly. He knew now that he had to tread carefully and start looking for a way to remove Michael's eyes from him. Later that night, after a shower and some quiet moments of reflection, Dayo did something he hadn't done since the start of the competition. He called home. He felt guilty. He had promised to call often but hadn't. Now he wanted to make up for it. He dialed his father's number. The screen lit up with familiar faces. His mom, his dad, his younger sister, and his brother, all gathered in their living room back in the United States. The moment they saw him, the room erupted with cheers. Dayo, his sister shouted, practically shoving her face into the camera. Oh my God, you're in Korea? Then her face changed. You cheated me. You promised to call every day, and it's been more than a week. Have you forgotten me? Dayo smiled gently. Oh, my baby Janet, it's not like that. A lot has been going on, but I will never forget you. And more so, you didn't even congratulate me, huh? Hee, all right. I was angry, that's why. Congratulations. That's my girl. Now give the phone to Mom. His mom laughed, tears in her eyes. Look at you. You look tired, but you look strong. We're so proud of you. His dad gave a small nod, his usual quiet approval, while his brother grinned wide. Bro, you're trending. Do you even know how crazy this is? People in my school are talking about you like you're already a superstar. Dayo chuckled, his chest warming. I miss you guys so much. I just needed to see your faces tonight. At that moment, Min-jae walked into the frame, curious. Who are those? Dayo waved him closer. My family. Mom, Dad, my brother, and my little sister. Come and say hello. Min-jae bowed politely toward the camera. Annyeonghaseyo. Nice to meet you. I'm Min-jae. Dayo's sister squealed. Wait, are you Min-jae? The one trending on K-pop forums? OMG. Min-jae laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck with a weak smile. Dayo just shook his head, amused. His sister leaned closer to the screen. Appa, you're in Korea with my brother. That means you better take care of him. Everyone burst into laughter. Even Dayo couldn't help but smile wider than he had in weeks. The stress of Michael's test, the pressure of the competition, it all melted for a while in the warmth of family. They talked for nearly an hour, catching up on small things, his brother's classes, his mom's restaurant business. Eventually, they said their goodnights, and Dayo was left staring at the black screen of his phone, his heart calmer, steadier. The next morning, all contestants were gathered in a spacious hall of the hotel. The atmosphere was different this time, anticipation buzzing in the air. A tall man in a sleek suit walked onto the stage, the new director for the South Korea leg of the competition. His presence was calm and composed. First, he said, bowing slightly, congratulations on making it this far. You have overcome the first stage, And now begins the true test, not just of talent, but of unity. The room fell silent. The next stage, he continued, is the group stage. From now on, your ability to collaborate, to adapt, and to perform not just as individuals, but as part of a team will decide your fate. Some contestants exchanged uneasy glances. Others, like Min Jae, sat straighter, already confident. The director smiled faintly. By tomorrow evening, we will announce the top 6 contestants picked by the fans. Each of them will serve as a group leader. These leaders will personally select 3 members of their team. The final 2 members will be assigned randomly. That will form 6 groups of 5 contestants each. Whispers spread across the hall. Excitement, nerves, a buzz of energy. This stage was unlike anything before. The director raised his hand. Rest well today. Tonight, you are going to get busier. As the contestants were dismissed, Dayo sat quietly, reflecting. And though Michael's shadow lingered in his thoughts, he knew one thing for sure. Whatever came next, he would face it on his own terms. Chapter 68. The group stage begins. After a long night's rest, the morning sun broke through the curtains of the Seoul Hotel. Like clockwork, Dayo woke up early. His body was used to routine, and despite the exhaustion of travel, he slipped into his workout clothes. Push-ups, stretches, shadow boxing. It grounded him, cleared his head, and prepared him for the day. When he finished, sweat glistening, he decided to take a short walk around the area. The cool breeze of Seoul's morning greeted him. The city was alive but calm. Cafes opening, bicycles weaving past, the hum of buses and chatter of locals. He could understand the language, so the rhythm of life fascinated him. Later, Min Jae joined him. With a smile, he insisted on taking Dayo around to see some spots before the busy day ahead. They explored parts of the city near Myeongdong, bright shopping streets where K-pop songs blasted from speakers, food stalls lined with tteokbokki and hotteok. Then they passed by Cheonggyecheon Stream, where couples strolled along the clear water. Min Jae pointed out places with casual pride, though he never mentioned visiting his family. Dayo noticed. He wanted to ask, but the silence around that topic was heavy. He could sense that if Min Jae had wanted to share, he would have suggested visiting them. So Dayo respected the boundary. Instead, he simply enjoyed the day with him, laughing as they tried street snacks and snapped photos with fans who recognized Min Jae. By evening, the contestants were gathered again. A sleek black bus pulled up, and one by one they filed inside. None of them knew the venue yet, but excitement buzzed through the air. The bus finally stopped in front of the Jamsil Arena, one of Seoul's iconic concert venues. The arena lights blazed, and the sound of fans outside was deafening. Security guided the contestants through a side entrance. When they entered the main hall, the roar of the audience struck them. Thousands of fans, waving banners, chanting names. This wasn't a pre-recording. The director had made it clear, tonight's announcement would be broadcast live to the world. The host walked on stage, sharp in a suit, his voice echoing through the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, it's time to unveil the top 6 performers chosen by the fans. The stage screens lit up, and the 6 names rolled out to thunderous cheers. 1. Dayo Jason, United States. 2. Lucas Rivera, Brazil. 3. Min Jae Park, South Korea. 4. Sophia Zhang, China. 5. Amara Diop, Senegal. 6. Matteo Rossi, Italy. The crowd erupted. The 6 called out were invited to the stage, standing under blinding spotlights. Dayo glanced to his right and caught Min Jae's grin. They hugged quickly despite being rivals now. Even on different teams, they were proud of each other. They stood 6 paces apart, cameras circling, while the remaining contestants waited on the opposite side of the stage. This was no longer a private taping. Every second was being streamed live, comments flooding in from around the world. The director stepped forward, calm and precise. Each leader will now choose 2 teammates of their choice. After that, a 3rd teammate will be chosen in the next round. Finally, a random card will assign 1 last member to each team. That makes 6 groups of 5 contestants. Each group must prepare 1 performance, in any language of their choice, but not only their native language. At least 1 live instrument must also be part of the stage. Remember, this round is about collaboration and cohesion. Excitement and tension mixed in the air. Hashtags exploded across Twitter and TikTok feeds. Hashtag global competition live. Hashtag top 6 leaders. Hashtag Team Dayo. The director gestured toward Dayo. You're up first. Dayo already knew who he wanted. He stepped forward, his voice clear. My first pick is Emily Wilson. Emily walked across the stage, her calm smile shining under the lights. She nodded at Dayo, a silent understanding passing between them. She had power in her voice and heart in her performance, qualities Dayo knew would be invaluable. My second pick is Maya. Maya crossed the stage, giving Dayo a warm nod. Sharp, quick-witted, and a brilliant songwriter, she could craft lyrics around any theme. Dayo knew she'd be a backbone for the group. The other leaders began making their picks. Lucas chose a vibrant guitarist, Minjae chose a polished vocalist, Sophia went for a skilled instrumentalist, Amara, Senegal, picked a powerhouse singer, and Mateo chose a pianist from Europe. Each choice narrowed the pool, tension mounting with every step. When it came time for the third round, one of the names Dayo had initially hoped for was gone. He scanned the faces of those left and made his decision. My third pick is Tyrell. The audience clapped as Tyrell joined. Dayo's reasoning was simple. Group songs needed rhythm, and Tyrell's skill on drums made him the best candidate in the competition for that role. With 3 secured, Dayo stepped back. Now came the part no one could control. The director announced the random card draw. A box was brought out, sealed envelopes inside. The remaining contestants looked visibly nervous. Nobody liked being left unchosen, but fate was about to decide. Dayo reached in, unfolded his cards slowly under the spotlight. His face twitched, just for a second. He masked it quickly, but the cameras caught the faint change. The name was revealed. Frank. The arena reacted instantly. A mix of cheers, hisses, and uneasy murmurs rippled through the crowd. Frank's reputation was already brewing. Clips of his arrogance backstage had gone viral. To some, he was a villain. To others, he was simply confident. Frank walked forward, his jaw tight, his eyes avoiding Dayo. He didn't like this arrangement, and the tension was obvious. The crowd picked up on it. Online, the comments exploded. Dayo and Frank on the same team? This is going to blow up. Bro, Frank looks like he's ready to kill someone. Who thought putting them together was a good idea? On my poor Dayo, why did he have to pick this arrogant F***CK? On stage, Maya's eyes flickered toward Dayo. She knew. She had been there during the plane ride when Dayo and Frank clashed. Her look was sharp but silent. This won't be easy. Dayo gave her a small nod. We'll deal with it later. The director raised his hand for silence. Your instructions are clear. Choose your language. Choose your concept. And remember, unity is as important as talent. This stage will test whether you can truly perform as one. The 6 leaders nodded. The crowd roared as cameras cut to live feeds of fans voting, arguing, and predicting outcomes. As Dayo and his team left the stage toward their assigned studio, he exhaled deeply. He glanced at Frank, who kept his arms folded, face cold. Emily and Maya whispered quietly, already thinking ahead. Tyrell carried the look of someone eager to prove himself. Dayo muttered under his breath as they stepped into their practice room. No one said this was going to be easy. Chapter 69. First Team Studio Session. The bus ride back from the arena was quiet. Nobody joked or laughed much. Everyone was lost in thought. Some contestants leaned against the windows, headphones in, pretending to sleep, while others whispered about the teams that had just been formed. Dayo sat with his arms folded, staring straight ahead. His mind was stuck on one thing. What song are we going to do, and how am I going to manage this team? When they arrived at the hotel, the staff quickly guided each group into their assigned practice rooms. Dayo's group was the last to enter. The studio wasn't flashy, but it had everything they needed: drums, guitars, keyboards, microphones, even a trumpet stand pushed into the corner. A few producers and cameramen adjusted equipment, clipped mics to their shirts, and then left, leaving the 5 of them alone. The door closed with a heavy thud. Dayo clapped his hands once. All right, let's get started. Everyone looked at him. Emily leaned casually against the piano. Maya already had her notebook out. Tyrell twirled his drumsticks in his fingers, and Frank sat back in his chair with his arms crossed, wearing a look of contempt. Dayo kept his tone steady. We've got 5 people, 1 performance. Rules are simple. The song must use more than one language. and at least one live instrument. Let's figure out what each of us is good at, vocals, instruments, or any skill that could help the team. Emily nodded and answered. First, I'm mainly vocals. I can do harmonies and some lead. I also play piano if we want a bass melody. Maya lifted her head. I'm good with writing and lyrics. I also play violin, not the strongest, but it could add layers. Tyrell grinned and said, playful as usual. You all already know me. Drums, that's my thing. But don't sleep on my voice either. I can do backing vocals. Then, slowly, all eyes turned to Frank. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Trumpet, and I can sing if I need to. Just don't expect me to play background for anyone. The air tightened a little at the jab, but Dayo let it slide. All right, good. That's for instruments already. Guitar, drums, piano, trumpet, and even violin if we want. We've got options. He waited a beat. As for me, you already know. I'll handle vocals too, but I'll also bring in guitar. And I can help arrange everything so it doesn't sound messy. There was a small pause, then Emily asked, what language are you thinking? Dayo didn't hesitate. Korean and English. We're in Korea, it respects the stage, and it also reaches fans outside. For a second, the room froze. Tyrell blinked. Wait, you can speak Korean? Dayo nodded like it was obvious. Yeah, I can sing in it too. Emily's jaw dropped. Are you serious? You've been hiding that the whole time. Even Maya looked impressed. That's unexpected. It could actually give us an edge. Frank scoffed and muttered under his breath. Great. Mr. Perfect knows another language. Shocking. Dayo ignored the tone. It works for us. I'll handle the main Korean parts. Emily, you take English lead. Maya, you can back both of us, since you know a bit of Korean too, right? Maya nodded quickly. Yeah, not perfect, but I can handle it. Good. Tyrell keeps the rhythm tight, and Frank, you'll handle the trumpet sections. We'll make sure you've got a space that stands out. Frank didn't reply, just leaned back deeper into his chair, his expression unreadable as he was thinking if the arrangement suited him best. All right, Dayo continued. Next step, what kind of song? Maya tapped her pen against the notebook. Something emotional works better with two languages. Love, heartbreak, memories. That type of thing. Emily chimed in. Or something uplifting. Something that connects. Dayo closed his eyes briefly. He quickly used his system skill to check what would connect with fans. Upcoming trend, next week. Genre, R&B. Theme, echo/memories. That was all he needed. He opened his eyes and looked at his team. Let's try R&B. Something with echoes. Something about memories that won't fade. It feels right. It can capture all of us. Smooth, but powerful. Maya's pen started moving. R&B works. Two voices alternating, chorus repeating in both languages. It could fit. All right, Dayo said. Let's dig for songs that fit that vibe. Something we can rework into our own. For the next half hour, they shuffled through instrumentals and references in the system's library. Some were too heavy, others too plain. Finally, Maya found one that caught attention. A soft R&B track with space for harmonies and instrument solos. This one, she said, pressing play. We can adjust it, but the foundation is strong. Tyrell nodded immediately. Drums will sit nice on this. I can already hear it. Maya scribbled furiously. The lyrics can shift to memories, like voices that keep echoing. Dayo smiled. Perfect. Let's try it. The first rehearsal started rough. Dayo strummed the guitar softly to set the tone. Emily came in on the English verse, her voice smooth and steady. Dayo followed with a Korean line. His pronunciation was clear, adding soul to the music. Tyrell added a beat, slow and driving. Then Dayo looked at Frank. Your turn. Frank sighed, but lifted the trumpet. A sharp, golden note filled the room, cutting through the melody. For a brief second, everyone froze. The sound transformed the vibe instantly. Emily's eyes lit up. That works. Tyrell grinned. Wow, that's fire. I can already hear the fans scream. Even Maya nodded. It adds tension, drama. But Frank lowered the trumpet too soon. Nah, this arrangement's weak. You're just trying to bury me under backup noise. I'm not here to be your side player, so better sign my P with something else. The energy dropped instantly with each member having different reaction. Tyrell's grin faded. Emily frowned. Maya kept writing but glanced up. Dayo put his guitar down slowly. Frank, listen. Without you, This group sounds like every other group here. With you, we're different. That trumpet is the sound people will remember. You want spotlight? That's your spotlight, so let us play our parts. Frank sneered. So one little solo, and I should clap for you? Please, this would only get me eliminated, and I didn't come here to get eliminated. The room tensed again. Emily stepped in softly, trying to ease the tension. What if the trumpet isn't just a solo? What if Frank leads the bridge? Right before the final chorus, everything quiets, trumpet carries it. Then we all come back in together. Tyrell slapped his knee. Yes, that would kill. Maya tapped her pen as she looked at the lyrics. Seeing that it could work, she looked at Dayo and have a nod. Bridge works better. It gives the trumpet meaning, not just a moment. Frank tilted his head, a smirk tugging at his lips. Fine. Bridge is mine. He looked down, not meeting anyone's eyes. Dayo, as he looked at Frank, he exhaled as he visualized the sound in his mind as a producer and nodded back at Maya. Good, it would Walker fine. Then let's run it again, this time with Frank doing the bridge. They worked for hours. The track started to shape into something real. Emily handled lead English lines. Dayo filled the Korean parts while Maya backed up. Dayo tied it together with his guitar and harmonies. Tyrell's drums locked the rhythm, and Frank's trumpet was the final piece that cut through when needed. It wasn't perfect yet, but it was something. By midnight, exhaustion weighed on them. Tyrell packed his sticks with a yawn. Emily rubbed her throat. Frank stayed in the corner, silent. All right, Dayo said. That's enough for today. Go get some rest. We'll polish it tomorrow. As the others started to leave, Dayo touched Maya's arm gently. Wait. 1 second. She looked up, curious. He lowered his voice. Do you feel like something's still missing? I don't know. The lyrics. They don't feel locked in yet. Maya hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, I thought I was the only one feeling that. It's good, but it's not there yet. Exactly, Dayo said. Let's tweak it. Just the two of us. We don't need to tell the others yet. We'll work through the lines and make it stronger. Maya's eyes softened. All right, let's do it. Dayo gave a small smile. Good. Then tomorrow morning, we'll give them something better. Chapter 70, Final Preparation. The next morning came fast. When the group assembled in the studio, Dayo and Maya were already waiting with fresh sheets spread across the table. Emily raised her brows. You two didn't sleep, did you? Maya only smiled, sliding the pages forward. We worked on the arrangement. Adjusted some of the weak spots. Just see for yourself. They tried it. Emily played the new chords on the piano, humming softly as she tested the tone. Tyrell dropped into a steady beat. Dayo guided the melody on guitar, and Maya slipped in the lines she had polished overnight. Even Frank, after a pause, lifted his trumpet and tested a few notes against the changes. The sound filled the room, and for the first time, it didn't feel rough. It felt like a real song. Emily looked stunned. This actually sounds like something. Tyrell grinned, twirling his drumsticks. Mad, real mad. Even Frank muttered under his breath, arms crossed. Not bad. Dayo glanced at Maya. She returned the look, proud but already scribbling more notes. That was the start, and they built from there. Synergy began to form. Emily expanded the chords, giving the piano a fuller sound. Tyrell added fills and rolls, making the rhythm pulse like a heartbeat. Frank, reluctant at first, tested a bolder trumpet riff, then another, confidence creeping into his playing without the sharp tongue this time. It wasn't perfect, but for the first time, they were moving in the same direction. Ding. Writing skill has improved. You're close to a breakthrough. The faint text flickered across Dayo's vision. He didn't react outwardly, but inside his chest, excitement surged. This proved his theory that working with people who had strong skills could sharpen his own. Practicing with Maya, especially, was pushing him forward. He filed the thought away, already planning to use it wisely. The following days fell into a rhythm. Mornings began with warm-ups, vocal exercises to keep their voices steady, light stretches to keep the body loose, and water breaks to protect against strain. After that came specialized training. For Maya, it was constant work on her Korean pronunciation. Dayo patiently coached her through lines, repeating phrases until her singing matched the flow. For Tyrell, it was pressure drills on the drums, building stamina so his rhythm wouldn't falter under the stage lights. For Emily, it was refining her pitch, since she was carrying the English lead. She pushed her voice again and again until her lines flowed like water. And then there was Frank. He handled the bridge. He still carried an attitude, but he worked hard. Dayo noticed it. Whenever Dayo adjusted something, Frank was quick to mirror it with his trumpet, almost as if refusing to be outdone. Maybe it was pride. Maybe it was rivalry. Either way, Dayo didn't complain. Progress was progress. Their voices cracked. Instruments wore down. Notebooks filled with scratched-out lyrics. But each rough edge is smoothed out with practice. Arguments turned into compromises, and by the end of each night, they walked out stronger than when they walked in. By midweek, they weren't just 5 individuals anymore. They were starting to feel like a group. Emily's harmonies wrapped around Dayo and Maya's Korean lines. Tyrell's rhythm locked with Dayo's guitar. And Frank's trumpet, sharp and bold, gave them a unique flair no other team had. It was exhausting, but no one dared slacken. Everyone knew the next elimination would cut 10 names. No one wanted to be on that list. That thought alone kept them grinding, even when their bodies begged for rest. By the time the final rehearsal ended, the room felt heavy with fatigue. Dayo looked around at his teammates, faces tired, shoulders slumped. They had worked themselves raw. He knew if they carried this energy onto the stage, nerves might crush them. They needed something different, something to reset their minds. He stood in front of them. I want to congratulate you all for making it this far. We've evolved and made ourselves better. You all deserve a break. So, as your team leader, I'm taking you out. My treat. Tyrell blinked, then burst out laughing. Wow, Dayo the rich kid. He shook his hand with a grin. The girls almost squealed. After such a stressful week, the idea of a breather lit them up. Oh, Dayo, you're so handsome and caring. Come marry me, Maya said shamelessly, earning laughs. Emily, usually the reserved one, even joined in. No, not Dayo. He's already taken by me. Didn't you tell her, Dayo? They all looked at him, then broke into laughter. The tension melted instantly. For a moment, the fear of elimination faded, replaced by simple joy. And Dayo could afford it now. Thanks to the system rewards and his growing status, he was practically a mini-boss. Covering a small outing was nothing. He glanced at Frank. Are you coming? Frank only shrugged and walked out without a word, leaving a faint chill behind. The silence threatened to sour the mood, but Tyrell quickly jumped in. Well, more food for me then. The group of 4 burst into laughter again and headed out, determined to enjoy themselves, even if just for one evening. Across the ocean, in a quiet New York office, Michael sat behind a wide desk as city lights reflected against the glass walls. His assistant slipped in silently, holding a tablet. Sir, we retrieved the clip. Michael didn't look up. He just gestured. The footage played, Dayo receiving the envelope, glancing at it once, then tearing it to pieces without hesitation. The scraps fell into the bin. No pause. No second thought. The assistant shifted uneasily. He didn't even check the offer. Michael finally leaned back, narrowing his eyes at the screen. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. Interesting, he murmured. Most people at his level would beg for a shortcut, but he doesn't even flinch. The assistant asked quietly, Doesn't that make him harder to manage, sir? Michael's smirk widened, though it held no warmth. Exactly. He's the kind of artist who refuses favors, who doesn't bend, who can't be bought. That makes him dangerous. He tapped his desk lightly, already calculating. But it also makes him worth watching. Hard to deal with. Yes, but the ones like him? They're the ones who change the game. The screen dimmed, but Michael's thoughts lingered. For the first time in years, he felt curiosity. Stir. Dayo Jason, he whispered, almost amused. Let's see how far your stubbornness carries you. Chapter 71, The Drawl. After an evening of enjoying and relieving themselves, the 4 returned to the hotel a little past 9 that night, tired but lighter. The outing had done its job. Everyone laughed, teased, and forgot about the competition for a few hours. It almost felt normal again. In the hallway before they went to their rooms, Dayo stopped them. All right, everyone. We've done what we can. Tomorrow isn't just about performing. It's about doing what we all love and trained for. So rest well, okay? We go again in the morning. Tyrell stretched his arms, pretending to yawn, then saluted. Yes, boss, we have heard you. Maya and Emily both giggled, enjoying the show between them. Dayo just looked at the unserious Tyrell and the ladies before shaking his head. You all have a nice rest. Almost as planned, the trio shouted, Yes, boss. Speechless, Dayo just walked to his room, not minding them as they laughed at him. Then he heard their voices. "Good night, Dayo. Don't overthink it. We're going to do our best." Haha. Yes, sure. He laughed without looking back at them, but made sure to wave at them. They all went to their respective rooms with ease in their minds. Morning came fast. The tension was different this time. Heavier. The whole area was cold with little noise, as the majority had a lot on their minds. Today, another 10 people would be leaving them, just like 30 people left last week. The hotel cafeteria was quieter than usual. A few contestants picked at their food. Most just stared into their plates, not having appetite. Dayo smiled at everything happening. The nerves were getting to everyone, and he was happy with his decision to take his teammates out to release their stress. Well, all his team except Frank. The effect was clear. Unlike the rest, their expressions were better. "So, guys, how were your nights?" The trio started saying a whole lot, making the whole cafeteria look toward their table, wondering how they could be so carefree when everyone else was on edge. Just then, a voice came from the speaker. "Contestants, you have 30 minutes to round up and assemble. We are all moving to the venue soon." After about 30 minutes, they had finished their meals and were now inside the bus heading toward the arena. Most contestants sat with headphones on, eyes shut, mouthing lyrics to themselves. Tyrell leaned against the window, his sticks tapping lightly against his knee, a sign of nerves. Maya flipped through her lyric notes for the 100th time. Emily sat quietly, her lips moving to the chorus under her breath. As for Frank, he just did what he did. Dayo watched them all and smiled faintly. He could feel their nerves getting to them. "You all good?" he asked. "Yeah," Emily whispered. "Just nervous." "Same," Maya admitted. Tyrell cracked a small grin. "Nervous means you care. That's what my music teacher used to say." Dayo laughed lightly. "I can't help but agree with Tyrell, so keep those nerves. We'll need them." Outside, the view shifted from the quiet streets near the hotel to the glowing cityscape ahead. Within minutes, the bus turned into a wide avenue, and there it was, Jamsil Arena, standing tall with its grand arches and glass panels reflecting the morning light. Even from the bus, they could see groups of fans and media gathered outside, waving banners and snapping photos. The venue wasn't open to the public for this stage, but the hype around the competition was too big to ignore. Inside, it was chaos in the best way, lights being tested, mics being adjusted, crew members rushing with clipboards. The entire backstage pulsed with nervous energy. A coordinator led them to their room. "Team 1, this will be your holding area. We'll call you before your stage. Please be ready and stay in costume." They all nodded. The room wasn't fancy, just a few chairs, mirrors, and bottles of water, but they cared less about that now as their mind was occupied with their performance. Maya sat by the mirror, applying light makeup. Emily stretched her neck and shoulders while humming scales. Tyrell tapped his drumsticks softly against the table. Frank wiped his trumpet mouthpiece, eyes sharp and silent. Then someone came in and announced, "Team leader, your attention is needed." Dayo smiled at his team. "I'll be back." Upon arriving outside, they summoned all the team leaders to the stage, and the MC said, "Now, you all can pick numbers from the basket. Your number tells you when you perform." The tension increased again. It was an open secret that the first group to perform always had the most pressure, so they all held their breath, looking at each other and wondering who would go first. Then the MC broke the silence. "Okay, to be fair, let's start from Team 1. After all, you got to pick contestants first, so do the honors." Dayo looked at the MC, already cursing him inside his mind. "This ugh. I guess this is it. Please, goddess of luck, shine on me. And oh, don't look at your paper until you've all picked numbers," the MC added. Dayo nodded and went forward slowly before saying a last prayer and picking a paper. He held it tight. Then the remaining 5 leaders did the same, their expressions tense. The MC looked at each contestant with a sly smile. "Now, from Team 6, reveal your number." Mateo showed his paper, number 5, and breathed a sigh of relief. Next was Amara Diop, who showed her paper. She picked number 4. Then came Sophia Zhang. She showed her paper, number 6. Min Jae revealed his almost immediately, number 2. The whole area felt cold. Dayo could feel beads of sweat form on his forehead. He looked at Lucas Rivera, the Brazilian, who was trying to keep his cool, but whose breathing gave him away. There was only number 1 and number 3 left. The MC grinned, clearly enjoying the tension. All right, gentlemen. You may both open your cards in 3, 2, 1. Dayo looked at the number he picked, and his mind blacked out. No. Chapter 72, Group Performance. Dayo slowly opened the folded paper in his hand. For a moment, he couldn't breathe. Then his eyes landed on the number written inside 3. He exhaled, almost smiling. This was a huge relief not just for him, but for his teammates. He didn't want to put such pressure on them, even though they had prepared. Across him, Lucas Rivera opened his paper and saw the expected number 1 staring back at him. Lucas's shoulders dropped instantly. He sighed, looking at the number while shaking his head. The whole hall went quiet for a second. Everyone knew how much pressure came with performing first. Dayo walked towards Lucas and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, I know the pressure you're under, but I also saw the effort you and your team put into working, so don't let this weight pull you down. Lucas, you're the leader, and your team follows you. If you're scared, they're scared. The choice is yours, buddy. Lucas looked at Dayo, surprised. Thanks, bro. It means a lot. Dayo shrugged. We're still competitors, though. All the best. Lucas smiled at the statement. Sure. The MC noticed the change in their faces and chuckled into the mic. Well, that's decided then. Team Rivera, you'll be opening today's stage. Team Jason, you're third, so get ready. You'll be up soon after the first 2 groups. All teams, please prepare. The stage call will begin shortly. As soon as the MC dismissed them, Dayo's group let out a breath of relief before going back to their assigned room. Oh, thank God, Emily whispered, clutching her chest. Tyrell laughed. 3's good luck where I'm from. We're safe for now. Maya nodded quickly. At least we won't be the first to die on stage. Even Frank smirked a little before saying, don't jinx it. They all laughed, the tension breaking a bit as they walked back to their waiting room. From their holding room, they could watch the stage through a live screen. The first team, Lucas Rivera's group, was already walking up the stairs. Everyone was quiet, watching and judging their opponents. Lucas gave a nod, and then the performance started. Strong, bright lights, smooth choreography, and loud cheers from the backstage staff. Even Dayo and his team had to clap for them. They used Spanish as their main language and English on the side, with the guitar as their main instrument, giving the whole performance a dancing vibe. Even one of the judges stood up to dance. By the time they finished, the judges clapped and gave comments, but also some criticism. Maya muttered. They're good, but I feel we'll be better. The whole team nodded, believing they could do better. Next was Team Minjae. The difference was clear from the first line. Their vocals blended well, the transitions were smooth, and they used both Korean and English, Minjae leading on the Korean part. This time, one of the judges even stood up to clap for them. Even Dayo found himself nodding. Now that was a group performance. Emily took a deep breath. Then we need to make ours better. Yeah, Tyrell said. Let's show them what we've got. 10 minutes later, a staff member appeared at the door. Team 1, please stand by. You're up next. Everyone stood. Dayo looked around at his group. Maya tightening her mic pack. Emily doing one last breath control. Tyrell spinning his drumsticks. Frank adjusting his trumpet. Remember, Dayo said quietly. We've worked all week, slept less than 5 hours a day, fought with each other, and bonded with each other. The past week has been hell, and today decides if it was worth it. So I want you all to take a deep breath, and let's show them something the judges haven't seen before. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. They all yelled together, including Frank. Dayo's words had moved them all. The staff guided them backstage. The lights from the stage glowed through the curtains. Team Dayo, please move to the stage, someone called. Stepping on stage, the lights turned on. Welcome, Team 1. Dayo's team made a slight bow to the judges. Thank you. So, how has this week been so far? Dayo answered. Truthfully, it's been hell. Working with strangers to get a strong performance is quite stressful, but also thrilling. That was expected. What was the most difficult part of working together? This time, Dayo gave the mic to Maya. Well, I'd say it was the arranging. Nobody wanted to be outshone or have a small part, so that was one of the most difficult things we had to deal with. Wow, that's surprising. Most said it was the arrangement and the lyrics. Tyrell chuckled and answered. Yeah, that's because they didn't have our honorable team leader and Maya. Oh, a little secret, he added with a grin. Dayo is actually a producer. so we had most of everything easy for us. The judges looked surprised and nodded their heads. Dayo just glared at Tyrell, who shrugged and sank a little like he hadn't just thrown Dayo under the bus. So what language are you singing in? Dayo answered this time. We're going with Korean and English to honor the Korean fans and thank them for having us. The judges visibly looked surprised. They didn't know who among them could speak Korean. Well, that's surprising. Anyways, all the best. You can start your performance. They bowed and thanked the judges. Dayo smiled and turned to his team. This is it. Let's go. They each stood at their respective places, Tyrell behind the drums, Frank holding his golden trumpet, Maya seated at the back with the piano, while Emily and Dayo stood at the front. The stage lights dimmed a little, setting the tone for the performance. A soft instrumental began as Maya's fingers pressed gently on the piano keys, creating a calm rhythm that filled the arena. Emily took the mic first. Her voice came in smooth and gentle, barely above a whisper, like she was singing straight into the hearts of the crowd. Verse 1. We've been running through the night. Dreams we're chasing, burning bright. Even if we fall, we'll rise again. Isengan we don't pretend. Pre-chorus. Hold your breath, feel the sound. One heartbeat, one playground. We're stronger than we've ever been. Let's begin. Dayo came in next, his deeper tone giving the song weight. It wasn't loud, it was soft and cool, filling the quiet arena, with Maya backing him up softly. Chorus Sol. We'll shine on, no matter what they say. Pichi we'll light the way. Together we'll rise, no fear, no doubt. Imude we'll figure it out. When they reached the chorus, Maya's piano filled the small spaces perfectly. The notes were simple but emotional. Even the judges leaned forward slightly, following the rhythm. All their voices came together in harmony, controlled and balanced. Verse 2. Can you feel it in the air? Nikaba, this vibe is rare. Every step we take, we're almost there. We're not the same as yesterday. Iridum, Soge will find our way. Dayo and Maya worked their magic again. As Dayo sang, Maya echoed his lines softly, leaving a lasting effect on the judges. Bridge, Frank's trumpet solo section. Then it came, the bridge. Frank lifted his trumpet confidently. The first few notes came out beautifully, the sound echoing gently through the hall. But then, one note cracked. It was sharp, a small mistake, but noticeable enough that two of the judges raised their eyebrows. Before the tension could grow, Dayo reacted instantly. His fingers moved across the guitar strings, sliding into a riff that matched the melody and covered Frank's mistake completely. Within seconds, the energy was restored. Final chorus, all. We'll shine on, even when it rains. Bichi be, through joy and pain. Together we'll fight, we'll never fade. Isungane we've got it made. The final chorus came. They all sang together, full of emotion, their voices steady and clean. It wasn't loud or flashy. It was the kind of calm, heartfelt singing that made the audience silent for a moment. Simple, real, and touching. Outro Dayo softly. We'll shine on. Then Dayo ended it softly, his voice low, the guitar fading behind him. The last note lingered in the air. For a few seconds, no one moved. Then all the judges stood and began to clap, slow and quiet at first, then louder, until the hall was filled with applause. Emily looked at Dayo and smiled, relief washing over her face. Tyrell let out a low exhale. Man, I thought Frank was going to kill us for a second. Frank didn't respond, just lowered his trumpet with a small nod, his pride clearly hurt but hidden. Then Emily and Maya hugged each other, almost crying, knowing they had given their absolute best. Chapter 73, Judges' Reactions. Emily looked at Dayo and smiled, relief washing over her face. Tyrell let out a low exhale. Man, I thought Frank was going to kill us for a second. Frank didn't respond, just lowered his trumpet with a small nod, his pride clearly hurt but hidden. Then Emily and Maya hugged each other, almost crying, knowing they had given their absolute best. The applause went on for a while before the host finally stepped forward. Wow, that was, he paused and looked at the judges, something else. Lucien Duval, one of the judges, was the first to speak. That was beautiful coordination. The vocals and instruments were on point, and everything came out natural. He leaned forward and asked, who came up with the Korean-English mix idea? Dayo adjusted the mic and answered softly. It was my idea. I thought it'd be nice to thank the Korean fans by blending both languages. Lucian nodded, impressed. It worked. You all achieved it beyond my reasonable doubt, and I am sure most of the judges feel that way. To which they surprisingly all nodded. Next, Carolina Vega spoke. Her tone was lighter, almost playful. The song structure was really good. I am impressed to say the least. I liked how the English and Korean parts complemented each other. And that bridge, who arranged it? Everyone looked at Frank. He hesitated, then said quietly, I played the trumpet bridge, but the structure was Dayo's idea. He helped me with the notes and all. Carolina smiled. Well, it was risky, but it paid off. It was an unexpected bonus that added to your performance. So good work, Frank. Then Hiroshi Tanaka leaned closer to his mic. I like the way you all portrayed the emotion. Your performance can be rated as global worth. Especially during the last chorus. It reminded me why I love music. And most especially, he added, I don't know if I'm the only one surprised that, Dayo, you can speak Korean. I'm sure that I, as well as the other judges, am surprised. How did that come about? Dayo smiled. He knew the question would be asked. Well, I always had a thing for language right from young, so I studied any language of my interest, and it all became easy to me. Hiroshi Tanaka and the rest of the judges looked surprised, because it was almost a proven fact that Asian languages are some of the hardest to learn, so hearing that Dayo self-studied a language was amazing. Good. So, how many languages do you know how to speak? Because if my memory serves me right, your Japanese was good on the last stage. So humor us. How many languages can you speak? Dayo smirked at the question and replied, That would ruin the surprise I have then. Hiroshi Tanaka leaned back and laughed. Very well then. Then he gestured to the next judge. Adele Strauss, who had been quiet till now, crossed her arms and nodded slowly. Amazing job, all of you. First, I commend you. Your harmonies were smooth, and you all connected well. It's rare to see that much teamwork in such a short time. So good job. Marcus Cole, the last judge, smiled faintly. To be fair, I've seen a lot of performances tonight. But not to be biased, this might be the best one yet. The words hung in the air. Emily blinked like she wasn't sure she heard correctly. Tyrell whispered, Did he just say that? Under his breath. The judges all scribbled notes while the MC continued. All right, Team Jason, that was excellent work. Please step back. We'll call you again when it's time for the results. They all bowed deeply. Thank you, Dayo said on behalf of the team. A thought of something came to his mind about Frank, but he buried it. As they walked off stage, the clapping continued. Backstage, Maya immediately threw her arms around Emily, both of them laughing and shaking. Tyrell joined, giving them a quick group hug before Frank quietly stepped aside, wiping sweat from his forehead. You did good, Dayo said, patting him on the shoulder. Frank's face twisted as a frown surfaced. His mind was in turmoil as he knew he had messed up, but the fact that he felt Dayo was rubbing it in his face made him annoyed. Still, he also knew Dayo had saved the performance. Otherwise, it would have been a mess. He struggled to mutter, thanks. Dayo smiled, unaware of Frank's thoughts. That's what teammates do. They all sat down in their assigned room. The adrenaline was still running through their veins. But there was a difference. The atmosphere felt light, like they had just come out of something big and won. But still, they tried not to talk about the main issue, which was elimination. No matter how good their group performed, at least 2 people would be eliminated from them, and automatically, they all chose to ignore it. Maybe due to how heavy it is to accept the fact that even after the long hours of practice, 2 people would be eliminated from them. So their eyes were now fixed on the next team, was called Team Amara. They chose a slower, emotional performance. The lights dimmed blue, and Amara's voice filled the room. Her tone was soft, soulful, and warm. She didn't do much movement, but her control was perfect. The judges nodded throughout, especially Carolina Vega, who seemed genuinely moved. By the end, Amara's team got a standing clap from 2 of the judges. Not as loud as Dayo's, but it was still impressive. Then came Team Sophia. They entered in coordinated red outfits, bright lights flashing. Their choreography was strong, every movement sharp, but the vocals weren't as clean. A few notes were missed. Still, they gave it everything they had. When the last note ended, the judges nodded and clapped for them. some giving their criticism and praise to those who deserved it. Back in the waiting area, Dayo and his team watched everything on the screen from their room. Tyrell leaned back, stretching. Okay, we're definitely top 3. No way we're below that. Emily nodded, still smiling. Everyone did great, but I think we hit something different tonight. Dayo smiled faintly, watching the screen. We'll see soon, knowing well that they had outdone themselves. Then, the familiar voice of the MC echoed through the hallway. All teams, please assemble. The judges' results will be announced shortly. The laughter stopped. Everyone glanced at each other, a bit tense, but they reassured themselves. Dayo stood, adjusting his mic belt. No matter what happens, he said quietly, we gave them something they won't forget, and no matter who you know. He didn't complete his words, but they all got the message. Emily nodded. Yeah, whatever happens, we did our best. And that's enough. They all walked out together, side by side, towards the stage. The stage lights ahead flickered on again, brighter this time, with all 30 contestants standing in front of the judges. Now it was time for the judges to give their take on who gets to stay and who gets to leave. Chapter 74, Elimination Night. 30 contestants stood, 5 in each team, making 6 groups, standing apart from one another. The looks on their faces said it all. They had worked hard for so long, and yet some would still have to go, just like last week. The stage lights dimmed slightly, focusing on the judges' panel. The host walked forward, holding a small tablet. Contestants, he began, his voice steady but calm. Tonight's performances were truly something. Every team gave their all, and the judges have been having a hard time making decisions. The contestants glanced at each other nervously. Even from where they stood, they could see the judges leaning toward one another, whispering and exchanging notes. The host continued. Before we announce anything, the judges would like a moment to deliberate. Please hold on. The mic clicked off. The judges leaned in close. The contestants could only watch from a distance as the quiet discussion began. Lucien Duval folded his arms first. We already agreed on 2 contestants from each team. That keeps things fair and simple. So what are we discussing again? Marcus Cole nodded. Exactly. Let's not overcomplicate it. Everyone knew the rules from the start. Carolina Vega, however, leaned forward slightly, her tone calm but sharp. Lucien, let's be realistic. Some teams performed far above expectations. If we're talking fairness, we should also consider excellence. Lucien frowned. And what's that supposed to mean? Carolina exchanged a glance with Adele Strauss, who had been quiet until now. It means, she said, we can invoke rule number 3, judges' discretion. It allows us to adjust eliminations based on overall group performance. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Rule number 3? That's rarely used. You know that could cause backlash. Adele leaned in, her expression firm. Maybe, but some teams deserve protection. For instance, Team Dayo's. Lucien immediately looked up like he was understanding where this was going. The one with the trumpet slip? The guy who made the mistake. Carolina smiled faintly. Yes, but you saw what happened. They recovered flawlessly. The song, the balance, the control. It was one of the strongest group efforts tonight, and in this competition so far in the past 12 years. Marcus sighed, shaking his head, and blurted out without knowing or caring. Or maybe there's another thing behind this, like someone outside is interfering. The air went still for a moment. Adele glanced at him, unamused. Be careful with your assumptions, Marcus. We're here to judge talent, not rumors. Lucien let out a quiet breath, knowing what this was really about. So what's the plan? And he knew he was powerless when it came to certain circumstances and people involved. Nobody wants to take any unnecessary risk to anger anyone they couldn't contain. Carolina folded her arms. We reduced the elimination for Team Dayo to 1 person. They've earned that much. We can make up the numbers by increasing elimination in one of the weaker groups. Marcus leaned back. That's not fair to the others. Neither is ignoring talent. Adele replied smoothly without blinking at all. She knew what was in play, and she had received a call already, so she knew what needed to be done. Lucien hesitated, looking toward the stage where Dayo and Sai helplessly but nodded. All right, he said finally. But which team takes the fall? Carolina's tone was matter-of-fact as it was already pre-planned which team would take the fall. Team Sophia. Their performance was flashy but weak. We can remove 3 from that team instead of 2. That evens it out. Lucien sighed. So Team Dayo loses 1. Team Sophia loses 3. The rest stay standard. Adele nodded. Exactly. Marcus looked unconvinced, but the vote was already settled. Outnumbered, he exchanged a look with Lucien, both knowing that something larger was at play. From the stage, Dayo watched the silent conversation unfold. He couldn't hear a word, but he could read their lips, and he knew that this stage was rigged. He sighed and looked at the person that he felt would likely be eliminated from his group. Tyrell muttered under his breath, "They're definitely arguing." Emily crossed her arms. "What's going on up there?" Maya whispered. "Who knows, but whatever it is, I pray it favors our team." Dayo just stared quietly, like he didn't know what the result would be. "Whatever it is, we'll take it as it comes." After a few more moments, the host returned to the mic, his voice echoing across the hall. "Thank you for waiting. The judges have made their decision. However, there will be a slight change in today's elimination process." All eyes immediately turned to him. The host smiled, but everyone could tell it was the kind of smile, but the same couldn't be said for the contestant, as they were in the hot seat. Originally, as you all know, 2 contestants from each group were supposed to be eliminated tonight. But after discussion and based on rule number 3, the judge's discretion, there will be some adjustments. He paused, letting the confusion sink in. Murmurs started across the hall. "Some teams will only lose 1 contestant," he continued. "Others may lose 2, and 1 team will unfortunately lose 3 contestants due to overall team performance." The MC made a pause here before continuing. "However, for fairness and transparency, we've also decided to give all 12 eliminated contestants one last chance. After tonight's results, the voting lines will open for the audience worldwide. The top 2 contestants with the highest votes will be given a chance to return to the competition in the next round." A buzz of excitement rippled through the hall. A ripple went through the crowd. Even the camera crew exchanged looks. Frank stiffened slightly. He knew what that meant. Someone somewhere had pulled strings. Tyrell whispered, "What kind of change is this?" Emily sighed. "Guess it's not over till it's over." Dayo didn't speak. He simply exhaled and tried to keep his poker face like he was unaware of what was in play. The host scrolled through the tablet slowly. First, Team Rivera. The big screen flashed Team Rivera, 2 eliminated. Lucas and his teammates took a step forward. After consideration, the host continued. Team Rivera will be losing Sophia and Diego. You both have done well, but your journey ends here. The crowd clapped politely as the 2 bowed and left the stage, but upon closer look, tears could be seen in their eyes. This was the harsh reality of this competition. No second chances. Next, the host called, Team Amara. The screen flashed 2 eliminated. Amara's group stepped forward, holding hands. The MC took a deep breath. From Team Amara, Rena and Joshua, thank you for your effort. Rena and Joshua hugged her member tightly before she walked off in tears. Then came Team Sophia. The room went completely quiet. Everyone already knew what that meant. The MC cleared his throat. From Team Sophia, Han, Toby, and Crystal will be leaving the competition. Gasps filled the air. One of the eliminated contestants covered her mouth in disbelief. Sophia's eyes glistened, but she stood tall. Next, Team Minjae. The screen flashed 2 eliminated. Minjae's team stepped forward solemnly. The MC continued. From Team Minjae, Jun and Minsu. Thank you for everything. Jun and Minsu hugged their teammates before they left the stage, faces wet with tears. Then came Team Mateo. The screen flashed 2 eliminated. The MC announced, from Team Mateo, Lorenzo and Marco will be leaving the competition. Thank you for your hard work. Lorenzo and Marco bowed and walked off, the reality of the show settling on everyone. Now, Team Dayo. The atmosphere shifted again. All 4 of Dayo's teammates glanced at one another nervously. The MC looked down at his tablet, then up again. Team Jason will only lose 1 member. They all exhaled in relief, but it didn't last long as they didn't know who would be going. The MC paused, and the contestant leaving from Team Dayo is. He let the silence hang. Everyone held their breath. Chapter 75, Helping Tyrell. Misha looked at Dayo, speechless. She had a lot to say, but little came to mind. Dayo, on the other hand, said, Misha, right? Misha just nodded without saying a word. Sorry for bumping into you. I was daydreaming. I hope you're good. Misha, with her cold-looking face, nodded again. All right then. And oh, Congratulations on crossing to the next stage. Thanks. And sorry. She whispered the last part like she didn't want Dayo to hear it. But he did. Sorry for what? Misha looked a bit embarrassed and lowered her head. Well, for the store incident. I looked down on you. Dayo chuckled. Haha, you still remember that. Hey, it's not fair. I'm apologizing, she said, frowning slightly. Okay, my bad. Apology accepted. And oh, I have to say, I like the way you held your ground while playing the piano. Misha's cold face showed a faint blush, and she suddenly felt vulnerable. Gosh, why am I flustered all of a sudden? She thought. Trying to calm herself, she replied, yeah, but not like your group though. I mean, you guys were amazing. Then they both went on talking, and unlike before, Misha was freer and more talkative. They spoke from the bus ride till they reached the hotel. Then Misha paused a bit, hesitating whether to say what was on her mind. Dayo noticed and gently held her shoulder, making her flinch slightly. Hey, what's wrong? You said you wanted to tell me something important. Misha hesitated for a few seconds, then sighed like she'd made up her mind. Have you heard of the name Michael? Dayo flinched a bit, but composed himself quickly. Why are you asking? Misha smiled faintly. Good, you know him. So this will be simple. Dayo played dumb. Misha smirked. Do you know he's interested in you? Dayo looked at her. And how do you know this? It seems you're aware, but let me tell you this. He's more serious about you than you think. That's all I'll say. With that, she waved goodbye and walked away. Dayo just stood there, lost, not knowing what to do with the information she'd given him. But now, he could understand Frank's behavior, and he felt it was probably Michael's doing. A part of him even started suspecting that maybe Michael had a system too. My head aches from all this thinking, gosh, Dayo muttered. It felt possible because what were the chances he was the only one with a system? And if Michael had one, it explained everything, why he didn't want to let him go. After all, till now, he hadn't seen anyone else with an SSS plus potential. Hell, even he didn't know the full extent of his. So if his theory, which he hoped was wrong, was actually right, and Michael had a system, then it made perfect sense. Hey Dayo, the episode is about to be broadcast. Come, let's go watch. Minjae called out. All right, I'm coming, Dayo replied, walking toward the room where the broadcast was to be watched. When Dayo entered the lounge, most contestants were already gathered around the big screen. The energy in the room felt mixed, half excitement, half tension. Everyone was eager to see how the episode had been edited. Minjae waved him over, patting the empty seat beside him. Bro, come here. It's starting. The large screen flickered to life, and the global stage logo appeared with a wave of sound effects. Then came the highlights, the performances, the crowd, the judges' reactions. Soon, Dayo's team performance began playing, and the room got quiet the whole time. Minjae turned slightly toward him. Bro, you really killed it. This was on another level. Dayo smiled faintly. Thanks, but I just feel bad for Tyrell. Minjae frowned. Yeah, that part shocked everyone. He didn't deserve to go. Everyone's talking about it. Dayo looked at the screen again. He could see the moment Frank's trumpet mistake happened, barely noticeable, but still there. The editors had cleverly adjusted the sound, making it less obvious. They really covered for Frank, Dayo muttered, shaking his head. They made it look like nothing even happened. Minjae sighed. I know, but that's the thing about this competition. It's not fair to those who don't have a backup. When the performance ended, fan reactions and trending posts began rolling on screen. Dayo's group name was already climbing the hashtags. He could see comments flooding in. Team Dayo's song is insane. That trumpet guy almost messed it up, but the recovery? Crazy good. Tyrell didn't deserve to go. Bring him back. Ugh, I smell conspiracy. Minjae grinned. See? You already have people fighting for him. You should use that momentum. Dayo looked at him. Yeah, I know. That's the plan. You wouldn't mind helping out, right? Haha, of course I wouldn't. A friend of yours is a friend of mine. So sure. All right, thanks. Let's do that now, and hopefully tomorrow the result favors Tyrell. Okay, let's go. Dayo nodded slowly. He picked up his phone, opened his camera, switched to the front lens, and started recording a short clip. Hey everyone. He began, his tone calm but sincere. It's Dayo from Team Jason. I just want to say thank you for all the love and support. You guys have been amazing. But I also want to talk about something important. Tyrell Hayes, my teammate, Gave his all on that stage. He didn't deserve to go home tonight. If you believe in second chances, I'd really appreciate it if you could vote for him in the wild card round. Let's bring him back where he belongs. He paused, smiled faintly, and ended the video. He tried his best not to make it seem like there was any issue. Hopefully, no one would sense it and just vote. Minjae posted on all his social media accounts supporting Tyrell. Both of them smiled at each other and went to bed as they were tired and needed to rest. Within a few hours, the post went viral. Comments poured in from fans across different countries. Hashtags like hashtag Bring Back Tyrell and hashtag Team Dayo started trending. If Dayo says vote Tyrell, we vote Tyrell. These guys are brothers for real. Dayo's loyalty is unmatched. If Daddy JD says vote, we vote. So let's go, Team JD. Vote for Tyrell. Even a few other contestants saw and reposted the clip, adding comments to boost it. While Dayo rested, fire was brewing. Fans were voting. By tomorrow, they'd know if all the effort had paid off. Chapter 76, Power and Play. The MC paused. And the contestant leaving from Team Dayo is. He let the silence hang. Everyone held their breath. Tyrell Hayes. Tyrell froze for a moment, blinking. Wait, what? Maya's mouth fell open. Emily's hand went straight to her mouth. Frank's face tried to stay poker, but there was a slight smirk on his lips. He knew what was at play, so he expected this much. Dayo's expression stayed still for a second. He felt angry, sad, and frustrated, but he knew all that wouldn't solve anything. He turned toward Tyrell and patted his shoulder gently. Hey, you did great, man. Tyrell forced a smile, trying not to show how much it hurt. Yeah, guess someone had to go. Maya whispered softly. But that's unfair. He didn't even mess up. The MC'er caught it, and he quickly said, Please, let's keep the stage orderly. These are the judges' decisions. Tyrell sighed, then gave Dayo a quick nod and stepped back. The applause was softer this time, respectful, but the arena knew something was off even if they couldn't tell what. As he walked off stage, he turned briefly and called out, Kill it in the next round, yeah? Always. And hey, don't give up. You still have a chance to come back if the fans choose you. So cheer up. I'll canvass for you. Dayo replied quietly. Tyrell smiled faintly at Dayo. Sure, bro. I appreciate it a lot. The group stood together again, one person short. From the judges' table, Carolina Vega's expression didn't change. But Marcus Cole leaned slightly toward Lucien and whispered, Can this get any worse? Lucien muttered back, Only time will tell, my friend. Dayo looked toward Frank, who was staring at the ground, avoiding everyone's eyes. The cause of everything, and the one who still got to stay even after messing up. But he couldn't blame the judges. After all, they were powerless when it came to someone like Michael. He was a man who could make or end careers with just a few calls. Dayo sighed, trying not to dwell on it. The thought annoyed him, how powerless he was. His mind began to wander, but his phone suddenly rang, snapping him back. Youssef. Youssef, what's up? Dayo said, forcing a small smile. Haha, Dayo, my lucky star. I'm good. What about you? Dayo laughed. Youssef had been calling him his lucky star ever since they recorded that single together. His label had been preparing to release it as the lead song on his upcoming album. I'm fine, man. So how's the album coming along? Yeah, just wanted to let you know it's been done for a while. I didn't call, 'cause I knew you were busy with the competition. Yeah, it's been hectic and fruitful. Congratulations on the album, by the way. Thanks. That's actually why I called. The label's dropping our single this coming week, so I just wanted to give you a heads up. That's great news. Congrats again. Sure. I just wanted to ask if you'll be around when it drops. Oh, that might not be possible. We still don't know where the next round will be held. Just then, a voice came from behind Dayo. It'll be Morocco. Huh? Dayo turned back to see Frank sitting just behind him, his face blank. I said the next round will be held in Morocco, he repeated, before standing up and leaving like nothing happened. Dayo wanted to ask how he knew that, but he remembered who Frank's backer was, and he knew exactly where the information came from. He looked lost for a moment before muttering, What's gotten into him? Then Youssef's voice brought him back. So what were you saying? Oh, right. I think there's a chance I might be around. Let's keep it 50-50. That's better. All right then. From the sound of your voice, I'm guessing you qualified for the next stage. Congrats, man. Yeah, I did. Thanks. All right, take care, Youssef. Sure, bro, talk soon. The call ended. Dayo sat there for a while, staring into space. He looked around for Frank, but he was gone. He wanted to ask why he'd told him about the next location, but now, there was no one to ask. Dayo stood and began walking toward his room, his thoughts racing. Could this be another move from Michael? A quiet way of reminding him who really had control? His mind spun with possibilities. Then suddenly, bam, he bumped into someone. Oh, I'm sore. He looked up, freezing. Misha? Dayo. They both stared for a moment, the air thick with surprise. Asterisk. Inside his office, Michael sat behind his desk, eyes buried in a document. He was clearly busy. A gentle knock followed. Sir, a voice said from the doorway. He didn't look up. Come in. His assistant, Clara, stepped forward, tablet in hand. I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but there's been an update concerning the competition. Michael exhaled slowly and waved his hand once. Go ahead. She hesitated. It's about Frank. Michael made a pause. He lifted his gaze from the papers. He took off his work glasses, then off slowly and folded them. What did he do now? Clara bit her lip briefly. It's better if you watch it. She handed him the tablet. Michael leaned back in his chair, crossed one leg over the other, and pressed play. The performance began. The moment Frank's trumpet slipped, Michael's brow furrowed slightly, but as the group recovered, his expression shifted. He said nothing until the song ended, then replayed the last part once more. When the judges' comments rolled in, he paused the video. So they covered for him again, he said flatly. Clara nodded. Yes, sir. The panel invoked Rule 3, judges' discretion. Dayo's group lost only one member. Even though Frank's mistake almost cost the set, they eliminated a person who didn't make mistake. And they are scared it might have a backlash. Michael leaned forward, elbows on the desk, fingers pressed together. Then he brought out his phone and made a phone call. Hello, Frank made a mistake, and I want you to make it less obvious. That was all he said before hanging up. For a while, he said nothing, only stared at the frozen frame of Dayo on the screen. Then, a faint smile tugged at his lips. You know what's strange, Clara? What's that, sir? Frank made a mistake, and instead of panicking as one would at that age, and instead, he turned it into something even better. That recovery wasn't luck, it's maturity and potential, a hard one to come. Clara tilted her head. So, what do you want us to do? Michael reached for his glasses again, slipping them on. I think it's time we stop waiting. Meaning, push the offer forward. If he's half as capable as I think he is, I don't want anyone else getting to him first. Understood, sir. I'll have the team draft the file. Michael nodded once, gaze fixed on the paused image. And make sure this clip about Frank has less people talking about it. The narrative should be clean. Yes, sir, Clara replied, bowing slightly before leaving the room. Once the door closed, Michael sat in silence for a moment, watching Dayo's calm face on the screen. Then he muttered, almost to himself, smart kid. Let's see how far you can really go. He leaned back in his chair, with only him knowing what he had in mind. Chapter 77, Tyrell's Choice. The winner of the global competition goes to Jaden Dayo. The whole crowd erupted, giving Dayo a standing ovation as the applause grew louder. Dayo smiled as he stood up, receiving the cheers as he walked toward the stage. He took the mic from the MC and looked out at the crowd. I'm short of words to express how I feel today. It's been a long journey to get here. After so much struggle and effort, I stand at the highest peak of this competition held every 3 years. I'm beyond grateful to everyone who got me here. First, to my family, for their ultimate support and belief in me, even during my toughest times. He paused, catching his breath before continuing. And to my team right here, Valerie and Wayne, and my label, for their hard work and dedication to me. And, of course, to my opponents. You pushed me to be the best I could be. I thank you. The crowd clapped again. Just as the golden cup was about to be handed to him, Dayo heard his name like a whisper. Dayo. Huh. Dayo. Dayo. Wake up. The voice grew louder until a sharp light hit his eyes. He blinked, staring up at Minjae, who stood over him with a grin. Wake up. Come and see what's going on online. Dayo looked at him for a few seconds, not sure whether to curse or laugh. You couldn't wait for me to at least collect the award before waking me? Huh? What was that? Minjae asked, confused. Nothing. I just hope the reason you're waking me up is good enough, or else. Dayo said, cracking his knuckles. Ha ha. Sure. You can judge that when you see it. He handed Dayo his phone. The moment Dayo saw the screen, his face shifted into a wide smile. Wildcard comeback winners. Tyrell Mack. The smile grew wider. Min-jae tapped his shoulder, grinning. So what do you think? Worth the wake-up? Haha. It's more than worth it, my friend. Dayo laughed, joy written all over his face. Let's go meet Tyrell. I can't wait to tell him. Sure thing. Let's go. Dayo and Min-jae arrived at Tyrell's room and, without knocking, burst inside. Yo, Tyrell. You did it. Dayo shouted, but froze when he saw Tyrell packing his bags. Confused, Dayo stepped forward and turned him around. Tyrell's eyes were red. Bro, what's going on? Tyrell tried to hold back his tears, but failed. They rolled down his cheeks as he sank onto the bed. They called me, he said in a shaky voice. Dayo frowned. Who called? What happened? My label, Tyrell whispered. They said if I go back, I'll lose everything. The room went silent. The air felt heavy. Dayo bowed his head, countless thoughts running through his mind. Anger, confusion, disbelief, all mixed together. He didn't need to ask who was behind it. He already knew. Michael and Frank. A slow realization hit him. This was a cover-up. Tyrell's comeback would have drawn too many questions. People would have asked why Frank wasn't eliminated instead. And nobody wanted that conversation. So, to bury the story, they buried Tyrell's chance. He was just collateral damage. Dayo looked at his friend quietly before asking, So, what now? Tyrell sighed. There's nothing I can do. My agent explained what's at stake. If I fight it, I'll lose my contract, my sponsors, everything. So, I'll just walk away. Min-jae, who had been quiet all this time, spoke up. A smart choice, my friend. I know it's unfair, but, forget it. I can't talk like Dayo, he said, scratching his head. For a moment, the room stayed silent. Then all three of them burst into laughter. The tension broke for just a moment. They helped Tyrell finish packing. When the bus arrived, he met the director and informed her of his withdrawal. She didn't look surprised. If anything, her facial expression said she already knew but wasn't happy about it. Later, a small broadcast aired, showing the new wildcard list. The announcer briefly mentioned that Tyrell Mack wouldn't be rejoining the competition due to a family emergency. Fans were surprised, but no one questioned it for long. The show moved on. Another talent quietly erased by power. Afterward, the contestants were given a day of rest before the next stage. When the break ended, they were all called together for an official announcement. Good evening, everyone. The regional director began, smiling faintly. First, congratulations to all of you for making it to the next phase. Standing here means you've proven your talent, not just locally, but globally. The next stage will test not just your skill, but your endurance and creativity. The contestants nodded attentively. The next round, she continued, will be held in Morocco, the same city that hosted the FIFA World Cup this year. You'll be leaving in 3 days, so make sure you're prepared. The competition only gets tougher from here. Applause filled the hall, but Dayo barely heard it, as his mind was somewhere else. That night, the dorm was quiet again. Everyone was asleep, except Dayo. He sat by the window, looking out at the dim glow of the city. His thoughts couldn't stop circling. Tyrell's tears about the call from his label, the way the director didn't look surprised. Everything connected too neatly. He knew Michael had influence, but this was deeper than he'd expected. He had underestimated him. He clenched his fist slightly. If Michael could pull strings this easily, then fighting him head-on would be suicide. But still, he couldn't sit still either. Because he knew, for sure, that Michaela was coming for him. As Misha had said earlier that he was serious about him. He needed time. Time to think. Time to plan. And he had little. If Michael wanted to play power in the shadows, then maybe he'd bring back his old tactics back in his days of undercover and do some personal digging. He took a slow breath, closing his eyes. Stall him for now. Stay quiet. Watch everything. For the first time that night, Dayo's mind calmed. Not because he wasn't afraid, but because he had made a decision. When the time came, he'd be ready. And this time, he'd make sure Michael didn't see it coming. For now, he waits and plans his next move. Chapter 78, The Calm Before the Storm. Dayo woke up early as always and did his normal routine workout, but there was a different smile on his face today. The reason was simple. Lois' album was rolling out today. Not only that, but Yusef's single was also coming out. He was extremely happy. He could feel his status increasing as his followers were growing fast. It was different from the last 2 weeks. The reason was clear. The performance of Dayo's group had blown up beyond imagination. People were even asking them to release the full audio of their stage song. The original artist of the song even posted it, saying he wanted to feature Dayo and his team officially. TikTok, 16.2 M followers. Instagram, 11.7 M followers. Twitter/X, 6.2 M followers. Dayo looked at the numbers with a smile. Just 1 week had passed, and his total followers across all platforms had increased by over 3.2 million. That kind of growth was insane. It showed how powerful the competition really was. Just then, his phone started ringing. Valerie. He answered immediately. Hey, Val. Morning, superstar, Valerie said in a playful tone. You've seen the numbers, right? Dayo laughed. Haha, yeah. I almost thought it was a glitch when you sent me the update. I mean, 3.2 million followers in 1 week? That's crazy. It's well-deserved, Valerie replied. Lowest album drops in less than 2 hours. I just wanted to let you know everything is set, so you can rest easy. Oh, that's great, Dayo said, sitting on his bed and stretching. And what about the visuals? They'll post the teaser later today, Valerie said. By the way, make sure you go online around noon to repost the album link. Fans are already counting down. Got it, Dayo replied. By the way, Youssef's single drops today too. I'll call him now. All right, Dayo. All the best in Morocco. Shine as always. Yeah, thanks, Val. The call ended, and the same smile stayed on Dayo's face. He quickly dialed Youssef's number. Yo, Youssef. Haha, Dayo. I was just about to call you, Youssef said excitedly. Bro, today's the day. I know, man. You ready? Ready is an understatement. The single will stream in less than an hour. I hope you're ready to repost it. We're counting on your lucky star energy again. Dayo laughed. Haha, no problem. Just tag me when it drops, and the rest should work like magic as I'm coming to Morocco. Done deal, Youssef said. And hey, congrats again on the performance. The whole internet is still talking about it. Thanks, bro. I'll talk to you later. After the call, Dayo went online to post a story on all his platforms. Big day today? Watch out for Lois' album and Youssef's new single dropping soon. Something special for the Morocco fans. #Team Dayo, #new music, #global stage. Within minutes, the post started getting reactions and comments. Can't wait for the drop. Morocco fans are ready. I don't know what to expect. Haha. You from above, don't worry. Dayo is full of surprises, so be ready. Is he going to sing in Arabic or what? JD, I can't wait. Later in the evening, Lois' album finally dropped, and Youssef's single started trending on Spotify and Apple Music. Dayo reposted both, replying to comments and thanking fans for their support. The day went by fast. He spent the evening chatting with fans and watching the numbers go up. He was too excited to sleep, checking every few minutes to see how the songs were performing. But by midnight, he finally forced himself to lie down. They had to leave early in the morning for Morocco. He turned off his phone and muttered, "Tomorrow's going to be a long day." Next morning, the hotel lobby was full of noise and movement. Contestants were dragging luggage, staff members were rushing around with lists, and the production crew was giving out boarding passes. Dayo, come on, we're late. Minjae shouted from across the lobby. I'm coming. Dayo replied, adjusting his hoodie and grabbing his bag. They quickly joined the others and boarded the bus that took them to the airport. They met South Korean fans there, waving them goodbye. After about an hour, they were finally on the plane. As they settled into their seats, Dayo looked out the window and smiled. He couldn't wait to see Morocco again and perform there. He believed he would have fans there since Youssef's song should already be getting momentum, and they should be expecting him. He was really excited. Minjae sat beside him, already scrolling through his phone. Bro, the flight's around 13 hours. You'd better get some sleep. Yeah, I will, Dayo said, closing his eyes. Wake me when the food comes. He chuckled, adjusting his seat as the plane took off. Meanwhile, in the U.S. In another part of the city, Vivian sat in front of her phone camera, live on her social media. Her hands trembled slightly, and her eyes looked red, as though she'd been crying. Thousands of viewers were already watching as the live comments rolled in. Vivian, are you okay? What's wrong? Why are you crying? She took a shaky breath, looked directly into the camera, and said, I wasn't planning to say this, but I can't keep it in anymore. Her voice cracked as she continued. You all know Dayo, right? The global stage contestant, the one many say will win this year's global competition. He was my ex. I've been holding this for a long time. He wasn't who everyone thinks he is. The comments went wild instantly. What? No way. Tell us everything. I can't believe this. I watched his performances and his behavior toward others. He didn't seem like that. Yeah, face can be deceiving sometimes. Vivian wiped her tears dramatically. When we were together, he was manipulative and abused me by hitting me. He used me, and when things didn't go his way, he just walked away. I thought I could move on, but seeing him on screen every week pretending to be this nice guy, it's been eating me up. Her tone sounded emotional and guilty, almost believable. I'm not saying this to destroy him, she said, sniffling. I just need to heal. I just hope people see that not everyone is as perfect as they look on TV. I know many might not believe me, but here are pictures of what I looked like after he punched me. She showed some pictures of her face, which was bruised and beaten, and she wept harder as she showed them. Yeah, I mean, this has to be fake, right? Lois. I expected this much. Nobody can be that good Boy Scout JD. Yeah, if this is true, he shouldn't be allowed to participate in global stage. OMG, this has to be fake. How can he be a woman beater? LOL, a lot of your celebrities are like that. Ugh, I don't know. This just feels scripted and weird. Why now, of all times, when he's getting fame and attention? Something is fishy. The only thing fishy is your head. Are you defending him? I'm sharing this so people can be aware of what kind of person JD is. I don't need sympathy. I just don't want anyone to go through what I went through. Then she ended the live stream abruptly. Within minutes, the internet exploded. Wait, is she serious? Vivian and Dayo? She looks hurt. Maybe she's telling the truth. Something feels off, though. Why now? This timing is suspicious. While some people doubted her, the majority seemed to believe the story, at least for the moment. News blogs started picking it up, and hashtags like hashtag Dayo exposed, hashtag Vivian speaks, and hashtag global stage scandal began trending. Back on the plane, Dayo had no idea any of this was happening. He was asleep, completely unaware that by the time they landed in Morocco, almost the entire internet would be against him. Chapter 79, Unexpected Welcome. After nearly 13 hours in the air, the contestants' flight finally touched down at Mohammed V International Airport in Casablanca, Morocco. It was already morning, the sun was bright, and the sound of the plane engines slowly faded as people started to stand and move out. Bro, wake up. We're here already, Minjae said, nudging Dayo's shoulder. Dayo opened his eyes slowly, rubbing them. Finally, he said with a tired smile. I thought we'd never get here. He stretched a little, picked up his bag, and followed the others as they got off the plane. The moment he stepped out, the warm Moroccan breeze hit his face. He smiled. This was Morocco, a country he had been to twice this year. The first time was when he came to perform at the Football World Cup, and now, he was back again for the global competition. Dayo smiled. This country is my good luck charm. After all, this was where he first got in touch with the person who helped him reach #1 on the wild card. And this was the country where he gained his national artist level. So indeed, he believed it was his good luck charm. Youssef had told him earlier that some local fans might be waiting at the airport. He even hinted that a few music bloggers would show up to take pictures and post about it. Dayo had been excited about it all through the flight. As they walked toward the arrival gate, he could already hear noise coming from outside. Cheers, shouts, and camera flashes. His smile grew wider. Guess they're here already, he muttered, excited to meet his new fans in Morocco. But the moment they stepped through the doors, something felt off. He could feel it, but he didn't know exactly what it was. Then, all of a sudden, reporters rushed forward, cameras flashing everywhere. Microphones were pushed close to his face. They started throwing questions at him without giving him any time to process what was going on. Dayo, is it true you hit your ex-girlfriend? Did you really abuse Vivian? She said you used her. Do you have anything to say about that? Are you being dropped from the show because of this scandal? Did you really get physical with her? Dayo froze. His smile disappeared. What are you talking about? He asked, confused. He looked around. The other contestants had stopped too, all staring at him. Some fans were whispering, wondering what was happening. Then, Security and a few of the global stage staff rushed toward them and pulled them toward the bus. The airport was now full of noise, fans trying to understand, reporters shouting, cameras everywhere. One of the staff members grabbed Dayo's arm gently. "Please, this way," the man said quickly. Within seconds, more staff formed a barrier, blocking the reporters. They guided Dayo and the rest of the contestants toward the bus outside. Normally, they would wave at fans, take a few pictures, maybe even sign some autographs, and talk with them before leaving. But not this time. Everyone looked serious. The staff barely spoke. Dayo's heart was beating fast. Everything was happening too quickly. He tried to calm his nerves, but they felt like they were about to burst. Inside the bus, no one said a word at first. The other contestants just looked at him, confused. Some slowly brought out their phones, scrolling to see what was going on. It was clear that Dayo was in trouble, or so it seemed. Min-jae turned to him. "Bro, I think you need to see this." He handed him his phone. Dayo hesitated for a moment, then looked at the screen. There she was, Vivian on live camera, crying, with the caption that read, "Vivian tells her truth about Dayo, popularly known as JD." Dayo's eyes widened. His chest felt tight. For a few seconds, he couldn't even blink. He just stared at the video as her voice played. "He used me. He hit me. He made me feel worthless. I just want people to know who he really is." Dayo's hand slowly dropped to his lap. His mind went completely blank. He didn't even notice that the bus had started moving. Everyone was quiet, and the eyes that once looked at him with respect and admiration now showed disgust and distrust. Most contestants started whispering among themselves, believing the accusations being thrown at him. Dayo just sat there, lost in thought. He had signed an agreement with Yurik that Vivian would forget the incident, and it would never come to light again. He was thrown into a state of confusion. Why now, of all times, when I'm at the peak of my popularity, damn? Dayo muttered under his breath. He knew this was a stain on his clean name that would never fully wash away, even if he was proven innocent. That was the way of the industry. He felt terrible because he was just building his reputation, and it was too early for something like this to happen. Different thoughts were going through his head, and he didn't even notice when they reached their assigned hotel. As expected, news outlets and media houses were already there, and in huge numbers. That was the industry for you. Once the media smelled a scandal, they came running like sharks that smelled blood. Dayo felt angry and confused. He knew he had to call Yurik to make Vivian debunk the story, not because he didn't have evidence, but because it would be more effective if she cleared it herself. He sighed in his mind. For now, let's try to deal with these hungry wolves out for blood. Meanwhile, at UCL Label, Yurik was seated in his office, watching the whole scene unfold. He looked beyond disturbed. "Sir, I would have liked a heads up about something like this. We both know how the industry works," Yurik said. The man sitting opposite him smirked. "A heads up? Yurik, it seems you've forgotten who you work for." Yurik looked stunned and tried to respond, but the words got stuck in his mouth. "You're right, sir. I was only looking out for the company, and your son." The man leaned back slightly. "How so?" Yurik looked at him with quiet contempt. "The person your son is trying to bring down is on someone very, very powerful's radar. That's why I'm reacting this way." The man's face stiffened a little, though he tried to hide it. "Oh, and who might that be?" Yurik saw the smirk on his face and decided not to say. "That's all I'll say. But I hope you tell your son to reconsider and stop all actions against JD." "And why would I do that?" the man said sharply. "He insulted my son, which means he insulted me too." Yurik sighed. He had always thought the man was wise, but he became blind whenever it came to his son. "Very well then," Yurik said quietly. "I just wanted you to know. He was the one who revived Luna and could be of help to her and others under us. That's why I hoped we'd keep a good relationship with him. He's not the only one who can do that. Just cut it off, that's all I'll say." With that, the man stood up and walked out. Yurik sighed deeply. What a headache this is going to be. Chapter 80, Pulling the Strings. Michael sat in his office, quietly watching the video his assistant had just shown him. He didn't speak for a while. Then he turned slowly toward her. "What do you think?" he asked calmly. The assistant hesitated. "Sir, it's probably a lie. The timing is too sudden. But I also found this." She handed him a file. It was buried deep, almost like someone wanted to hide it. Michael opened it. It was an old article, the same story of when Vivian accused Dayo back before his fame. Michael muttered. Seems like it. So what should we do, sir? Should we stop the news from spreading? Maybe try to kill the source? She asked carefully. Michael smirked. Why should we do that? The assistant frowned. Huh. Because we're trying to sign him? Oh, Michael said, leaning back in his chair. You think that's a reason to help him? She nodded slowly. Michael's smirk widened. But he doesn't want to be signed. You could already tell from all the encounters we had with him. He had refused every olive branch I had extended to him, even knowing who I am. He's proud, stubborn. So, let's use this to humble him. Confused, the assistant asked, How, sir? Spread the scandal. Make it trend everywhere. When it starts destroying him and he can't take it, then we'll step in. We'll be the savior. That way, when negotiations come, we'll have all the power. He won't be able to refuse. The assistant looked at Michael and felt her scalp go numb. She had been working with Michael for more than 3 years, and each time he came up with a scheme, she was happy that she worked for him, not on the other side, because many never saw his moves coming and just got consumed by it. Okay, sir, she said quietly. I'll set everything in motion. Good, Michael said. The assistant bowed and left the office. It's only a matter of time before you become mine, Dayo. Just a little bit of time. He leaned back in his chair, smiling faintly. Dayo was pacing around his hotel room, his thoughts spinning in every direction. He hadn't eaten since he came off the plane. He had to call Valerie and Wayne to hold forth and try to understand what was going on, because the heat wasn't meant to be this hot, and they should try to cool it down so he could think. What annoyed him the most was that everywhere he turned, it felt like eyes were on him. When he walked through the hallway earlier, the contestant who normally greeted and tried to get to know him better had looked away. Some whispered as he passed. Others avoided him completely. He felt it. That cold, fake silence. Only a few people still talked to him normally. Misha, Emily, and Minjae, who didn't believe the rumors. But the rest had changed almost instantly. And that's when it hit him. They were never all on his side. They were just waiting for something to go wrong. Maybe they were jealous of his growth, his fame, how he'd always been on top. Now that the scandal broke out, they didn't have to pretend anymore. It hurt, but he understood. The industry was like that. Dog eat dog. They prey on the weak and respect the strong. The same people who cheered for you today would bounce on you tomorrow if given the chance. He knew what he had to do to make everything calm, but he needed time to do it. Time was not on his side at this rate. The scandal was growing, and he might be kicked out of the competition. This can't go on, he muttered. He grabbed his phone and dialed Urik's number. It rang and rang, until finally, Urik picked up. Dayo. Urik's voice sounded tired. What's going on, Urik? Dayo said sharply. I thought we had an agreement. Why is Vivian out there lying and saying I abused her? We already agreed to seal this matter. Urik went silent for a few seconds before answering. Listen, Dayo, calm down. I swear, I didn't know about this. This is news to me. Don't play dumb, Dayo snapped. You and I both know we signed a non-disclosure agreement. She wasn't supposed to bring it up again, and it was your idea, so what the F is going on? I know, Urik said quickly. But this wasn't her idea alone. Philip's behind it. He convinced her. My hands are tied, Dayo. You know his dad is a major shareholder in the label. There's only so much I can do. Dayo clenched his jaw. Philip again. Of course. I'm sorry, Urik said softly. It's out of my control this time. This won't end well for either of us, Dayo said quietly. Urik frowned. What's that supposed to mean? It's not a threat, Dayo replied. But I have evidence that you don't know about, not like the last time. Evidence that could hurt your label if it goes public. You know I don't bluff, Urik. There was a pause. The line went silent for a few seconds. Then Urik sighed. He knew that Dayo was more than what the eyes meet as someone this young. He liked him, so he didn't want to take any risk. All right, he said. I'll try to talk to her first, and the board later to tell her to clear things up. No, Dayo said firmly. You won't try? You'll make her do it. Because if she doesn't, the fallout won't just be on me. It'll hit all of you too. Urik hesitated again. Understood. Good, Dayo said. Urik, I see you as a friend, and that's why I am doing this. Otherwise, I would have just put out the evidence there, but you helped me, so I would help you back. I'm not asking for favors. I just want the truth out there and be done with this. He hung up before Urik could respond. For a long time, he just sat there, breathing heavily, his phone still in his hand. He sat there for about 30 minutes thinking of contingency plans in case Yurik was unable to make it go, and an idea came into mind. He smiled and dialed a number. "Hello, Valerie. I would send you something, and I want you to follow my instructions step by step." Chapter 81. Behind the Scandal. After dropping the call with Dayo, Yurik sat down for a few minutes, thinking about their conversation. He went over every word carefully and came to one clear conclusion. Dayo wasn't lying. He had known Dayo for a long time and had studied how he behaved. Dayo never liked drama. He always tried to solve problems quietly, just like the first time the issue with Vivian happened. But Yurik also knew that if Dayo was pushed too far, he would fight back, and hard. With that in mind, Yurik took out his phone and called Philip's father. "Hello, Chris. I need to see you," he said. Chris sounded impatient. "And what's this about?" "The same issue we spoke about. Your son and his girlfriend." "Yurik, I told you to cut him." Before he could finish, Yurik cut in sharply. "The person I told you was interested in JD is Michael." There was silence from the other end. Yurik could hear Chris breathing heavily. Then, after a few seconds, Chris said, "Why didn't you say this earlier?" Yurik smirked slightly. "I did say someone very powerful was interested in him. You can confirm it yourself." Chris just took a deep breath, said nothing, and ended the call. "Philip, where are you?" Chris shouted as he barged into his son's house, looking around the living room. Philip came out quickly, shocked by his father's tone. Vivian followed behind him, looking confused. "Dad, what's wrong? Why are you shouting?" Philip asked. Chris glared at him. "Why am I shouting? You're asking me that." He took a step closer. "That boy, JD, did you know he's on Michael's radar?" Philip froze. "I didn't know that." Chris sighed loudly, his frustration clear. "How could you not know? And I told you before to stay away from that boy." Then he turned to Vivian. "And you? I thought you were smarter. Why didn't you stop him?" Vivian looked down, unable to speak. She was confused herself, questioning why someone like Michael would be interested in Dayo. After a few seconds, Chris calmed down and looked at both of them seriously. "Sit down. Let me make a call. If I don't fix this, we're all finished." He stepped outside with his phone and walked a few meters away before dialing Marco's number. Marco was one of his oldest friends, someone who worked close to Michael and always knew what was going on behind the scenes. After 2 rings, Marco picked up. "Chris, what's happening? I've been hearing things about your son and that girl, Vivian." Chris sighed. "Yeah, it's a mess. They were the ones who came up with that stupid plan, posting that story about Dayo. I warned them, but they didn't listen." Marco stayed quiet for a moment, then said, "You're lucky, Chris. Really lucky." Chris frowned. "Lucky? How?" "Because if this had happened at any other time, you, your son, and your label would be in deep trouble," Marco said. "But right now, Michael's actually interested in that boy Dayo." Chris blinked, pretending to act confused. "Interested? What do you mean?" "I mean exactly that," Marco replied. "Michael wants to sign him. But since Dayo's been stubborn and keeps refusing every offer, Michael's using this scandal to push him into a corner. He's trying to destroy Dayo's image, then step in later to save him. That way, he'll have full control." Chris was silent for a few seconds. "Wait, are you serious?" "Of course," Marco said. "Michael's already working behind the scenes. He's got PR teams, news outlets, everyone. Why do you think the story blew up this fast? So listen to me, Chris. Keep your son and that girl quiet. Don't post anything, don't talk to anyone. Michael's protecting his own plan, and right now, that's the only thing keeping you safe." Chris rubbed his forehead, feeling both relieved and scared. "I understand. Thank you, Marco. You really saved me. I owe you." "You owe me nothing," Marco said. "Just keep your boy in check. This could have destroyed you." Chris nodded, even though Marco couldn't see him. "Got it. I'll handle it." He ended the call and walked back inside. Philip and Vivian were sitting on the couch, tense and worried. "Dad, what happened?" Philip asked. Chris took a deep breath. "Listen carefully. No one says a word about this." He looked directly at them. "Marco just told me Michael's behind everything. He's using this story to force a deal with Dayo. If we make any move now, we'll get crushed. So stay quiet. Do nothing." Vivian swallowed hard. "So what do we do?" "Nothing," Chris repeated firmly. "You've both done enough damage already." They nodded silently. Philip looked nervous, while Vivian's face showed a mix of relief and guilt. They both felt lucky that Michael's attention had saved them for now, but deep down, they knew the peace wouldn't last. If Michael wanted Dayo this badly, it meant Dayo was far too valuable to stay down for long. Chris sighed and grabbed his car keys. "I'm going to see Yurik," he said before leaving. At UCL label, Yurik was seated at his desk when Chris walked in without knocking. "Chris," Yurik said, surprised. "What brings you here?" Chris closed the door behind him. "We need to talk. It's about the Dayo issue." Yurik frowned. "What about it?" "Michael's taking over," Chris said flatly. "He's using the story for his own plan. There's nothing we can do to stop it now." Yurik leaned forward, clearly worried. "Are you sure?" "Yes," Chris said. "Marco just confirmed it. Michael's pushing the story hard to crush Dayo's image. Then he'll make a deal with him later. It's already in motion. We can't stop it." Yurik stayed silent for a moment before saying, "You know Dayo told me he has evidence, right? He said if this keeps going, he'll use it, and it could hurt all of us." Chris smirked. "Forget the evidence. Once Michael's involved, nothing will stand. He controls the press, the narrative, everything. That's just how it is." Yurik sighed deeply. "This is dangerous, Chris. I hope you know what you're saying." "I do," Chris said. "Let him handle it. There's nothing we can do." He turned to leave. "I'll see you later, Yurik." After Chris walked out, Yurik sat still for a while, staring at his phone. Then he picked it up and dialed Dayo's number. "Hello." Dayo's calm voice came through. "Dayo, it's Yurik," he said. "I just got word from Chris. Michael's the one behind all of this. He's using the story to break you down and make a deal later. There's nothing we can do. He's already taken control." Dayo didn't reply immediately. He had already guessed someone powerful was behind it. Now he had confirmation. After a few seconds, his calm voice came through again. "Did you tell them I have evidence?" "I did," Yurik replied. "But they didn't care. They said since Michael's involved, you can't do anything." There was silence for a few seconds. Then Dayo let out a quiet, dry laugh, the kind that held meaning. "They really think Michael can protect them," Dayo muttered. "All right. Thanks for letting me know." "Dayo, please," Yurik started, but the line clicked before he could finish. Dayo had already ended the call. Yurik stared at the phone for a moment. He knew exactly what that silence meant. When Dayo went quiet like that, it wasn't fear. It was the calm before he made his move. "So they think Michael's involvement will save them?" Yurik muttered under his breath. "They just added more fuel to the fire that's going to consume them." He dropped the phone beside him and leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. The storm had already begun, but Dayo wasn't planning to hide from it. Chapter 82. No comment. The days that followed were nothing short of hell for Dayo. Everywhere he looked, his name was there, be it online, on TV, in blogs, and on gossip broadcasts. The attention he was getting from this scandal was even bigger than when he performed at the FIFA World Cup. Back then, people praised his talent and energy. Now, those same people were dragging him through the mud, twisting every piece of his past into something ugly. More than 90% of media outlets had a story about him. Some said he had finally shown his true colors. Others called him the fallen star. The internet was flooded with clips, photos, and false stories. Many of his fans, the same ones who used to cheer for him, had turned their backs, believing every rumor. If it were someone else, they might have broken down by now. The pressure to post a public apology or at least make a statement was enough to crush even the strongest celebrity. But Dayo did neither. He stayed silent. No social media post. No interviews. No comments. His silence only made things worse. People said that silence meant guilt. They said, if he was innocent, he'd defend himself. But Dayo didn't care. What hurt him most was that this week was supposed to be one of his happiest. Lois' album had just dropped and was doing great for a rookie release. Youssef's single was finally set to help him break into the Moroccan market. This week was supposed to be full of celebrations. Instead, Dayo couldn't even step outside without being surrounded by reporters shouting questions or strangers whispering as he walked past. Even in the hotel, things were tense. People who used to greet him warmly now looked away. The atmosphere around him had changed completely. Still, Dayo stayed calm. He didn't raise his voice or lose his temper once. The days were hard, yes, but he pushed through them quietly. A small part of him even found dark humor in it. Despite all the hate, his popularity was climbing like crazy. His social media followers doubled. His name was everywhere. His music streams skyrocketed. He cursed Michael under his breath for turning up the heat. But he also knew this chaos would pass. It always did. Michael, meanwhile, was sitting comfortably in his large office, leaning back in his chair. His assistant stood across from him with a tablet in her hand, nervous but prepared. "So," Michael asked lazily, "how's he taking the whole ordeal?" The assistant hesitated before replying. "Sir, he's been awfully calm. Almost too calm." Michael raised an eyebrow. "Care to explain?" The assistant took a breath. "He hasn't made any attempt to clear his name. No posts, no statements. Even when reporters surround him, he just walks away. No reaction, no anger, nothing. In simple terms, sir," she said carefully, "he seems unaffected by everything." Michael frowned. For the first time in a while, he didn't have an immediate response. He hated unpredictability, and Dayo's calmness bothered him. Most people would have cracked under this kind of pressure, maybe cried on camera or made a public apology. But Dayo was just still. That made him dangerous. After a few seconds, Michael smirked. "Keep the pressure on him. He'll break sooner or later. And tell the production department to ask the right questions during interviews." The assistant nodded quickly. "Understood, sir." Michael leaned back again, a small smile tugging at his lips. It's only a matter of time. It was now just one day before the next round of the competition, and the tension among contestants was heavy. Everyone was rehearsing non-stop, practicing vocals, checking sound setups, and going over lyrics again and again. This round was special. Each contestant had to create and perform an original song, something completely new, never heard before. No covers, no samples. The judges wanted pure creativity, something that would define their identity as artists. The pressure was sky-high. That same day, contestants were also called one by one for their production interviews, a routine pre-performance session where the media department asked questions about their preparations and experiences. When it was Dayo's turn, he already knew something was coming. The start was normal, questions about his writing process, what inspired him, and how he felt about performing in Morocco again. But soon, the questions took a sharp turn. Dayo, the interviewer, who was not the usual face, started. "Many fans say your silence means guilt. What do you say about that?" Dayo's face stayed blank. "No comment." "Vivian said you manipulated her emotionally. Is that true?" "No comment." "Some sponsors are reportedly pulling out because of your image. Any message for them?" "No comment." "What if the global competition decides to disqualify you over this scandal?" Dayo looked directly at the interviewer. His eyes were calm but sharp, almost warning. The question was meant to provoke him, but he didn't flinch. He knew Michael's hand was behind this. He smiled faintly. "No comment." The room went silent. The interviewee exchanged glances with the producer, who normally asks the question, who shrugged, clearly frustrated that her job had been done by someone else just to cause issues. They wanted drama, a reaction, anything they could twist into another headline. But Dayo gave them nothing. When the interview finally ended, Minjae caught up with him outside the door. "Bro," he said, patting his shoulder. "That was rough, but you handled it perfectly." Dayo gave a small nod. "I'm not giving them anything else to twist." Later that evening, the contestants gathered in the hotel lounge for a light dinner. The air was awkward. Some people whispered when Dayo walked in. Others just avoided eye contact altogether. Only Emily, Maya, Misha, and Minjae sat with him. Emily smiled softly. "Don't mind them. The ones who matter know who you really are." Misha nodded in agreement. "They'll all change again when the truth comes out." Dayo smiled faintly. "People switch sides faster than lights turn on. I'm not surprised." He sounded calm, but deep inside, he could feel the isolation. It wasn't anger, just a quiet understanding of how fickle people could be. He had seen this before, just not at this level. After dinner, he headed to his room. The hallway was quiet until he heard someone call his name. "Dayo." He turned around and saw Frank leaning casually against the wall, hands in his pockets. "What do you want?" Dayo asked, his tone flat. Frank glanced around before stepping closer, lowering his voice. "Look, you know you can end all this, right? Just accept what you've been offered. The whole thing will disappear, the headlines, the hate, everything." Dayo looked at him without speaking for a few seconds. His expression didn't change. "Offered by who?" Frank gave a short smirk. "You're smart. You already know. Just think about it. This is your only way out." Dayo let out a quiet laugh, the kind that wasn't out of amusement, but disbelief. He shook his head slowly. You know, Frank, he said calmly. I know you don't really want me to accept anything. So quit pretending like you care. Frank blinked. What are you talking about? Dayo stepped a little closer, his voice low and steady. Stop the act. You're here because someone sent you. Tell whoever it is that I don't bow to pressure. Without waiting for an answer, he walked past him, leaving Frank frozen in the hallway. Back in his room, Dayo sat on the bed, the city lights flickering faintly through the curtains. He rubbed his face and sighed. The hate, the lies, the whispers, all of it pressed on him like a weight. But still, he wasn't broken. He had survived worse things before. They think they can crush me with lies, he said softly. Let's see who really breaks first. Then, ding. Dayo looked at the screen upon seeing the notification. A smile formed on his face. This changes everything, he said as he laid back calmly and started to improve his already made plan. Chapter 83, Calm. The day of the competition arrived quickly, and as always, the tension was higher than ever. The contestants left were fewer now, and everyone who made it this far had worked hard to stay. At this stage, nobody wanted to be eliminated. Most of the contestants were from big labels, so they had songs written and arranged for them. But the likes of Maya, Dayo, Minjae, and a few others were doing everything on their own. They wrote, composed, and produced their own songs. The contestants sat together to eat breakfast, though the air felt different. Normally, there would be small talks around, and some even talking about Dayo as it was still a hot topic. But this morning, no one had time for gossip. Everyone was too focused, nervous, and lost in thought about their own performances. Dayo sat with his friends Minjae, Maya, Emily, and Misha. The table was quiet, only the sound of spoons and forks clinking against plates. Maya was mumbling her lyrics under her breath. Minjae tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table as if rehearsing his beats. Dayo, however, just sat calmly, lost in thought. He wasn't thinking about lyrics or the performance. His mind was on a bigger plan, how to handle the situation that had almost flipped his career upside down. He had spent nearly the entire week in the studio, preparing and perfecting what was to come. His friends had even complained that he barely left the studio, but he just told them he was working on something important. He was building something meant to turn the tide. After their meal, one of the staff members announced that it was time to leave. Everyone stood up and started moving toward the buses that would take them to the venue. The bus ride was quiet at first. Most of the contestants had headphones on, reviewing their songs and notes. Dayo sat by the window, staring at the passing streets of Casablanca. The tall buildings, the colorful culture, and people. Everything reminded him of how far he had come and how close he was to something great. Minjae, sitting beside him, glanced his way. You good, bro? Dayo nodded slightly. Yeah, I'm fine. Emily, who sat in front of them, turned around in her seat. You sure? With all that's been going on. I mean, it's a lot. Even for someone like you. Dayo smiled faintly. I'll be fine. Maya leaned forward, joining in. We're not trying to worry you or anything. We just want to be sure you're okay. There's going to be a huge crowd today, probably 15, maybe 20,000 people. That's a lot of eyes. And with everything happening online. She paused, choosing her words carefully. You know what I mean. Dayo looked out the window for a second, then back at her, then smiled. Pressure's part of the job, he said quietly. And I can't allow the situation to break me, as that would do no good. Emily frowned softly. You haven't said a word about any of it. Everyone's talking, the internet's a mess, yet you've been silent. What? Maya nodded. Yeah, I've known you long enough to know you're not guilty, obviously, and also you're not the type to hide. So why keep quiet now? Dayo exhaled slowly before answering. Because sometimes, silence speaks louder. There are moments where talking only adds fuel to the fire. You have to wait for the right time before you move. And when you do, it quenches the fire. They all looked at each other and came to an understanding that Dayo had everything under control. So they didn't press further. They knew Dayo well enough to understand that once he made up his mind, nothing could shake it. After a few minutes, Minjae chuckled lightly to break the silence. Well, if you've got it handled, then I guess we don't have to worry. Just don't forget to breathe when you get on stage, man. Dayo laughed softly. I won't. Maya smiled too. Good. Then let's all give it our best shot today. Agreed. Emily said, raising a small fist like a cheer. The mood lightened after that. They talked briefly about their songs, about how long the judges might take, and who was performing first. When the bus finally pulled into the venue, the Muhammad VI Theater, the bus stopped in front of its tall, elegant entrance. White walls, narrow windows with old-style arches, and a marquee that already showed their names and lights. People sometimes call it one of the best live performance theaters in Casablanca. It didn't hold tens of thousands, but everything about it had history. Big names had performed there, dramas, concerts, international acts. It was known to be intimate, powerful, with sound that carried and a stage that felt alive. The contestants looked out the window in awe at the massive theater. The lights, the stage setup, the banners, and the sea of people were already filling the seats. The crowd was easily over 20,000 strong, maybe more. At this stage of the competition, the audience would be allowed to watch, but not videos. As they stepped down from the bus, cheers echoed across the parking area, but not all of them were pleasant. Some fans screamed in excitement when they saw their favorite contestants, waving banners and flags. But when Dayo stepped out, the noise toned down a bit as many fans recognized him, and a wave of murmurs and boos rippled through the crowd. "There he is," someone shouted. "That's the guy from the news. He shouldn't even be here. Kick him out." Dayo kept walking, face calm, eyes forward. He didn't look left or right. He knew some fans were still cheering for him, their voices mixed in the chaos, but he couldn't focus on that now. The staff quickly guided the contestants through a side entrance to avoid the press and crowd. Inside, the backstage area buzzed with energy. Technicians moved around with equipment, stage managers gave instructions, and contestants waited nervously for their turn. As Dayo walked through the hallway, he was focused on what mattered, the stage, the song, and the message he was about to send. "You want to make a quick call?" "Hello, is everything set?" The familiar voice from the other side answered. "Yes, you just do what you do best." Dayo nodded. "Okay, I have to go now." When he finally reached the waiting area, he found his seat with his group. The performances were about to start. The sound of the MC's voice from the stage could be heard as he greeted the fans. Dayo leaned back, closed his eyes for a moment, and took a deep breath. Everything around him, the tension, the noise, the rumors, began to fade in his mind. All that was left was the sound of his heartbeat and the calm voice inside him whispering, "This is it. Time to turn everything around." Chapter 84. The Truth Will Come Out. Dayo's eyes stayed glued to the big screen. Maya was on stage performing her original song, and he couldn't help but smile. Her lyrics were clean, deep, and strong. Every line carried emotion. He muttered under his breath, "Now I understand what it means to have an S in writing." When she finished, the crowd went wild. The judges stood up and clapped. It was clear everyone loved her performance. Dayo joined in, clapping slowly but proudly. He felt happy for her. Maya had worked hard for this. The next person was Min Jae. The moment his name was called, loud screams filled the arena, mostly from girls. Min Jae smiled and waved before sitting at a piano. He took a deep breath and started playing a soft tune. His song was sad, about losing someone important. The crowd went silent, listening closely as his voice shook with emotion. His eyes watered, but he didn't stop singing. When he hit the last note, the whole place stood up. Even one of the judges wiped a tear from her eye. She asked, "What's the story behind this song?" Min Jae smiled and said quietly, "I'll share the meaning of the song another time." He bowed, and the cheers followed him off stage. Upon reaching the backstage whitey, his eyes still red. Dayo just hugged and said they would be proud. Min Jae's body shook in shock, but he relaxed and whispered, "Thanks, bro." One after another, other contestants came up, but it was clear Dayo's name was being saved for last. He sat quietly, his heart calm but his mind sharp. He already knew the crowd would be against him. When his name was finally called, he stood up slowly. "Yo, Dayo," Min Jae said with a grin, pulling him into a hug. "Go out there and show them who you are." Maya, Emily, and Misha all clapped and shouted, "We believe in you, Dayo." He gave a faint smile. "Thanks, guys." When he stepped on the stage, the reaction came instantly. Boo-boo. The sound hit hard, loud, and sharp. People pointed at him, yelling things he couldn't even hear clearly. Cameras flashed from all corners. Dayo didn't move. His face was calm. He didn't even blink. The MC tried to calm the crowd down, but it took nearly a full minute before things went quiet again. "All right, everyone. The MC said carefully. Let's settle down and give him a chance. One of the judges leaned forward, microphone in hand. Dayo, he said, it's been a rough week for you. How do you feel being here today? Dayo looked up, his voice calm but honest. I can't really explain it, he said. But I've learned something about people. Feelings change fast. The same crowd that cheers for you one day might turn their backs the next. That's just how things are. The crowd went quiet again. Another judge asked, so, what made you choose the song you'll be performing today? Dayo smiled a little. The song chose me, he said. It came to me at the right time. A judge then asked, so what's the name of the song you would be singing, and what is it about? Dayo agitated the mic and replied, the name KF the song is The Truth Will Come Out, and as for what's about you would know when I start. The judges exchanged quick glances, then nodded. All right, one said. We're ready when you are. Dayo stepped forward, adjusted the mic stand, and said in a steady voice, today, I want to break a record. The whole hall buzzed immediately. People started whispering. A record? Amara, a judge asked. What kind of record? The fastest rap ever performed live, Dayo said. Everyone froze. Even the judges looked stunned. Rap? One of them asked. But you're not a rapper, right? I'm not, Dayo replied with a small grin. But sometimes, life forces you to show sides of yourself you didn't even know existed. The crowd murmured again, as they were eager to hear what Dayo had to sing. Dayo smiled. His confidence to break the record came from this reward he got after Yusif released their song. Achievement unlocked. Create a song in a foreign language. Reward granted. Speed flow skill activated. Okay, Dayo, let's hear it. He took one last breath, grabbed the mic, and closed his eyes. The lights dimmed. A soft piano started in the background. Intro, soft piano playing. Yeah, it's JD. Guess I just have to say it the way it is. No rhymes. No riddles. Just truth. Dayo's voice started soft, almost like a whisper. His eyes were half closed, and every word came out heavy, as if he was carrying a load inside his chest. The crowd went silent. Even the lights seemed to dim a little. Verse 1, slow spoken tone, light beat. I woke up to headlines that didn't sound like me. Screens flashing, people typing hate like they knew what happened. They said I hit her. They said I broke her down. But they never saw the messages. They never saw how she played it. They just believed the story that made them feel right. At this part, Dayo's voice got stronger. He closed his eyes, the veins on his neck showing. Every word felt real, like he was reliving the moment. The crowd listened quietly. No one dared to interrupt. Pre-chorus, piano builds softly. I thought my music was enough to show my heart. Turns out, all it takes is one lie to tear that apart. Chorus, emotional delivery. You don't know me like you think you do. I never raised my hand. I only wrote the truth. I gave my soul to the world, and they turned away. Guess betrayal hits harder when it's the crowd you fed. But I still believe. Yeah, I still believe. The truth will come out someday. His voice cracked a little here. He didn't try to hide it. The pain was clear in his tone, and that made it even more powerful. Some people in the crowd looked down, feeling guilty for the hate they'd spread. Verse 2, calm, fast rap tone. She used to smile when I wrote her songs. Said my words made her feel seen. Then she took those same words and used them like weapons. Signed her deal, framed my name, and watched me drown while she smiled for the camera. Funny how fame don't need facts, just noise. Dayo opened his eyes and looked straight into the crowd. He pointed his finger forward, not in anger, but as if he was reminding them of something they all forgot. His voice picked up speed, clear and sharp, hitting every beat with precision. Pre-chorus, lower tone. Every headline, every post. It felt like the world turned into strangers overnight. I gave them my heart. They gave me their judgment. Chorus, stronger drums, full emotion. You don't know me like you think you do. I never raised my hand. I only wrote the truth. I gave my soul to the world, and they turned away. Guess betrayal hits harder when it's the crowd you fed. But I still believe. Yeah, I still believe. The truth will come out someday. By now, the arena was completely silent. No one booed. No one whispered. Even those who once shouted against him just stared. His voice sped up more and more, almost too fast to catch, yet still clear. Every line hit deep. Bridge, quiet reflection. I don't need revenge. I don't need to shout. I just need time. Time, and the proof I kept safe. They'll see it. They'll all see it. Outro, piano fade. 'Cause I always knew, deep down, no lie lasts forever. And when the truth hits the light, I'll be standing right here. Yeah, the truth will come out. The final words came out soft, almost broken. Dayo's voice slowed down until only the sound of the piano filled the arena. He finally opened his eyes, red, tired, but strong. Then he took a deep breath. The crowd didn't move. Most just stared at Dayo as their eyes were crimson red with tears flowing. Dayo didn't just sing a song. It was his story, raw and painful, and everyone in that hall could feel it. For the first time since the scandal started, no one saw him as the villain. They saw him as a human being. And in that silence, one truth became clear. Dayo had just changed everything. Chapter 85, Plan in Motion. Valerie sat in the meeting room with Wayne and the other department heads of JD Label. Everyone looked exhausted. Coffee cups sat half empty on the table, and the room smelled faintly of stress and tension. So, Valerie started, her tone calm but serious. I'm sure you've all seen the scandal about Dayo. They all nodded almost at the same time. There was no need to pretend otherwise. The issue had been all over the news for days. Each department had been trying to do damage control on their end, calling contacts, flagging fake stories, and begging Dayo to at least make a statement. The head of the media department leaned forward, rubbing her forehead. So, has he finally decided to say something? Because honestly, I haven't had a proper night's rest since this thing started. Valerie gave a small smile. Oh, he did more than that. The room went quiet immediately. Every head turned toward her. They all knew Dayo wasn't just smart. He was careful and strategic. If he finally said something, then it had to be something big. Valerie opened her laptop and turned it toward them. Here, she said simply, and pressed play. The short video played. Nobody said a word as they watched. Their faces changed with every passing second, from confusion to shock to disbelief. By the time it ended, the entire room was silent. After a few seconds, Valerie leaned back in her chair. He also sent. Before she could finish, almost everyone in the room spoke at once. There's more. Valerie laughed softly. Relax, relax, hold your horses. They all leaned forward again, waiting. She continued. He sent me a song he's going to perform tonight on the global competition stage. It's connected to the evidence he has. He wants to use the performance as an emotional hook. Something that'll hit people deeply, and then he'll use that moment to turn everything around. The head of PR blinked in surprise. Wait, so he's going to fight this thing on stage? Exactly, Valerie said with a proud smile. He's using his own art as his weapon. Unbelievable. Someone whispered from across the table. Valerie nodded. He also said he's working on his album while he's there. And this same song will be part of it. So basically, he's killing 3 birds with 1 stone, clearing his name, boosting his album, and taking control of the narrative. The entire room fell quiet again. Then, one of the producers broke the silence. This kid, he's something else. Yeah, another added. He turned a scandal into an unimaginable opportunity. That's insane. One of the older staff members, clearly amazed, shook his head. How did he even get this evidence? It's too detailed to be luck. Valerie chuckled. I asked him that too, and you won't believe what he told me. Come on, Valerie, PR head said impatiently. Don't keep us hanging. She smirked. He said, and I quote, I knew she'd do something this stupid once I reached the top, so I planned ahead. The whole room went silent for a moment. He planned ahead? Someone muttered, stunned. At his age, another added quietly. They all exchanged glances, completely shocked. It wasn't anger. It was respect, mixed with disbelief. Wayne exhaled slowly. He's way smarter than people think. Valerie smiled. That's what makes him dangerous. He thinks ahead, and he never reacts. He acts. There was a pause. Then the head of PR spoke again. So, when do we move? Valerie leaned forward and said, he told me everything will begin once the episode airs. That's tomorrow. So, everyone should get some rest tonight. Tomorrow's going to be one hell of a day. A small smile crossed Wayne's face. Yeah, he said quietly. It really will. Asterisk. After the thunderous applause died down, the stage fell into a deep silence. Everyone was still staring at Dayo, some in shock, others in awe. Even the judges seemed to need a moment to collect themselves. One of the judges, a middle-aged man with glasses, adjusted his mic. That was something else, Dayo. He paused briefly. Can you tell us, what made you write this song? Dayo took a slow breath, his eyes still a little red. I didn't write it to defend myself, he said softly. I wrote it because I was tired. Tired of everyone talking, tired of hearing lies about me. I just wanted to say things the way they happened, plain and simple. No noise, no fancy words. Just the truth. The audience was silent again. The second judge, a woman who had been known for her strict tone, leaned forward. So, everything you said in that song, it's real? Dayo looked at her and nodded slowly. Every single word. She looked like she wanted to say more, but stopped herself. Then the third judge, a younger man, with a calm voice, spoke up. You know, Dayo, there's something everyone here is thinking. After all that's happened, after being dragged like that online, how do you really feel standing here now? Dayo looked down for a few seconds before speaking. His voice was steady but heavy. I feel human, he said. I learned that love from the crowd doesn't always last. 1 minute, they're cheering your name. The next, they're calling you a monster. I realized how fast people can change, how quick they are to believe what they see on a screen. But it's fine, because the same crowd that turned away will also be the ones to see the truth. You could hear a few sniffles from the audience. Even some of the contestants backstage watched in silence. The first judge spoke again. You've stayed quiet for a long time. Everyone's been waiting for you to say something. Why speak now? Dayo gave a faint smile. Because silence only works for a while. But when it's time to speak, you make sure every word counts. I didn't want to argue on social media or make a long post that people would twist. I wanted to stand on this stage, the same place where I built my name, and say what I had to say in the only way I know how. Through music. The second judge looked moved. That was a brave choice. Not brave, Dayo said, shaking his head lightly. Just necessary. And also I want to congratulate you ahead. I think you actually did beat the record for the fastest rap. The crowd clapped. Hard, giving Dayo all their best, most probably cause they felt guilty. Dayo smiled in his mind. This was just the icing to the cake. Thank you, I guess I will also be a Guinness World Record holder soon. The crowd laughed at this, still clapping. Then came the final question, from the head judge. He leaned forward, his voice calm but curious. If Vivian is watching this right now, what would you say to her? Dayo hesitated for a moment. You could see him take a deep breath. His jaw tightened slightly before he spoke. I'd tell her. I hope she finds peace. Because I already found mine. The crowd murmured softly. Some even started clapping again. Dayo looked down and smiled faintly. For a brief moment, he covered his eyes with his hand, as if trying to hold himself together. The crowd saw it, a small show of emotion, and it broke the last wall between them. One person started clapping, then another, then another. In seconds, the entire hall was on their feet again. Cheers, applause, even a few people shouting his name. The same people who had booed him minutes ago were now standing for him. Dayo lowered the mic and whispered to himself, almost unheard by anyone else, that should do it. He gave a small bow to the judges and walked off the stage slowly. And as he walked further down the corridor, the faint sound of his name being chanted from the hall echoed behind him. Proof that the storm was finally starting to turn. Chapter 86. The Reply. Backstage. His friends, Maya, Emily, Misha, and Minjae, rushed to meet him. Maya's eyes were watery. You did it, she said softly. Dayo gave a small smile. It's not over yet, he said quietly. But the tides are changing. Haha, it definitely will, Minjae said as he pulled Dayo into a hug. Maya looked at Dayo and smiled. Your songwriting has really improved. Dayo nodded with a faint grin. That's because of your teachings, Master Maya. Ugh. Please, you two stop already, Emily said, rolling her eyes. Yeah, we know you both are great writers, Misha teased. And Maya, why are you blushing? Misha, stop it already, Maya said, her face turning red as the others burst out laughing. The three girls chased each other playfully for a bit before the sound of the bus engine broke the moment. It was time to head back. During the bus ride, the atmosphere was different. The way the contestants looked at Dayo had changed. Many of them felt guilty for keeping their distance from him earlier. A few tried to greet him, expecting him to ignore them, but instead, Dayo smiled and replied calmly, as if nothing had ever happened. That simple act made them feel even worse. They knew if it were them, they wouldn't have been so kind, but still they apologized and went with the flow. The ride to the hotel was quiet. Some were sad because they had been disqualified. Others were just exhausted from their performances. Everyone seemed deep in thought. When they finally got to the hotel, everyone was exhausted. Most of the contestants dragged their bags straight to their rooms. Nobody said much. After all the performances and emotions of the day, everyone just wanted to sleep. Dayo also went to his room, dropped his bag, and sat down for a moment. He picked up his phone and made a quick call. "Hello, is everything ready?" he asked. Valerie's calm voice came through the speaker. "Yes, everything has been set on motion, so all is good." "Good," Dayo said. "Make sure the rest of the files go out right after the broadcast." "Already set," she replied. "You just rest for tonight. Tomorrow's going to be loud." Dayo smiled faintly. "Yeah, I know." He ended the call, stretched a little, and lay back on the bed. Within minutes, he was fast asleep, calm, steady, and ready for what was coming next. The next morning came quietly, and the disqualified contestants were already moving toward the bus. The remaining contestants were given 2 days to rest before moving to the next location. The day was slow and quiet, but that peace didn't last long. By 8 p.m., the global music competition episode aired. Dayo's performance was broadcast nationwide. Within the first 10 minutes after the broadcast, the internet exploded. Clips of Dayo's emotional song began spreading like wildfire. People were shocked. The lyrics, the truth in his voice, and the pain in his eyes hit everyone hard. Then, at 8:45 p.m., the Real bomb dropped. From Dayo's official account, a new post appeared. Video title: "The Truth You Never Saw." Caption: "I stayed quiet long enough. Here's everything." The video began with the quiet footage from the hospital room. Vivian could be seen kneeling on the floor, crying, begging Dayo to forgive her. Her voice shook as she said, "Please, Dayo, don't release it, please. I was wrong. I didn't mean for it to go this far." Then it cut to a scene of Paul, pacing angrily, his face tense. Though his name and voice were slightly blurred, it was clear who he was. The next part was a muted phone call between Dayo and another voice. The man's name was censored, but you could hear enough to know it was someone powerful. Voice muted, 500,000, and that's my final offer. Dayo's clear voice replied, "Make it 650,000, and I want one favor in the future." The video ended with screenshots of the non-disclosure agreement signed by Vivian and UC label. Her name was visible in bold. It proved everything. She was paid to stay quiet. For the next 5 minutes, the entire internet went silent. Then boom. Chaos. Online reactions. At Real King J. Brew loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. I just saw the video. Vivian actually lied? Now this is wild. At Mimi_Zoxo. I can't believe I dragged Dayo. I feel so stupid, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. He really didn't say anything, because he had proof all along. At Loudmouth 247. The way she was kneeling and crying, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy. Now who's the abuser? She abused his reputation, skull. At Music Nerd, Dayo played 4D chess while everyone was playing checkers. That man planned ahead like a boss, face with steam from nose fire. At Julie Mama. So you see label paid him to keep quiet? Omo, this industry is dirty Shaw, and there's still the one weary face. At Cold Truth. And to think y'all canceled this guy overnight. Now look, y'all owe that man an apology. At BBY Vivian Support. She made a mistake, yes, but maybe she was pressured, loudly crying face. People should stop being so mean. At a non-reply. At BBY Vivian Support. Are you mad? She destroyed someone's life for fame. No pressure excuse works here. At Jeff. At BBY Vivian Support. And are you blind or deaf? You can clearly see that she is the one that caused everything here. At Stand for Dayo. That song hit harder now that I know the truth. You don't know me like you think you do. Damn, he meant every word, loudly crying face fire. At Global Charts. Unconfirmed reports say Dayo's performance video has reached 3.8 million views in less than 6 hours. Fans are now calling for Guinness World Records to verify his fastest rap claim. News channels picked it up within hours. Breaking. Evidence shows Dayo was framed. UC label under fire. Vivian's career in trouble after leaked NDA surfaces. Public apologizes to Dayo as song hits #1 trending. Even UC label tried to issue a statement, but it was too late. Screenshots, reposts, and remixes of the video had spread across every platform. At the hotel, Dayo sat on his bed, scrolling quietly through the chaos. He didn't smile. He didn't celebrate. He just sighed, half relief, half exhaustion. Minjae barged into his room, shouting, "Biro, you're trending everywhere." Emily and Maya followed, their phones in hand. "You did it, Dayo," Maya said softly. The truth came out. Dayo looked up at them and smiled faintly. "Yeah," he said. "It finally did." But deep inside, he knew this was only the beginning. Chapter 87. Vivian and Philip panic. Tiffin sat on her couch, watching the live broadcast of the global competition. Her job was to monitor the show for her boss, who was keeping a close eye on one of the contestants. It had been a long, stressful day at work. She worked as an assistant at the biggest record label in the country, the one everyone called the Godfather label, because her boss practically controlled everything that happened in the music industry. She stretched her legs and finally allowed herself to relax as the show went on. But when it was time for Dayo to perform, she found herself sitting up straight without even realizing it. He was the real reason she watched the show. Halfway through his performance, Tiffin froze. The drink in her hand stopped halfway to her lips. What she saw and heard on that stage could only mean one thing: chaos. By the time Dayo's performance ended, she felt a strange heaviness in her chest. She knew Dayo wasn't guilty of what he was accused of. She also knew her company had played a big part in spreading the lies. That thought made her feel sick. She sighed, grabbed her phone, and whispered a small prayer before opening social media. "Please, let the internet not go crazy," she said softly. But deep down, she knew it was already too late. Even she felt emotional watching that performance. What about regular people online? The moment she opened Dayo's page, her eyes widened. Videos, screenshots, and clips of the evidence he posted were everywhere. The comment section was exploding. "Damn," she muttered under her breath. She scrolled through the posts quietly, her heart pounding faster with each passing second. She could already see how this would end, with a storm. Leaning back, she sighed again and whispered, "Tomorrow's going to be a rough day, ugh." She could already imagine Michael's reaction when he saw the news. And thinking about it made her pity herself even more. Philip was out partying with Vivian late at night. The music was loud, lights flashing everywhere, and people were dancing without care. Vivian had a drink in her hand, laughing as she and Philip moved to the beat. Her phone buzzed on the table beside her. Then again. At first, she ignored it. The notifications were coming in fast, but she told herself she'd check them later. "Probably just fans or some random gossip," she said, brushing it off. A few minutes later, her phone started ringing. She glanced at the screen. It was Paul. "Ugh, not now," she muttered. She pressed ignore and kept dancing. The phone rang again. And again. Philip noticed and laughed. "What's with all the calls? Someone's desperate." "Paul," she said with a small roll of her eyes. "Probably about work. I'll call him after." But even as she tried to ignore it, her phone wouldn't stop ringing. At the same time, Philip's phone began to vibrate in his pocket. He pulled it out, frowned, and saw his father's name flashing on the screen. "Not now, old man," he said quietly, slipping it back into his pocket and muting it. Vivian gave him a look. "Your dad too?" "Yeah." Weird timing. They tried to continue the party, but something fell off. Then Vivian's phone rang again. Paul was calling once more. She sighed deeply, excused herself, and walked outside where it was quieter. When she finally picked up, Paul's panicked voice came through immediately. "Vivian, where are you? You and Philip need to come to the office right now." "What? Why? What's going on?" she asked, confused. "Just get here," he said sharply. "Now." The line went dead before she could say anything else. Vivian stood there for a few seconds, frozen. Her face had gone pale. She didn't even fully understand what had happened, but from Paul's tone, it was bad. Really bad. She walked back inside quickly. Philip saw her expression and frowned. "What's wrong?" She grabbed his hand. "We need to go." "Now." "Go where?" he asked. "To the office," she said quickly. "Paul said we have to be there right away." "Why? What happened?" She shook her head. "I don't know, but it's serious." Without wasting time, they both left the club. The drive was silent. Vivian kept checking her phone, seeing hundreds of notifications flooding in, messages, tags, mentions. Her stomach tightened, but she didn't open them. When they arrived at the label, the atmosphere was tense. The building was unusually quiet for that hour. The moment they walked into the office, they saw Paul, Eric, and Chris already there. Paul's face was pale, eyes fixed on the large TV in the corner of the room. Chris sat still, looking stunned, while Eric stood with his hands on his head, pacing slowly. Vivian and Philip exchanged glances. "What's going on?" Philip asked carefully. Paul didn't answer right away. He just looked up at them, his face blank. That silence alone told them one thing. Something had gone terribly wrong. The room was heavy with silence. Nobody said a word at first. Yurik finally spoke. His voice was cold. "This is it," he said slowly. "I told you all to fix this mess before it got out of hand, that he had evidence. Now look at it. Hard evidence. Videos. Voice recordings. Everything is out." He pointed at the screen, where Vivian's voice could be heard clearly, begging Dayo. Even though some parts of the video were muted and blurred, everyone in the room knew what was going on. Paul tried to talk. "Sir, I didn't know he was recording. I swear." Yurik turned to him sharply. "You didn't know? You're an agent. How could you not know you were being recorded while trying to negotiate a cover-up?" Paul's mouth opened, but no words came out. Vivian stuttered. "I didn't know he kept anything. I thought he—" "You thought wrong," Yurik snapped. He rubbed his forehead and sat down heavily. "Do you even realize what you've done? He didn't just expose the scandal. He exposed us. The public now knows everything. The fake accusations, the bribe talks, even your voices. The boy was 10 steps ahead of all of you." Chris, who had been quiet since they arrived, finally spoke. "So what's the plan now? We can't just sit here." Yurik gave him a long look. "Plan? The video is everywhere already. Do you know how many news outlets have picked it up? How many people are streaming it? There's no plan left, Chris. The damage is done." Paul looked desperate. "We can release a statement. Maybe say the clips were edited?" Yurik laughed, but there was no humor in his voice. "Edited? Paul, he posted the NDA you all signed. Do you really think anyone will believe us now?" The whole room went quiet again. Vivian held her head in her hands. "This can't be happening," she whispered. "It can't." Philip stood near the window, looking out. "It is," he said softly. "It's everywhere." He showed his phone screen to them. The trending page was filled with Dayo's name. Headlines from every major outlet were flashing. "Dayo clears his name with proof. UC label scandal shakes the industry." Vivian and Paul caught in secret recording. The comments under the post were even worse. People were furious. At Sound Queen, "OMG, I feel so bad for Dayo. We all believe the lies," loudly crying face. At Truth Finder, "Can you imagine framing someone like that?" At Michael Fan, "He warned us. He literally said the truth will come out." At Vivian Stan, "No, there has to be another side. Maybe this was planned." At User 88, "You're still defending her? Are you dumb?" Faced with tears of joy, Yurik's phone started ringing again. Journalists, board members, investors. He ignored them all and just sat there quietly, staring at the screen. After a long silence, he said, "There's nothing we can do tonight. Damage control starts tomorrow. For now, go home and prepare yourselves. The press will tear us apart in the morning." Paul swallowed hard. "Sir, what about Vivian?" Yurik gave her a tired look. "She's finished for now. Pull her from every event. Cancel all appearances. And you," he turned to Paul, "don't show your face until I say so." Nobody argued. They all knew he was right. He looked at Chris. "It's time we call a board meeting to discuss this." He nodded. As they left the room, the sound of Dayo's voice from the performance echoed again from the TV. "The truth will come out someday." Yurik sighed, rubbing his temple. "It already did," he muttered under his breath. Outside, the hallway was quiet. Vivian walked slowly, her legs weak. She didn't even look at Philip when he tried to speak. For the first time since the scandal began, she realized she had lost everything. Her image, her fans, her labels. Trust. And far away, Dayo's name kept climbing higher online. He had won. Chapter 88. Michael is angry? The next morning, the whole building felt tense. The atmosphere was heavier than usual. Workers whispered as they passed through the hallways, holding their phones and scrolling through the news. Everyone had seen it. When Michael arrived at the office, he walked straight to his desk. His face was unreadable, but the pressure in the air said everything. A few minutes later, Tiffin walked in holding a stack of printed documents and her tablet. She placed them carefully on his desk. "Good morning, sir," she said quietly. He didn't look up at first. What's that? He asked. His voice was calm but cold. Tiffin swallowed before speaking. Sir, it's about Dayo. The video he posted last night, it's everywhere now. News outlets, blogs, even international media picked it up. Michael slowly lifted his eyes to her, his expression blank. And Tiffin took a breath and opened the file. Inside were printed screenshots, Dayo's post, the evidence, the voice recordings, and the NDA copy that mentioned Vivian's name. Michael leaned forward as he went through the pages. At first, he was quiet. Then his eyes widened slightly as he read further. There was a short silence. Then, suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table so hard that Tiffin flinched. What the hell is this? He shouted. How the hell did this boy get all this? Tiffin said nothing. She stood still, hands together, trying not to make eye contact. Michael flipped through the papers again, muttering to himself. The video, the call recording, damn it. He threw one of the sheets aside. How could they be so careless? He stood up, pacing around his office. Vivian's name is everywhere. Paul's name too. Even Chris is getting dragged into this mess. He looked back at Tiffin sharply. Who leaked this first? No one, sir, Tiffin said carefully. It came directly from Dayo's verified account. And the video has over 20 million views already. Michael's jaw tightened. 20 million? Yes, sir. And it's still climbing. He rubbed his forehead in frustration, his voice low but dangerous. This boy just threw a bomb into the industry overnight. Tiffin hesitated, then asked softly, should I prepare a public statement? Michael looked at her like she had asked the wrong question. A statement? What do you want me to say? This is already a mess, and I was wondering why he was quiet. He took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. No. For now, stay quiet. Let me think. There's more, sir. What again? Well, he performed a song about the whole thing and released it last night. Michael paused for a bit, then suddenly burst into laughter. Not only did this boy outsmart me, but did he just use my resources to promote his song? Tiffin just stood there quietly, not even knowing what to say. This was the first time in 3 years she had seen her boss like this. She made a silent prayer for JD. Michael kept mute for a while, then turned to Tiffin. You brought me a report on one of his artists who almost broke the record for first-week sales for a rookie, right? Yes, sir. Her name is Lois. Well, then it's time to show Dayo that being smart is not enough. You also need overwhelming power to succeed in this industry. Tiffin nodded and was about to leave the room when Michael said, also, prepare a ticket to the next venue. I think it's due time that I meet him face to face and see how he declines my offer straight to my face. All right, sir. I'll do that now. Also, sir, should we start action towards Lois? Yes. I want her under me before we travel. One more thing. That Vivian issue made me lose, so you know what you have to do. Tiffin nodded and quietly left the office. As the door closed, Michael sat down again, staring at the screen on his desk where Dayo's face filled the news page. Calm, confident, and untouchable. He clenched his fists. You think you've won, huh? He said under his breath. Let's see how long that lasts. After proceeding from the quarterfinals and clearing his name, Dayo's popularity increased even more. He made another breakthrough in his singing and writing. His writing was now S-, while his singing had reached A. He also received the rewards he hadn't gotten for qualifying for the next round. Mission 3 quarterfinals push. Objective, secure a spot in the top 20. Status, mission complete. Reward, skill upgrade, random performance, or production stat boost. Bonus, top 3 special endorsement buff, plus 5% reputation gain across all regions, and 5% higher chance of top brands approaching you, plus momentum token, plus 7% voting power for the next round. Ding. Stats updated. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 20 years. Status, national artist, level 5. Singing level, AA. Writing level, A+S. Acting skill, C. Visual. Instruments. Guitar, SS+. Flute, A+. Piano, S. Violin, A. Music production, SSS+. Video editing, B+A. Potential, SSS+. Skills. Prodigy's instinct. Status viewer. Perfect match. Trend insight. Archive vault. Cards. Global spotlight card doubles exposure/reach of next release, 7 days. System level, 2. Dayo smiled faintly as the new stats appeared. Guess all that work finally paid off, he said quietly. He activated the skill upgrade and the special endorsement buff at once. His phone buzzed immediately as notifications started popping up nonstop. His new song, The Truth I Told, had exploded overnight. The performance video he used as the official music video had gone viral on every platform. The raw emotion in his voice and the story behind the song made people connect deeply. Within 48 hours, the numbers were unbelievable. YouTube, 18.4 million views. Spotify, 6.7 million streams. Apple Music, 4.3 million streams. Audiomack, 3.9 million plays. And by the second day, the song had entered the Billboard Hot 100, sitting at number 48. For an independent artist, it was a miracle. Dayo read the article headline on his phone and smiled to himself. Global competitor JD breaks into Billboard with a scandal song. He locked his phone and chuckled. Yeah, now this feels good. Later that evening, he went out with his friends, Maya, Misha, Emily, and Minjae, to celebrate. They laughed, ate, and talked about the crazy week they'd just had. For the first time in a while, Dayo felt light. When he got back to his room that night, he sat on his couch, picked up his phone, and called Valerie. She picked up on the second ring. Hey, superstar, she said with a smile in her voice. Dayo laughed softly. Don't start, Valerie. I just wanted to ask, how's Lois's album doing? Valerie paused for a second, then replied with one word. Amazing. Dayo smiled to himself. Good. Really good. So what are the numbers? Valerie laughed softly. Before I tell you that, let me just say this. You really surprised me, Dayo. You took something that could have destroyed you and turned it into a win. That was really amazing. Dayo smiled faintly. Nah, I just didn't know what else to do. I knew it would cause a lot of talk, maybe even trouble for me later, but I couldn't care less. I just wanted the truth out. I understand, Valerie said. You did what most people wouldn't. But for now, just keep your focus on the competition, all right? Yeah, you're right, Dayo said quietly. Then he added, yes, so, how's Lois's album doing? Have you seen the numbers yet? Valerie opened a file on her laptop. Yeah, it's doing really well. The reviews are great, and the streams are growing fast. Nice, Dayo said, smiling faintly. Send me the numbers, or tell me where she's standing. Valerie paused for a moment, looking at the figures. All right. Chapter 89, Lois' first week number. You're not going to believe this, Valerie said, her voice still half in shock. She could hardly believe the numbers herself. Now you've got me hooked. Send me the numbers, Dayo said. The excitement in his voice was clear, and for a good reason. Lois's album was the first full project he had produced since he reincarnated, and he had put his heart into it. He made sure to include some of his best-written songs, especially the lead single Her, along with others that had an R&B feel, tracks like 1. Unbreak My Heart, Toni Braxton. 2. We Belong Together, Mariah Carey. 3. No One, Alicia Keys. 4. Bleeding Love, Leona Lewis. These songs were one of the best songs on R&B in his world, so he had been hard on Lois, so she has to honor the artist's work. He had worked tirelessly on the production, mixing, and arrangement. Deep down, he knew the album would do well, but the first week numbers would tell just how far it would go. So when the message finally came in, he couldn't wait to see it. The moment Dayo's eyes landed on the screen, his mouth dropped open in pure disbelief. Spotify, 57.8 million streams. Apple Music, 23.5 million streams. YouTube, album tracks plus visuals, 61.3 million views. iTunes/Apple Store purchases, 122,000. Physical copies, vinyls and CDs, 178,000. Total first week equivalent units, 420,000 units sold. Billboard 200 debut, number 179. Billboard Global 200, number 102. Top song, HER, Lois FTJD, 31.9 million streams in 4 days. It took a moment for Dayo to calm down before he spoke again. Are you sure these are the numbers? He asked. Yes, Valerie replied simply. Dayo smiled faintly. That's insane. Valerie laughed. Yeah, it is. I couldn't help but notice the timing. When you said we should wait before releasing it, I thought maybe you were trying to show Lois who's boss. Dayo laughed softly. Haha, no. I'm not that petty. I just told you to trust me. You did. But can I ask, how did you know the album would sell this much without even doing a market analysis? Dayo smirked. Hee, a magician never tells his secret. Valerie sighed and gave up. All right, fine. I hear you. Dayo leaned back on his chair, smiling. Still, I'm proud of this one. And it's just my first work. Valerie nodded. It really is. Everyone at the studio was blown away. But, she hesitated a little. I need to tell you something. Dayo raised an eyebrow. What's that? There are already some sharks circling, she said quietly. A few big labels have been making calls, trying to dig out more info about Lois. I think they're planning to make her an offer. Dayo frowned a little. That fast? Yeah. The success of this album caught their attention. You know how it works. They see numbers, and they move quick. He sighed and rubbed his chin. Well, that's expected. Still, keep an eye on her. She's new, and they might try to use that. I already am, Valerie said. But I thought you should know. Lois respects you, but we both know how tempting big offers can be. Dayo smiled faintly. True, but let them try. I might not have their power, but I've got something better. I actually care about the music. Valerie smiled softly at that. You always say that. Because it's true, he replied simply. All right then, I'll handle the rest. Just make sure Lois stays focused and doesn't let all this fame get to her head, Valerie said. Yeah, I will. Thanks for the heads up, Dayo replied. Anytime. And good night, superstar. Dayo chuckled as he hung up. Valerie's playful tone made him smile. She was usually serious, so he figured the album's success had lifted her mood. The next morning came quickly. The entire building was busy with movement and chatter. Staff, crew members, and contestants filled the lobby, packing bags and preparing for the announcement everyone had been waiting for. Most of the contestants who were disqualified had already left the previous night. Now, only 15 people remained, the top 15 who had made it to the semifinals. The atmosphere was bright and full of excitement. Some were taking pictures, some were talking about their performances, and others were just relieved to still be in the game. Dayo stood with Maya, Minjae, Emily, and Misha, all of them gathered in one corner of the hall. Feels strange, right? Maya said, smiling. Some people were here just yesterday, now they're gone. Yeah, Dayo nodded. That's how this competition works. One stage ends, another begins. Just then, one of the organizers walked up to the stage at the front of the hall and held a mic. Good morning, contestants. Congratulations once again for making it this far. Everyone clapped and cheered. The man smiled as he looked around. You've all come a very long way. Some of you came here scared, some unsure, and some full of dreams. And look at you now. You made it through round after round. You've grown, improved, and showed the world your best. That alone makes you winners already. The hall went quiet, everyone listening closely. He continued, in every competition, people go home, and that's okay. Because what matters most is not just the trophy. It's the journey that got you here, the effort you gave, and the people you've become along the way. He smiled warmly. So before I announce the next destination, I want all of you to remember something. No matter what happens next, be proud of yourself. You've done what millions of people only dream of. So hold your heads high and keep going strong. The contestants clapped loudly, some even whistled. The energy in the room lifted again. Now, the man said, his voice louder, the semifinals will be held in the United States of America. The hall erupted in cheers and screams. People hugged, laughed, and jumped around with excitement. For real? Misha shouted, eyes wide open. Yup, Emily said, smiling brightly. We're actually going to the U.S. Minjae raised his hands in the air. Finally, I've missed my apartment. Even Dayo couldn't hide his smile. It had been more than a month since they left home, and though they'd adjusted to being away, hearing that the next stage would be in the U.S. felt like a dream. Maya laughed. Guess we're going home for the semifinals. Yeah, Dayo said quietly, smiling. Home turf. The man on stage wrapped up the meeting. You should rest well today. Tomorrow, we fly out together. And once again, congratulations, top 15. The world is watching now. Make them proud. The crowd clapped again as the announcement ended. Some were still shouting with joy. Others looked thoughtful, inspired by the words. Maya turned to Dayo with a grin. Ready for America? He smiled and adjusted his jacket. Always. Chapter 90. Lois. Tiffin sat quietly in the car as they drove through the busy streets of New York City. Beside her was one of Michael's top associates, a calm but serious-looking man named Kelvin. They were both on a mission to meet Lois. Michael had been clear about what he wanted: get her under label before the next stage of global competition. The reason was simple: he wanted to put Dayo at his place after he outsmarted his during the whole scandal situation. When they arrived at the restaurant, Lois was already there with her agent, Clara. The place was cozy and quiet, with slow music playing in the background. Lois looked happy and bright, her smile showing how excited she was to meet them. Tiffin smiled warmly. "Lois, thank you for meeting us today. My boss, Mr. Michael, asked me to tell you this. He believes you're one of the brightest new artists in the industry." Lois smiled proudly. "That means a lot to me. I've been following his work for a long time. He's a legend." Clara said nothing as she was surprised by this. She was studying the two people in front of her carefully, her arms crossed. Tiffin continued, "Michael has seen what you did with your first album. Those numbers were impressive. He believes you can go even further, with the right label behind you, as this is just your first album as a rookie, so your potential is almost boundless." Lois nodded slowly, her face lighting up. "That's what I want too. I want more. I feel like I've been stuck under someone who doesn't see my full worth." Clara looked at her in surprise. "Lois," she said quietly, "what do you mean by that?" Lois sighed, her tone sharp but tired. "You know what I mean, Clara. JD label has been great, but Dayo, he treats me like I'm still learning. Like I can't stand on my own. I worked hard too, but all anyone talks about is him. I want to prove I can shine without him." Tiffin exchanged a brief glance with her partner, then a smile appeared on her face. It seems that all wasn't well with Dayo and his artist, so she pushed. "At label, you'll have that chance," she said confidently. "Michael believes you deserve your own spotlight. He'll make sure the world sees you for who you truly are." Clara forced a polite smile. "I appreciate the offer," she said calmly. "But Lois just had a successful album, her first big win. Isn't it too soon to switch labels?" Tiffin tilted her head. "Sometimes, success is exactly when you move. The window doesn't stay open forever. Michael wants her before someone else does." The table fell quiet for a moment. Then Clara turned to Lois. "Can I talk to you outside for a minute?" They both stepped out into the hallway. Clara folded her arms. "You called me this morning, Lois. You said someone wanted to meet. You didn't say it was another label." Lois looked away. "Would you have come if I told you?" Clara frowned. "Of course not. You're still signed under JD's label. And Dayo's the one who gave you those songs. Unbreak My Heart, and So. You think anyone else would have given you that kind of shot and song?" "I'm not saying he didn't help," Lois snapped. "But it's like he doesn't believe I can do it myself. He's always one step ahead, always the one people look at. I'm tired of being behind him." Clara sighed deeply. "You're not behind him, Lois. You're growing. Look around you. Those numbers, those fans. You think that just happened by luck? Even with all your talent, those songs helped you reach that point. You should be grateful, not running away." Lois looked frustrated. "You don't understand. I need more, Clara. I can't stay under someone who doesn't see my value." Clara stared at her for a long moment. Then her tone softened. "I do understand. You just don't see the full picture yet." She paused. "But I'm your agent, Lois. If this is what you want, then I'll do it. I'll handle everything." Lois nodded quietly. "Thank you." They both walked back inside. Tiffin smiled as they returned. "I hope everything's fine." Clara nodded with a straight face. "Yes. Lois is ready to hear your offer." The meeting continued with talks about contracts, schedules, and promises. But as Clara sat there, she couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in her chest. Something about the way Tiffin and her partner looked at Lois didn't feel right. It wasn't admiration. It was hunger. They didn't want Lois because of her talent. They wanted her for other reasons, and she didn't know what, but she felt the power struggle. She made a silent prayer hoping Lois doesn't regret doing this. Asterisk. 2 days had passed since the performance, and all the contestants were well rested, and it was now time to travel to the United States. Dayo and the other contestants were asked to move towards the bus. Before leaving, he stepped out to the balcony of his hotel room, pulled out his phone, and called Luna. She picked up after the second ring, her voice bright and warm. "Hey, superstar," she teased. "Back from saving the world yet?" Dayo laughed. "Come on, Luna, you know what's up." Yeah, she said, chuckling. "I've been watching. You're really making waves out there." Trying my best, he said, smiling. Guess what? What? We're heading to the US for the next stage, Dayo said proudly. Feels good to be coming home. Luna gasped softly. Wait, really? That's amazing. I'm so happy for you. Thanks, he said quietly. It's been a long ride. There was a short pause. Then Luna spoke again, her voice softer now. So, that means I'll finally get to see you again? Dayo smiled, leaning against the railing. Yeah, that's the plan. Been a while, huh? A very long while, she said. You've been too busy being a global star. He laughed. You make it sound like I forgot you. Well, you kind of did, she teased. I barely get a call anymore. Luna, he said gently. You know that's not true. She laughed lightly, but there was warmth behind it. I know. I'm just messing with you. Dayo's tone softened even more. Still, I've missed you. There was a small silence on the line. Then Luna replied quietly, I've missed you too. More than you probably think. He smiled, his heart a little lighter. Then I guess I have to make up for lost time. We'll see about that, she said, her voice playful again. All right then, Dayo said, glancing at his packed bags. I'll see you soon. I'll be waiting, Luna said softly before hanging up. Dayo stood there for a few more seconds, staring at the city lights in the distance. A small smile curved on his lips as he whispered, Soon. Chapter 91, Out for Blood. Tiffin stood up from the restaurant table, her smile calm and professional as she shook Lois's hand. Welcome to Label, she said warmly. Lois grinned from ear to ear. Thank you so much. I can't believe this is really happening. Tiffin nodded with a smirk almost plastered on her face. Believe it. You've earned it. As Lois and her agent, Clara, walked out of the restaurant, Kelvin leaned forward slightly and smirked. Problem 1 handled. Tiffin gave a small smile. Now, time for problem 2. They both left quietly, got into their black car, and drove straight to UCL label headquarters. The ride was silent. The tension could be felt even before they arrived. When they entered the boardroom, the entire place felt cold. The shareholders were already seated, along with Yurik, the CEO. Everyone's faces were stiff. No one dared to speak first. Tiffin and Kelvin sat down at the long glass table. For a few seconds, the only sound in the room was the quiet hum of the air conditioner. Then Tiffin spoke, her voice calm but cutting. Mr. Michael is not happy, she said. He gave you people a chance on this matter quietly, but instead, you made things worse. You all know that he should have reacted the moment Vivian put that video out. Instead, he gave you a chance, and yet you all screwed up. Nobody moved. She continued, her tone firmer. You failed to tell him that Dayo had solid evidence that could backfire. He wanted to use the scandal to push him into a deal, and it backfired. Badly that he used it to promote a song. I am sure you all can imagine how angry Michael would be. Yurik looked down, while Chris tried to stay composed, but everyone in the room could see the fear in their eyes. Tiffin leaned back slightly. Now here's how this will go. Those involved will not be spared. Either you clean this mess yourselves, or Mr. Michael will make sure this label starts to fall apart piece by piece. One of the shareholders swallowed hard. What exactly do you mean? Tiffin crossed her legs and looked him straight in the eye. I'll give you my suggestion. First, remove Vivian completely. She's done too much damage to your brand. Erase her from every plan. She paused, then continued. Second, Chris. He was part of it. He stays here, and this label's name will stay dirty. Get rid of him, too. Chris frowned, his face turning red. Wait. Tiffin cut him off. No. You wait. You're lucky Mr. Michael didn't decide to handle this himself. You would not be sitting here. The room went silent again. Eric looked tense, his fingers gripping the table slightly. Tiffin stood up slowly, smoothing her jacket. I've said what I came to say. The rest is up to you. But I'll advise you to act fast before this decision comes back to bite you. Without another word, she turned and walked out with Kelvin following behind her. The door closed behind them, and silence filled the boardroom. For a moment, no one spoke. Then one of the older shareholders sighed and looked straight at Eric. You heard her. What now? Yurik leaned back slowly, rubbing his temple. I warned you, he said quietly. I told you Dayo had evidence. I told you this could blow up. Chris slammed his hand on the table. You're just trying to push the blame, Yurik. Yurik snapped back. I'm not pushing anything. I told you from day one this could go wrong, but you didn't listen. I still are. aimed at you that he had evidence if you had listened and informed them this wouldn't be happening. All right, that's enough, another shareholder said firmly. The label's image is more important than your argument. He turned to Chris. You have to go. Chris froze. What? You heard me, the man said. You're being forced to sell your share. You've brought enough trouble already. Chris laughed bitterly. You can't do that. Yes, we can, the man replied calmly. And before you try anything foolish, remember, you're not the only one with secrets. We have things that could end you in jail, so I suggest you concur. Chris's expression changed. He clenched his jaw and slowly sat back down, saying nothing more. The shareholders exchanged uneasy looks. Finally, the oldest among them turned to Yurik. I'm sorry, Yurik, he said quietly. You've done a lot for this label, but we can't take more risks. You'll have to step down, too. Yurik looked tired, defeated. And what now? He asked softly. The shareholders sighed. Before you leave, we have one last thing for you to do. Yurik raised an eyebrow. What's that? Fire Vivian, the man said simply. End her contract, clear her from the system, and make it official before the day ends. Yurik didn't reply immediately. He just nodded slowly, his face cold. Fine, he said. I'll handle it. The meeting ended quietly. One by one, the shareholders left the room, leaving Yurik sitting alone, staring blankly at the company's logo on the wall. Everything he had built was crumbling. He remembered vividly what Dayo said to him before cutting the line. He just sighed at his bad luck. Asterisk. Yurik walked back to his office after the meeting, his face blank. The hallway felt colder than usual. Everyone he passed looked away, pretending to be busy. When he got to his desk, he sat down heavily, leaned back, and rubbed his forehead. Everything felt like it was falling apart at once. He looked at his assistant and said quietly, Call Vivian and Paul for me. The assistant nodded quickly and left the room. A few minutes later, the door opened. Vivian and Paul walked in, both looking nervous. Sit, Yurik said simply. They sat. The room went silent for a few seconds. Then he looked at Vivian, his eyes cold and tired. You know you're really dumb, right? He said slowly. No, let me rephrase that. You're stupid beyond repair. Vivian's eyes widened slightly. She didn't say anything. Yurik continued, his tone rising with anger. Do you know how many chances you've had? Do you realize this same boy you tried to ruin before forgave you? He actually let you walk free, and you still had the guts to do the same thing again. Vivian looked down, tears already filling her eyes. If she knew what was coming. You thought you were smart, Yurik said sharply. You thought because you had a little fame, you could do whatever you liked. Now look where it got you. Vivian wiped her tears, shaking her head. Sir, please, don't. Yurik cut her off. Don't even bother. The label is cutting ties with you. You're done here. She froze. What? No, please. You can't. There's nothing anyone can do, Yurik said coldly. You brought this on yourself. You ruined every bridge we built. Michael is looking for a way to release his anger, and now you've given him a reason to destroy what's left of us. Vivian broke down completely, covering her face as tears streamed down. The sound filled the office, but Yurik didn't even look at her again. He turned his eyes to Paul. As for you, Yurik said in a calmer tone, I don't even know what to say. You followed her lead and dragged yourself into this. He pointed at Vivian, who was still crying softly. But I can't even blame you. I understand what it's like to get caught up in the wrong situation. Paul looked confused. Sir, what do you mean? Yurik gave a faint, bitter smile. It means I'm going too. The shareholders already made the call. Paul's eyes widened. They're letting you go? But, sir, you built this place. You brought this label back up. Yurik gave a small nod. That's how this industry works. You cross the wrong person, and everything falls apart. He leaned back in his chair, looking up at the ceiling. That's the cost of offending Michael. Once he decides you're in his way, there's no saving you. For a moment, the room went quiet again. Vivian was still crying softly. Paul sat frozen, and Yurik just stared ahead, expressionless. After a while, he stood up slowly. That's all. Both of you should clear your desks. Security will escort you out. He turned and looked out the window, the city lights glowing far below. I'm tired and need to rest. Chapter 92, Arrival. After more than 10 hours of flying from Casablanca to Washington, the contestants and crew finally landed. The weather was bright, and the air felt different, warm and familiar. As soon as Dayo stepped out of the airport, He was met with a huge crowd waiting behind the barriers. Some held banners with his name, others waved flags and signs that said things like, "We're sorry, JD," and "Welcome home." For a moment, Dayo just stood still, taking it all in. This was his home ground, the United States, the place where everything began. He smiled faintly as he looked at the faces in the crowd. Many people were shouting his name, some even crying, saying they were sorry for not believing him during the scandal. Others just wanted to see him up close, cheering and calling out, "We love you, JD." It felt good, not because of the noise or the cameras, but because he could finally feel the love again. The organizers didn't rush anyone this time. They allowed the contestants to greet their fans properly. Dayo took pictures, signed autographs, and shook hands with a few people near the front. He even shared a short hug with a young girl holding a Justice for JD poster. After some time, the group finally moved to the buses waiting for them. They were taken straight to one of the most prestigious hotels in Washington, a tall glass building with golden lights shining across its entrance. The moment Dayo got to his room, he threw his jacket on the couch and sat down with a tired sigh. He picked up his phone and called home. His mother's voice came first, warm and soft. "Dayo, my son, you've landed." "Yes, Mom," he said, smiling. "We just got here. The flight was long, but we made it safely." His siblings jumped on the call next, shouting and laughing. "Big bro, we saw you on the news. Everyone's talking about you again." Dayo laughed. Quietly. Yeah, I know." Janet asked, "So did you get it for me?" Dayo smiled. Hee, of course I did, and many more." "Ho ho, this is why you're the best bro ever." Dayo's junior brother, Jeffrey, asked playfully, "Hey Janet, I thought I was the best big bro." "You said that yesterday." Janet smiled innocently. That was yesterday. Today is today, but you can always be the best when you do the needful." The whole family laughed at Janet's antsy behavior. They spoke for a while about everything. "So where is Dad?" "Oh, he went to a gathering and would be back late," Abi Sola answered. "Tell Dad I'll call him later, okay?" After the call ended, he leaned back, looking out the window at the busy Washington skyline. "Home," he said quietly. Finally, right after that, another call entered, Luna. She said almost instantly, "Hey, superstar," she said playfully. "You finally made it?" "Yeah, we just got to Washington," Dayo replied, smiling. "Oh, really? Took you long enough," she teased. "Haha, come on. It was a long flight," he said. "Anyway, guess what? We're staying at the Ritz Grand." Her tone brightened. "Oh, that's close to my place. You should come over," he said simply. There was a short pause before she replied, "Okay, I'll book a room there. I'll text you when I check in." "Perfect," Dayo said softly. He was excited. It had been more than a month since he last saw Luna. A few hours later, it was late now, and the hotel lobby was quiet except for the sound of soft music being played. Luna walked in wearing a white hoodie and dark jeans, trying to keep a low profile. At the reception desk stood Emily. She looked up, blinked twice, and gasped. "Wait, are you Luna?" she asked, her voice shaky with excitement. Luna smiled kindly. "Yeah, I am." "Oh my God, I'm such a big fan," Emily said quickly. "I love your songs, especially Echoes of You." Luna laughed softly. "Thank you, that means a lot." They chatted for a short while before Luna waved goodbye and headed toward the elevator. Emily stood there, smiling to herself, until she noticed someone else walking across the lobby. The man moved fast, wearing a cap low over his head. For a second, she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. "Wait, is that Dayo?" she whispered to herself. He walked past her quietly and entered the same elevator Luna had taken. Emily froze for a few seconds, staring. "No way," she murmured, half smiling. "Luna and Dayo?" Her mind went blank for a while before realizing. Damn, so it was true all along. No wonder even when Maya pushed, he never reciprocated. He was in a relationship with Luna. "Dayo, you are indeed full of surprise." She muttered and shrugged and decided to ask him later. For now, she wanted to meet Misha and Maya to brag on seeing Luna. And of course, she wouldn't mention seeing Dayo. That was his business. Later that night, in another part of the city, Tiffin stood by her hotel window, phone in hand. She called Michael. "Sir, it's done," she said calmly. "Both issues handled. Lois is with us now, and Vivian's gone." There was silence for a moment before Michael's deep voice came through. "Good. That's how things should be." Tiffin nodded, even though he couldn't see her. What's next, sir? Michael's tone grew colder. You already know. Keep your eyes on him. This is just the beginning. Yes, sir, she said quietly. When the call ended, Tiffin looked out over the bright Washington skyline. The city was calm, but she knew the storm wasn't over yet. Inside the room, Luna sat on the bed, and the moment Dayo entered, she lunged towards him like a monkey clinging to a tree branch without any intentions of letting go. After about 2 minutes of silence, she released him. She looked him deep in the eyes and said, I have missed you so much. Dayo smiled as he caressed her waist softly. Oh, really? Then show instead of saying it. Luna blushed so much that her face went red as tomatoes. Ah, you're such a cheat. You're meant to say I miss you too. She chased him around, and after a while. Chapter 93, Two Sides of the Day. The next morning felt calm and sharp. After hours of intense exercise, Dayo woke up feeling refreshed. To his left, he saw Luna still sleeping soundly, worn out from yesterday. He smiled, wrote a small note, ordered room service, and left after giving her a gentle peck on the forehead. Meanwhile, the contestants were called to gather in the hall for an announcement. The room was full but quiet. Everyone looked ready. A man from production stood at the front and smiled. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Zark, and I'll be your director for this stage. Welcome once again. Today's announcement is about the theme for this round. You are to either create an original or use an existing song, but whatever you decide, the single requirement is that it should be about summer. While the host continued talking about the schedule and judges, Dayo walked in. Almost immediately, everyone turned toward him, wondering where he had been. Dayo just kept his head down and ignored the stares before walking toward his friends. Min-jae leaned over. Bro, where were you? You didn't sleep in the room, and you also missed breakfast. Dayo shrugged and smiled. I want to see someone. Just a quick visit. Min-jae grinned. You went to see someone, huh? Tell me who this someone is. Dayo laughed and shook his head. He didn't say more, and the two of them kept it light. No one pushed. The host finished explaining the rules and called out the practice and stage order. People made notes and began heading out to warm up. Min-jae pulled out his phone and started scrolling. Hey, did you go online today? He asked. Dayo shook his head. Not yet. I stayed off. Min-jae's face changed as he looked at his screen. His eyes widened. Bro, your song just got verified, he said quietly. Guinness verified it. Fastest rap record, man. It's official. For about 5 seconds, Dayo didn't move. Then a small smile formed on his face. The room suddenly felt louder. That's crazy, Dayo said, laughing and shaking his head. Free promotion for my songs, haha. They were loud enough that a few contestants heard them. Soon, everyone started checking their phones. Some congratulated him, while others just watched in silence, a little jealous. The news spread fast. Dayo's performance clip had been confirmed as the fastest rap in a song. Dayo stayed calm and let the news sink in. Min-jae smiled and lightly punched his shoulder. This is good, bro. This is big. The host called everyone to attention again and reminded them about the rehearsal schedule. The contestants lined up and began heading to the practice rooms. Clara adjusted her bag nervously as she and Lois walked into JD Records. The whole building felt heavy. Everyone they passed looked busy, but a few still turned to glance at them. It had been 2 days since they signed the new deal with label, and now they were back, not to work, but to end things. Clara had worked with JD Records for a long time. She had built friendships there, especially with Valerie. So walking through those familiar halls with this kind of news made her chest tighten. When they reached Valerie's office, she was already inside, going through files. The moment she looked up and saw them, she smiled. Finally, Valerie said, Where have you two been? I've been calling since yesterday. You've got shows lined up, interviews waiting. She stopped when she saw Clara's expression. What's wrong? Lois hesitated for a second, then glanced at Clara, silently asking her to explain. Clara took a deep breath. Valerie, she said softly. We came to talk about Lois's contract. Valerie frowned slightly. What about it? Clara looked down. She signed with another label. The room went silent. Valerie blinked slowly, thinking she heard wrong. I'm sorry, what? Lois spoke this time. I've joined label. Michael reached out. It's official now. Valerie just stared, frozen for a few seconds. Then a short laugh escaped her lips, but there was no joy in it. You're joking, right? Lois shook her head. No, I've already signed. Valerie leaned back in her chair, speechless. Unbelievable. You just released an album under JD barely 2 weeks ago. An album still climbing the charts. And now you're telling me you've left. Lois crossed her arms. I appreciate what the label did, but I need more freedom. I want to grow beyond this. Michael's team understands that. Valerie looked at her quietly. Freedom? She repeated. Lois, you had everything here. Control, support, visibility. You got songs Dayo himself wrote for you. Songs that helped your album break records. And you call that not enough? Clara stepped in calmly. Valerie, I tried talking to her. She made up her mind. Valerie sighed and rubbed her temple. You two have no idea what you're getting into. You think label is doing this because they love your music? She looked straight at Lois. They're doing this because of Dayo. You're part of a game you don't even see yet. Lois frowned slightly. Whatever game it is, I'm ready to play it. I'm not afraid. Valerie gave a tired smile, the kind people make when they already know how things will end. You will be, she said quietly. She opened a drawer and pulled out a few documents. If you're serious about this, you'll need to clear your contract and pay the buyout fee. Without hesitation, Lois nodded. I've already transferred it. Valerie checked the receipt, then signed the termination papers. Her hand moved slowly, as if each stroke hurt. She stamped the final page and pushed it across the table. It's done, she said softly. You're no longer part of JD Records. Lois took the papers and stood. Thank you, Valerie. Valerie didn't look up. I hope you don't regret this. Lois said nothing more. She and Clara turned and walked out. When the door closed, Valerie finally exhaled. She stared at the empty chair where Lois had been sitting and whispered, she really did it. Her chest felt heavy. She wanted to be angry, but mostly she felt sad. Sad that someone she helped build was now walking straight into a trap. After a long silence, Valerie picked up her phone. She opened Dayo's contact, but didn't press call. She just looked at the name on the screen, then dropped the phone back on the desk. She leaned back in her chair and whispered, Dayo, I hope you're ready for what's coming next. Because it seems Michael is done playing hide and seek with you. Chapter 94, Uncle Marcus. Dayo sat on his bed that evening, the soft glow from his phone lighting up his face. The room was quiet, the only sound coming from the faint hum of the air conditioner. He decided to check his music dashboard, something he hadn't done since the last stage ended. When he opened it, his eyes widened a little. His latest song, The Truth Will Come Out, had exploded. YouTube, 26.4 million views. Spotify, 10.7 million streams. Apple Music, 9.3 million streams. Audiomack, 6.9 million plays. It hadn't even been 4 days since he released the song, and it was already this hot. With the Guinness World Record announcement about the fastest rap, it would only rise higher. He smiled faintly. It felt good to see things picking up again. After everything that happened, this was the one thing that still made sense. Just as he was scrolling through, his phone rang. The name on the screen made him pause. Valerie. He picked up quickly. Val, what's up? He asked, his voice calm but curious. Her tone was tense. Dayo, there's a problem. He frowned a little. What happened? Valerie sighed deeply. It's Lois. She left the label. She signed with Records. For a moment, Dayo didn't say anything. He blinked slowly, unsure he heard her. Right. Wait. What did you just say? She signed with Michael's label, Valerie repeated. Clara came here today with her. They handed in the termination letter. Everything's official. Dayo leaned back in disbelief. You're joking, right? He had just given Lois an album any upcoming artist would die for, and now she'd walked away. I wish I was, Valerie said quietly. They made it clear they're not coming back. Michael moved faster than we expected. Dayo exhaled and rubbed his face with both hands. For a moment, he just sat there in silence. Lois's songs had been some of his best work. Unbreak My Heart, Only You. Songs he gave her freely, wanting her to shine. And now, those same songs were sitting under Michael's control. Not fully, since he still owned the copyright, but all the shows, promotions, and concerts that would have brought in serious money were now gone. I should have told her to resign the contract before I gave her the album, he thought bitterly. I was going to, but that was when Luna came around. Damn. He took a slow breath and calmed himself. You know what, Val? He said finally, his voice steady. It's fine. Don't blame yourself. I should have seen this coming. But Dayo, he cut her off gently. No, it's not your fault. I get it. Just keep pushing everything we already have out there. Promote the album. We still have the copyright. So let's use that before the hype dies down. I don't know what Michael's next move is, but we can't. Slow down now. Valerie sighed again. Okay, I'll handle it. Good, he said softly. We'll figure it out. When the call ended, the room fell silent again. Dayo dropped his phone on the bed and stared at the ceiling. He wasn't angry, just tired. He had always known Michael was powerful, but this time it felt personal. The man wasn't just trying to win. He wanted to break him. Dayo clenched his fist slowly. Fine, he muttered under his breath. If it's war you want, it's war you'll get. He turned off the light and sat in the dark, his mind racing with quiet thoughts and plans. It started like any other morning. The sun had just begun to rise over Washington, painting the sky in a soft orange glow. But somewhere far away, in the deserts of Iraq, a different kind of morning had begun, one filled with noise, dust, and chaos. A U.S. military unit had been ambushed during a mission near the city's outskirts. The air was thick with smoke and gunfire. Soldiers shouted orders, calling for cover. Among them was Major Marcus Carter, a man who had seen too many battles but never lost his sense of duty. Move, move, he yelled, guiding his team behind an armored vehicle. But before they could take cover, an explosion went off nearby. The ground shook. Everything went white. Moments later, silence. The news spread fast. Breaking news: 12 U.S. soldiers confirmed dead after an explosion during a military operation in Iraq. Among the casualties is Major Marcus Carter, a decorated officer known for his years of service in overseas missions. Dayo sat on his bed, staring blankly at his phone. His mind was still on Lois, on the label, and everything that had gone wrong. He hadn't eaten. He hadn't even moved much. Then his phone rang again. It was his dad. He picked up, sounding tired. Hey, Dad. There was a long pause on the other end. Then his father spoke, his voice weak. Dayo, I have bad news. Dayo frowned. What's wrong? His dad took a deep breath. It's Marcus. There was an attack during one of their missions. He didn't make it. Dayo froze. The words didn't register at first. Wait, what are you saying? He's gone, son, his father said quietly. They just released the list of names. Marcus was one of them. For a moment, Dayo couldn't speak. His hand trembled slightly. No, that can't be true, he whispered. I just spoke to him 2 weeks ago. I know, his father said, his voice cracking. I'm so sorry. The call ended, but Dayo just sat there, staring into space. His throat felt dry, his chest heavy. Marcus wasn't just an uncle. He was like an older brother. Even before Dayo reincarnated, the original Dayo had cherished Marcus deeply. He remembered how Marcus used to call him Little Soldier whenever he complained about stress. He remembered how Marcus had supported his music, even though he never really understood it. All the memories rushed through his head. Now he was gone. Dayo placed his phone beside him and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. His eyes burned, but he didn't cry. Not yet. He just sat there, breathing slowly, trying to understand everything happening at once. First the label, now this. It felt like the world was pushing him down from every side. He whispered to himself, why does it always have to be like this? Then, quietly, he stood up and looked out the window at the rising sun. His reflection in the glass looked tired, broken, even. But behind that pain was something else building up. Resolve. Chapter 95, Meeting Michael. The week felt long and heavy for Dayo. He didn't feel like himself anymore. Normally, he was full of life, smiling, working, laughing with people. But this time, everything about him was quiet. Even his eyes looked tired. At first, no one knew what was wrong until one of the contestants mentioned that Dayo's uncle had passed away. The news spread fast, from the contestants, to the crew, and then to the internet. Soon, it was everywhere. People online were posting old clips of him, writing things like, "Stay strong, bro," and "Sorry for your loss." The same media that had mocked him last week, saying karma finally caught up with him, were now pitying him. Everyone was suddenly kind again. But Dayo didn't care about the noise. His heart was heavy. His father took the news hard. He used to be a soldier too before he retired, only because Dayo's mom begged him to leave the force. Marcus' death hit him like a wound reopening. His uncle Marcus wasn't just family. He was the last connection to his father's side. His grandparents were gone. His father's brother, Marcus, was gone too. That meant the only people left now were his dad, his mom, his younger brother, and his sister. That was all. Dayo called home every night, trying to sound strong even when he was breaking inside. "Dad, please eat something," he said once. "I'm fine, son," his father answered, though his voice was weak. Everyone around Dayo tried to comfort him, but he didn't want sympathy. He just wanted peace. In the studio, he sat in front of the mic for hours, but nothing came. His mind was blank. The theme for the next round was summer, joy, freedom, energy, but he couldn't feel any of that. He tried to write, but every time he thought of music, he saw his uncle's face instead. It wasn't just creative block. It was grief. Even when he tries to sing, it was the same results. He remembered how close Marcus was to him. Even before Marcus died, he used to call and check on him. He supported his music, even though he didn't really understand it. That memory alone made Dayo's chest tighten. People from production came to check on him too. "Are you okay?" they asked. "I'm fine," Dayo said every time, though it was clear he wasn't. Days passed like that, slow, quiet, and sad. The day before the competition, Frank walked in quietly. "Dayo," he said, his tone low but urgent. "Someone wants to see you." Dayo didn't look up. "Frank, not now. Please. I'm not in the mood." "It's serious," Frank replied. "You need to come." From the way he said it, Dayo already guessed who it was. He sighed, stood up, and followed him out. Outside the building, a man waited. He wasn't old, maybe late 30s, but everything about him showed control. His posture was straight, his suit sharp, and his eyes calm in a way that made people nervous. Michael Mallow. Their eyes met. The air between them grew heavy. Michael smiled faintly. "So, we finally meet face to face." Dayo nodded. "Yeah," he said quietly. "First time, right?" Michael took a slow step closer. "I've heard a lot about you, Dayo." "Same here," Dayo said evenly. They stood there for a few seconds, neither speaking. It wasn't silence. It was a quiet test of who would blink first. Finally, Dayo spoke. "So, Michael," he said slowly, his tone calm but curious, "to what do I owe this visit?" Michael's smile widened a little. "You know why I'm here." "I prefer to hear it from you," Dayo said. Michael chuckled softly. "Fair enough." He walked a bit closer until they were face to face. "I'll go straight to the point. You've done well, fastest rap record, loyal fans, strong presence. But you've made one mistake." Dayo's voice didn't change. "And what's that?" "You crossed the wrong man," Michael said simply. Dayo gave a small laugh. "I'm guessing that man is you." "I don't call it hate," Michael replied smoothly. "I call it balance. You've been moving without structure, without guidance. And I don't like that. So what do you want from me?" Dayo asked. Michael's tone stayed calm. "I'm giving you an offer. Join my label. Work under me. You'll rise faster, go bigger, and you'll get to keep your little fan dream alive." Dayo stared at him for a few seconds. "And if I say no?" Michael smiled faintly. "Then you won't make it to the finals. No matter what you perform, I'll make sure of that." Dayo's face didn't move, but his eyes sharpened. "So it's a threat now." "Call it business," Michael said. "I offered quietly before, and you ignored it. This is me being generous one last time." Frank, who had been standing a few feet away, finally spoke up. "Sir, maybe we should." Michael turned his head slightly, his voice cold and cutting. "Why are you still here, Frank?" Frank froze, lips tightening. Michael didn't look at him again. "When I'm speaking, you don't interrupt. You can leave." Frank hesitated, humiliated, then slowly walked off without another word. Michael's eyes returned to Dayo. "Where was I?" "Right. The offer." Dayo's voice stayed calm. "You don't need to repeat it. I heard you the first time." Michael studied him for a long moment. "You're not afraid of me," he said quietly, almost amused. "Do you even understand who I am?" "I do," Dayo said. "That's why I'm still standing here." For the first time, Michael's smile faded. His tone dropped lower. "You've got guts, I'll give you that. But in this industry, guts without backing means nothing. You either play the game, or the game plays you." Dayo's reply came slow and steady. "Then maybe I'll change the rules." That made Michael pause. His brow lifted slightly, the corner of his mouth twitching. He didn't expect that kind of answer, not from someone who should be terrified. "You remind me of myself when I was young," Michael said finally. "But the difference is, I learned when to bow." Dayo's voice was quiet but firm. "Maybe you bowed too early." Michael's eyes hardened. Then you've already lost. He turned to leave, his voice echoing behind him. You have until tomorrow to decide. After that, whatever happens is on you. As he walked away, Frank stood waiting at a distance, his jaw tight. He gave Dayo a look, half smug, half uneasy, but Dayo ignored him and stared at Michael's back until he disappeared. When they were gone, Dayo finally let out a slow breath. His hand clenched slightly by his side. Why now? He whispered. Damn it. Chapter 96. At Peace. That night felt longer than usual. Dayo sat by his window, his mind heavy and his body tired. The lights from the city outside flickered across his face, but his eyes looked blank. He had too many thoughts, too many things to process. His uncle's death, the pressure of the next round, and now Michael's threat. He didn't know who to talk to. His friends would worry, and his parents were already going through too much. The last thing he wanted was to add more to their pain. This was the most confused and pained he had been since he transmigrated to this world. Although he knew life was not all rosy and all, but he felt tired and pressured by all this happening. After sitting for a while, he picked up his phone and scrolled through his contacts. His finger stopped on one name, Luna. He hesitated for a second, then called. She picked up almost immediately. Dayo, her voice was soft, careful. How are you doing? He sighed quietly. I'm hanging in there. I heard about your uncle, she said. I'm really sorry. I know how much he meant to you. Yeah, he said. Thanks. There was a short pause. Luna could tell something else was wrong. You didn't call just to talk about that, did you? He gave a small laugh. You always see through me. So, what's going on? She asked. I need your advice, he said finally. It's about Michael. The tone in Luna's voice changed. What did he do this time? Dayo explained everything. How Michael came to meet him in person, what he said, the threats, and the offer to sign with his label. He told her everything, word for word. After all, Luna has been in the industry for close to 10 years in this world, so she could probably give him something. Luna was silent for a while. Then she said, Dayo, listen to me carefully. Michael isn't just another record boss. He is power, real power. I've seen him end careers like they were nothing. If he says he can stop you from reaching the finals, he probably can. Dayo leaned back, rubbing his forehead. So what do I do then? Just give in. Luna sighed. I can't tell you what to do. But I'll tell you this. If you fight him, it won't be easy. You might lose. But if you don't fight, you'll lose something bigger, yourself. Her words stayed with him. She continued softly. You've come this far because you followed your heart. Don't stop now. Do what you believe is right, no matter how hard it looks. He smiled faintly. You always know what to say. That's because I know you, she said. You're stronger than you think. Thanks, Luna, he said quietly. I really needed that. Anytime, she replied. When the call ended, the room felt quiet again. Dayo placed his phone beside him and stared at the ceiling. He thought about everything. Michael's words, Luna's advice, his uncle's memory, and finally, his past life of being unable to pursue his dreams. He couldn't sleep. His mind was running in circles. Around 2 a.m., he got up, threw on a jacket, and left his room. The studio was quiet, the lights dim, but he knew the night staff would let him in. He walked inside, sat by the mic, and looked at the empty booth. He already knew what he was going to do. He was going to record the song that spoke for his heart, not for the judges, not for the label, but for himself. He sat down for hours and poured what was in himself out, and after time went on, he smiled, satisfied by what he had created, and sent a quick message to Luna. After recording through most of the night, Dayo finally went back to his room around dawn. He lay down without even changing clothes. His eyes closed almost instantly, and for the first time in days, he slept deeply. When he woke up, the sun was already bright. His head felt lighter, his chest calmer. He sat up, stretched, and stared at the ceiling for a while before standing up to take a shower. The cool water ran down his face, washing away some of the stress he had been carrying. He felt different, not happy, but at peace. Later that morning, he joined the other contestants for breakfast. The dining area was busy, full of chatter and laughter, but somehow it all sounded far away to him. He greeted a few people and sat beside Minjae, who was already halfway through his meal. Minjae looked at him and smiled. You look better today, bro. You finally slept. Yeah, Dayo said. I needed that. They ate quietly for a while. Then Minjae leaned closer and whispered, You know, I heard something weird. They said Michael's been talking to the organizers, something about how if you don't sign with him, you won't make it to the finals. Dayo paused for a second. He looked surprised that Min-jae knew this, but he knew this was probably part of his plans, then smiled faintly. Yeah, I already know. Min-jae frowned. So what are you going to do? Dayo looked at his tray, then back up. Nothing, he said softly. I've made my choice. Whatever happens, happens. Min-jae studied him for a moment. There was something different about Dayo now, a calmness he hadn't seen before, like someone who had already made peace with the storm around him. Bro, Min-jae said quietly, you sure you're okay? Dayo nodded. I am. I really am. The rest of the morning went by fast. Everyone moved to the bus that would take them to the Capital One Arena, one of Washington's biggest event halls, the place where stars were made or forgotten. The ride was quiet. The air felt heavy. Everyone could feel the pressure. These were no longer underdogs. Everyone left was a powerhouse from their country. Backstage, the staff moved around quickly, checking sound, cameras, and lights. The contestants waited in line, some pacing, others stretching or humming to themselves. One by one, the performers went up. Emily sang a soft ballad. Min-jae performed a bright pop track that got the crowd cheering, and another contestant, Misha, played an upbeat dance number that had people clapping along. Then it was quiet again. The host stepped forward with a smile. Next contestant, please. Dayo. Dayo stood up slowly and walked towards the stage. His heart didn't race this time. He just took a deep breath, looked toward the stage, and started walking. He already knew what he was going to sing. Chapter 97. If you're reading this. As Dayo walked onto the stage, the sound of the crowd hit him like a wave. JD. 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 His name echoed from every corner of the arena, loud and steady. He froze for a second. He wasn't expecting that. People were waving light sticks and holding up small boards with his name written in bold colors. Some even had his photo printed. It was overwhelming. For a moment, all the stress, all the sadness he'd been holding in, melted just a little. He smiled. A small, tired smile, but a real one. He looked around the massive arena, Capital One Arena. He had a few seconds of peace looking at everyone waving at him. The host walked forward with a grin. JD, the crowd clearly loves you. He said over the mic, how are you feeling tonight? Dayo took the mic slowly. I'm grateful, he said. It's been a long week, but seeing everyone here cheering me means a lot. The host nodded. We all heard the news. It must have been tough. Are you sure you're okay to perform? Dayo gave a small nod. I am. Music helps me breathe. So tonight, I'll just do what I do best. The crowd clapped softly, feeling the weight behind his words. One of the judges leaned forward. That's the spirit. So, what are you going to perform for us tonight? Dayo smiled faintly. Something a little different, he said. Something from the heart. As he handed back the mic, his eyes wandered across the arena, and that's when he saw him. Michael, sitting in the VIP section, calm as ever, watching him. There. Eyes met briefly. Michael's face didn't change, but Dayo could feel the tension between them. Silent, sharp, unspoken. Dayo looked away and took a deep breath. The lights dimmed across the arena. A soft guitar started to play, echoing gently through the massive hall. Dayo stepped forward, the spotlight finding him at the center of the stage. He gripped the mic with both hands, took a deep breath, and began. Verse 1. If you're reading this, my mom is sitting there. Looks like I only got a one-way ticket over here. His voice was low, heavy. Every word came out slowly, like it carried weight. People could hear the emotion in his tone, the quiet pain of someone who'd lost someone important. Even the stage lights stayed dim, matching the mood. Sure wish I could give you one more kiss. And war was just a game we played when we were kids. His voice cracked a little on that line. He blinked hard, trying not to lose focus, but his chest felt tight. The camera zoomed in. The audience could see the tears welling in his eyes, but he didn't stop. Pre-chorus. I'm laying down my gun. I'm hanging up my boots. He looked up slightly, as if speaking to someone far away. The lights shifted, a soft white glow from above, like daylight breaking through clouds. I'm up here with God, and we're both watching over you. That line hit everyone in the hall. Some people lowered their heads. A woman in the front row wiped her eyes quietly. Chorus. So lay me down in that open field out on the edge of town, and know my soul. Dayo's voice grew stronger here, deeper, warmer. He wasn't just singing anymore. It felt like he was talking to every family that had ever lost someone. Is where my mama always prayed that it would go. And if you're reading this, I'm already home. When he sang, I'm already home, his voice dropped to a whisper. The music slowed down slightly, and the crowd went still. You could hear someone quietly sniffle somewhere in the audience. Verse 2. If you're reading this, halfway around the world, I won't be there to see the birth of our little girl. The background screen started to show gentle images, soldiers holding babies, waving goodbye, saluting. Dayo's eyes stayed down, but his voice carried clearly. I hope she looks like you. I hope she fights like me. He smiled faintly through the pain, that small, broken kind of smile. Stand up for the innocent and the weak. He raised his head slightly and looked into the lights. The tone in his voice changed, proud, strong. It felt like a message from every fallen soldier. Pre-chorus. I'm laying down my gun. I'm hanging up my boots. This time, his voice shook a little. He closed his eyes for a moment, breathing deeply between lines. Tell Dad I don't regret that I followed in his shoes. That one hit him hardest. Everyone knew it. That was the line that reminded him of his uncle. He swallowed hard and kept going. Chorus. So lay me down. In that open field out on the edge of town. He stretched the note longer this time. His voice filled the arena. People were holding up their phones now, lights shining like stars across the crowd. And know my soul is where my mama always prayed that it would go. And if you're reading this, I'm already home. The last word came out softly, like a goodbye. Verse 3. If you're reading this, there's going to come a day when you'll move on and find someone else. And that's okay. His tone became gentler here, calm, accepting. It wasn't pain anymore. It was peace. Just remember this. I'm in a better place, where soldiers live in peace and angels sing amazing grace. As he sang, the big screen behind him showed faces of real soldiers, their names, their ranks, their flags. The audience gasped quietly when they saw Marcus Carter's name among them. Final chorus. So lay me down. In that open field out on the edge of town. His voice soared now. It was pure, emotional, and strong, filled with everything he had left. And know my soul is where my mama always prayed that it would go. And if you're reading this, he slowed down. Every note seemed to hang in the air. I'm already home. The music faded out. The lights dimmed again until only one spotlight remained on him. He stood there for a few seconds, eyes closed, mic still in hand. Then silence. No one spoke, no one moved. Even the judges were frozen, moved beyond words. Dayo finally opened his eyes, took a breath, and gave a small nod. He didn't smile. He didn't bow. He just whispered, "Thank you," and walked off the stage. Chapter 98. Disqualified? The crowd went quiet the moment Dayo dropped the mic. No music, no claps, just pure silence. Everyone expected him to wait for the judge's comments, but instead, he turned and walked off the stage without a word. At first, people thought it was part of the act, but when the lights stayed dim and the host looked lost, murmurs began spreading around the arena. What happened? Did he forget the ending? Why is he walking off? The whispers grew louder. Some people stood to see better. Others just stared at the stage in confusion. The host quickly rushed forward, holding up a hand. Everyone, please calm down. Please let the judges speak. The noise slowly dropped. The judges leaned toward their microphones. You could feel the tension. Nobody understood what had just happened. One of the female judges took the mic. Her eyes looked a bit red. The performance you just witnessed was beautiful, she said softly. Truly emotional. Even I'm still shaking. The crowd clapped lightly, waiting for her to continue. But she paused, taking a breath. As you all know, every round has a theme. This week's theme is summer. Each contestant was asked to perform a song that fits that theme. Unfortunately, Dayo's song, as powerful as it was, did not follow the theme. Because of that, he cannot qualify for this round. There was a second of total silence. Then the arena erupted. No, someone shouted from the stands. That's not fair, another yelled. He sang from the heart. You can't disqualify him for that. That's BS. Did you not hear what he sang about? Yeah, he just sang a tribute to the soldiers who lost their life. Ugh, I smell something fishy. The crowd grew louder, chanting his name. JD, JD, JD. The host tried to calm them down again. Please, everyone, please. Let's allow the judges to finish. The same judge's voice broke slightly as she spoke again. Trust me, even I feel it. His song touched all of us. You can see I'm crying. But rules are rules, and they're not meant to be broken. Every contestant must follow them, no matter how good their song is. Booing started from the back rows. Some fans began leaving the arena angrily, shaking their heads. Others stayed, still shouting Dayo's name, protesting. You could feel the emotion in the air. Nobody wanted to believe what they had just heard. In the upper VIP section, Michael Malo sat quietly, watching the chaos below. He had no expression on his face. One couldn't tell what was going on in his mind as he appeared. Calm. The crowd's noise echoed in his ears, but he didn't move. His eyes stayed locked on the empty stage. This is what happens when you walk alone, he muttered to himself, his voice low and cold. Still, something about it unsettled him. Dayo hadn't begged. He hadn't looked scared. He had walked away on his own, almost like he was free. And that, more than anything, irritated him. Michael's jaw tightened slightly. You think you can just walk away from my game, kid? He whispered. You'll learn. He stood up, straightened his suit, and left his seat before the next contestant even came on. Backstage, Dayo sat alone for a few minutes before the door burst open. Dayo, Minjae ran in first, followed by Emily, Maya, and Misha. Their faces said it all, worried, emotional, confused. Bro, what was that? Minjae asked, out of breath. You just walked out. Everyone's talking. Emily's eyes were already wet. You were perfect. That song, it was beautiful. How could they disqualify you for that? Dayo smiled faintly, his voice low. It's okay. Really, I already knew what would happen. Maya shook her head. You knew? Then why? Because it felt right, Dayo said simply. I didn't want to fake a smile or sing something that didn't mean anything. I needed to sing that song. The girls looked at him silently. Misha wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Minjae clenched his jaw. Still, it's messed up. You don't deserve this. Dayo gave a tired smile. It's fine. I'm leaving tonight anyway. They all froze. Leaving? Emily said quietly. What do you mean? I already packed my things, he said, picking up his small bag from beside the chair. I've made up my mind. Maya covered her mouth. You're serious? He nodded. Yeah, this is the best time. The rest of you still have a chance to win. Don't waste it. The girls started crying again. Emily tried to speak, but couldn't. Misha stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Maya joined in, her voice shaky. You're not supposed to go out like this. He chuckled lightly. Why are you crying? You're all here in the US. The only person who should be crying is Minjae. He's the one all the way back in Korea. That made them laugh through their tears. Even Minjae let out a small laugh, shaking his head. Promise me something, Dayo said. Don't let them control you. No matter what happens, just sing from your heart. They all nodded silently. He hugged each of them one more time, held on for a moment longer, then stepped back. I'll be fine, he said softly. Trust me. He was walking down the corridor toward the exit when he saw Frank leaning against the wall, his usual smirk already waiting for him. Leaving so soon? Frank asked. Guess you couldn't handle the pressure after all. Dayo stopped and looked at him. His voice was calm. You really don't get it, do you? Frank shrugged. I get it fine. You had a shot, but you blew it. Michael was giving you a chance. People would kill for that. Dayo gave a small, dry laugh. Yeah? Then maybe you should take it. Looks like you already have. Frank's eyes narrowed. You think you're better than me, huh? Dayo looked at him for a second, then shook his head. No, I just think I'm not scared like you. Frank scoffed, but didn't respond. Dayo adjusted his bag and walked past him. His steps were steady, his expression quiet. As he reached the door, he paused and took one last look at the hallway. The lights, the noise fading behind him, the faint echo of fans still chanting his name outside. He smiled faintly and whispered, Thank you. Then he pushed the door open and walked out into the night. Chapter 99, Coming Home. Dayo walked out of the arena quietly. The roar of the crowd faded behind him until all that remained was the sound of passing cars and the evening wind. His steps were slow, but his mind was calm. He had done what he wanted to do. He took the train from Washington to New York, about 3.5 hours, then ordered an Uber home. When he arrived, his mother was the first to see him. She stood up from the couch, surprised. Dayo, she said. You're home already? What happened? His little sister peeked from the hallway. Even she could tell something felt different. Dayo gave a faint smile. I'm fine, Mom. His mother frowned. Are you sure? Did something happen? He He sat down and nodded slowly. I'm fine. I just needed a bit of space. She came closer and sat beside him. What does that mean? Dayo looked down at his hands for a moment. I fought my own fight. That's all. His mother studied his face. She could see the exhaustion in his eyes, but also a quiet peace. She wanted to ask what exactly he meant, but she held back. All right, she said softly. Whatever it is, we'll stand by you. He smiled faintly, appreciating that she didn't push. Thanks, Mom. She sighed and stood up. Your father's at the back. He's been sitting there since morning. I tried talking him out of it, but you know how he is. Dayo nodded and walked to the small yard behind the house. His father was there, sitting on a wooden chair, staring at the sky. The air was cool and quiet. When Dayo walked up, his father didn't turn right away. You're back, he said simply. Yes, sir, Dayo replied. There was silence for a few seconds before his father asked, So, you left the stage, or what? Dayo nodded. Yeah. His father turned to him slowly, eyes steady. Why? Dayo took a deep breath. Because it felt right. I didn't want to fight dirty. I didn't want to lose myself in all this. I had to walk away, even if it meant giving up something I love. His father stared quietly for a moment, then gave a slow nod. I'm proud of you. Dayo looked down, a small smile forming. Thanks, Dad. His father leaned back in the chair. You know, losing your uncle broke me too. I won't lie about that. But I'm glad you understand what it means to stand by what you believe in. That's something not many people have. Dayo nodded. I get that now. I just don't want us to fall apart. I know how hard it's been for you. His father chuckled faintly. You sound older than your age, son. Maybe, Dayo said softly. But I had to grow up fast. For a moment, neither of them spoke. They just sat there, watching the fading sky. Then Dayo smiled. All right, Dad. Let's go in. I'm cooking tonight, your favorite. Jason looked at him and smiled. Haha, very well then. Let's go. Dayo walked inside and started preparing dinner. His whole family joined him in the kitchen, helping, teasing, laughing. Watching them move around, seeing everyone together, it gave him peace. After all, there was always home to come back to when everything else fell apart. That thought alone was enough. Later that night, somewhere far away, behind the scenes, the production team for the global stage held a late-night meeting. The conference room was silent at first. Only the soft hum of the air conditioner filled the air. Then, gradually, voices began to rise, sharp, divided, restless. On the large screen at the front of the room was a paused image of Dayo mid-performance, eyes closed, mic raised. The timestamp showed the moment before he had dropped the mic and walked off the stage. Alice sat at the long, oval table, her hands clasped together, watching as the rest of the team argued. He's out of the competition, said Mark, the executive editor, leaning forward. There's no reason his segment should take the main spotlight again. We should cut his screen time in half. Someone else nodded. It makes sense. The focus should be on contestants who are still active. Keeping him at the center doesn't help us. Another voice cut in sharply. But Dayo's performance was too good. The crowd loved it. Cutting it now will backfire. Viewers will accuse us of being biased. That last comment drew quiet murmurs. Everyone in that room knew Dayo had been the face of the show from the start. His performances drew millions of views every week, more than any other contestant combined. Still, the air in the room was heavy. There was pressure, unseen, but present. The director, Mr. Howard, sat at the end of the table, rubbing his temples. Moments ago, he'd stepped out to take a phone call. Everyone knew who it was from. Michael. And his words still echoed in Howard's mind. Do whatever it takes to tone him down. The spotlight on Dayo ends now. Now, as the team argued, Howard spoke quietly. We've received word from the higher offices. We'll have to reduce Dayo's airtime for the next episode. The focus should be on the remaining contestants. The room went silent. Alice looked up sharply. With respect, sir, that's not fair. The episode is already edited. His performance carried the whole show. Viewers will notice if we cut it. Howard met her gaze, tired but firm. I know, but it's a directive. I don't want trouble from sponsors or investors. Mark smirked. Exactly. We can't keep glorifying someone who's no longer competing. The audience will move on. Alice turned toward him, voice calm but pointed. That's not how audiences work, Mark. You don't erase the person who made them fall in love with the show. They'll see right through it. Whispers spread through the room. Two sides forming. Those for Dayo, those against. Finally, Alice exhaled. Then let's vote. We've gone in circles long enough. The motion was seconded. Hands went up one by one. When the last hand went down, the result was clear. 5 for cutting Dayo's part, 3 against. Alice closed her eyes briefly. She knew this was coming, but it still stung. Howard nodded. It's settled. We'll trim his segment to half the time. Adjust the sound balance, and make sure the teaser for next week focuses on the others. The team began packing up, but Alice stayed seated, staring at Dayo's frozen image on the screen. She remembered the last time she saw him, after an interview had been reassigned from her. He had walked down the studio hallway, tired but polite, still thanking the crew. There was something about him that made her believe he deserved more than what the system was offering. Unbelievable, she muttered under her breath. Her assistant looked at her. Ma'am. She shook her head. Nothing. Just save a copy of the original edit. Don't delete it yet. The assistant hesitated, then nodded. As the others left, Alice stood by the glass wall, looking out at the city lights below. Somewhere out there, Dayo was probably home, resting, unaware that decisions were being made about his legacy. She sighed. The industry isn't fair, she whispered. But sometimes, the truth finds its way back. Then she turned off the screen and walked out, the reflection of Dayo's image fading slowly into darkness. Chapter 100, The Performance You Never Saw. The next morning, the house was calm. Dayo woke up before everyone else. The sun was barely out, and a soft light came through the curtains. He walked to the kitchen, tied on an apron, and started making breakfast, eggs, toast, and tea, just the way his mom liked it. One by one, his family came out of their rooms. His mother smiled when she saw the food. You woke up early today, she said. Yeah, Dayo replied, setting plates on the table. Just wanted to do something normal. They all sat together, his father, mother, sister Janet, and younger brother Jeffrey. The air felt lighter than the night before. They talked about random things, how weird American bread tasted, how Janet cracked her phone screen again, and how Jeffrey still hadn't cleaned his sneakers. Everyone laughed. For the first time in a while, Dayo smiled like himself. He looked around the table and thought, this is what peace feels like. After breakfast, they moved to the living room. They sat on the floor, unboxing the gifts Dayo brought home, souvenirs from Tokyo, Paris, Casablanca. Small boxes, trinkets, snacks, and postcards. Everyone laughed and passed things around. For a moment, everything was simple. Dayo watched them,